Astros in Phoenix, you work hard, but if your leads come in waves or you're relying on referrals to stay busy, it's not your service, it's your visibility. Blue Aspen understands how homeowners search, and they can help you get the response you need. They specialize in strong SEO, high-intent PPC, and websites built to turn clicks into booked jobs. No long contracts, no fluff, just real growth. Start with a free growth audit at blueaspenmarketing.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Plumbing and electrical. Opening day was not what the Diamondbacks had hoped for in LA last night. They dropped their first game of the season 8-2 after Gallen got touched up in the 5th inning. The Dodgers never looked back, but the Snakes will send Ryan Nelson to the mound today in game 2 of 162. That'll start at 7:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Wildcats were absolutely dominant last night in their 109-88 win over Arkansas to advance to the Elite Eight for the first time under Tommy Lloyd. 6 Wildcats were in double figures, led by the 2 5-star freshmen, Braden Burries with 23 and Koa Pete 21. The Cats will get Purdue on Saturday with a spot in the Final Four on the line. And with less than a month till the NFL draft, for everything Cardinals related, be sure to head to arizonasports.com today. And that's what's trending now.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Sepulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Friday, Valley sports fans. Welcome to the end of an eventful week. And boy, do we've got a great show on tap for you today. Jared Carlin wearing his outfield album shirt today.
Josie's on a vacation far away.
Yes, she is. Before we get going today, I want to kind of compliment everybody in this room on the dramatic reach of this radio program. So yesterday, the husband of the bus driver who drove my son and his class to Disneyland was listening to our program.
No way.
He called his wife who was driving the bus, and the bus driver said, "Is there a Bickley on the bus?"
Oh, no.
And if I know my little dude, he was going, "Oh, God, what did I do now?"
Slumping down in the seat.
What did I do now?
Dad.
This is
No, he didn't know it. He didn't know that until he knew that.
I got you.
Right.
I got you.
This is it. Are your kids embarrassed by what you do? Are they proud of what you do, or they have no interest?
No, Jared, as somebody who you don't have kids, so you don't know this dynamic. Your kids will never look at you and be proud of what you've accomplished. You're just dad. There's no getting around it. No matter who you are and what you've accomplished, you're just dad. But you know what? That's a great thing. It's a great thing.
I mean, that's not my experience, really.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, listen.
I could see
your kids are. I think when kids get older, yeah. But when they're younger, no.
He also has kids that like sports.
Yeah.
Which might change the dynamic a bit.
That is true. That definitely changes the dynamic in this example.
Yeah. So that's my experience.
So what happened after is there a Bickley on the bus?
No, well, then eventually it was kind of explained to everybody why my son was being called out. And he got a kick out of it.
That's funny.
So speaking of reach yesterday, our garage door has a little dent in it, so we called up someone to come fix it, and I'm there just by myself after work, and he's fixing it, and he goes, "Sepulka? Sammy?" And I go, yeah. And he goes, did you work this morning on the radio? I go, I did. And he goes, I listen to you guys every morning.
Welcome to the big time, Sammy.
Yeah.
Who in the Cebulka family hit the garage door? Who drove too close?
Was it
Who
young
was it,
Sammy?
Somebody
Who was it?
practicing their golf
Garage
swing.
doors don't dent themselves.
To be fair, there really is no dent. It's just wasn't me.
He went full Shaggy.
Yeah, he sure did. Wasn't me. Wasn't me.
You.
And finally, the update, I have a brand new microphone. Just noticed
I saw
this?
that yesterday. Yeah.
They want to make sure everything now is for video.
Oh yeah, as evidenced by the wall behind me. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Everything is about video until it applies to me.
But your face is visible. That's what the people want. They don't care what's behind the face.
Oh, really?
They don't even notice the background.
Right. They don't even. They're locked in on your eyes.
Okay. Oh, shut up.
But yeah. So it's now. Now you could see the full top of my face without any kind of microphone arm.
You know what? I preferred it the other way.
I know.
Man, look
I'm
at all this
joking.
attention he's getting. The big boss is telling him what to dress, how to dress up.
I don't get told how to do
Gave me a
No.
fist pump yesterday when he saw me.
Did he?
He said, "This is just what I was looking for." Boom. And I said, "Give me a second Cracker Jack, baby."
You know what else I noticed too? We didn't get delivered the opening day ballpark goodies that everybody else got. Again.
So the big boss came around and he had Big League Chew or generic shredded gum.
You could say Big
Big League Chew. And Cracker Jack. And he was handing it out to everybody, as he does sometimes. It was the middle of a segment. He didn't want to go in and bother you. And he said, I'll get them as soon as we go to commercial. So you didn't?
No.
Buy me some peanuts and never mind.
Well, it's called Buy Me. It does not say Give Me.
Give me. Right, exactly. All right, we got a lot to cover today. Start the show, Ferret.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash. Brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
D-backs dropped their season opener to the Dodgers 8-2. Diamondbacks jumped out on top on a 2-run home run from Geraldo Perdomo off of Yoshinobu Yamamoto in the fourth. That's about where the highlights would end for the Snakes. Andy Pages gave the Dodgers the lead with a 3-run blast off of Zach Gallen in the fifth. Part of a 4-run inning, they put up another 4 spot in the seventh, highlighted by a 2-run blast by Will Smith off of Taylor Clark. You get the idea. That series continues tonight in Los Angeles. Diamondbacks sending Ryan Nelson to the mound against L.A. right-hander Emmett Sheehan. I loved his second album. First pitch is at 7:10. You can catch it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 6:30. Lots of reaction I saw online to people reacting to the NBC Peacock broadcast being completely tinged in LA blue. I mean, I
heard a lot of that.
Yeah, I did too.
What do you expect?
I know it's their coronation.
Right.
They're wearing special uniforms with gold trim on them because they're the champs.
Well, Clayton Kershaw also was very Homerish. I don't know if that's the plan.
He was wearing the uniform 4 months ago. Like, what do you expect?
I think that's the correct way to process that. What do you expect?
Yeah. Elsewhere around baseball on opening day for many teams in the bigs, Pittsburgh starter Paul Skeens lasted just 2/3 of an inning.
Wasn't his fault.
Pirates 11-7 loss to the Mets. Yeah, I don't think he's going to be buying O'Neill Cruz dinner anytime
That was not
soon.
his fault. O'Neill Cruz, man, just butchered a pair of plays in center field.
You need a steak with the fat trimmed off. O'Neill Cruz is your man.
That was like beer league softball effort on one of those plays.
Yeah.
Just like watched it go over his head.
Never
Didn't even put his glove
I've
up.
never played center field in the major leagues.
You haven't?
Once.
Wait a minute.
But even I know your first step's always back.
Why did I have you sign that card?
Jacob Mizorowski and 4 Brewer relievers combined to strike out 20 White Sox hitters in a 14-2 win over Chicago.
The White Sox had more strikeouts in that game than Tony Gwynn had in one of his entire seasons.
Wow. That's
He only had
unbelievable.
15.
Mizorowski had 11 by himself in 5 innings. Several other teams opening their seasons around baseball today. College basketball top seeded Arizona cruising in San Jose. They put a 109-88 hurting on Arkansas in the Sweet 16. The Wildcats blistered the Nets. They shoot 64% from the floor. They got to the free throw line 39 times. Braden Burries led the way with 23. Koa Pete, 21. 6 Wildcats got into double figures. Next up for the Cats in the Elite Eight, the Purdue Boilermakers, who nudged Texas 79-77. Trey Kaufman-Wren tipped in a Braden Smith miss with 0.7 seconds left, lifting Purdue to the win. Arizona foul. And Purdue.
Offensive foul. He hooked the guy. They didn't call it. Offensive foul. Sorry. I mean to derail you.
Well, you know how.
I had too much coffee already.
There's no such thing as too much coffee this early. Arizona and Purdue meeting with the Final Four on the line. That's tomorrow at 5:49. And not a minute later on TBS and True TV. It'll probably run late. South Region Sweet 16 games in Houston on Thursday. 9th seeded Iowa. They move on with a 77-71 win over 4th seeded Nebraska. The corn was flying. Hawkeyes will face Illinois, which beat Houston 65-55. Tonight, East Region action in Washington, D.C. We'll see 5th seeded St. John's facing the top seed Duke and number 3 seed Michigan State against number 2 Connecticut. Midwest region in Chicago. 4th seed Alabama going up against the top seed Michigan. And Tennessee, the 6th seed, facing 2nd seed Iowa State. Speaking of Alabama, we're scheduled to join with their athletic director, Greg Byrne.
Very nice.
On today's show.
Yes.
Suns in action tomorrow night. They wrap up a 4-game homestand against the Utah Jazz, owners of the second worst record in the Western Conference at 21-52. Suns have won 2 of the previous 3 meetings between the teams this season. Tip-off Saturday, 7:10. Catch it on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app. Pre-game coverage gets rolling at 6 o'clock. And Thursday night in the NBA, the Hornets snapped the Knicks' 7-game win streak with a 114-103 win. Pistons trounced the Pelicans 129-108. Jalen Duren had 30 points and 10 boards. And Orlando beat Sacramento 121-117. Paolo Banchero, 30 points and 9 boards. There you go. There is your splash for this Friday morning, March 27th. Coming up next, after whooping Arkansas, the Wildcats are headed to the Elite Eight. More on that straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
John Morosi from the MLB Network and MLB.com joining the show. Is the bullpen going to be an issue for them?
Bullpens are volatile. Sometimes they can be volatile in the good direction. They have a lot of work to do, no question about it. At least with this lineup, it should be an exciting team you can dream on a little bit. Torrey's one of the best managers, I believe, in baseball, who does a great job of getting the most out of his team. And I think that early season is going to certainly put that great managerial acumen of Torrey to the test there early on for the D-backs.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Life Changer loan does exactly what it says it does. It changes lives, allowing people to pay off their homes in years, not decades, saving their clients hundreds of thousands of dollars in interest. But there's another element that comes in very handy with the Life Changer loan, and that is because when life throws you a curveball, they help you knock it out of the park. And that's because Life Changer loan clients get to keep 24/7 access to their equity, and there is no monthly minimum payment. So in times of unrest, in times of financial uncertainty, Life Changer loan clients can navigate their way through troubled waters. In fact, they once had a client go 5 years without putting a single dollar into their loan after the market crashed in 2008. Yeah, the balance went up every month on the interest due, but that client never went late, never risked foreclosure. The Life Changer loan allows you the freedom, the flexibility, and most importantly, control when it comes to your mortgage. So when times are good, you can pay down and pay off quickly, and should instability arise, you can manage those scenarios much easier. And like they say, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Jackson Hewitt has a great tax prep deal, $149 or less. Missing out is like ignoring the check engine light in your car. You'll regret it. Seriously, the price is only $149 or less, no matter how complicated, so don't wait. Like when you get a password expires today alert, or you're shopping online and there's only one item left. It's like your taxes are in the cart, just complete the purchase. Hurry, this deal for $149 or less is like your phone at 1%. It's about to power down. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Whether it's getting back on the court or back to everyday life, recovery takes the right team. At the Barrow Neuro Rehabilitation Center, that means a combination of world-class neurological specialists who share one mission, helping each patient reach their unique recovery goals. Nationally ranked in rehabilitation, Barrow Neurological Institute is dedicated to maximizing independence and quality of life for people with conditions of the brain and spine. It matters where you get your neurorehabilitation care. Learn more at barrowneuro.org.
How can you grow your business from idea to industry leader? With smart business buying tools and technology from Amazon Business. From fast, free shipping to in-depth buying insights and automated purchase approvals, we deliver everything you need. Go to AmazonBusiness.com for support.
Hey, it's Luke. How do the Phoenix Suns snap out of this slump they're in and rebound against the Utah Jazz on Saturday? We'll discuss it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, good Friday morning to Deer Valley. We appreciate all of our Bickley Marotta Mornings listeners in Deer Valley this morning.
It's in the books. The Arizona Wildcats advance to their 12th Elite Eight.
That is the final call on last night. Brian Anderson, he got a really, really tense game in his first broadcast between Texas and Purdue. Not so much tenseness there in the final call because that was an absolute education in basketball.
Very
put on
studly effort
by the Arizona Wildcats last night. The second half, you're up 11 at halftime after scoring 54 points. What they did offensively in the second half was mind-boggling. The efficiency, taking advantage of a porous defense, it was clinical.
Yeah, it was. It was a very studly effort. If you are on pins and needles with this team on a day-to-day basis like Jared Carlin is, that was about everything you could hope for because it was the other team that completely wilted and psychologically busted and completely fell apart. Had a player ejected, had a player foul out right after that. Calipari got a technical foul after that. They just lost their minds. And that is the sign of a very, very good opponent. When you as a basketball team like Arkansas get to that level of frustration, it's a pretty good sign.
It was a good sign for Arizona. I also thought it reflected really, really poorly on John Calipari.
Oh, yeah.
Because you could see the initial wave of frustration happening. And normally any coach worth his salt will get his team under wraps. And it got worse from that point. And I know there was the ejection, which I thought was not necessarily worthy of an ejection. But I saw what the officials were doing. They were trying to reel it in. And it didn't stop there. Mm-hmm. I mean, there was a play later on where Karchenkov he pump faked, got the defender in the air. And I thought the defender absolutely purposely kneed him in the face on his way up. They didn't even look at it.
Listen, I thought in real time when they reviewed the Billy Richmond foul on Karchenkov, I thought, okay, a lot of acting there from Karchenkov, and he really didn't do much. But then you see the slow motion replay, and that was a Bush play to have a guy coming through a screen at full speed and to do that to him.
Yeah.
You're just looking to knock him on his backside.
Yeah, here is Tommy Lloyd, the head coach of the Wildcats.
Really proud of our guys. I thought they came out and just played with tremendous focus. We're locked in. Felt like a long stretch of that game we couldn't get a stop, but it's just one of those games where sometimes you just got to keep scoring. You keep putting the pressure on them, and I thought our guys did a good job of that. I mean, I thought their talents were on full display. And their character and their teamwork, and I'm just really proud to be their coach.
It was a performance to be proud of, no doubt. Lloyd also talked about the not falling into the trap of the chippiness late in the game.
We talked as a program, about. We knew the game had potential to get like that. They had a game against Florida a few weeks back, and there was a bunch of technical fouls, and it kind of swayed both ways. And we've had a few instances this year where it's been a little bit of a melee, and, we've participated in it as well. We want to play championship basketball. To play championship basketball, you got to just stand up and walk away from the action. This isn't the playground. You know what I mean? Like, you can't just throw down. It's not how you win basketball games. These guys have high character, and they're winners, but they're competitors, and it's always a fine line for both teams. So Coach Murph did a great job last night at a film session, kind of talking to our guys that, hey, if this game goes how we hope it goes, it could get pretty chippy, and we have to have a plan on how we're going to respond to that chippiness. So give Murph credit. Give these guys credit. They did a great job just keeping their minds and focusing on the task at hand, which is winning the ball game.
Fourth most points ever scored by a team in the Sweet 16 last night.
Yeah, listen, what a great job of coaching. Just if you'd have just watched that game last night, the way they just attacked relentlessly, but then just listening to that, watching film, watching tape, understanding Arkansas's got some hotheads, because it wasn't just that Richmond kid, Nick Pringle, what he did, shoving Mo Crevis in the back like that, then slamming the ball off the floor. Yeah. Speaking of Pringles, what do we think of Pringles, Jarrett?
I love Pringles.
I think
okay.
I think the most addictive snack food on the planet.
Really?
Yeah,
yes.
They might be.
Yes.
I don't love the texture of it because it's like a formed.
Yeah, but you can crunch
chip.
like 7 of them at once.
I don't know.
And what other snack can you actually invert one, put 2 in your mouth, and imitate a duck?
It's true. That is on the plus.
Sounds like something you've done before.
Oh, absolutely.
Definitely on the plus side.
Yeah. All right, so let's pull back the curtain real quick here. So during the text exchange last night that I saw but I wasn't a part of, you could not let your grip go.
Yeah.
In the first half.
I have it up here. No, in the second half, Jarrett.
Was it?
Yes.
I texted in the second half when Arizona was just doing everything perfectly offensively. And I said to all of you, Arizona over under 115.5 points.
Yeah.
Sammy says, man, that's a lot of points, but Arkansas is playing Ole defense. Jarrett was so distraught still at this point, he invented a word.
That's a real word, isn't it?
No,
Yeah,
it's
just
not.
spelled wrong.
I'm in no mood for frivolity yet.
It's frivolity, but that's
Frivolity,
okay.
yes.
Yeah. Now, listen, I actually respect that because when I saw that in the text thread, that just proved to me that every bit of neurosis and psychosis you show with this basketball team, you proved it to be real in that text thread.
Well, here's the thing.
Because if there was ever a night to be relaxed, it was that.
Eventually,
they did nothing wrong.
Unless you want it that badly and you just think something is going to go wrong.
And all my friends are like me. They're all my same age, essentially, and we all lived through all the same stuff, including that Illinois game where we were up 15 points with 3 minutes left in the Elite Eight and lost.
Yeah.
So there was a point we were up 22 points. And there was, I forget how long, 5 minutes left or something. And they went on a 7-0 run. Only a 7-0 run. And it cut it to 15 points. And just boom, boom, boom. Oh, my God, here we go. Oh, plug it in the toaster, getting in the bath.
See?
Oh, here we go. It's happening. It's happening.
Listen,
no.
Listen, totally relatable. Totally relatable. Whenever I've watched sporting events where I wanted the outcome so bad I could taste it, I know that feeling very, very well. Speaking of your yo-yo friends, did Beavis and Butthead make it to the arena on time?
Yeah, they
last
did.
night?
They even sent pictures of them entering the arena and said there were real tickets. Don't worry.
Good. They need to go. They need to go to the Elite Eight game. Are they going to the Elite
They're
Eight?
not going to the Elite Eight game. They were only able to get tickets to one of them. But I will say, the morning started with them texting the group saying, "We went on a bike ride this morning, and my tire exploded and fell off my bike." In the middle of the ride, and we all said, "Oh my God, don't go to the game. Your karma is just horrible."
Now you're shameless, and you're openly begging for food from Derek Hall.
Yes,
you can shamelessly beg Greg Byrne when he comes on the air today for tickets. I'll bet you could hook your friends up.
You think so?
I
what
bet you
connection
could.
does he have to
Greg Byrne's
San Diego?
he's a big guy, man. He's a big guy in the NCAA.
I think if Alabama loses to
whatever lever you need to pull,
Don't send
he
your
can pull
friends
it
to
for
San
you, brother.
Diego. There's nothing going on there, Jerry. They don't want to be at that arena.
Oh, San Jose. Sorry, San Jose.
I was reminded last night. I was with some buddies, and I'm ashamed that I didn't remember this. Arizona played Arkansas in the 1994 Final Four. And Arkansas won that game. They went on to win the national championship that year. My friend reminded me that we went to, my sister is a U of A grad, and she had people over to watch the game and foolishly invited me and my friends. We actually printed up shirts for that day that said, "Arkansas fan for a day because I hate U of A."
Oh, boy. Oh, man. Oh, boy.
Those shirts went over big at that party, let me tell you. One of them got ripped off at one
Like literally ripped off or stolen?
By a U of A fan.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Did they win back-to-back championships, Arkansas?
No.
Just one.
Yeah. But yeah, that was a jaw-droppingly impressive performance by Arizona.
Really was.
I think I've been saying it all along. They're the best team. That might have been the best single tournament performance we've seen in a decade.
You might be right. You predicted they were going to roll their way to a title.
It didn't help that on the night U of A decided that all 6 of their best players were going to play phenomenal, that they went up against an Arkansas defense that, let's just be honest, it was not a defense.
Well,
it was
but
just
again,
relentless.
Think about when the bracket came out, and think about the way experts, college basketball experts, circled Arkansas as a big trouble game for Arizona.
Yep.
They all did.
I told you guys. I have my dread, but I told you, we've played 7 better teams than Arkansas this year.
Mm-hmm.
And we played players just as good as Acuff. And Acuff, I said, Acuff could get 50 points. Arkansas is not going to win the game 50-49.
First time ever in an NCAA tournament game, 6 players have scored 14 or more points.
Wow.
Arizona moves on against Purdue on Saturday. We'll have a lot more on the Wildcats' dominance on today's show. Coming up next, D-backs opened up against the world champs, and, L.A. dodgered all over them. We'll tell you more. Next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-1. Swung on and popped up. This should do it. Betts calls off Hernandez. He'll make the two-handed catch. And the Dodgers overcome a 2-run deficit, and they win at home on opening night by a final score of 8-2.
More reaction to last night's game coming your way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
Okay, raise your hand if you're excited about feeling older faster than you should. Exactly. Yeah, I didn't think so. If ongoing pain makes you feel older than you are, there is good news. QC Kinetics patients are getting relief, feeling younger, jumping back into life at full speed. The QC Kinetics medical professionals use the latest regenerative treatments backed by real science. Treatments that take the tiny, powerful healing tools inside your body and concentrate them right where you need relief. That's how Mike is training for a marathon instead of giving up running. Patrick's golf game is on fire again. All real QC Kinetics patients. The sooner you start treatment, the sooner inflammation eases and the sooner joint damage slows down. Find out if you're a candidate for QC Kinetics regenerative treatments. Your visit and consultation are free. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Are you planning a home renovation? Getting quotes on windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, or flooring? Before you commit, visit the Window Depot and make sure you're not overpaying. The Window Depot is your one-stop shop for top quality products at the lowest prices. We're locally owned and operated with no installers and no middlemen, so you save big. Perfect for DIYers, contractors, and homeowners. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Howdy, everybody. This is rodeo announcer Doug Mathis for Sanderson Ford Cave Creek Pro Rodeo, March 26th through the 29th. You know what goes great with rodeo? Ford Truck Month at Sanderson Ford.
Save on Ford F-150, now available with 0% financing for 60 months, plus $1,000 bonus cash and 0 payments for 90 days on all remaining 2025 models.
Don't miss the Cave Creek Rodeo and don't miss Truck Month at Sanderson Ford.
Requires financing with Ford Motor Credit OAC. Offers expire 3/31/26.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SPEED to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SPEED for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SPEED for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey Arizona, it's Vince Marotta, and springtime means it's time to clean things up, starting with what's parked in your driveway. Ford Truck Month is still rolling at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler with huge savings all month long. Jump into a new 2025 Ford F-150 and save up to $5,000 off MSRP, plus $5,000 in Ford bonus cash. Or grab the zeros. 0% financing for 66 months with Ford Flex Buy, 0 money down, and 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 Truck Month cash on select F-150, Super Duty XL, and XLT trucks. Need more room to fit your family? Save up to $8,500 off MSRP on a new 2026 Ford Escape. As Tex Earnhardt said, if you don't try us, we both lose money. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford, no bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile, plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 31st, 2026.
I'm Sammy Sobolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It was pure dominance from the Wildcats Thursday night. They dismantled John Calipari's Arkansas Razorbacks 109-88, and the Cats danced their way to the Elite Eight on Saturday, where the Purdue Boilermakers await. Opening day for the Diamondbacks was a rough one last night. The Snakes kept it close, and Gallen was dealing through 4 innings, but an Andy Pajes 3-run home run opened it up in the 5th, and the Dodgers poured it on from there. Despite Geraldo Perdomo's homer and a good night at the plate, the Diamondbacks start the season 0-1. They'll send Ryan Nelson to the bump today in hopes of grabbing their first win of the 2026 season. First pitch from LA will be at 7:10 tonight, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Marotta talk D-backs baseball now.
The 1-2. Breaking ball long. Deep to left field. Waller going back. Looking up, it's gone. Pajes had 27 home runs last year. His first of 26 is a 3-run shot. And the Dodgers jump in front. It's 3-2. 1-2. Smith swings, sends a deep fly ball left center field. Waller's going to need a ladder to catch this one. It's gone. 8-2 Los Angeles.
Spoiler alert, he did not have a ladder. Chris Garagiola on the calls. Couple of long balls. For
Those are like the 9th and 10th best players on the Dodgers. Maybe not even that.
Will Smith is a very good player.
And Pages respectfully had a good year last year.
Yes.
Very good.
I know.
Yeah.
They're like the 9th and 10th best players on the Dodgers.
You're right.
Early 2-0 lead on a Perdomo home run turns into an 8-2 loss. Where do we start breaking this one down?
Another world, maybe Ketel Marte is able to make that play, and then maybe the next guy doesn't get a swinging bunt, and maybe that's just a 2-out hanging curveball that I give up for a home run.
Yeah.
I just thought his velocity looked good. I think he looks stronger. The joke last year was, this is a guy in Zach Gallen who has got a commercial that ran endlessly last year for Shamrock Farms.
Mm-hmm.
And in the commercial, he's lifting weights, and he's basically got pipe cleaner arms. And it's just funny, right? Exactly. And he's flexing. He looks like he has been in the gym. His velocity was at 94 miles per hour last night, and yet the Dodgers did not once swing and miss at one of his fastballs, which was a little odd to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's a combination of velocity with movement. But, for the 4 innings, I thought he did pitch very well, looked good. Also, he talked about his performance afterwards.
And the unfortunate part is that we lost. But, I mean, it's tough. It's tough. You know, a lot of energy coming in here. Tough team to play. From a personal standpoint, I feel like it was pretty good. I feel like we had everything working for the most part. 4 singles and a homer, so kind of tough to, make one of the few mistakes in at least ballpark. So, yeah, I mean, not one I'm going to necessarily, beat myself up about, really. I feel like we mixed pretty good, kind of executed everything in the strike zone for the most part. Just one, curveball kind of backed up.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look where the location was on the Pages pitch that he hit out of the park, maybe not a great pitch, but he went down and got it. It was inside as well. I mean, I thought it was actually located pretty well. But you talked about a couple of plays that the margin is so thin, and when you're playing a lineup like the Dodgers, if Marte makes that play and the swinging bunt against Hernandez, Gallen made an unbelievable play coming off the mound to even make it that close against a fast runner.
Yep.
But that's how slight your margins are.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So I think I saw some reactions like, oh, here we go again. I thought for the most part I was encouraged more than I was discouraged from last night. Yeah, the bullpen was a little bit iffy, but we knew it was going to be iffy. And, yeah, there were base running mistakes that sort of helped define last year, right? But the Jordan Lawler play in left field was sensational. Doubling in his first at-bat. This is a kid that went hitless in his first 31 at-bats last year.
Good sign.
The defense by Nolan Arenado at third base was sensational. And Geraldo Perdomo picking up where he left off, going deep against one of the best pitchers in baseball. So I'm not tripping yet. To me, there was more good than bad from last night, despite the lopsided final score.
Yep. Here was Torey Lovello.
I thought this game was going the way we wanted it to early on, and then in typical Zach fashion, he was controlling counts, had some quick, easy innings. Looked like he was going to be able to get us 5, maybe pitch into that 6th inning, but that pitch count climbed in his last inning work. And Dodgers are a good baseball team. He makes some mistakes. And they had a couple of well-placed balls, and then Paz comes up with a 3-run home run. So, we got to pitch better in a couple situations. Beyond Zach, we can't all be Zach watching and put it completely on him. So at the end of the day, you give up 8 runs in the stadium, you're going to have a tough time winning a baseball game.
Yeah, and now look early on. I think this is a real opportunity for Ryan Nelson to be, we talked about it. Everywhere you read anything about Ryan Nelson, it's pointed out he's been statistically their best pitcher since the 2024 trade deadline. This is an early opportunity to be that guy, to step up. He's number 2 in the rotation right now behind Zach Gallen. There was some speculation that maybe he should be the number 1 guy. He's not going against necessarily a frontline starter the other way in Emmett Sheehan. Still got to face the lineup, obviously, but I think this is a real early season opportunity for Ryan Nelson to continue to announce his presence.
Yeah. I think you get 1 of 3 games here. I think it's acceptable. I don't want this team to get swept, so I think you want to find a way to win 1 of these games in Los Angeles. One of the ironic things about today's game is that the umpire who rang up Geraldo Perdomo in the WBC Classic is going to be working behind home plate today. Corey Blazer.
Yeah. A chance
funny.
for Perdomo's revenge.
Yeah.
Think he's going to challenge something?
That would be funny. That would be funny.
Only one challenge yesterday. It was the
Corbin Carroll.
One in the first inning, first inning, right?
Yeah, he's undefeated on challenges so far.
Yeah.
Are they going to keep individual player challenge stats?
Ooh, that'd be a great stat.
Probably. They do coaching ones in NFL and NBA and stuff. They do. But a little discouraging that they didn't really fight back much after that Perdomo home run. Like the offense kind of just died.
Look, it's certainly something that happened last year.
Look, and you're talking about 18 of the last 19 hitters not getting on base.
Yeah.
Dodgers bullpen is not like the Diamondbacks bullpen. It's pretty good.
They have lefties.
It's pretty good.
I hate the Dodgers so much. Seriously, not to keep slobbering them. This Emmett Sheehan guy. Who the hell is Emmett Sheehan? Meanwhile, he went 6-3 with a 2.82 ERA and a 0.97 WHIP last year for the Dodgers.
Yeah.
Where do they find all these guys that are just like?
And he's in the
Why
rotation.
do they have to be so good at everything?
Yes, it's so annoying.
It's so annoying.
Is Shohei pitching on Saturday?
I think like the last 2 years, at any point during the season over the last 2 years, the Dodgers had a rotation on its injured list that would be among the top rotations in baseball.
True.
Put that into perspective.
It's a good point. It's a very good point.
Dodgers and Diamondbacks tonight, game 2 of that series. Series finale on Saturday, off day on Sunday. Tremendous scheduling by Major League Baseball.
It's ridiculous.
You get the first Sunday of the year off.
It's ridiculous.
There's teams that haven't played yet.
Ridiculous.
There's teams that have opening day today. Calling all Suns fans, join us Tuesday, March 31st from 4 to 6 p.m. at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers, the Paradise Valley Mall location, for free Suns t-shirts. You can also sign up for the Ultra Suns Fan Giveaway. Your chance to win 4 tickets to Suns versus Rockets on Tuesday, April 7th, plus an exclusive pregame on-court experience. Head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for more details. Coming up, Sean Miller's going home, and the Big Ten looks dominant the rest of the night in March Madness. Straight ahead, Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Friday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
And Rasheer Fleming is that dude's going to become a fan favorite real quickly if he's not already. I know.
Who does he remind you of? Mikal Bridges?
Okay,
that's who he reminds me of.
Yeah, well, that's what you need.
He reminds me of Mikal
I thought you were going to say
Bridges.
the Matrix for a second. But,
Okay,
but
no.
when you talk about Mikal Bridges, a lot of times when they drafted him, people were like, hey, maybe he could be the Matrix.
Man, first of all, the one thing about Rasheer Fleming is he's going to be able to shoot the three. Yeah. He is. He's old. I think he's only going to get better. I think he's going to be more confident and develop and get better.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hello, everybody. Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth. And in a perfect world, retirement should be a reward for a lifetime of hard work. And what do you imagine when you think about retirement? Beaches, 5-star resorts, hundreds of rounds of golf like me? Or are you a bit uneasy, consumed with anxiety, worried that you're not going to have enough money to do the things you want to do? Because if you're like most people, you probably don't have the peace of mind you need or the peace of mind you deserve. Because it's one thing to save for retirement. It's another thing to feel totally prepared. And the latter is what you'll get from my friends at Trajan Wealth. Highly recommend you schedule a free appointment with them where you can get a second opinion on your existing portfolio, see if there are any gaps in your portfolio. Then you can get tailor-made game plans with personalized strategies that will secure your financial future. Remember, Trajan Wealth, veteran-owned, locally operated, and they're fiduciaries, which means they are duty-bound to act in your best interests at all times. I'm a client today because they earn my trust, and if you want to get all that anxiety out of your life, call Trajan Wealth. Get your plan started today. 480-360-7900. Online at TrajanWealth.com. TRAJAN Wealth.com.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
It's tournament time, and the only bracket that matters is the one saving you thousands at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford. Welcome to the Truck Month Showdown. In the 1 seed, F-150, Powerhouse Contender, Super Duty, Cinderella Sleeper, Lightning, and they're all advancing with 0% financing, 0 down, 0 payments for 90 days. While other dealers get eliminated early, Santan Ford is cutting down the nets. Drive off in a brand new truck today. During Truck Month at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford, your deal just made the final round. SantanFord.com restrictions apply. Not all buyers will qualify. See dealer for details.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait, and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I don't even know how many friends and neighbors that I've referred America Roofing to. All I do know is that America Roofing was just named Arizona's Roofing Contractor of the Year. Literally the best in the biz for a quarter century now. Home or business, repair or replace, and we've had America Roofing do both at Casa Calvisi. There's a reason why. Jake, Josh, Tracy, and 500 employees statewide are also A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. And right now, at AmericaRoofingCo.com, save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SPEED to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SPEED for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SPEED for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, it's Wolf. What did the Arizona Diamondbacks do well on opening day, and what didn't they do well on opening day? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Dreams are a reality right now. Braden Smith with the ball. Clock ticks. Down to 6. Down to 5. Smith shaken. Bacon. Smith puts it up. No! The foul! It's good! With .7 left. Trey Kaufman-Wren has given Purdue the lead. A chance at the last shot. It's up. No good. Purdue advances. The Boilermakers survive.
The challenge. Brian Anderson on the final call on CBS last night. Like I said earlier, a way more dramatic call, really good call. Purdue gets a tip-in with .7 to go to beat Texas. And those two early games of Sweet 16, not only Texas-Purdue, but also the Iowa-Nebraska game.
Yeah.
Those games were the definition of nip and tuck. There was not a team that could pull away, the Purdue game especially. And now Purdue is up next for Arizona. And you want to talk about a different style going from playing against Arkansas and their defense optional philosophy? Purdue, not nearly as athletic as Arkansas, not nearly as athletic as Arizona. Well coached, very experienced. People talk about steady point guard play. It doesn't get more steady than Braden Smith, who, by the way, unseated Bobby Hurley as the all-time assist leader in college basketball history.
He's an interesting kid. He obviously has a lot of swag and a lot of confidence, and he seems to be – he's quicker than he looks, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, he's one of those point guards where growing up, other teams would be like, we'll be all right.
We got him.
And then Braden Smith would go for 25 and 12.
Then he drinks your milkshake.
Exactly.
As they like to say. I thought Trey Kaufman ran again. I said this during the splash. I don't know how they didn't see that hook. I saw it in real time. He went in to go to get the tip in, put his arm over the defender, and locked it. Whatever. It's I don't mind either way. I was kind of hoping for that Sean Miller.
I didn't need that extra agita.
That's why I wanted it.
That's why I wanted it too. I didn't think Texas would win. It was a closer game than I thought. I got to peel back the curtain again, Jarrett, just on how something is labeled.
Yeah.
On Texas's defensive strategy late in the game.
Right.
It's labeled Sean the Sweaty Toad Miller. What was the defensive strategy at the end of the game?
Well, the big fella, Clough, fouled out. So Ren would have played the 5. And he just a really difficult matchup for a game-winning play, especially for Modest. You know, I think a strong drive, putting him in a position to do that, and Modest having 4 fouls on top of that, it had not worked out very well for us in the game. So by playing quicker or smaller, we could switch that and really defend the drive in a better fashion, because Modest can't really switch. Like, you can't put Modest on Braden Smith on a switch. So look, we did get the stop. They got us with their size on the offensive rebound, and many times a game is won and lost not on the first shot but on the second.
Yeah, and it was lost on the second play. I forgot what I was going to say there. Dang it.
That is a sweaty toad.
That is a sweaty toad. So
Thank
you were the
goodness
one
he
that...
didn't
I was
advance.
going to say, look, Sean Miller and Texas are going home. As an 11 seed that was in Dayton at the beginning of last week, it's a pretty good run.
Yes. Oh, it's a great run.
Oh, he can make the hell out of a Sweet 16. Don't worry about that.
So, Jarrett, were you actively rooting for Purdue in that game, even though there probably are maybe a tougher matchup for you?
I like to see Sean Miller fail.
Okay.
It wasn't. I didn't really care who won. I do think we would have easily beaten Texas. Yes.
Okay.
But every time I see Sean Miller, it really, really makes me appreciate Tommy Lloyd.
Yeah.
Because
Same.
So far, Tommy Lloyd has done nothing that Sean Miller didn't do at U of A on the court.
Mm-hmm.
But he's such a much more pleasant guy and seems like a
Likeable
genuinely
guy.
good, likable, nice guy.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I
Doesn't
really
go out
didn't
of
like
his
Sean
way to
Miller.
be a jerk face, which Sean Miller did.
Well, and you can tell, again, I covered Sean Miller in his last year at U of A, and just they both obviously have great basketball knowledge, but Tommy gives it to the media in a lot easier fashion. Like he'll peel back the curtain. He's way more transparent, and that's something I love about Tommy is from a reporting and journalist standpoint, he really loves like his guys and what they do.
Now, meanwhile, that Iowa game, catching Nebraska with 4 players on the court.
Oh, my goodness. What
a mess up.
Fred Hoiberg went all Norman Dale. My team's on the floor.
Yeah, that's right. My team's on the floor.
Do you remember seeing that ever before?
No.
Certainly not in a high leverage situation. Like
Sometimes in football, you'll see, there's only 10 men or something like that. Something happened on I can't remember. 5-on-4.
But, you know, props to Iowa for seeing that in real time and exploiting
and
it.
they attacked it. And look, the player involved who was trying to check into the game was asked about it in the press conference, and Fred Hoiberg actually jumped in to answer the question.
About 58 seconds left. They had that deep ball to Alvaro for the bucket. I think there were 4 players on the court. Can you say what happened?
I'll address that one, Myron. Put that one on me. It was a miscommunication, and I'm the head coach. Put that one on me.
Now, again, that bucket put Iowa up 6. Could you imagine if that was like a tie-breaking bucket?
But Iowa had never led that game until the final 5 minutes. They were just hanging around.
That game was just nip and tuck the whole way, too.
Yeah.
Like, neither team could pull away.
So this is trippy. So Arizona Saturday is playing for their first Final Four since Lute Olson in 2001. Iowa's playing for their first Final Four since 1980 under Lute Olson.
The best.
Isn't that wild?
There's a reason I name all my fantasy teams after Lute Olson.
Do you really?
I sure do.
Like what?
And I can't say any of them on the air. They're vulgar.
And now Iowa's being labeled as the Cinderella team as a 9 seed from the Big Ten. Here's their coach, Ben McCollum, on that.
Maybe they should have seeded us better. No, I'm just kidding. They seeded us right where we should. I guess there's Cinderella. We were so close in a lot of games, and I don't like to use that. And we were right there. And then we lost some games we probably shouldn't have. I think part of that is it's just like those games where those teams get up, we don't have enough just complete talent to be able to overwhelm, maybe the bottom tier teams in the Big Ten. And so we lose a couple of those games that we maybe should have won if we're at 97%. 97% doesn't work for us. Like, we have to be at 100%. So, Cinderella, whatever they want to call us. We're in the Elite Eight. That's what they need to call us.
Yeah, what a run, what a tournament for the Big Ten. Iowa wins last night. Illinois shuts down Houston.
That game right there, folks. Illinois going into that arena with 90% of that crowd backing Houston and taking it to them. That's big time stuff.
I didn't see that. I didn't see that coming.
Neither
I thought
did I.
Houston was the second best team.
Purdue wins, and they have a chance tonight for Michigan and Michigan State to both advance. 5 of the 8 could be from from the Elite Eight, could be from the same conference. Wow. And I don't think it was a stellar regular season necessarily for the Big Ten outside of Michigan.
Yeah, Michigan State was good.
Illinois was really good.
They were really good, but towards
Nebraska
the top
was
teams.
really good for a while. The first 20 games they were undefeated, and then they came down.
How much a good run for them to get to the Sweet 16? But did you really trust Nebraska?
No,
they experienced something that they've never experienced before at that school. They won 2 tournament games.
And then update on the station bracket.
Yeah,
Jackie the Jet alone in first place.
No way.
Because, much like me, he gets heavily biased by the basketball he watches. Maryland is in the Big Ten now. So he watched all the Maryland games, and they were terrible this year. So he saw a lot of teams beat them, and he picked them. So he had Iowa over Florida. He had Illinois over Houston. So he had a lot of these Big Ten teams.
Wow. Notice this for a while. How you pronounce Maryland? Maryland.
I don't know. I don't know how.
Is that a regional thing?
I've never noticed it.
Really?
No, I don't. Say it again.
Well, now you got. But now that I'm thinking, I don't know, Maryland.
That's the way I say it.
How do you say it?
Maryland.
How do you say the plumber? Super. The video game
Mario.
Yeah.
See, I say Mario.
No.
No.
No, it's a soft day.
It's me, Mario.
Who was number 66 for the Pittsburgh Penguins?
Mario Lemieux. I guess I could have said that too.
Yeah. Look.
Okay.
Tomato.
I've never heard anyone say tomato.
Yeah, listen, I'm still not buying your thing that ferret doesn't rhyme with Jarrett thing. I'm still not buying that.
Jarrett.
I'm not buying it.
But that's another example. The way you pronounce Maryland and Maryland is kind of Jarrett Ferret. It's the same. There's a linguist listening right now that is just fascinated by this conversation.
Have you wrote your sports kebab yet, Jarrett?
I have one part of the first joke written so far.
I'm telling you, it's my favorite thing on Friday when I look over and it's so good.
4 weeks away from the draft, and the buzz is building, and the rumors are flying. Could the Cardinals really draft Ty Simpson? More on that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on this Friday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Booker on the penetration. Dump to Williams. He'll throw it down. What a look from Devin Booker.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Progressive knows you could have easily taken the freeway, but you took the scenic route to see a waterfall and an oddly busy boiled peanut stand. Discovering the unexpected is exactly why you bought an RV, so protect it with a bundle from Progressive. Because although you may be 3 hours behind schedule, you're 6 jars of jam richer and possibly enrolled in a butter churning workshop. Switch to Progressive and protect your RV, boat, or motorcycle by bundling with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Jackson Hewitt has a great tax prep deal, $149 or less. Missing out is like ignoring the check engine light in your car. You'll regret it. Seriously, the price is only $149 or less, no matter how complicated, so don't wait. Like when you get a password expires today alert, or you're shopping online and there's only one item left. It's like your taxes are in the cart, just complete the purchase. Hurry! This deal for $149 or less is like your phone at 1%. It's about to power down. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Jackson Hewitt will do your taxes for $149 or less, no matter how complicated. So if you're a delivery driver, /handyman, /wedding DJ, you pay only $149 or less. We're talking to you, waitress.
Check, please.
/pet sitter, /influencer. Just $149 or less. Want your refund to work as hard as you? Hurry. Don't wait. File with Jackson Hewitt today. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Hey, it's Bodie and Victoria, owners of NewACUnit.com, where homeowners save 50% off or more on new AC units.
You're probably wondering, if I buy a new AC unit online, who's coming to install it?
Or, am I about to get upsold once they show up?
Those are fair questions.
At NewACUnit.com, we only use hand-selected, top-rated installers.
And the price you see online, that's the price. No surprises.
Get your price in minutes at NewACUnit.com.
Save thousands, save time, buy online, NewACUnit.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. This is one of the best times of the sports calendar, and that is good news for you. You have the craziness of college hoops, baseball starting up, hockey and pro basketball playoffs aren't far off, and the football draft is right after that. So get to Twin Peaks for all of it. With their wall-to-wall TVs, you won't miss 1 second of the action. Plus, they've got a scratch menu made for MVPs, smoked in-house wings, flatbreads, burgers, steak salads, so much more, and happy hour deals. And a high-energy, fun-friendly atmosphere. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Opening day was not what the Diamondbacks had hoped for in LA last night. They dropped their first game of the season 8-2 after Gallen got touched up in the 5th inning, and the Dodgers never looked back, but the Snakes will send Ryan Nelson to the mound today in Game 2 of 162. That game will start at 7:10 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7, and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Arizona Wildcats were absolutely dominant last night in their 109-88 win over Arkansas to advance to the Elite Eight for the first time under Tommy Lloyd. 6 Wildcats were in double figures, led by the 2 5-star freshmen, Braden Burries with 23, Koa Pete 21, and the Cats will get Purdue on Saturday with a spot in the Final Four on the line. And with less than a month left till the NFL draft, for everything Cardinals draft related, be sure to head to arizonasports.com. And that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision, with Bickley and Murata.
Now you have him going to Arizona, and that's the right spot geographically, Field, for me. You're playing inside. You got, what were we talking about for 3 months now? The Rams maybe looking at Ty Simpson as an heir apparent. The McVay-LaFleur connection leads you to think, if the Rams are thinking of him as an heir apparent to Matthew Stafford, that's what everybody kind of in the media thought. Why wouldn't Arizona? New head coach, handpicked your quarterback. The team you came from likes him. You like him. Fits what you do. And inside, we're not worried about Pittsburgh. When they said we want an AFC North quarterback, maybe not Ty, was what we thought from that comment by their GM. When you go to Arizona and you're Ty Simpson, you mentioned it, Field, you're 6'1" and change, you're 212 pounds, right? Wouldn't you want to play in Arizona as opposed to Pittsburgh or with the Jets and the Meadowlands? We know about the wind situation there. I think the spot for what we're talking about with Ty Simpson doesn't have the great arm, but it's good enough, right? He doesn't have elite traits, all that stuff. Go to Arizona.
Mel Kiper Jr., without the elite traits, go to Arizona.
Yeah, go to Arizona. You guys no good. Go to
Arizona.
They're a bunch of losers. Go there.
Look, we've talked a lot about the Ty Simpson smoke, and there's a lot of smoke. He is the most talked about player in this first round right now. As a quarterback, there's very little mystery about Fernando Mendoza. We know where he's going. He's going to go number 1 to the Las Vegas Raiders. But it happens every year. Just like the draft itself, the elevation of quarterbacks, and it's happening to Ty Simpson.
Mm-hmm.
Charles Davis on NFL.com yesterday, we brought it up at the end of the show. He released a new mock draft where he's got the Cardinals taking Ty Simpson at number 3 overall. Now, what he wrote said, it's the best fit for him. It could be later in the draft. We shall see. But the way this is shaping up, Vic, if the Cardinals, and we don't know.
Charles Davis joining us today at 7:45.
Yes, he will at 7:45. So we'll get more from Charles on that.
Mm-hmm.
But if the Cardinals do indeed have interest or love Ty Simpson and have identified him as the guy they want to pair with Mike LaFleur from day one, they've got basically one option. Well, I can't say that. They could take him at number 3.
Mm-hmm.
If the first round doesn't play out that way, they could trade down, but probably not past 15.
I'd say 13.
Yeah?
I think the Rams would take him if he was there.
Yes.
Even though they're in win now mode, I think the Rams would probably take him at 13 as the next guy after Matthew Stafford.
But we are more than 3 weeks away still from the draft, and I think this possibility of the Cardinals moving up to get back into the first round to take Ty Simpson at the end of the first round, that's a pipe dream.
I think you're right about that.
That no longer exists.
I think you're right about that. Ty Simpson's got a private workout with the New York Jets today. The Jets have the 2nd overall pick and I believe
they're right in the
16th,
middle.
I think.
16th, that's it. The 16th overall, courtesy of the Colts. And so as a result, I think it'll be interesting here because if this really starts to spin out of control, would the Jets have to take him at 2 to avoid the Cardinals taking him at 3? Now that would be typical quarterback mania run amok on draft day.
And it's entirely possible because the Jets are bolstered with the knowledge that they do have another first-round pick, and it's a very attractive pick at number 16. So instead of saying, all right, we're going to get our game record defensively in Arvell Reese or David Bailey or Ruben Bain at number 2, we're going quarterback there. We'll check that box, and we'll still get a really good player at number 16 to appease the fan base. This is getting very, very interesting.
It really, really is. Now, there's all sorts of red flags here that I'm going to bring up a few of them as I've started to do my own deep dive into Ty Simpson and how viable this might be. So Bill Parcells had rules when it came to drafting quarterbacks, and a lot of them don't even apply to today's game the way it is. But his rules were seniors only. They have to have graduated. They would have had to have been 3-year starters with at least 30 career starts and at least 23 career wins. The one thing that's important there is the 30 career starts. There's a lot of people who believe if you don't have 20 career starts, you have not produced enough film to be properly evaluated for the NFL level. Ty Simpson's got 15 career starts.
Yeah.
He's thrown 473 passes in college. It's the lowest figure of any quarterback in the draft in terms of pass attempts as a quarterback who's eligible to be drafted. Now, we also know that there was a whole bunch of injuries that slowed him down at the end of the year. A lower back issue. There was the gastritis that made him lose a lot of weight. But there was also, as I discovered yesterday, a case of elbow bursitis. And I thought to myself, why would a young kid who throws the ball fewer times than anybody else among his contemporaries come down with bursitis in the elbow? Just a question. I'm curious. I don't know. But the bigger issue here.
Plays a lot of pickleball.
Could be. The issue here is the career starts. Trey Lance, Mitchell Trubisky. These are the two warning labels for guys coming out with very little experience.
Yep. Here's Mel Kiper on that subject, too, about the 15 starts, how that could potentially, change the perception of Ty Simpson heading into the draft.
Certainly the 15 starts can't go away. That's a dangerous number. There's nothing you can do to explain that or figure out, I'm going to do better than those guys did. But I think when you look at Ty Simpson coming into the NFL, where does he go? So about 16 to the Jets or in that late first-round area. That number of starts, it comes up time and time again. It's that critical part. There's a whole evaluation of Ty Simpson. You mentioned the turnovers, the inconsistency late. That was attributed to the injury and not feeling like he was anywhere near 100%. So it's a lot to factor in. Some teams will look at those 15 starts and say, no, Others will maybe take a shot. It's where will they take a shot at Ty Simpson? I think if it gets into the latter half of round one, that's maybe why you saw very few of any big-time decision makers there at that pro day not to tip their hand one way or the other.
Yeah, I'll point this out, too. Josh Rosen started 30 games in college. Matt Leinart was very, very accomplished as a college
It's not a hard and fast rule. No, absolutely not.
It's not. It's something that's a guideline, and I think this is changing, too, because if you want to use the Parcells guidelines, 30 career starts, that used to be 3 college football seasons. Now it's basically 2, especially for players at programs like Alabama, where Ty Simpson's from, because they play that many games in a season now with the playoffs and the college or the conference championships. My point is this. If the Cardinals love Ty Simpson for the right reasons, not because they can check a box this year and maybe catch lightning in a bottle.
Not because, oh, crap, we need a quarterback.
Yes, if it's for the right reasons, that they love his game, that they are convicted that he will be a successful quarterback in Mike LaFleur's system, they got to go get him.
I agree. I completely agree.
But if they don't feel that way, 100%, if that number's less than 100, you use your draft picks and all of your assets and build your team.
So here's the other thing. If you were looking for somebody with and the other thing about Ty Simpson, he's not exactly a big guy. He's somewhere between 6'1" and 6'2".
Yeah, towers over Kyler Murray.
Well, there is that. Carson Beck. I know that when we watched him, I don't think any of us were like, wow, that's who we want as a quarterback. Carson Beck is 6'4". He's very tough. And he is 37-6 in college. Now, granted, he's been there 6 years.
He's also 37 years old.
Yeah, right? Right? But he's got over 11,000 passing yards in college.
Yeah.
I wonder if they look at him and see a skill set they can work with. I just know that when I saw Carson Beck, I was like, nah, this guy always makes that bad interception at the worst time.
Happened again. Late in his career. Coming up next, the old saying is pigs get fed and hogs get slaughtered. I don't know if the pigs got fed last night, but the Hogs certainly got slaughtered by the Wildcats. We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-1. Swung on and popped up. This should do it. Betts calls off Hernandez. He'll make the two-handed catch. And the Dodgers overcome a 2-run deficit, and they win at home on opening night by a final score of 8-2.
More reaction to last night's game coming your way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
If your weekend plans include vehicle shopping, you got to know what's going on at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, where value and trust have been the tradition for over 75 years. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and right now, you can get into huge savings with a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab. Save up to $12,236 off MSRP, or qualified buyers can grab 0% financing on select models. Get into a new 2025 Hummer EV or pickup SUV and sweep up to $20,000 off MSRP, or choose 0% financing there too. If you're looking for luxury, how about the 2026 Buick Enclave models? Selected models with up to $6,000 off MSRP, 0.9% financing, and no payments for 120 days. These offers will not last long, so you gotta hurry. All offers do require approved credit. See dealer for full details. Offers end March 31st, 2026. Earnhardt Buick GMC. Find them in Mesa, right off the 60 at Superstition Springs Boulevard, or online at earnhardtbuickgmc.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
A great haircut every time in a barbershop that will make you feel young again. That's V's Barbershop. Dave Burns here. And for Jimmy V, the founder of V's, that was his mission. Hire the very best barbers in town and create that old-fashioned vibe that you experienced as a kid. You open the door to V's, and it's a wave of nostalgia. And when you leave, you have a haircut to be proud of from a barber that you trust. The next time you're thinking about where to go to get your haircut, don't think about it. Go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's. Hey, it's time to snap out of this slump they're in and rebound against the Utah Jazz on Saturday. We'll discuss it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
You're listening, watching Bickley and Murata Mornings in Apache Junction this morning. We would like to say good morning and thank you. We appreciate you. In AJ.
Arizona is really good. And if they shoot the ball that way and do the things they did today, wow. I told my team after, proud of them, what they did this year. And I don't want them to look at one game and take away from what they've all accomplished. But that was a hard one, and they got us from right the beginning. We kind of kept it a little close, but they're good, really good team.
John Calipari, head coach of Arkansas, proud of his team, and I think you could be proud of the journey if you're John Calipari. I wouldn't be necessarily proud on how they conducted themselves late in
it was a bad look.
Game.
Bad look for them.
Very bad look, but that was also part and parcel to how frustrating a night it was for Arkansas because they got blitzed in every single way. When you hear John Calipari say if they shoot the ball that way, the final shooting percentage was north of 63%, rounded up to 64%. During the second half of that game, I was researching what the highest shooting percentage for any team in the Sweet 16 was. Mm-hmm. It's about 68.8. They were on track to beat that for a while.
They were over 68% late in that game.
That's how efficient they were offensively. and just pounding Arkansas down low, dunk after dunk. They hit 5 of 8 threes. Arkansas took 15 more threes, and they had the same amount of makes. They just did whatever they wanted offensively.
Yeah.
And that had to be an uh-oh moment for everybody else that's still standing in this field.
You've got to think that sometimes life really smiles on you and the basketball gods really smile on you. If you're Tommy Lloyd, you've got the best team you've had at a time when a great job is open and you're a hot candidate for it. Cha and ching. So the athletic director at Arizona has spoken, and she said, we are doing everything we can to keep Tommy Lloyd.
Including some, like you said,
Well,
that's
I
hope
so.
That's it.
Now, what's interesting too is that his buyout figure drops from $11 million to $9 million on April 1st. So he becomes easier to poach.
Bargain.
Yeah.
Terrible April Fool's gag.
Yeah. Right.
I hope they are willing to do whatever it takes, and I wouldn't be surprised if he comes out of this as the highest paid coach in all of college basketball.
I think that's going to happen. So I'm real curious to see if this is just a leverage play, if Tommy Lloyd wants to be in Tucson as badly as Kenny Dillingham wants to be in Tempe.
I just don't understand, why wouldn't he? He's proving this is not the same. It's not apples to apples with ASU football, because U of A does invest a ton of NIL money, does invest a ton of money for the coaching.
It's also not apples to apples.
$20 million budget,
sports.
yeah.
Right, and it's 2 different sports.
But what you can't get over, and this is almost across the board for college coaches, the level of competition, the level of achievement that they seek, new challenges, that's why it happens so much. To go to the next place that's considered upward movement in their careers. And look, there might be some debate. I don't think there's a debate. North Carolina is a more prestigious basketball program than Arizona. Right now, it doesn't look that way. North Carolina's home, and they're looking for a coach. Arizona's probably going to win this whole damn thing. But North Carolina is still a destination job. And that's one thing that you can't discount in these situations is the hunger level of coaches to continue to move up and do it at a higher level.
There were reports the other day that Michael Jordan's private plane had seen landing right near University of North Carolina, and some idiots thought, oh, Michael Jordan's going to get the job. No, but what North Carolina is doing is probably enlisting him as chief recruiter. What if Michael Jordan flies out to Tommy Lloyd and says, you're the guy?
We're a LeBron school. Don't you know that?
Yes. Then LeBron comes in and says, how much money do you actually want?
All right, so here's another fascinating detail about Tommy Lloyd's contract. When Lloyd's contract was amended last April to continue through the 2030 season, it did not give him a raise over what he was scheduled to earn in his previous contract, but it included a new clause stipulating that UA must agree with him by every Feb 15 on a roster budget containing revenue-sharing funds from UA and outside NIL funds that will be used to pay players the following season. So those two things right there will tell you what they're going to have to do for Tommy Lloyd. They're going to have to beef up his NIL, and they're going to have to pay him more money. So it's two-pronged, which isn't surprising, but I read this too. I read that, and I don't even know why this might be. I read that there might be this wave of universities pulling back on NIL funding for basketball teams. Did you guys ever see that?
I have not read that.
I haven't seen it, but, I mean, they don't make 1/5 of what the football teams make.
That's it.
But U of A's does make a lot of money. I mean, it's one of the highest grossing programs in all of. Well, I also don't think Tommy Lloyd is North Carolina's #1 choice. I think Billy Donovan is.
Which,
if there's ever a time to get out,
if you could explain that to me,
he's a great college coach.
He was in a different era of college basketball. How could you be at all interested in what he's done at Chicago? That team sucks.
Yeah.
It's a perennial play-in team, man.
I saw a headline today, I think it was on CBS Sports. Does Billy Donovan have the patience for a Bulls rebuild? What? They're not rebuilding?
Give him credit. They are 10th out of 15 teams every year in that conference.
It's hard to do. Look, we played the soundbite yesterday of Tommy Lloyd talking about focus and how that was one of the advantages and one of the reasons why this Arizona team is where it is. And we wondered what that focus would be like with this story out there circulating about his future in Tucson and the flirtation from UNC. Focus was not an issue last night. Mm-hmm. That was, again, I can't overstate it. That was it was close to a perfect basketball game.
I agree with you. And to have the other team be coached by John Calipari and just completely lose their minds and crack under all the pressure, that is a great compliment to UA. And then to hear Tommy Lloyd talk about how they anticipated Arkansas losing their minds.
Yeah.
And how they were going to walk through it. That's big-time stuff, man.
Well, they ran through it.
Well, right.
Arizona Sports and Fulton Homes want to keep your family safe this swim season. For essential water safety tips and free swim lessons from the YMCA, while supplies last, text SWIM to 620-620. Must be 18 or older. Full contest rules available at arizonasports.com. Coming up next, Sammy's going to get us rebooted on this Friday morning. Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Right now, I wouldn't even want to guess who the last 5 guys would be to close out a game in a must-win play-in game if everyone's back. Like who?
Without knowing who the opponent is?
If you know it's Devin, and would you agree we know it's Devin and Dylan?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So if we start there, who's the next most likely player that you know would be on the floor in a closing moment like that? I think it's either Grayson or Colin. It's not Jalen.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
So nagging joint pain can come from a lot of different places. Sometimes it's arthritis. Sometimes it's from years of hard work. Sometimes it's an old injury that never healed properly. No matter where it comes from, it's a terrible deal if it limits what you want to do in your everyday life. Good news is my friends at QC Kinetics are here to flip the script. They are the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine. These are advanced cellular treatments that help your body repair and restore damaged joint tissue, helping your body heal, not covering it up, not cutting it out, actually helping heal and restore. And the results are long-term lasting relief. And folks, this stuff really works. The patient satisfaction reports at QC Kinetics are a staggering 92%. That includes me. I've leaned on them twice for 2 different issues with dramatic results. That includes Emmett Smith, who raves about how QC Kinetics has helped him deal with his joint pain after a career in the NFL. And best of all, there's no surgery, there's no drugs, no long recovery. You walk in, you get your treatment, you walk back out the door. Simple procedures that deliver life-changing results. Go find out what QC Kinetics can do for you. They've got clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
250,000 people across Arizona rely on St. Mary's Food Bank every day. Your donations make feeding them possible, and you can benefit too. In Arizona, there's an incentive called the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit. You can make your donation today and get it back up to $987 on your taxes when you file. It's a great way to help your neighbors in need. For more info, visit stmarysfoodbank.org.
Hey, it's Gambo. If you've got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Mortgage rates have dropped, and now could be a great time to refinance and put money back in your pocket. My friends at Lund Mortgage track rates daily to help you act fast and save. Just email RateWatch@lundmortgage.com, and they'll alert you when it's the right time. Skip the mailers and robocalls. Lund Mortgage gives you the full picture so you can make a smart decision. Email RateWatch@lundmortgage.com and start saving.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi, and I'm here with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, one of the biggest fears people have is whether their retirement income, whether it'll actually last.
Running out of money in retirement is everyone's biggest fear. Market swings, inflation, taxes, they all eat up your savings.
And that's why an income plan is so important.
Exactly. We help clients build a customized income strategy that coordinates Social Security, pensions, investments, taxes, and it shows exactly where your income will come from and how long it will last.
And that kind of clarity takes the stress out of retirement.
Exactly. And you know when your income works, you make better decisions and enjoy retirement more.
And listeners can get that same guidance.
Call 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary consultation.
If you want confidence in your income plan, now is the time.
Again, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Phoenix just had its hottest start to March on record, and summer hasn't even started yet. Before the real heat arrives, let Parker & Sons tune up your AC unit for just $89. Already a member? Your tune-up is already covered. Just one of the many perks that makes membership pay for itself. And here's our promise. If your unit breaks down this summer after we service it, we'll refund every penny. That's our no breakdown guarantee. Don't wait till it's 115 degrees and your AC gives out. Call or text 602-2-REPAIR to schedule.
I'm Sammy Sabolko with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It was pure dominance from the Wildcats on Thursday night. They dismantled John Calipari's Arkansas Razorbacks 109-88, and the Cats danced their way to the Elite Eight on Saturday, where the Purdue Boilermakers await. Opening day for the Diamondbacks was a tough one. The Snakes kept it close, and Gallen was dealing through 4 innings, but an Andy Pages 3-run home run opened it up in the 5th, and the Dodgers poured it on from there. Despite Geraldo Perdomo's home run and good night at the plate, the D-backs start the season 0-1, but they'll send Ryan Nelson to the mound today in hopes of grabbing their first win of the 2026 season. First pitch from LA will be at 7:10 tonight, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. Proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks at thewindowdepot.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Billy and Milano Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
Yes, good morning, 7:30. It is time for the Friday edition of the Rush Hour Reboot. Going to get you guys caught up with the big sports stories going on around the country. And let's start here in the Valley. Diamondbacks opening night last night. Just overall, what was your biggest takeaway from last night, both good and or bad?
I kind of outlined this a little bit earlier. The bad was half of the bullpen that showed up last night was very, very shaky. The base running was bad, and the offense went to sleep and in the final quadrant of that baseball game. The good, I thought Zach Gallen looked very promising. I think the velocity, it looked to me like I could see the difference. I thought Nolan Arenado's defense was awesome, and I thought Jordan Lawler's off to a great start.
Yeah, obviously getting Perdomo going. They're going to have to rely on the top of that order. That was part of the good. I am concerned. Bick mentioned the base running. Torey Lovello singled out the base running, talking about it being sloppy. When that was such a stress, coming into this year after what was a lackluster year on that front a year ago. Now, I know they didn't have their full team for spring training to really hone in on things, because you did have 12 players playing for different World Baseball Classic teams, but that's just that should be non-negotiable. You shouldn't have that many mistakes on the.
Make it such that I wouldn't know that would be the reason I fire or keep him.
Okay.
It's a fair question because he is in the last year of his contract.
Right. Then you feel the same?
Yeah.
Similar? Okay. All right. So let's move now to the NCAA tournament. We'll talk about the Cats in a minute, but on Monday, what would be the best Final Four in your guys' mind?
I mean, you're not going to get all the number 1 seeds. I thought that would have been intriguing this year because 3 of the 4 teams have been the cream of the crop all season long, and Florida was really playing well, but they're not going to be there. Look, Arizona's the best team. You throw them in there. I think people would want to see Duke. I think people would want to see Michigan.
Yep.
And
it's going to be Illinois or Iowa.
I think
Illinois is playing really well, but if you want that Cinderella aspect, it's hard to consider a Big Ten team a Cinderella, but here we are.
No, but again, if you're an Arizona fan, playing Illinois would be a chance to exercise that demon. And then the Iowa thing is that Lute Olson stat that I read earlier.
True. I think a lot of people want to see Arizona, Michigan on that side. And then on the left side, there's been a lot of questions with Duke. Could they lose to St. John's tonight? Sure. Whoever comes out of that region is going to be tested regardless. And then Illinois feels like they're the best team in that little quadrant.
Tonight's region even almost feels like a Final Four all by itself.
Just with the teams of it. St. John's,
Duke.
Michigan State, UConn.
Yeah.
Big games. Yeah. Okay, so the Cats dominated Arkansas last night, but from what you guys watched, if you guys did watch the Purdue game, how do they match up with Purdue? What do you expect in that one?
I mean, it's obviously a way different style in terms of pace, in terms of athleticism, in terms of communication and being buttoned up on defense. Purdue has those things that Arkansas didn't have, but there's a massive talent differential. There's a massive athleticism differential. And, I mean, Arizona appears to be a team that it can adapt to different styles and play whatever style you want to play.
Purdue, obviously, very physical. And they shoot the ball very well.
Yeah,
I think it's a clash of styles, but I think Arizona is equipped to handle that.
I think we've seen it too. The Cats, to Vinny's point, if you want to run like Arkansas did last night, all right, we'll hang 100 on you. If you want to slow it down, we'll hold you under 60 points. Yeah. So I am really interested to see that Purdue game. Okay, so no Suns game last night, no Suns game tonight. Wait, they play on Saturday. So what I did is I did a little cross-sports comparison with the Diamondbacks players and the Suns players. And I'm going to ask you guys if you guys agree with these or not. So player comps. Corbin Carroll is Devin Booker. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I could see that comparison.
Okay. Ketel Marte is Jalen Green. Both uber talented, very gifted. Some little question marks around them.
I don't. Fair? Yes, but
if you have to make a comparison,
sure.
If you have
what I'm doing.
Ketel Marte is arguably the best player on the D-backs, whereas Jalen Green is not on the Suns.
But I could see the connection.
Right. Geraldo Perdomo is Dylan Brooks. Emotional kind of leader.
Heart and soul.
Heart and soul.
Cold like frog.
Aside
like frog.
Again, we haven't really. It's hard to have antics on a baseball field, but Perdomo kind of has that energy that Dylan Brooks has, I think.
Yeah.
All right, Nolan Arenado is Jordan Goodwin. The defense is there, and anything offensively you'll take with a thumbs up.
All right, I see that point.
Okay.
And then Gabriel Moreno is Grayson Allen. When they're on the field or on the court, the production's going to be there, but keeping them healthy is the most important thing.
I like that one a lot.
I like that
actually.
too.
Okay.
Yeah, I buy
because
all of them.
I think those two players you really notice when they're not around.
That's it.
Yeah.
And I struggled with the pitching staff because they only pitch, every 5 days or so. So I did mess around with Colin Gillespie being either Zach Gallen or Ryan Nelson. I couldn't decide which one.
Ryan Nelson.
I kind of thought Ryan Nelson too, like an Energizer bunny, like has the potential to have huge nights. But I didn't get one for Zach Gallen or Merrill Kelly.
Who's the Isaiah Livers of the Diamondbacks?
It's a great question. I think Tim Tawa.
It's a great question.
Off the top of my head, it's got to be Tim Tawa. But
That's
a little
ridiculous.
fun exercise because the Suns haven't played, and I don't know. We'll see how those play out throughout the rest of the year. But there you guys go. Happy Friday.
What's the over/under on Suns points tomorrow night against Utah?
I hope it's a lot, and I hope that this game turns out to be the layup that it should be, put it that way, because the Clippers have got a couple of layups in front of them as well. They've got the Pacers and then another the Bucks. on Sunday. So if the Suns conceivably lose to the Jazz, not to get your anxiety up, Vinny, the Clippers could be at 39 wins on Monday morning, where the Suns would be at 40.
I don't have any anxiety. Because if the Suns don't beat the Jazz, then they're just a bunch of
losers, right? That's it.
130 points, I think, to answer your
I
question.
wrote down a number. I wrote down 132.5 over
nice.
under.
Okay, good.
I'm taking the over.
We are beyond that, by the way. We're to the point in what I no longer will call them a bunch of losers if they lose U of A. I think they need to at least get to the Final Four, but
you're lying.
We've graduated
if they lose to Purdue, there is no way you will not be apoplectic.
Yes. When will you subscribe to the frivolity?
I think the best place to lose, if you have to lose, is in the Final Four. Right?
On the Saturday?
Because you made an accomplishment getting to the Final Four, but you're not like in that game where if you win, you're the champion.
I want that game.
You'd rather lose in the championship game?
I'm with Sammy.
Yes.
I'm with Sammy.
Because you have a seat at that table.
I lived through it and then went to Riot.
Oh, did you? That's right.
2001.
That's right.
Turning over
Duke.
cars,
Boy.
lighting stuff on fire.
I mean,
If
running
it-
from
To Jared's point,
Bring back the third place game.
Is if the Cats are in the championship against Duke and they were to somehow lose that game, it would suck so bad. Because it's Duke.
No loss is going to feel
No,
great
no,
from
it's
here on
not.
out.
Yeah, you're right.
How
you're
did
right.
that Duke team with Con Knipple and Cooper Flagg not win it all last year?
They couldn't inbound the ball.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
true.
no.
And come on, Malawatch.
Yes. All right, thank you, Sammy. I'll reboot it on this Friday. Coming up next, we'll talk some NFL draft and Ty Simpson with the man who projected the Cardinals to take him third overall, Charles Davis, our guest on this Friday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I mean, Nolan Arenado to me is you know what he is because he's been in the league for so long. His hitting has trailed off over the last 3 years. I kind of think it's going to bounce back a little bit this year.
What kind of impact might he have on I don't know, a Ketel Marte? Iron sharpens iron. What is that? Two dudes who actually just work off of each other. It's called chemistry. It's something that you need on a team. Leadership is critical. You can't see it, but man, if you're inside that clubhouse, if you're inside that locker room, you could feel it.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Back in 1974, Spinato's Pizzeria started out with a single location in Phoenix, and here we are in 2026, still a Valley favorite with 6 locations and the official pizza of the Suns and Mercury at Mortgage Matchup Center and the Cardinals at State Farm Stadium. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Yes, Spinato's Pizzeria has been serving up excellence in the Valley for over a half century. And how have they done it? Of course, the family atmosphere has a lot to do with it, but so does the food. The pizza roster is incredible. It features the Chicken Presto Pesto, the Super Six, the Red Zone, the Veg Out, the Courtside Classic. You've got the option to create your own as well, but it's not just about pizza at Spinato's. They have also got delicious salads, sandwiches, calzones, pastas, great appetizers, and don't forget about the desserts and the legendary happy hour. You can check out SpinatosPizzeria.com for all the information on locations, menus, and upcoming events. Spinato's Pizzeria, serving up food that brings people together.
Bring your visions to life with smart business buying tools and technology from Amazon Business. From fast, free shipping to in-depth buying insights and automated purchase approvals, we deliver everything you need to achieve your goals. Go to AmazonBusiness.com for support.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org. Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Is there a tougher gig than being a roof in Arizona, right? Paul Calvisi, or the big heat, monsoon storms. No one knows that better. No one does it better than America Roofing. For real, America Roofing just named Arizona's Roofing Contractor of the Year. It's the very roof over our heads. Don't mess with the rest. You want the best. America Roofing. A+ rated with a Better Business Bureau, and save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com. Repair, replace, home or business, AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
Don't miss out on some of the biggest matchups of the 2026 season when the Blue Jays, Mets, and Dodgers visit Chase Field. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Bickley and Murata.
Getting closer and closer to the NFL draft. Lots of speculation on what the Arizona Cardinals will do at number 3. And here to talk about all of it with us, one of our favorite guests, Charles Davis, NFL Network, NFL analyst. He joins us via video this morning on this Friday. Charles, good to have you on the show, man. How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks for having me back. And it's rare that anyone asks me to be on video, so this is a big deal for me.
That's fantastic. All right, let's jump right into it. Ty Simpson to the Cardinals at number 3. Tell us your rationale.
Yeah, guys, you know, I'm not sure if you read the little blurb.
Yeah,
we have a little blurb that we do with each one of them. And look, I'm not sure I really expect him to go at 3, okay, to be perfectly frank with you. In fact, I expect him not to go at 3. But last year, my second mock draft, I did 3 last year. My second one, I had a strong feeling about Jackson Dart and the Giants. And you remember it was all that quarterback talk last year, right? 1, 2, and who's the third quarterback? And the Giants had the 3rd pick, and I put Dart to the Giants at 3. People came unglued, as you might imagine. Like, oh my God, you just let anybody do these mock drafts. You don't know what you're talking about, blah, 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 blah. Well, obviously I wasn't going to leave him there because I don't do trades in my mock drafts like other people do. Okay, more power to them. I just, hey, there's the pick. This is what I do. It's just kind of my standard operating procedure. Well, we get to the draft because I didn't leave it there for my final one. And sure enough, the Giants make their maneuver at 26. Jackson Dart to the Giants. Here's the thing. If people really like a player, I think we've got to set aside the where should he go in terms of value versus, hey, if we like him, it doesn't matter whether we take him at 3 or we take him at 33. We like him. We want to get him. Remember Travis Frederick, the center for Dallas? Remember when he went, everybody went, well, you can get him in the 3rd round. Turned out to be an all-pro, right? So you're never quite sure about these things. The Cardinals need a quarterback. We know that. If they indeed like Ty Simpson that much, they may very well, Monty Ossenfort and crew may go, you know something, guys? If we play around with this thing, we might miss our opportunity to go back at, you know, right now we're all targeting Buffalo at 26 or whoever that is to trade with to go back and get him. The Jets could very well at 16 with their 2nd pick say, we got to have a quarterback too. Go get him. Pittsburgh, it seems unlikely, but my goodness, you talk about someone who needs a quarterback. They're at 21. We can go right down the line about the different places. To me, Ty Simpson would be better off if Arizona grabbed him rather than the Jets or Pittsburgh or someone else, cold weather outdoor teams. I think an indoor team, better weather is better for this young man. That's just me. And I'm just going to put it on the record, and I've said it many times. I'll say it one more time. I think he's a second-round quarterback. I don't think he's a top 15 guy. I don't think he's a first-round quarterback. That doesn't mean he's a bad player. Doesn't mean he shouldn't go. But with his body of work, and you guys know as much about this as anyone, tell me the quarterbacks who are coming out of college who had 15, 16 starts in their career that in recent years have gone on to be all-pros, Pro Bowl winning quarterbacks. It's usually a major league struggle. Yeah. And that's where we are with Ty Simpson right now.
It is true. You brought up the example last year with Jackson Dart and the Giants, and I found it interesting. And I started thinking about it, Charles. If you were to combine, put this year's quarterback crop into last year's quarterback crop, and I'm talking about the guys that went first and second round, Cam Ward, Jackson Dart, Tyler Shuck. How would you rank Ty Simpson and maybe even Fernando Mendoza if those were all in the same draft class? Do you get what I'm saying?
I totally get what you're saying. If we just take last year's crop, I think there would have been a major fight about Cam Ward versus Fernando Mendoza at the top. I think there would have been a big-time discussion. Some people would have fallen in line with Cam Ward. Others might have said Mendoza based off the year that he just had this year.
Oh, Charles disappeared.
Oh!
Now we're talking about Shuck going in at number 40, right? I think we're much more in that conversation about is he better than Shuck?
Okay.
He might have gotten a little better bounce because Shuck had the injury history. And Shuck is 24, 26 years old. That might have kicked in a little bit. But I think the argument would have been had during that time frame about, hey, what are we going to do? Because I do think Dart still would have come in as the second quarterback off the board. And or the third, depending on how you felt about Mendoza and Cam Ward. And some people would have liked Dart better at 2. I just know that. I just know that to be true. So that's where we are. I know this. I'll leave it at this, guys. People are really getting into playing. Well, where would Fernando Mendoza go if it had been Caleb Williams and Drake May? Don't play that game. You know why? Because it's 2026 and he doesn't have to.
Yeah,
exactly. He's in his own category this year.
Exactly. You're very right about quarterbacks who come out of college with limited experience. Trey Lance, Mitchell Trubisky, they're cautionary tales quite clearly. When you look at the Arizona Cardinals, though, they've got this dilemma here. They've got a brand new first-year head coach. He probably isn't interested in doing any kind of soft tanking, yet all the good quarterbacks are in next year's draft. But the Cardinals, you think. But the Cardinals need a guy. So what is the smartest thing for them to do?
Well, if there's any way possible, right? You get your crystal ball and know that you can make that move and go get him later. That would be the smartest thing, right? Get yourself a guy that you feel like, hey, at 3 is an impact player for you at 3 and find your quarterback a little bit later. But we all know that game is a very dangerous game to play because you just mentioned we believe, and I love how you said that. Thank you for saying it. We believe that next year's quarterback crop is going to be that. Do you remember what we believed going into this year?
Yes.
It's a great point.
That we thought this was a big-time quarterback crop.
We did.
So we're not sure. You better not play that part of the game. Yep. But I also know this. The Cardinals are like they're almost ground zero for announcing to the rest of the world that you can take quarterbacks high and it doesn't bankrupt your team. Because you remember for the longest time before the collective bargaining agreement changed, if you took that quarterback high and then you missed, the rest of your team was totally impacted. Well, when you can trade up to 10 to take Rosen and 1 year later at 1 take Murray, now we all know, okay, you can work through these things. Yeah. Everyone, okay, there it is, folks. And here are the Cardinals again. You might want to keep taking those swings till you get your guy. You can't count on, hey, in 27, we'll go get someone. You don't know what's going to happen between now and 27. Things change because Cade Klubnik was mentioned high. Carson Beck was mentioned high. We can go on and on.
Oh, yeah.
Drew
and
Aller.
Now these guys are looking at, we're talking about 3rd round.
Yeah.
Right? So we're not sure exactly what you're going to get. And how many years in a row now, guys, have we had quarterbacks rise up to the top of the food chain that weren't at the top of the food chain going into their last year? And that includes Joe Burrow. That includes Zach Wilson. That includes Cam Ward. And now it includes Fernando Mendoza.
Absolutely. It's seemingly almost every year now, Charles. Great stuff. Hopefully we can catch up again before the draft. So many other areas we wish we had time to explore with you. But thanks so much for making time for us today, Charles.
Hey, thanks for having me as always. You guys take care of yourselves and enjoy the rest of the spring. I can't believe baseball started this early.
I know.
How about it? Thank you,
But
Charles.
it's here. Charles Davis, NFL Network, CBS. He joined us here via video this morning on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Coming up, Bick kicks off the second half of the Friday show with
Fire!
The Blast. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Buyer beware is great advice, especially when shopping for a new car, as in beware the high price of mediocrity. You will find that everywhere in the automotive world. You will not find it at Chapman BMW, your premier destination for luxury and performance, an award-winning family-owned business for nearly 6 decades. They've got 2 great locations, which guarantees you the best selection you are going to find in the Valley. Talking about brand new BMWs, certified pre-owned BMWs, high-quality used cars, whatever you're looking for, you are going to find it at Chapman BMW. And as many of our listeners will attest, they deliver an exceptional car buying experience. One of our listeners told me it took him less time to roll off the lot in the ultimate driving machine at Chapman BMW than it did to buy a suit on a Saturday afternoon. Red carpet treatment, you're going to feel it the minute you walk into either of those locations. And once you become part of the Chapman family, their state-of-the-art service center is staffed by BMW certified technicians. It ensures your vehicle will receive expert care. And do not forget, you have got a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. So highly recommend, if you're in the market for a new ride, go visit one of their locations, take a test drive, find what you like, get your hookup by asking for Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. He has vowed to hook up every one of our listeners. Put him to the test. You will not be disappointed. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Summer is calling, and Playcation is back at Talking Stick Resort with rates from just $129 and no resort fees for locals. Book now for stays May 15th through September 13th for one unforgettable staycation. Enjoy $25 in free play, $25 towards your favorite spa treatment, and more. Make Talking Stick Resort your summer destination. Book your stay today at TalkingStickResort.com. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Hi, this is Jan from Toyota. You're currently listening to my new meditation guide called Meditating with Jan from Toyota. Take a moment to find a comfortable position. Now soften your focus and visualize yourself off-roading in a rugged new Tacoma. Now, take a deep breath in. Not too deep, because that's patchouli you're smelling, and imagine taking a Corolla Cross to a music festival. Next, picture a bright light ahead. You're hitting the town in a sleek new Camry. Now engage your senses. What do you hear? A donkey. That's what you heard, because you're in a farm sanctuary now in a spacious new Grand Highlander. When you're ready, take a final deep breath in and go from dreaming it to driving it today. That's Jan's meditation.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Event ends March 31st.
Toyota, let's go places.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Opening day was not what the Diamondbacks had hoped for last night in L.A. They dropped their first game of the season 8-2 after Zach Gallen got touched up in the 5th inning, and the Dodgers never looked back, but the Snakes will send Ryan Nelson to the mound today in Game 2 of 162. That'll start at 7:10 tonight right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Wildcats were absolutely dominant last night in their 109-88 win over Arkansas to advance to the Elite Eight for the first time under Tommy Lloyd. 6 Wildcats were in double figures, led by the 2 5-star freshmen Braden Burries with 23 and Koa Pete 21. The Cats will get Purdue on Saturday with a spot in the Final Four on the line. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. It's Chevy Truck Month. Get supplier pricing for everyone on every Silverado 1500 just off I-10 and Ray Road Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
With all due respect to the Rattlers, the Rising, and the Mercury, with all due respect to our college softball teams and golf teams and swim teams, it has been 25 years since the state of Arizona has won a big-ticket championship in sports. And in a country divided by the politics of pettiness, wouldn't it be nice if we could all silently cheer on the Wildcats on Saturday when they can punch their first Final Four ticket since 2001, the same year the Diamondbacks delivered our only major professional title? Now, I know many of you are already shaking your heads, screaming at me at the radio, but I clearly remember many Wildcat fans feeling charitable and showing grace to ASU's football team during their run to the college football playoff. And I wonder if this Arizona basketball team and its very likable head coach can break down even more barriers. Now, longtime listeners know my stance on this. I believe these two schools should fight and feud like siblings that cannot get along. The Territorial Cup in football is considered by some to be the hottest rivalry in all of sports, which is great. There should be all that smoke whenever these schools play one another. But at times like this, can we not put aside habit and reflexive hate for the common good, for our collective identity? After all, we get so little respect and so little attention from the national media. And when we do, it's usually for something very embarrassing or negative. Wouldn't it be nice to prove to them that we're not all a bunch of losers? All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW. Make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
You know, Bick, how I've felt on this subject for years and years.
I'm quite prepared for what's about to come out of your mouth.
Today's blast got me thinking a little bit. And I've thought about it.
Thinking a little bit.
Yeah, thinking a little bit.
Yeah.
I know.
I just can't get past the thought.
Rinse and repeat. I get it. I know. My stance hasn't changed, and neither is yours, and that's perfectly fine.
I'll address part of your blast. If you are a diehard U of A fan who rooted for ASU to do well in the college football playoff, you're not much of a fan. If you're an ASU fan who's feeling you know what? My state's more important. Really? We root for statehood now?
See, okay.
I gave grief. There's a guy in the newsroom whose desk is right outside this door I gave grief to because he's one of those ASU fans. It just doesn't work that way.
Well,
ASU
it doesn't work that
fans,
way for you.
Yeah, ASU fans, I think I'm in the massed majority.
Whoa, hello.
The vast majority.
I went to that club once.
On both sides. I think it's the one thing. It's actually one of two things that ASU fans and U of A fans can agree upon.
Okay.
Mostly.
Okay.
First, that it drives you crazy when you get called the Sun Devils or Wildcats when that's not your name.
Yep.
And B, you never root for the other team.
So if Arizona gets to the championship game against Duke, you will actively cheer against them.
Oh, my God.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I would be insulted and disgusted if ASU fans rooted for U of A.
Right?
It wouldn't
You
feel
feel the
right.
same way I do.
Okay.
I think every U of A fan hates ASU. I think there are lots of ASU fans who went to ASU who are from somewhere else or like there's several ASU alum in this office whose favorite team is not even ASU.
I agree with that too.
But I think if you're an ASU sports fan, you just don't do it. And you're not an alum of either school.
But I have put two kids through ASU.
Now I have a friend that I've brought up on the show before, Troy, aka the Dangler, aka the Troylet, and
yeah, come on, you've got a friend nicknamed the Troylet.
Yes, and he hasn't.
Gee, I wonder what's behind that story.
He's not an alum of either school, so he roots for all of Arizona.
Okay, that's fine. I understand that. But we're talking about fandom here. We're talking about rivalry.
Yeah.
And it's just something I can't. I remember a specific game, a specific period of time where I rooted for Arizona. It was before I was ever a college student. 1988, that was a very likable basketball team that went to the Final Four. And because I put my support behind them, they lost to Oklahoma.
Now, Sammy, you said you grew up an ASU fan.
I did.
So, as someone who grew up an ASU fan, do you have a little more soft spot for ASU now that U of A alum?
I think it very well depends on like the teams and the coaches of it. Like I'm a diehard U of A fan, but I respect the heck out of Kenny Dillingham. Like I think he's a phenomenal coach, and I wish him success. You know. But I don't care about ASU football as a U of A fan. Like I think. To keep going on the Dillingham point, like if he were to have gone to Michigan, I would have been like, it stinks he's no longer in our state. We can't have him on the show. I enjoyed his presence, but I would laugh in the faces of ASU football fans.
I would never suggest that ASU fans or Arizona fans extend this grace to either program on a week-to-week basis.
Right.
I would never suggest that. I would just suggest that if you do not have a team in the hunt, and this is something that benefits the state of Arizona in some way. I don't know how you quantify it, but Arizona winning a championship in basketball changes the national narrative about what sports are like in Arizona.
Doesn't it make things only more difficult for ASU basketball, though?
They're not already difficult enough?
Only more.
I guess you could make that argument.
I mean, but
I don't know. I don't see how it. I would counter just the opposite. I would think that if Arizona wins a title in basketball, that would provide even more incentive for ASU to fund their program because they just saw their rival win a title.
That's interesting. On the hateability.
And again, I'm not trying to convince everybody. Vinny and I have done this probably 15 times in our career.
No, it's
and he's never changed, and I've never changed, and I respect that.
On the hateability scale, where would you rank this particular U of A basketball
Very
team?
low. That's. I was just going to make that point. Look, I'll never root for them to win it all. I don't want. Generally speaking, you don't want your rival to do well. But how can you not respect what this team has done? I mean, with freshmen, the way they play the game, the two losses. They blew the Texas Tech game.
Yeah.
They should have won that game. And they ran into a hot Kansas team that
on the road
wasn't very,
with injuries.
That wasn't very good.
the other thing, as I pointed out, this is a Tommy Lloyd team, not a Sean Miller team. So that part of it instantly makes them more likable.
Yeah, and I think that matters because there were teams after Arizona. The team that won it all in '97 for Arizona was very likable, right?
I disagree with that.
Well, I mean, just from an objective standpoint, right? Weren't they very likable, taking down 3 number 1 seeds, the vibe of that team?
Story was great, yeah.
Then there were a couple
right.
teams after that I remember, they were joyless, and I were like, ooh. The 01 team I loved because of Richard Jefferson.
Jason Gardner, Gilbert Arenas, Richard Jefferson,
Wright. Yeah.
Michael Wright, Lauren Wood.
It was an all-star team.
Luke Walton on the bench.
Yeah.
Eugene Ederson.
Look at this guy, yeah. I love that
team. That was my freshman year.
But then Sean Miller, there was nothing about Sean Miller's teams or that Sean Miller era that would ever compel me to cheer for them.
Yeah.
So I think the likability, at least from my standpoint, does matter. For what it's worth.
Yeah, and again, different viewpoints, different perspectives.
It's all good, yeah.
But see, the last thing real quick is that Vinny will hate U of A, but he at least will respect like what the team is doing. I have people and friends that have gone to ASU that just completely disregard that U of A is one of, if not the best team in the country, and just hate them because they're U of A. And that's what I don't really like. You can dislike them, but respect the fact that they're phenomenal right now.
I tend to agree with that.
You know?
I totally agree with that. Purdue up next, 1 game away from the Final Four. Jarrett, please film yourself tomorrow watching the game. I have to get more on this. The text thread really intrigued me last night when he couldn't even relax when basically it was the Globetrotters against the Washington Generals. I will not partake in this party atmosphere just yet. There's still 7 seconds left in the game.
But like I said at the beginning of the show, that should authenticate that this is not an act from Jarrett. This is not a bit that we're doing. This is very real. He lives this, oh my God, they're going to break my heart again. They're on a 7-0 run and we only lead by 15.
That was one of the least stressful big games, and I was still really stressed for about 3/4 of it.
Hey, buddy, buckle up.
Coming up next, the D-backs open their season on a sour note. Any positives to take away? We'll look into it. Straight ahead here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals have some big Cardinal decisions coming due before the NFL Draft.
With the 3rd pick.
And Arizona Sports is all over breaking Cardinals and NFL news on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, and 98.7 NFL Draft coverage. Brought to you by Bud Light, official beer sponsor of the Arizona Cardinals.
When you're in the situation where you're struggling with paying back your private student loan debt, it doesn't feel great. You feel stuck, you feel embarrassed, you feel like you've run out of moves. I've heard from people in this situation, in that spot, and they want to get out. There is a way forward if you're in that spot, and that way forward is called Y-Refi. Hi, it's Vince Murata, and Y-Refi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That is what they do, and they don't judge you in the process. There's not any kind of grilling or inquisition on why you got into the situation that you're in. They just help you get back on track with a low fixed rate payment you can actually afford. If you've been turned down by other lenders, I know it's discouraging, but honestly, that's when Y-Refi shines the brightest. They build a plan around your real life, not some fictionalized version of it. Your student loan debts don't define you. They don't get the final say. Y-Refi helps you take back control and breathe again. Give Y-Refi a call today at 888-YREFI85 or visit their website, yrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Progressive's Home Quote Explorer helps you easily find and buy the right coverage for you. It's everything you've always wanted. Well, I mean, as far as a website that lets you shop, quote, and buy insurance in one place. But hey, maybe that is everything you've always wanted. Yeah, people have different types of dreams. And if all you've ever been searching for is a website that helps you choose home insurance rates and coverage, boy, do we have great news about Progressive's Home Quote Explorer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Jackson Hewitt has a great tax prep deal, $149 or less. Missing out is like ignoring the check engine light in your car. You'll regret it. Seriously, the price is only $149 or less, no matter how complicated, so don't wait. Like when you get a password expires today alert, or you're shopping online and there's only one item left. It's like your taxes are in the cart, just complete the purchase. Hurry! This deal for $149 or less is like your phone at 1%. It's about to power down. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Howdy, everybody. This is rodeo announcer Doug Mathis for Sanderson Ford Cave Creek Pro Rodeo, March 26th through the 29th. You know what goes great with rodeo? Ford Truck Month at Sanderson Ford.
Save on Ford F-150. Now available with 0% financing for 60 months, plus $1,000 bonus cash and 0 payments for 90 days on all remaining 2025 models.
Don't miss the Cave Creek Rodeo, and don't miss Truck Month at Sanderson Ford.
Requires financing with Ford Motor Credit OAC. Offers expire 3/31/26.
Okay, raise your hand if you're excited about feeling older faster than you should. Exactly. Yeah, I didn't think so. If ongoing pain makes you feel older than you are, there is good news. QC Kinetics patients are getting relief, feeling younger, jumping back into life at full speed. The QC Kinetics medical professionals use the latest regenerative treatments backed by real science. Treatments that take the tiny, powerful healing tools inside your body and concentrate them right where you need relief. That's how Mike is training for a marathon instead of giving up running. Patrick's golf game is on fire again. All real QC Kinetics patients. The sooner you start treatment, the sooner inflammation eases and the sooner joint damage slows down. Find out if you're a candidate for QC Kinetics regenerative treatments. Your visit and consultation are free. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Morana talk D-backs baseball now.
Hey, good morning and thank you to our audience in Guadalupe on this Friday. We appreciate the support coming out of Guadalupe.
I was pleased with a lot of things that we did today, but you can't give out, you get 27 of them and they're all precious. So if you give up 2 outs on the bases, we got to be better. So we got to get on lockdown about that. We feel like there were some trigger points and some things that we were trying to take advantage of, and we just went too early at first base, so we got to be better there. And then you got to read a line drive. So it's not freeze on a line drive; it's get back on a line drive at the big league level. So we got to be better. So we're going to address those things for sure.
Troy Lavello, that line drive play in the 3rd inning. D-backs had something cooking. Cattell Marte.
Yeah.
I was shocked. I went back and looked at the exit velocity off the bat because in real time I was like, wow, he crushed that ball. It was only like 84.6 was what it was clocked at. But it was an unfortunate play because they were able to double the runner off a second.
Yeah.
That led to nothing in the 3rd. D-backs did break through in the 4th on the 2-run home run by Geraldo Perdomo, but that is basically where the offense ended.
Yes, that's
because
exactly
Yamamoto
right.
settled down. Dodgers bullpen came in and did its job, and the bat started going against Gallen in the 5th. Didn't get through 5 innings of work, only credited with 4. And then Taylor Clark of the bullpen really, really struggled. And 8-2 is, again, a team that good, even though it wasn't an awful showing, that's how badly you can get beat by a team like the Dodgers.
All right, so this is interesting because this morning on ESPN, their hyperbolic host, they basically got called out by Michael Kay because they were destroying Aaron Judge for his 0 for 5 with 4 strikeouts on opening day.
How does this affect his legacy?
Seriously, they talked about it for multiple segments after the Yankees won 7-0.
Yes, they did. And it was ridiculous, and they got called out basically as a bunch of clowns, and they had to own up to it today. Because we have become so football obsessed in this country, we roll into baseball season, and opening day is a big deal. It's a big platform, and a lot of people get fooled into treating it like a football game. Like it's 1 of 17, and that the results are really, 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 really important. And oh my goodness, God forbid should somebody strike out 4 times, it's an omen that this whole season is going to suck. It's baseball. It just drones on and on and on and on. And so keep that in mind if anybody out there is getting too goofy with what happened last night at Chavez Ravine, because there was some bad and there was some good. To me, the good outweighed the bad. Not by a ton, but the good outweighed the bad. I've laid out there what I like. I like the way Zach Gallen looks. I like the way his new fastball.
You like the cut of his jib?
The cut of his jib. I like the way Zach Gallen looked. I love the way Nolan Arenado played third base. I love Jordan Lawler getting a double in his first at bat against an excellent pitcher and then making an excellent grab at the wall that I don't think Lourdes Gurriel Jr. could have made. That, to me, is good stuff. The bullpen, there was a little good and a little bad. Juan Murillo was good. Ryan Thompson was good. Taylor Clark was a debacle. Andrew Hoffman, very shaky.
Mm-hmm.
Base running, you mentioned it. Geraldo Perdomo going too early to steal second, way too aggressive. Got picked off, basically.
Yep.
It's a caught stealing, but it's basically a pickoff. And then Jordan Lawler not going back to the bag on a line drive, as Torrey said. This is the big leagues. You don't freeze, you get back.
Well, on the defensive side, too, we're looking at Arenado. There was a play. It was a tough play at first base. Led to a run. The diving play behind the bag that Santana got a glove on but couldn't come up with.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's 2 outs in that. And you know, I think it was Smith was the hitter.
Mm-hmm.
I think if he comes up cleanly, they get out of the inning there without further damage.
I think you're right.
And it kind of squelches the energy that the Dodgers have. So, again, it's one play, but when you're touting the increased defense on the corners, you got to make plays like that.
Fair. And the play that Ketel Marte didn't make before Paez's 3-run homer.
Yeah. Now, that ball was scorched.
It was scorched.
Again, it's a lot of little things that we really dealt with in the first part of last season, where you were hoping really that we were going to come in and everything was going to be cleaned up. At least that was going to be fixed.
Mm-hmm.
It's one game, but
it's one game.
Or at least they're not dealing with an O'Neal Cruz situation.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, because, first of all, you know what I found to be very, very weird? The NFL is opening on Wednesday night this year, just like Major League Baseball opened up on Wednesday night. Isn't that bizarre? A pair of major professional sports opening on a Wednesday night?
It's all about those exclusive windows. But
Yeah,
then
I guess
again,
so.
watch out for those exclusive windows, because if you have a bad game, you're going to get called out by the ESPN radio morning show.
But people saw what happened to Paul Skeens, and they're like, oh, my goodness.
He got shelled.
The Mets blew up Paul Skeens. O'Neal Cruz he might as well had a cleaver with him out there.
O'Neal.
I found it weird that he was wearing a blood-stained apron.
Exactly.
Who says you can't tank in baseball?
I also heard he's dating Alice from the Brady Bunch.
Wow.
And he's delivering. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say the funniest line of that movie. I'm just not. So, yeah, listen, but no, I do think it's important that they win a game this series.
I would like for it to be tonight,
So would I.
again, because I think it's an opportunity for Ryan Nelson. But Geraldo Perdomo, who supplied the offense with the 2-run shot in the 4th, he talked about how to bounce back from a less than stellar opening day.
Be more focused tomorrow, you know. First game, so we get some out in the base, but that's not how we play. And I mean, you know, I give it out in the base and louder, but we're gonna, no, you know what I mean. Like first game, we're gonna be ready tomorrow.
Yeah, gonna be ready. Going against Emmett Sheehan, and then that series wraps up on Saturday. Weird first week schedule for the Major League Baseball. There's no other way to say it. But
Jarrett, who is Emmett Sheehan?
Who is Emmett Sheehan?
He's that redheaded pop star from England with the loop pedal.
I'm in love with the shape of you. I never heard of him in my whole life.
Yeah.
And I really follow baseball, and I really play fantasy baseball. I never heard of him. I was surprised how well he did last year. And he's going to be the next super-duper star ace, so that they have, you know, when 3 Cy Young candidates get injured, he's going to step up. He's going to win 15 games for the Dodgers, and he's going to start Game 2 of the World Series this year and give him 6 innings.
Well, that's what it was last year, because Vinny mentioned it earlier. They had a full starting rotation on the injured reserve last year, so he got to pitch a ton, and he is pretty good. He was one of their bigger prospects.
Yeah.
Man, he and I are the same age. Dang. I'm not pitching for the Dodgers.
He did not pitch against the Diamondbacks last year, but that'll be the matchup tonight. Nelson against Sheehan. And you, of course, can hear all the action right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 6:30. Coming up next, Alabama Crimson Tide getting ready for their Sweet 16 battle. We'll continue to talk March Madness with the Alabama AD, Greg Byrne. He will join us next on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-1. Swung on and popped up. This should do it. Betts calls off Hernandez. He'll make the two-handed catch. And the Dodgers overcome a 2-run deficit, and they win at home on opening night by a final score of 8-2.
More reaction to last night's game coming your way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
It's Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. Why can people trust you to appraise and give them a fair value for their jewelry or watch?
You can't do this anymore and not be trustworthy. People will find out immediately. And sometimes you can hide behind your mother's doing all the reviews or your father or somebody, references from the family and stuff. But eventually they're going to find out you cannot really be trusted. And that's the greatest thing about our business. I'm a long-term planner. I love to work with people and make them feel good about their experience. I want them to leave with a spring in their step when they leave the store. I want them to be happy with the experience. I want them to be happy with us. I want them to be happy with me. And that's how I built my business, Bruce, over all these years, is that what's the right thing to do here for this customer?
You'll find them at the flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Hey, Wolf here, and consider this your green light. It's Truck Month at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. Driving a Ram, Chevy, GMC, or Toyota? This is your moment. Step up to America's best-selling truck, the Ford F-150. Downsizing? Santan Ford's loaded with Rangers and Mavericks. The right size at the right price. Big selection, serious incentives, limited time. Green light means go. So go test drive the toughest, smartest trucks on the road at Tim Hovik Santan Ford off the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagas and Matt Taxus. They're one part of retirement that most people never get ahead of.
That's true, and no one also plans for them. So once you start taking income from your accounts, taxes can impact everything. If you don't plan it right, you're going to pay Uncle Sam more than you should.
But you help people take control of that.
Absolutely. We look at all of your accounts, IRAs, 401ks, Social Security, all of these taxes to build a strategy designed to reduce all these unnecessary costs over time.
And the difference adds up?
It absolutely does. And smart tax planning can save you thousands of dollars over your retirement years.
And listeners can start that process today.
Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary tax review.
Hey, if you want to keep more of what you've earned, make the call.
Again, that's 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Okay, raise your hand if you're excited about feeling older faster than you should. Exactly. Yeah, I didn't think so. If ongoing pain makes you feel older than you are, there is good news. QC Kinetics patients are getting relief, feeling younger, jumping back into life at full speed. The QC Kinetics medical professionals use the latest regenerative treatments backed by real science. Treatments that take the tiny, powerful healing tools inside your body and concentrate them right where you need relief. That's how Mike is training for a marathon instead of giving up running. Patrick's golf game is on fire again. All real QC Kinetics patients. The sooner you start treatment, the sooner inflammation eases and the sooner joint damage slows down. Find out if you're a candidate for QC Kinetics regenerative treatments. Your visit and consultation are free. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It was pure dominance from the Wildcats Thursday night. They dismantled John Calipari's Arkansas Razorbacks 109-88, and the Cats danced their way to the Elite Eight on Saturday, where the Purdue Boilermakers await. Opening day for the Diamondbacks was a tough one. The Snakes kept it close, and Gallen was dealing through 4 innings, but an Andy Pages 3-run homer opened it up in the 5th, and the Dodgers poured it on from there. Despite Geraldo Perdomo's home run and good night at the plate, the Diamondbacks start the season 0-1. They'll send Ryan Nelson to the bump today in hopes of grabbing their first win of the 2026 season. First pitch from LA will be at 7:10 tonight right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Blue Aspen Marketing, experts in SEO and PPC and web development. Schedule a free growth audit for your business at blueaspenmarketing.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. What did the Arizona Diamondbacks do well on opening day, and what didn't they do well on opening day? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
We continue on the Friday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Half of the Sweet 16 over, the other half happening tonight in a couple of different sites, and that includes the Alabama Crimson Tide taking on the Michigan Wolverines, the top seed, with a spot in the Elite Eight on the line. And joining us, first time in a while, Athletic Director of the University of Alabama, Greg Byrne, joins us here on the Arizona Sports Light. Greg, good to talk to you again.
Yeah, good to hear both your voices. It's been a while.
Greg, Jared isn't like begging you for free stuff. Is he any clothing?
No.
Is he?
To remind Greg, when he left U of A for Alabama, he did once send me a U of A hat because he didn't need it anymore. It was tremendous. I love it. So any more free U of A swag that you don't need anymore?
Yeah, the closet's probably a little lighter on that than it used to be. Although we certainly, as long as they're not playing Alabama, we're still certainly cheering for Arizona.
Well, your team obviously still kicking. You got Michigan tonight, but reflecting on the first 2 games, the win over Hofstra and a really, really impressive win over Texas Tech to get to the Sweet 16. How proud are you of the job that the program has done, Nate Oates has done with, some adversity, as we all know, Greg?
Well, there's been some adversity. There's no doubt, and that's stuff that you got to take very seriously. At the same time, too, Nate's done such a good job with the culture day to day inside of his program. I was just actually down in the team area. We were all having breakfast together, and it's a bunch of really good kids, and they have come together well. It's really challenging in this environment today with the constant turnover with transfers and all that. But I think we're at our 5th Sweet 16 in 6 years. Alabama had not done that before, even though we've had some good basketball history in our past. But it's been consistent, and young men want to play for them. They also, families want to have them here too. And so it's been a really fun ride for us. And we got our hands full tonight with Michigan. They're really good. They're physical. They're big. And so we're going to have to go play well. But the team's playing good basketball right now, and we'll see if we can keep that going this evening.
Not to ever suggest that Alabama would ever be a basketball school, but I think that you guys would be in the running for having the best combination platter of football and basketball programs, given maybe how tonight works out.
Yeah, Dan, we've been really fortunate. It's interesting. People think about Alabama. They obviously, with a rich tradition in football, we won national championships in a lot of sports. Gymnastics has won 5 of them. Men's and women's golf have both won national championships. Our softball programs won a national championship. So it's not just something where, we go out on Saturdays in the fall and that's all we care about. We want to be great in whatever we do. And we have a stage and platform like few others. Our brand is one of the strongest sports brands in our country. And so Doesn't matter if you're up in the Northwest in Washington or if you're down in the South Point of Florida. People know who the Alabama Crimson Tide are and pay attention to it. And all you got to do is go in our parking lot by our dorms, and you got license plates from all over the country, and sometimes a lot of international kids too that want to come and be a part of it. So we're very fortunate for that, and we've been able to capitalize that and success in a lot of different ways.
Greg Byrne, the athletic director of Alabama, our guest here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Greg, you mentioned earlier the challenges of the sport right now with the transfer portal. I know John Calipari went on record last night, talked about the difficulties of navigating that. Then you got the NIL. Obviously, it's a good thing for the athletes, but very little regulation right now on how that's working. In your mind, when you just look specifically at the state of college basketball, what is the biggest challenge? What do you think is the biggest problem for the sport overall?
Well, you look at the viewership right now, it's actually up and trending the right way again, which is good because it was trending the wrong way for a while. I think the level of play is still very strong. The biggest challenge is just the turnover, and when it's not necessarily from a basketball standpoint, which it can be at times, because when teams stay together, especially as they get older, they got a better chance to play well because they've been around each other for time. There's value there. More so just academically, and we've had a young man within one of our men's basketball teams the last couple of years transferred in. He was a finance major where he was transferring from and a good student, but the way each school is different, he couldn't transfer and still be a finance major here. And that's not unique to Alabama. That's everywhere where you deal with those types of issues. So the constant transfers and turnover there isn't always very good on that side. The other part is, I know with the three of us, when we were all 18 to 22, we made really good decisions at all times, didn't we? Yeah.
Perfect across the board.
I'm 54, and I struggle sometimes making sure I'm making good decisions.
You and me both, brother.
Tongue in cheek, obviously, but at the same time, too, at that age, those are important years in your development, and one of the things you have to learn and grow with is resiliency. You're going to have challenge. You're going to have issues. Kids are going to screw up and make mistakes. At the same time, too, having the opportunity to learn and grow from those and not just hit the easy button and go transfer somewhere there's value to that. Now, sometimes a transfer is the absolute right thing for a young man or a young woman, but oftentimes it's not always made for the holistic right decision long term for their development of who they are. And so I think that's not a men's basketball issue. That's across the board. I think certainly men's basketball is one of the ones that with the amount of transfers that it happens more often than not.
All right, so you were in Tucson, I believe, from 2010 through 2017, if memory serves me correctly. You were a custodian of Arizona basketball. You know the quest that they've been on. You know the upsets they've suffered. The Illinois game was traumatic. The Wisconsin games, plural, was traumatic. The Buffalo loss. There have been any number of heartbreaks. How do you feel about the team now that they're on the cusp of doing something they haven't done since Lute Olson was here in 2001?
Yeah, well, I tell you, Sean had some great teams, and we were knocking on the door multiple times with the Elite Eights and all that. And I don't know Tommy that well, but the little I've been around him, I've been impressed by him. My oldest son Nicholas, he worked for Arizona for a while and really said all sorts of nice things about Tommy. They got a great team. We played them this year. I went to the game and I was like, holy cow, is that an impressive team that Arizona's put together? They're physical. They're a lot like the Michigan team we're going to be playing tonight. They've got good guard play, and obviously Bradley started at Alabama before he transferred to Arizona. He's an outstanding young man, and so it's fun to watch him play. I just wouldn't want to be on the other side of them again if you can help them, because they are balanced. They have depth. It's really remarkable the job that Tommy's done with that team and the program, done put together really a juggernaut for this year for sure.
All right, let's change gears really quickly. The Arizona Cardinals rumored to be interested in Ty Simpson, who had a great start to the season last year, then had all sorts of issues at the back end of the year. Give us a scouting report on Ty Simpson from your standpoint.
Well, as the AD, he's a great kid. I really, obviously a young man now, and he was a really good leader for us. He was here through the transition from Coach Saban to Coach DeBoer. He was one we could count on in the locker room, and that the kids would rally around. He is really he can make some really good throws. His leg he can run better sometimes than maybe what you think he can. And you know, if he has some guys to throw the ball to, I think he could be really good for whoever takes him, including the Cardinals. You know, Michael Bidwell's a friend of mine. I've enjoyed knowing him over the years. And you know, certainly if that's who they decide to take with their pick, I think they will do very well. He was banged up a little bit in the latter part of the year. He was just in Tuscaloosa the other day. When I walked through our pro day, quickly, I was on my way to something else. I saw him, but he was in the middle of a whole bunch of people, so I wasn't going to interrupt him. But I really, really like Ty a lot, and I'd be really happy if he ended up in Arizona. It'd be fun to watch him out there, try to hopefully make it out to a game and watch him play at some point.
Greg, I'm going to end with it's going to be, at first glance, a weird question, but hopefully you can help us settle something. Do you believe Auburn fans are rooting for the Crimson Tide to do well in the tournament because it's, quote, good for the state of Alabama?
I certainly can't say all Auburn fans, because I do know there are some that actually have some appreciation for the Alabama Crimson Tide and don't root against us. But if I had to say, if it was an election and the majority wins, I would guess most of them are not cheering for us.
All right.
It's just, you know, Arizona State's a great rivalry, and I loved being a part of it. It was an honor to be a part of it. It's, you know, but there are still a lot more distractions from the pro markets, all those different things in Arizona. And here, people are from Alabama. It's multi-generation, and it just, the saying for the SEC, it just means more is a very accurate marketing campaign.
Yeah, I asked because Bick's on his campaign of trying to get Sun Devils to root for Wildcats again, and it just seems like cats versus dogs, and it shouldn't happen, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, you want to keep it civil.
Yes,
you want to make sure that you're not doing anything drastic, but at the same time, too, one of the great things about college sports is the rivalries, and having good fun, clean fun in the process. There's nothing wrong with a little bit of that.
Well, Greg, thanks so much for joining us, and good luck against Michigan tonight.
Thanks, guys. Roll Tide.
Thank you, Greg Byrne, athletic director of the University of Alabama, our guest on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, when it comes to winning championships, attention to detail is very important. And let's just say the top college coach in the country notices everything. More on that straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Diamondbacks were crushed by the Dodgers on opening day, and Alex Weiner has more on what went wrong from L.A. Arizona's balance matches Purdue's with a Final Four berth on the line, and Dan Bickley has the Diamondbacks' roadmap to a successful 2026. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and the madness has begun at Waltz TV and Appliance. And if you're watching these great basketball games thinking, man, I have got to step my game up, head on down to Waltz TV this week, and they've got some incredible deals going on right now. I'm going to tell you about a few of them. Number one, a massive 110-inch Hisense television, normally $15,000. You can now get that for $99.99. That's $5,000 off from an incredible television for a limited time only. If you want to go big without going that big, you can walk out with a 98-inch TCL television for just $12.99. That television is $14.99 at all the big box stores. Proof that Waltz's pricing is as competitive as you're going to find in the Valley. Here's my favorite deal. Right now, if you purchase a 75-inch Samsung QLED or OLED television or larger, they're going to give you a 43-inch television for free. Lots of great things happening at Waltz where you're going to get great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for, and an incredibly knowledgeable staff that can answer all of your questions. Finally, when you go to Waltz, drop my name. You're going to get an additional 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. That is your call. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can find them online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Jackson Hewitt has a great tax prep deal, $149 or less. Missing out is like ignoring the check engine light in your car. You'll regret it. Seriously, the price is only $149 or less, no matter how complicated, so don't wait. Like when you get a password expires today alert, or you're shopping online and there's only one item left. It's like your taxes are in the cart, just complete the purchase. Hurry, this deal for $149 or less is like your phone at 1%. It's about to power down. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, it sounds like Liberty GMC is making some big plays.
You've got it, Dave. During our Slam Dunk Savings Event, the 2026 GMC Train is a real MVP. Right now, you can lease a brand new 2026 Train for just $239 a month or take up to $6,000 off. And if you need a little more space, the 2026 Yukons are arriving daily with leases as low as $799 a month.
So start your deal today at Liberty GMC. Online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
I didn't love those gold shoes he came out in today. He learned what getting your ass ripped is all about. I don't know if that happened very often in Michigan State. That was before practice started. That was a wake-up call. But no, he's really worked hard. He's done a great job.
Curt Cignetti, the head coach of Indiana. Spring practice going on for the national champion Hoosiers, which, by the way, still sounds weird to say.
It sure does.
But it is a fact. Nick Marsh is a transfer wide receiver from Michigan State. He's part of Indiana's program and was asked, Cignetti was asked about him, and that's how he chose to answer. Wasn't crazy about his gold cleats, got his butt ripped for it. Don't know if that happened at Michigan State, but then followed it up with, he's done a great job for us, he works hard.
Yeah. Yeah. So a couple things there. So you've got to ask yourself, what did Curt Cignetti find so offensive in Nick Marsh's gold cleats?
Well, they're flashy.
Well, okay.
They're not a school color.
There's that. And it's the stepping into a new environment, kind of separating yourself.
Look at me.
Look at
I'm
me.
Special. I'm a show off. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. I think it's not only fascinating that Curt Cignetti went in that hard on a player in the month of March, but the way he threw a stray at Michigan State.
Yeah. Don't know if he got ripped like that.
Unbelievable.
That program's got no discipline. That was the translation I took.
He's not wrong. He's really not wrong, right? So listen, so I think it's interesting, but I think the bigger message is that Curt Cignetti, there's going to be this is not a victory lap for him. There's not going to be any letdown or lessening of standards. This is the most interesting man in college football. He doesn't always drink Dos Equis.
But when he does, he gets... What?
He
doesn't always drink beer.
But when he does, right,
He puts on sensible, plain-looking shoes.
that match team colors. And you know me, this is pump this right into my veins, being the old man who gets mad that every NBA game there's like one player on the court wearing a color that could be construed as a team color.
Yeah, no, I know. I got you.
Even Devin Booker. I know he's got his own shoe line now, but Book for years and years and years wore something that was either black, white, purple, orange, something that was related to it.
Yeah.
It's just not even close now.
So it almost feels to me like Curt Cignetti did this as just a wake-up call for everybody. That don't act like you guys have won anything. I don't know.
Is it too much? That'll be the look. If people are reading into this at all, sometimes it's just Curt Cignetti being Curt Cignetti.
Yeah.
But is it too much? Do you have to give a little wiggle room to your athletes? I don't know about that.
He
won.
won.
That's right.
Yeah, Google him.
That's the
Google
thing though.
him,
Is like,
right.
what's his like? Is he going to outstay his welcome? Is he going to wear on people? Maybe. At a big time program with big time recruits and stuff. But as long as he's winning, which he is the defending champion, because my first thing when I saw that was like, oh my God, why would you want to play for a coach that's like that? But he won last year. That's overrides everything.
Why do you think Nick Marsh wanted to play there? Because they won.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And so I think what he's telling Nick Marsh is you can't have one without the other. You can't.
It's like
come
love
here.
and marriage. Love and marriage.
It's a real contemporary song, Jarrett. You only went back about 80 years for that one.
Hey, it was the theme song for Married with Children, which was only 35 years ago.
That is true. But what's interesting to me is this general conversation that we're hovering over right now has become a key talking point in the NCAA tournaments, plural. Hard coaching. Is it acceptable? Is it preferred? Do kids have the bandwidth for it anymore? You've had any number of coaches talk about how soft today's people have become.
Yes. Well, there was the incident in the women's tournament.
Yes.
With the Maryland head coach.
Yes.
And the head coach, and I'm sorry I don't have the notes in front of me, the head coach got in the face of a star player. Hammers captured it. And because it was literally nose to nose.
Yep.
And the exchange was over, and the player moved on to the bench. And if you read the coach's lips, it was a very positive message. It was very intensely delivered.
That's it.
The player in question said, I love hard coaching. That's how you get through to me, is that kind of hard coaching. So if you got intense coaching mixed with a positive message, that to me is the definition of coaching. So many people took offense to the histrionics of it, the appearance of it. How could you get in that athlete's face? You're invading her personal space. Shut up.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Yeah.
And last night, to take it a step further, look, there's questions about John Calipari as a game coach. He can recruit like nobody's business. We know this. Sometimes he's had enough talent to overcome the deficiencies as a game coach to win at a big level. What Arkansas did at the end of the game last night was not a product of quote-unquote hard coaching.
Or discipline.
And then he followed it up by getting a technical foul himself.
It's a great point.
That's the difference sometimes in winning championships.
It's a great point. The idea that young athletes need to be pushed, I think, is a very, very meaningful premise.
Yeah, but there's not many coaches like that anymore.
But they're not.
The old school coach doesn't.
It doesn't really exist.
No, because the players have so much power now, they choose. They don't want to go play for a coach like that.
No.
But if you win a national championship, I guess you at least have some leeway with that.
Well, it's also interesting, too, to your point, Jarrett, is Coach Calipari is still very, very popular with players that played for him at Kentucky. So much so, I mean, Devin Booker's on record. Like, he wore Arkansas shoes. He had a model of his new shoes. Arkansas, his best friend, Tyler Eulis, is on the staff of John Calipari.
That's an SEC rival school.
They're almost rooting for Calipari over Kentucky. That's the allure there.
When you all think back on whether a teacher or a boss who influenced you the most, what archetype did that person fit? Was it the demanding person? Was it the did your feelings not really come into play with that person?
Yeah, chances are, generally speaking across the board, right now you could look back on your academic career and the teacher that made the biggest impression on you wasn't the one that let you skate through everything.
No.
But that doesn't mean that it was enjoyable. Like, the end result could be good. Like, there's people that it was for the best and you learned lessons and stuff, but it was miserable in the moment a lot of times, which...
Okay.
Was it worth it? Wasn't there a different way that it could have been done?
Again, we're from the generation where mental health wasn't a thing, right? Either your brain worked or it didn't.
Yes.
And you had to learn how to be tough and get through things. Is that important? I'll say this. The editor in my life, when I was a young journalist, when I first got hired at the Chicago Sun-Times, I had a guy named Taylor Bell who was the ultimate hard ass. You wouldn't believe the things that would come out of this guy's mouth, but he made everybody better. My guy, Mike Mulligan, who we have on, who's on WSER in Chicago, he was with my crew who worked for this man. He would tell you exactly the same thing. I didn't like it, but I step back and I go, that helped me. Look, so I don't know where to go with this.
Well, I mean,
but I also know
you grew up in that generation, but then you're also the generation that changed it for mine and Sammy's generation because you didn't like it.
Yeah, because
Good point.
As parents and as authority
That's
figures,
a great point.
We are soft as hell.
That's a great point.
That's true. You're the participation trophy. You're the ones that gave out the trophies to our generation.
I got those trophies when I was a kid.
I know
Stop
you always
stop
say
with that
no, I'm just
falsehood.
saying that's not my narrative. That's the narrative that's given to millennials.
But you
and
just
Gen Z.
perpetuated it, Jarrett. Fact.
Oh, that's for sure.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Beck.
No, I think that there's a paradox there somewhere. I think that, like Jarrett said, I am guilty of that. I have been incredibly soft on my kids, but I've also been very involved. And so far, they've turned out very well. But this is a thing in college basketball right now. These old school coaches, whether it's Tom Izzo, whether it's Rick Pitino screaming at somebody, whether it's the women's coach you referenced.
U of A alum,
Maryland,
by the way.
At
Maryland.
Yep. U of A alum, by the way.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, now we know where she found those abusive tactics.
I wish they would hire her.
And the whole thing about the participation trophy in the 80s was you paid like $50 to register for the season, whatever the season was. And the thinking from these organizations was, well, these kids can't walk away empty-handed at the end of the year. They got to have something to show for it.
A ribbon, a trophy, something. Medal.
The participation trophy thing has been blown way out of proportion, in my opinion. Look at me. I turned out perfect. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through some social studies on this Friday. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lavello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know how important the home court advantage can be in sports, and that's exactly what you're going to get from my friends at Advanced Window Products, a local company with an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. They're a local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to the public. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which guarantees you faster turnaround times, no middleman markups, great pricing, and windows that are custom built for your home and not generic sizes that are retrofitted by some crew on site. Now, most window companies are just resellers, not at Advanced Window Products. They're going to build your windows, install your windows, then they guarantee them for life. And that installation is done by vetted, trained, full-time crews, not subcontractors. That's why reviewers constantly praise their installers for cleanliness, communication, and craftsmanship. I had them replace all of my windows. Couldn't be happier with the way the whole thing turned out, how my windows looked, the installation process, the cleanup process. It was immaculate. And remember, during their spring special, you get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. If you need fewer windows, they will prorate that discount. Call 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
Whether it's getting back on the court or back to everyday life, recovery takes the right team. At the Barrow Neuro Rehabilitation Center, that means a combination of world-class neurological specialists who share one mission, helping each patient reach their unique recovery goals. Nationally ranked in rehabilitation, Barrow Neurological Institute is dedicated to maximizing independence and quality of life for people with conditions of the brain and spine. It matters where you get your neurorehabilitation care. Learn more at barrowneuro.org.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, I know so many people that retired, they worked so hard, they built up that nest egg, and then they don't realize that they're going to get hit on taxes, even on Social Security. How do you help people like that?
Well, here's the thing. I think you're absolutely right. Number one, Social Security tax comes by surprise. People almost always owe money their first year in retirement because they never thought Social Security is taxable. That's why it's important to have a financial plan that includes a tax plan. And how do you do that? You have tax-efficient or tax-free retirement in retirement, not just all those 401ks and IRAs. And there's tons of solutions there.
As long as I've worked with you, you've always said it's not about how much money you make, it's about how much money you're able to keep. If you want a great plan going forward, call Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Giving hope to children in foster care doesn't cost you a dime when you redirect your 2025 Arizona tax liability to Child Crisis Arizona. The qualifying foster care tax credit allows you to contribute up to $618 individually or $1,234 jointly to Child Crisis Arizona and receive a dollar-for-dollar tax credit. Give now and change lives forever. Together, we can ensure all children are safe. Visit childcrisisaz.org.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Opening day was not one the Diamondbacks had hoped for last night in L.A. They dropped their first game of the season 8-2 after Zach Gallen got touched up in the fifth inning, and the Dodgers never looked back. But the Snakes will send Ryan Nelson to the mound tonight in Game 2 of 162. That'll start at 7:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Wildcats were absolutely dominant last night in their 109-88 win over Arkansas to advance to the Elite Eight for the first time under Tommy Lloyd. 6 Wildcats were in double figures, led by the 2 5-star freshmen, Braden Burries with 23, Koa Pete 21 points, and the Cats will get Purdue on Saturday with a spot in the Final Four on the line. And with less than a month till the NFL draft, for everything Cardinals draft related, be sure to head to arizonasports.com today. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford, doing business the right way for over 70 years. No hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, down the stretch we come on today's show and on the week, so that means it is time for Social Studies. You can find us at Bickley_Murata on X, at Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook, and watch us on YouTube at Arizona Sports. We had fixed our little technical difficulties, so be sure to head on over to YouTube and watch us over there. But
I didn't know we were having technical difficulties.
Just in the YouTube, the voices that our voices weren't
The lips
syncing
weren't synced to the
with our mouths,
audio.
so
Just the first hour of the show.
That can be a frustrating experience.
Yes, but it's all fixed now, so be sure to watch us over on Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Hey,
So
look at the camera now. That could be a frustrating experience.
just giving everyone a whirlwind this morning. Okay, our first question, opening night for the Diamondbacks last night, an 8-2 loss. Some good, some bad, but overall, what are your expectations for this Diamondbacks season and why?
79 wins is what I'm on record for.
Okay.
Yeah.
I hope that I'm wrong.
As I wrote today, the Diamondbacks, 84 is about the number you need to be the 6th seed in the National League playoffs. The Reds got there last year with 83. The Diamondbacks got there with 84 in 2023. So that's the number that they have to target. Can they get there? That's going to be a stretch. So to me, I've got moderate expectations.
Okay. I love Darryl Lee's answer. He said, I expect Corbin Carroll to run really fast. I expect Perdomo to be cold like frog. I expect Gambo to call him Perdermo 687 times. And I expect Ketel Marte to strain a jaw muscle eating sunflower seeds and ask for a couple of days off. And finally, I expect fans to want to fire Torey Lovello 57 times this year.
That's a very, very funny post.
I like that one.
Things will happen.
And Daylight Films says, I'm currently attending Hopium Anonymous meetings, and my sponsor said I shouldn't use the term expectations as it relates to Arizona sports teams.
Wise.
And then lastly, Eddie V says, a game or two below 500 is what this team has been the last few years. He doesn't think anything will change for now. So a lot of answers right around that 500 to 75, 80 win mark. All right. Our next question, Jared, this was based on the U of A team this year, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so uber talented U of A team crushed Arkansas last night. But the question here is, regardless of how they actually wound up doing, what was the most talented team in Arizona sports history?
Most talent on the team.
That's a great question. I was thinking about this the other day because that 2023 Diamondbacks team went to the World Series.
Right.
They were an 84-win team. The Cardinals went to the Super Bowl. It was a 9-7 season.
Right.
They got blown out by the Patriots, who didn't have Tom Brady. Most of our teams that have gotten there, they're not world beaters.
Yeah.
I would say, contextually speaking, that Cardinals team, before Tyrann Mathieu injured, was lost for the season in Philadelphia. That would have been 2015.
Yep.
Yes.
Or maybe one of those Steve Nash Suns teams. 04, 05.
Wildly talented team. The 92-93 Suns team, you can certainly make an argument for them.
Yes, that's a good one.
That didn't have a ton of Hall of Famers on it. It did have Barkley, Kevin Johnson,
Dan Marley, Tom Chambers. I mean,
Chambers sort of on a little bit on the downside.
Chambers and KJ should be in the Hall of Fame, and KJ is actually up for it this year. Probably some of the Arizona basketball teams of the past.
Yeah.
The 96 Arizona State football team was absolutely loaded.
Okay.
With talent. People didn't think it was at the beginning of the year, but that was a special team.
Yeah, a lot of 99 to 02 Diamondbacks.
Yeah, that 2000 team was it 2002 team. Didn't they have a better record?
They did.
Won over 100 games, right?
Or the 99 team was actually loaded with talent too. Their second year of existence, they won 100 games that year.
Yeah, they won 100 games that year.
You had one of the greatest of all time Hall of Famer, Randy Johnson, and then several other borderline Hall of Fame players, Gonzo, Mark Grace, Matt Williams, Kurt Schilling.
I'll read Jimmy Nova's because he doesn't take this where I think it goes. He said, the 2014 Phoenix Mercury team, hands down, but he said honorable mentions in no particular order. The 2019 Arizona Rattlers, the 1975 ASU football team, the 1994 Phoenix Cobras. I don't even know what the Phoenix Cobras are.
Vinny?
It was like roller hockey.
And then he went on to say the 1972 through 1974 Phoenix Roadrunners. What an answer from Jimmy Nova. Okay, and lastly, our last question. Bick, we were talking about, well, Jarrett brought it up, but yesterday, the recognition of the last name Bickley on your son's field trip yesterday, right? Or how did that happen?
Well, yeah, how this happened is that I gave a shout out to my son who was on a bus with his classmates to Disneyland. And I found out last night that the bus driver's husband is a big-time listener of the show. He called his wife, who was the bus driver, and the bus driver asked the people on the bus, "Is there a Bickley on the bus?"
Yes.
And then I riffed that my son was probably thinking, "Oh no, what class did I fail? What did I do now?"
So it brought up
the Bickley on the bus goes
right. I was thinking the same exact thing.
Wow. So it brought up this question: are your kids proud of what you do for a living? Are they embarrassed? Are they indifferent? And how did you feel about your parents' job when you were younger?
I mean, that's the second part of it is a good question. I remember my dad, when I was very young, was a New York City police officer, so I remember being worried a lot.
Yeah, I bet.
as a child, but I was proud of him. I think, like we said, Bick and I have different experiences here because my kids are into sports, so I think they care.
Fair. And Jared and I don't have any kids, so we can't answer that question.
Nothing you know about.
Yeah, sure. And then, well, yeah, my dad was a doctor, my mom was a dentist, and I knew I never wanted to be any of those things, but I was like, power to them.
Yeah.
Dillingham on the
you've got access to great health care.
Oh yeah, it's great. Dillingham on the course says, "Wow, y'all are getting deep today." And then Mike Wood's answer was, "We have a running joke that my kids have no idea what I do for my job, and I'm okay with this because all they know is that I am a dad."
I think unless you have a specifically interesting job, I think a lot of kids don't really know what their parents do.
Yeah, maybe. That's accurate.
They're kind of like, I go to work, I'm the dad. Okay, and
I've told the story many, many times about how my kids just get incredible amounts of glee when, like, reading comments whenever I'm getting trolled or dragged online. They just think that is the funniest thing in the world.
My kids hate it.
But what do they think
can't
about
stand it.
growing up? What did they think about when you get recognized in public? Because my family gets a kick out of that still.
Yeah, no, we were at lunch one day, and I was on television talking in that Dennis Rodman documentary. And they're like, "Wow, Dad, look, there's you." So, but I think my kids just don't want to give me that satisfaction.
Yeah. Can I read one other response to this?
Sure.
From Ricky. "My kids were very proud of what I did during my working years and looked forward to bring your kids to work day. My dad was a milkman. I was shy about telling my friends about what he did for a living, but now realize how hard that was. He was a 2-time Purple Heart recipient." Look, my mom was not a Purple Heart recipient, but later in her life, she was always a stay-at-home mom. When we got old enough, she went to work. She went to work at the high school I went to as a lunch lady, which, when you're in high school, it's not exactly a badge of honor. But I look back now at how proud I was of her for doing that late in life. And it was actually, as I got older and a little bit more mature, I'd see her. I'd wave. My friends all went to say hi. So I get where Ricky's coming from.
Nice. There. And I do want to wrap by mentioning our Mock My World from 2 days ago. I forgot to mention it yesterday. Dan Bickley with a 0.4% victory over Jarrett Carlin's team.
Ooh, is the voting still open, though?
No, it is closed.
Oh.
Of the best nicknames in baseball history, Team Bickley, Mr. October, Hammerin' Hank, Donnie Baseball, and Crime Dog beat Team Jarrett, the Big Unit, Kung Fu Panda, the Big Dumper, and the Wizard by 0.4 points.
Wow.
And so the standings, in case we're wondering, I have 4 wins, Dan 3, Jarrett 2, and Vinny and Luke Lipinski with 1.
I got 10% of the vote with Oil Can, Charlie Hustle, Cool Papa, and Catfish. Come on, people.
I know. I thought my team was good, too. But
thanks, Sammy.
Yes.
That's Social Studies. Coming up next, we will check in with our Alex Weiner, who's in Los Angeles, was at the D-backs opener against the Dodgers. We'll talk some D-backs baseball with Alex next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-1. Swung on and popped up. This should do it. Betts calls off Hernandez. He'll make the two-handed catch. And the Dodgers overcome a 2-run deficit, and they win at home on opening night by a final score of 8-2.
More reaction to last night's game coming your way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
It's Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. Question for you. I've heard that gold is at an all-time high. I know there's people that have a drawer or the back of a jewelry box. Maybe it's pieces they've never worn or don't wear anymore. Maybe they inherited something. How easy is it to turn that into cash?
They walk out with a check. Oftentimes, they're really flabbergasted by the amount of money that it's worth now. His gold was $300 an ounce for 25 years, which is really significant. So even if you have one charm left over and one earring that doesn't match anymore and a broken chain and something like that, you can get a little bit of money and go out for dinner. So it's fun. One of the other things is that you can come in anytime we're open. You don't need an appointment. We're flexible to work with your schedule, and we'll get you in and out of there quick.
You'll find Oliver Smith Jeweler at their flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important, trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Murata talk D-backs baseball now.
1 in the books, 161 to go. Before we continue, shout out and a good morning to our audience in Sun City. Appreciate the support from Sun City. 161 to go. That begins tonight for the Diamondbacks against the Dodgers. Game 2 of that 3-game series. Dodgers took the opener 8-2, and here to talk about it with us, checking in from Los Angeles, our very own Alex Weiner covering the series for us at Arizona Sports. Alex, good morning.
Alex.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Good. We've been talking about our takeaways, and Bick's encouraged by what he saw from Zach Gallen before that 5th inning. A good day for Jordan Lawler. There's the other school of thought. Maybe there's no positives to take out of a 6-run beating at the hands of the 2-time world champs. But what stood out to you in the opener?
Yeah, I thought Zach was really sharp early, and that's a really tough lineup to get through. 1 time, 2 times through. And he was getting swing and miss with the slider pretty consistently. The fastball velocity was consistent with where it was in spring training, up around 94 miles an hour. And he got through some quick innings. He was very efficient. So I thought there was some good signs from him early. And he ran into some misfortune that, ball gets through the infield. Would have been a tough play for Ketel Marte to make, probably a playable ball, but, it's a hit. It's not an error. And then the little dribbler kind of sets the table for Pages there. And at that point, he just wasn't able to keep the train on the tracks. And then, elsewhere defensively, there was some really good moments from Nolan Arenado. Jordan Lawler looking good in left field was a good sign. The play was really impressive up against the fence. But then on the flip side of it, the offense after the 2-run home run from Geraldo Perdomo really didn't do anything, and losing a couple of outs on the bases early to prevent Yamamoto's pitch count from getting up and higher and getting him out of the game potentially. There was a lot left on the table offensively, I thought last night.
Yeah, so last year, Jordan Lawler went 31 at bats before he got his first hit. Last night, it was his first time up. Do you think the psychological significance of getting off on a good start for Jordan Lawler?
Yeah, I would imagine it's pretty significant. I mean, remember the look on his face after he got his first hit last year and the relief that came with that. So to be able to get in there and it was a 2-strike count, I believe, if I recall correctly. And he was able to stay back on one and line it into left field for a ground rule double off of the reigning World Series MVP and, at Dodger Stadium on opening day. All that stuff's got to be a pretty good confidence boost for him. It's been a good spring for him. The approach has looked good. He's learning a new position, and that's gone pretty smoothly. So I think getting off to a good start with how valuable he can be, given the upside with his speed and power and athleticism, I definitely think that's a big deal, and they're going to need him to get going and impact this team pretty early on here.
Alex Weiner, our D-backs insider from Los Angeles, he was at the season opener against the Dodgers last night, checking in here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Look, we talk so much every offseason, Alex, about bullpen construction and how it's coming together and how there's a great deal of luck and catching lightning in a bottle and all of those things. But there's also always that built-in consternation, if you will, about the bullpen with the Diamondbacks. I don't think the level of consternation has ever been higher than it has been going into a season opener this year because you don't have any left-handers. They are affected by injury, and then you have a meltdown by Taylor Clark, and Hoffman looks shaky at times too. On a scale of 1 to 100, how big of a concern is the Diamondbacks bullpen after one game this year?
I think it was a little bit up there before we got into the games yesterday. Like, as you mentioned, it's not ideal that you don't have a left-hander. And they went into the offseason, there was a lot of closers and back-end relievers on the market, but they were very expensive. And, ultimately they decided that their money was better used elsewhere, most notably in the starting rotation, while they pieced together a bullpen with, smaller one-year deals for a Taylor Clark, who was really good last year, but obviously not good last night. And Paul Sewald, who was, a bounce back candidate, and, they make the trade for Cade Stroud, who, I'm sure will make an impact on this team at some point, but didn't have the spring I'm sure a lot of people would have wanted. So they kind of pieced it together. They obviously brought in a lot of young relievers last year. So the bullpen is going to be, it is going to morph a little bit as we go along here. But yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot you can point to and be like, that's a guy who's been on top of his game the past 2 years that we can give the ball to in the 8th and 9th inning that we just know is going to have a 2.1 ERA or something like that. So there's obviously going to be a lot of questions about how they close out these games or maintain leads until we see it.
Well, until we see it, has there been any talk from Torey about what an A bullpen looks like? If a starter goes 6 and you got a lead, what 7, 8, 9 looks like right now? And we know Sewald in the 9th. I would assume Ginkel's part of it, but is there any further talk on that?
Not really. A lot of the bullpen and how it's going to be handled, it's a lot of like, you'll see when we do it. I would imagine Ginkel and Sewald are going to be the back end guys, especially with Ginkel being able to get out lefties pretty well over his career. And so you can kind of throw him into different matchups if you're leading. We saw Thompson last night when they were only down by 2 runs and he had a great inning. So maybe it's a good sign. He was good down the stretch last year too. So I would imagine, it's going to be pretty familiar with those 3 and in some high leverage roles. And then maybe somebody like Jonathan Loaiska, just with the plus stuff, the ability to get ground balls, would figure into that mix as well.
All right, Pavin Smith was a late scratch from the starting lineup. He's got some elbow issues. What do you know about it, and how serious might this be?
Yeah, this popped up a couple weeks ago where he was shut down for a few days, but it wasn't seen to be too serious. Didn't really have much imaging done, and he came back and he said he felt nothing. He felt like everything was totally fine. He played a bunch of games at the end of spring training, and so it kind of popped up on him recently. He said the night before opening day, it really started to dog on him a little bit, and then he got to the ballpark, got some treatment, and got a bat in his hand, and he said he just really felt like he couldn't swing, like it was too sore. So he said he would probably get an MRI today, and so maybe we'll know more when we get to the ballpark later. But not a great sign when your designated hitter can't swing a bat.
Yeah.
Well
and
said.
we also had a discussion earlier, Alex, about Ryan Nelson getting the ball in game 2. Big step for him. He's probably been the Diamondbacks' most consistent starting pitcher for a year and a half. I think this is a really big early season potential statement for Ryan Nelson. Do you agree?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, this is the best lineup he's going to face all season. He's somebody who, would have been considered probably for opening day start. They end up going with Gallen. It's something that he said he would love to do at some point in his career. He has that kind of high expectation for himself, and he continued to kind of pitch with a chip on his shoulder a little bit, saying like even if I have a spot in the rotation, I got to keep pitching like I don't have one locked up. So I think all that leads into a season where it profiles as one where it's like you can get pretty excited about what Ryan Nelson can give you, based on the last couple of years, based on kind of how sharp he looked in spring. The fastball's playing up, the breaking stuff is looking really good. So it will be a good early test because there's no lineup quite like the one he's going to face tonight.
True.
And if he can get through it and look as sharp as he has throughout the spring, I think that says a lot about what you can expect from Ryan Nelson early this season.
All right, really quickly, Alex, what do you think of making Ketel Marte the dedicated leadoff hitter? We know that alternated between he and Corbin Carroll last year. Do you like it? What do you think it's going to translate to in terms of on the field?
Yeah, Torrey said, they would give it a go for a couple of weeks and check in and see how it's going. We wanted kind of some pop at the top of the lineup, kind of similar to the Dodgers with Shohei hitting leadoff. At the same time, for me, maybe it's just more of like a traditional outlook, but I like Perdomo drawing, a 7-pitch at bat to lead off a game. Although Ketel had a 10-pitch or 8-pitch at bat or whatever it was to lead off yesterday's game, so that was a job well done by him. I like Perdomo hitting up there just based on his ability to get on base for Corbin and Ketel behind him. But I guess I see the logic where you want to, kind of get a guy who can kind of punch the pitcher in the face a little bit with some power, and then you get Corbin and Perdomo behind him. It also, I think, puts some onus on the back end of the lineup to get on base more, like your Lawler and Alec Thomas, so that you get to the top and there's Ketel Marte to drive them in. Yeah. So probably not the way I would go, but I understand the logic to it.
Alex, great stuff. Thanks so much for joining us. We will talk again soon.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Alex Weiner covers the Diamondbacks for us at Arizona Sports. Checking in from Los Angeles, where he was at the season opener. Tonight's game, game 2 of that series, of course, you can hear it here on Arizona Sports 98.7. 6:30 pregame coverage is when that begins, also on the Arizona Sports app. Coming up next, Jarrett's got you covered, making you laugh on a Friday.
If he's finished it.
Yeah, if he's finished it.
I think he's wrapping it up, isn't it?
Yeah. Wow, that was a very confident thumbs up. Sports Kebab next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-1. Swung on and popped up. This should do it. Betts calls off Hernandez. He'll make the two-handed catch. And the Dodgers overcome a 2-run deficit, and they win at home on opening night by a final score of 8-2.
More reaction to last night's game coming your way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
You're done with college. It's in the rear view. You got your degree. You did well. But now it is time to pay back your student loan debt. And maybe you're thinking, wow, I'm drowning in this debt. Nobody's going to help me. Well, let me stop you right there. Why Refi will help you. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and helping people escape distressed or defaulted private student loan debt is exactly what they do. They work with you to build a low fixed rate payment plan that actually fits your life. It's not a Band-Aid. It is an actual path forward. And here's the thing. They don't make you feel bad about it. There's no judgment. There's no grilling you about how you got into the situation that you're in. They know life happens. They just want to help you move forward. If other lenders have told you no, don't think that that's the end for you. Why Refi was built for people who've been told no. Your student loans don't have to control your future. You can take back control today. Give Why Refi a call at 888-WHY-REFI-85 or visit whyrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here. If you want a smarter and faster way to pay off your mortgage without changing your lifestyle, listen up. It's the Ownership Accelerator loan from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator helps homeowners pay off their mortgage decades faster by using the income you're already making. It lets your cash flow work against your loan balance every single day. Galaxy Lending Group is a full-service Arizona mortgage company, and their owner, Harold Perkins, always tells me, Tom, 30 years is optional. And once you see this loan, you'll understand why. Most of Galaxy's clients are paying off their homes in an average of about 5 years. Yes, you heard that right. 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Go to GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. That's Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It was pure dominance from the Wildcats Thursday night. They dismantled John Calipari's Arkansas Razorbacks 109-88, and the Cats danced their way to the Elite Eight on Saturday, where the Purdue Boilermakers await. Opening day for the Diamondbacks was a tough one. The Snakes kept it close, and Gallen was dealing through 4 innings, but an Andy Pages 3-run home run opened it up in the 5th, and the Dodgers poured it on from there. Despite Geraldo Perdomo's home run and good night at the plate, the Diamondbacks start the season 0-1, and they'll send Ryan Nelson to the mound tonight in hopes of grabbing their first win of the 2026 season. First pitch from LA will be at 7:10 tonight, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. When something breaks at home, every moment counts. Parker & Sons delivers home service in minutes, not days. Voted number 1 15 years and running. Call or text 602-2REPAIR.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
All right, today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is what was the biggest storyline from the Diamondbacks' opening day loss versus the Dodgers? Was it the bullpen struggles, Zach Gallen's rough 5th inning, Geraldo Perdomo's hot start at the plate, or the base running mistakes?
Of all those, probably Gallen's 5th inning.
That's where I'm voting.
Because the first 4 looked so good.
That regardless of how much better or how good he looked for the first 4 innings or for the first 3 innings, his line for opening day was exactly the same as last year.
Yeah. So that's coming in at 35%. Second to the bullpen struggles at 49%. Perdomo's hot start at the plate, 10%. And base running mistakes, 6%.
All right, that is today's Sanderson Ford poll question. It's a new one today, and you can vote on it on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
I had a weird thing happen a couple weeks ago. I looked out on my front porch, and I spotted a coyote. And it was kind of my fault because I'd ordered a package from Acme. You have to be a certain age to get that joke.
It's sports news skewered. The Sports Kebab.
All right, Jarrett. Hot off the presses.
Oh,
Literally,
baby.
The ink is not even dry.
I didn't even have to wait till the commercial break to finish it this time.
Wow.
It was the last segment. So we are.
And I see multiple pages there too.
Nah, it's just I can't figure out how to print it on one side. So I had to.
There's a little box.
I know it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Anyway. This is the Sports Cover. Plus, I'm a little distracted because it is 12 hours later, guys, and I'm still buzzing from U of A's dominant win over Arkansas. It was unbelievable. And how about U of A's performance? Scored right away, which led to everything being over way quicker than we thought, and one side being extremely disappointed. Reminded me of my wedding night.
Oh!
Seriously, what a game. The Wildcats were relentless on offense, and Arkansas put up no resistance. Layup after layup after layup. The path to the basket was more of a straight line than the family tree of an Arkansas fan. Seriously, did you see some of these Arkansas fans? Look, I'm not one to talk about other people.
Never.
But I think SEC is both the initials of their conference and the first three letters of the last grade of school any of those rednecks went to. I don't know if you saw this in the news, but there was a travel health alert put out this week for the dengue fever. This is real, real. You could, yeah, I know. Except in that Arkansas fan section, it's the ding-dangy fever. It was so nice to shut them up, especially shut up that sleazebag John Calipari. You know, they paint this guy as an elite coach, but he underachieves almost every year and never lives up to the hype. He is not a great coach. He is like a knockoff, fraudulent version of a great coach. He's Rick Pitino. I mean, what kind of coaching was that? What kind of defense was that? All U of A had to do was drive at a defender, and they scored every time. I haven't seen someone from Arkansas give it up that easy since Bill Clinton.
Oh, boy.
Clinton, of course, was famously a huge fan of the Hogs. He also loved Arkansas basketball.
That's brutal.
But seriously, if I could be serious, I couldn't believe how bad their defense was. On any given play, their defenders looked more confused than Gambo trying to find the opening night Yankees game on a streaming service. I'm not saying there was no rim protection, but we would have faced more shot blocking possibilities if Arkansas's center was that cornhole player with no arms and legs.
Oh, my.
Did you hear about this story, by the way?
Crazy.
A professional cornhole player with no arms and no legs reportedly murdered someone. Boy, if I thought I was an underachiever before. Shows you can do. Now, I will say that the suspect with no arms and no legs denies committing the murder and didn't know what happened. His exact words were, "I'm stumped." Now, seriously, an athlete murder suspect with no legs and no arms? Boy, he really makes that Oscar Pistorius look like a loser, huh? Allegedly. Now, they can really, this is crazy. I mean, this story, they can make a movie about this guy, like a sequel to The Fugitive, for example. Remember, that suspect had no right arm, not to be confused with the D-backs bullpen, who are suspect and have no left arms. But it's not just Arizona in the tournament. There are other great stories. How about that Nebraska-Iowa game? Wow, man, Nebraska and Iowa. That matchup had everything except melanin. Holy crap, those states are whiter than Rick Pitino's suits. But it is nice to have new blood in the tournament, right? This is the first year in decades that there is no Kansas, Kentucky, North Carolina, or UCLA in the third round. even Florida, the defending national champion, is out. Though in that case, it may be because of restraining orders. Todd Golden is no longer allowed to attend anything called a Sweet 16.
Oh, my goodness.
Which brings us to, in conclusion here, no, Jared Karnak, the magnificent. I'm in a good mood today, guys. Can you tell?
Yes.
All right. First one here. Razorback.
Razorback.
Oh, no.
Razorback. What instructions do I give my wife when she shaves me before the summer? Razorback. All right. Next one. Arkansas. What does Noah keep in his garage? And finally, $5 a gallon.
$5 a gallon.
Ripped from the headlines here. $5 a gallon. What is Sean Miller's salary to sweat ratio? There you go, the Sports Kebab.
Wow. That was edgy.
That was
Edgy,
yes.
yeah.
That was a heater. Good stuff.
And that Clinton joke just about killed me.
Yeah.
That is funny, though. The one thing I think about, that's a very memorable national championship team because Bill Clinton was obviously there was the governor of Arkansas, and what was it, 40 Minutes of Hell?
Yeah, there was a time when Arkansas was like the center of pop culture. It was
Yes.
Nolan Richardson, 40 Minutes of Hell, Bill Clinton, and Jerry Jones came from Arkansas.
Yeah. As far as I know, Arkansas basketball has really not been relevant before or after that, right?
For the most part.
I mean, this is the most with Calipari there.
Yeah.
Anyway, there you go. Sports Kebab,
job,
everybody.
Jared.
Here's a
Bear down.
call back to earlier in the show. Again, number 66 for the Pittsburgh Penguins is who, Lemieux?
Mario Lemieux.
And who's the head coach of Arkansas basketball?
John Calipari. Did I say Parry? Parry? I don't know.
We were just having the discussion. I've heard it gets said both ways all the time. Just interesting. I'm very focused on your vocal patterns
Thank
today.
you.
Well done. Sports Kebab every Friday with Jared Carlin. Also want to remind you can be a part of the legacy in every stride. Enter to win a family 4-pack for Pat's Run on April 11th in Tempe. Celebrate with us, honoring Pat Tillman's life as a Sun Devil, Cardinal, and Army Ranger. Head to the contest page at arizonasports.com to enter to win race entry passes. Coming up, some final thoughts on this Friday as we head out to the weekend. Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
My bold prediction is Ryan Nelson makes the All-Star team. I think he's that good.
That plays into, and the stat, if you missed it, 69 pitchers who have thrown at least 200 innings as a starting pitcher. 69.
Okay.
Ryan Nelson is 18th among them with his 3.20 ERA.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've seen his face on Valley billboards, Valley buses, television commercials during Suns games. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and it's a fun brand, but know this, the work they do is extremely serious, and when you're hurt in an accident and it's game time, they play to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice. Sweet James Accident Attorneys, a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They've even got a full in-house trial team, and all that trial experience they have gives them incredible leverage when dealing with those insurance companies, because those insurance companies know Sweet James will not back down, which is why they not only win 98% of the time, but they consistently deliver some of the largest settlements in the country. And remember this, big insurance, corporations, defendants always stacking the deck against everyday Americans, lowballing claims, delaying payment, denying justice. Sweet James fights back. And remember, having the right attorney on your side can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. And if you are ever injured in an accident, do not settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
What if you had to skip breakfast and lunch and dinner? At St. Mary's Food Bank, that's a reality for many of our neighbors in need. 250,000 people rely on the food bank every day. Your donations are what makes feeding them possible. Donate and get a $1 Arizona charitable tax credit, up to $495 for individuals and $987 for couples filing jointly. Learn more at stmarysfoodbank.org.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children and water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and get free swim lessons from the YMCA while supplies last.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
For windows and doors that combine style, performance, and efficiency, come to the Window Depot. We carry a large selection of Milgard windows and patio doors, with many options in stock and available today. Choose from a variety of colors, styles, and energy-efficient designs that can help improve comfort while adding value to your home. From new builds to window replacements, our team can help you find the right Milgard products for your unique project. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you.
It's Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. I don't want to make reference to how long you've been doing this. How long do you tell people you've been doing this?
45 years. Yeah, I do. You know, I started selling chains in the beginning because jewelers had such an egregious markup. You know, markups allowed on something that you create and you make yourself, and I get it. You know, you're allowed to make money as an artist. But when it comes to buying a chain and selling it again, I wanted to be that guy that was fair with my prices. And I wanted to be able to take care of my customers. And again, I wanted them to be happy. I wanted them to skip out of the store and not going out of there thinking, oh my God, what did I do? You know, so it's really important for me that they have a really great experience when they come into one of our locations.
You'll find Oliver Smith Jeweler at their flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
We got the dengue fever. There's a ding-dangy fever. The ding-dang-do fever. Chris Stapleton. Wow. Name of the song? Arkansas.
Fires.
Of course, it's about a big boat with 2 animals of every variety on it. And a
saw.
And a saw.
And a handsaw.
Yeah. You're familiar with this song, right?
I am, yes.
Look at the joy on Sammy's face when we play country music.
Oh, Chris Stapleton is one of my favorites.
How do you get a voice to do that?
I don't know. It's phenomenal.
Sometimes it's just not fair. Chris Stapleton, Arkansas, today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata, going off the grid.
Off the grid.
Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
So we talked a little bit about it yesterday, but I went back and I wanted to see it in greater detail, so I watched the end of the Minnesota-Houston basketball game from the other night, the Timberwolves and Rockets.
Yeah.
Which might have been the craziest basketball game in the last 10 years in the NBA, the way it
pretty
is.
insane.
Minnesota blows a double-digit lead in the last 3 minutes. Houston nearly loses in regulation. Alperen Sengun makes an unbelievable play to block a shot at the buzzer.
Bloodies his face.
Where he comes down and lands on his face.
Yep.
Houston then goes on a 13-0 run to start overtime. The whole place, there's not 1 ounce of energy in the whole place, and somehow Minnesota comes back and ends on a 15-0 run.
Yeah.
that, as you pointed out, and this run ended with Kevin Durant missing a free throw down 2, the first miss by him or any member of the Houston Rockets from the line. They tried to miss the second one. It was a crazy game. If you got the access on ESPN, go back and watch it.
Yeah, it was nuts.
Bill Simmons commented on his podcast about he summoned the body language doctor and how everything is just wrong with the Houston Rockets.
Wow.
He talked about the Şengün play.
Okay.
So it was an unbelievable individual defensive play. In transition, with the clock running out in a tie game, Minnesota comes down, and Şengün goes higher than I've ever seen him go to block the shot. He gets his legs cut out, basically, lands on his face, gets up, walks off the floor after preserving this lead, blood dripping from his lip.
Mm-hmm.
Not one teammate goes over to say anything to him.
I noticed that.
He also pointed out Ime Udoka doing one of the worst coaching jobs of the year. Says he doesn't even like his team. And if he really wanted to get deep into the conspiracy theory stuff, the Rockets have not been the same team since the All-Star break, which is, oh, by the way, when all the Kevin Durant burner stuff happened.
Now, again, that Kevin Durant burner stuff, you'd be an idiot if you didn't think that it was going to cause a rift. No matter what he did to mitigate it, if he was implying that his staff at Boardroom had done it without him knowing it, and he fired them all, those guys are not dumb. They are like, okay, look, it's just, this is really validation. And it's mind-boggling to me. It truly, truly is. But it truly isn't, because we experienced it ourselves. Yeah, that All-Star game scene, I remember watching this going, Kevin Durant's never going to be the same after this.
And he's played, the individual stats.
Nothing ever affects his stats.
Yeah. Except for free throws in the last seconds.
And there's no way that wasn't a choke job. I'm sorry. It just was. It barely hit the front of the rim.
Against another team in Minnesota, which, by the way, has had its fair share of choke jobs. I don't think either one of those teams is taken seriously as a playoff contender because of their late-game struggles.
Right. I think you're right.
But
after
highly
the game
entertaining
was over,
game.
Julius Randle was asked, how did you come back? How'd you do it? His answer, Udoka. That's what he said.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah, so these Rockets, I don't know what's going to happen to them. They've lost 2 games in a row. Are they playing tonight?
I haven't checked the schedule. I can look it up real quick.
Because could you imagine if they do a full-on collapse and the Suns steal their 6th seed?
Rockets are in Memphis tonight.
Okay, they can't lose
Go Grizz.
Go Grizz.
$8 if you want to go to that game.
That's
really?
Yeah.
Tickets are $8 right now.
Wow, they'll pay you that much.
The problem is the airfare will cost you $180,000.
Yes, and 2 years off your life.
Yeah, true.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Purdue, Arizona. We got to get the current gauge of the anxiety level of one Jarrett Carlin going into the game.
U of A is a better team and should win fairly easily.
I think this
fairly easily.
Yeah, I don't. This matchup is, from a talent standpoint, I totally agree with you. Purdue's got that interwoven. If you look at, there was a graphic on where starting fives in the Sweet 16 started their college careers, and they're all Purdue. Like they just stay there. They learn the system. They live the system.
You got to worry about teams like that.
Yeah,
yes.
when they're living the system, it is a worry. I think Arizona still should win, but I think it's going to be tight.
See, I haven't thought about it once today. It's a tomorrow problem.
Put it off. Why let it ruin your Friday?
Yeah. Why let it consume me right now?
Good point.
We are going to have a lot to talk about on Monday morning.
No doubt about it.
No doubt about that. Fun week. Thanks to Charles Davis, Alex Weiner, Greg Byrne for joining us. Thanks to you for hanging out. As always, we appreciate it. Wolf and Luke are up next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. We'll see you Monday, and we leave you with this.
Star power.
Star power. Is your voice okay, Jared? Star power.
That was Jared's impression of Pat Summerall gasping for air. It was really good, by the way.
Pat Summerall now.
Pat Summerall it was Pat Summerall's last live read for Star Power.
On his deathbed, gathering his grandchildren around him.
I did look up Schneid.
Did you? What'd you find out?
The term originates from German, the word Schneider, which means tailor.
It's from the German word Schneider, which means the handyman from One Day at a Time.
That's going to be the name of my autobiography, upgraded to questionable.
Often people, when they listen to my thoughts on things, they say, boy, you must not be a sportsman.
On tomorrow's show, Sammy Bikini Car Wash.
Luka gaining weight during the season is like when Artie Lang got fatter after he got addicted to cocaine. It doesn't seem like it makes sense.
You butt munch.
You butt munch. You booty head. You duty head.
You duty head. You booty head.
Hey!
Hey!
Woo!
Can you hear me?
It all ends. The Bears are going to bear.
Sweetness just coughed up the football.
Ow! My neck hurts.
Hey, Manfred, start your season on a Monday, you hump.
Like, oh my God.
Oh my God, my wingspan.
Oh my God.
My wingspan is like so wide.
Like totally. Wow.
Gag me with a claw.
When there's a will, there's a way.
Why are you guys trying to run him out of town?
Precipitous. Well,
we're waiting.
We're waiting.
Bush.
See, Cinderella's dead.
I will go on to great things, and I will credit you none. Forever?
Ever, ever?
Forever, ever.
Short people got.
Dig, if you will, a fastball. A really fast-moving pitch.
Lola, she was a showgirl. Meet me at the Apatapata.
You're not smart. How'd you do that?
It's not about the card.
What a loser.
I took a picture of it to send to people, and I was like, it doesn't look that big.
Localizable.
What if I want to hear Dion and the Belmonts with my patty melt?
We need to wear more bikinis.
Jared's a lover.
When I'm brought in as a guest OBGYN.
Then you're just eating a pumpkin.
What a jinx.
That was the Ryan, I am not done.
The one sport I actually kind of know is baseball.
Is there a gas leak in the studio?
Jared, you fired up?
Yeah.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Did you know GoodRx can help you save on medication, manage prescriptions, and get trusted health information? If you're one of the millions living with a heart condition, check GoodRx for an easier, more affordable way to manage your health. GoodRx offers common heart medications for under $30. Just search for your prescription, find the best price, then show your pharmacist the GoodRx coupon. And it works whether you have insurance or not. To start saving and better manage your heart health, download the free app or visit GoodRx.com today. GoodRx is not insurance but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Ready to free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business empowers leaders with smart business buying tools, leaving time to focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future at AmazonBusiness.com.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99 now at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
A great haircut every time in a barbershop that will make you feel young again. That's V's Barbershop. Dave Burns here. And for Jimmy V, the founder of V's, that was his mission. Hire the very best barbers in town and create that old-fashioned vibe that you experienced as a kid. You open the door to V's and it's a wave of nostalgia. And when you leave, you have a haircut to be proud of from a barber that you trust. The next time you're thinking about where to go to get your haircut, don't think about it. Go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
It's tournament time, and the only bracket that matters is the one saving you thousands at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. Welcome to the Truck Month Showdown in the 1 seed F-150 powerhouse contender Ranger, Super Duty, Cinderella Sleeper, Lightning, and they're all advancing with 0% financing, 0 down, 0 payments for 90 days. While other dealers get eliminated early, Santan Ford is cutting down the nets. Drive off in a brand new truck today. During Truck Month at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford, your deal just made the final round. SantanFord.com restrictions apply. Not all buyers will qualify. See dealer for details.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
The target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Opening day was not what the Diamondbacks had hoped for in L.A. last night. They dropped their first game in the season 8-2 after Zach Gallen got touched up in the 5th inning, and the Dodgers never looked back. But the Snakes will send Ryan Nelson to the mound today in Game 2 of 162. That'll get going at 7:10 tonight, right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7, and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Wildcats were absolutely dominant last night in their 109-88 win over Arkansas to advance to the Elite Eight for the first time under Tommy Lloyd. 6 Wildcats in double figures, led by the 2 5-star freshmen, Braden Burries with 23, Koa Pete 21, and the Cats will get Purdue on Saturday with a spot in the Final Four on the line. And with less than 1 month till the NFL draft, for everything Cardinals draft related, be sure to head to arizonasports.com today. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Summer playcation is back at Talking Stick Resort. Locals get rates from $129 with no resort fee. Book now for stays May 15th through September 13th for an unforgettable staycation.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, and my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Friday. It's the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what's up?
Yeah, what's going on, Luke? How you doing?
Great.
Yeah.
Just great.
Great.
Jamal, how you doing? Great?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we were all having a good little laugh in the prehab base in audience. The prehab, of course, is the meeting before. Isn't that right, Luke? The meeting before we actually go on air. We call it the prehab. And, of course, there we were, and we were talking about what a joyful night it was.
Oh, yeah, fantastic. Anything you could ever ask for from the world of sports. The sort of night that makes you question why you follow sports. So the Seahawks already won the Super Bowl this year. The Dodgers might go undefeated. U of A is definitely winning the championship. So I know that appeals to some of the audience, but to the other half, it really doesn't appeal to them.
Well, first of all, though, aren't you just abandoning every bit of respect for competition that is out there?
Yes,
if you
I
say
am.
that.
Yes, I am.
Honestly, right now.
Yeah.
Okay, they played really, really well. The U of A looked really, really good. Ron Wolfley reporting. They
scored
really,
250
My
points?
sources.
I think, yes, it was. They looked really, really good. Ron Wolfley reporting. And once again, it's just a situation. You always have a chance, ladies and gentlemen. If you've got to compete, you've got a chance. What, you're saying you don't think Michigan has got a chance?
Michigan is the only team I think has a chance, but Michigan's playing an Alabama team tonight that hits 100% of their three-pointers some nights. So I'm not even sure Michigan's getting there. Michigan is the only team. I think Duke would beat U of A if Duke was at full strength, but they're not, and they're not going to be at full strength.
Everybody remain calm.
Look, the U of A thing wouldn't even bother me as much if we didn't already endure a Seahawks Super Bowl and the Dodgers looking like maybe the best team ever.
Oh my goodness! How about that? The Seattle Seahawks. Let that settle in right now, because I don't believe it's settled in at the Wolfley compound. Did you say the Seattle Seahawks?
You trying to make me throw up on the air?
Super Bowl.
I already have.
They are the Super Bowl champions. Is that what you said right there? The Seattle Seahawks. Okay.
Yeah. I mentioned this to you before the show, Wolf. 10:15, we're going to talk about U of A. 10:30, we're going to talk about any regrets we have in life. 10:45, we're going to talk about gas prices, and we're just going to make this the funnest show ever.
Can you imagine if we actually did that, Base Runnies? If we sat around and talked about regrets in your life?
Yeah, it's on the show sheet, Wolf.
Can you imagine that?
I think Jamal actually wrote it in.
Yeah.
I guarantee you that if we open the phone lines, we'd get a ton of calls. A ton of calls.
Yeah, we would.
Well, there was this one time back in '76. Okay.
That's where this is kind of heading.
Okay, just knock it off.
It would be like the because you remember the year the Cardinals made the NFC Championship. Obviously, you do because you were at the game, and they played Carolina.
That, yeah.
And Jordan Bird and I remember Jordan Bird.
Yeah.
Jordan Bird and I. Shout out to Jordan Bird out in Goodyear right now.
Yeah, what's up, Bird, man?
One of the best. Him and I were tasked to host a 6-hour post-game show after that game, before the game had happened. I mean, the program director's like, you guys are going to host from midnight to 6 a.m.
Okay.
You're going to host the post-game show. And I was like, well, what happens if they lose? And like, doesn't matter. People will still call in. And if they win, it'll be great.
Wow.
Now, they did lose, obviously, and it wasn't that good of a game. Like, the problem was, it was like kind of over in the second quarter. Like, they fought back, but it was kind of like they never really had the lead. People were I remember people calling in from Peoria at 3:37 in the morning to talk about that game. Like, the phone lines were jammed
honestly,
for 6 hours.
You're up at 3:30 in the morning. What are you doing?
Because it was such a rough game.
Okay, yeah, no.
So to your point,
how'd you know I was in Peoria?
So to your point, yes, if we just took calls on regrets for the next 4 hours, I think we'd get them.
Just brutal right now. But you know what? Yes. What are we talking about in this beautiful part of the program? Let me look at the show sheet. There it is.
This is, we're going to start with, if you have one miscue against the Dodgers, they're just going to put up 8 runs on you.
Oh, my goodness. You just got to be kidding me right now. I mean, this was a game. It was a game for 4 innings, and it looked really, really good. You felt like, okay, you've got Zach Gallen out there, and Zach Gallen was doing a very, very good job. I think he gave up 1 hit at that point in time. He had given up 1 hit. He looked really, really good. And then the 5th inning showed up, Basin Orleans, and that's where it got a little sideways.
Yeah, just 1 or 2 miscues, not even errors, but just miscues, and all of a sudden the Dodgers jump on you for 4 runs in the 5th and 4 runs in the 7th, and that's it. I mean, you can't make mistakes against this team, and the challenge is starting your season against this team, because it's going to make you look worse than you are in some cases.
Yes, and once again, it was a situation too where you could just see it. How many people watching this game last night, watching the Diamondbacks and the Dodgers game, when you looked at their lineup, player after player after player that just kept coming up to bat, when you looked at the Dodgers lineup, you were filled with this, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. They are, you were talking about this before. You could take Freddie Freeman off the team. You could take Mookie Betts off you could take Shohei off the team. And this would still be a team that could compete.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying for the whole thing,
but
would be competitive.
If you took any one of them off the team, I think they'd still be the favorites to win the World Series. Even if you took all 3 off the team, they'd be a decent team.
Decent team, yes.
I'm sorry I even invoked the name during the show yesterday, but I used Andy Pajes as the example yesterday because he was a high-end Dodgers prospect for a while. He had 27 home runs last year. I think he had 21 steals maybe. Like, he is a really good outfielder on most teams. On this team, he bats 8th, and he probably looks over his shoulder and is like, what happens if they go out and sign Aaron Judge in a year? You know what I mean? Like, and sure enough, he homered last night, but it's just, these guys that are lower in the lineup, I mean, Teoscar Hernandez hits 7th. Pages hits 8th. Those guys would not be hitting 7th or 8th on 90% of the teams in Major League Baseball. They could get nothing from them and just be fine. And so the challenge, if you're the Diamondbacks, and I'll say this, I mean, it doesn't feel this way right now, but over their last 30 games against the Dodgers, they're an even 15-15. They can play with this team. They were playing with them last night. But that's not to try to sugarcoat just how good the Dodgers are. And this might be the Dodgers' best team in the last 3 years. And if you're the Diamondbacks, if you're Zach Gallen, you're dealing with the fact that this is how you're starting your season. So you can't overreact. Confidence can't be destroyed because you just gave up 8 to the Dodgers. Most teams are going to give up 8 to the Dodgers.
You know, it was a situation where you looked at Yamamoto taking the ball. Did Yamamoto pitch well in the World Series? Did he?
They should not be allowed to have good pitching. If you're going to have a lineup like that, you shouldn't be allowed to have good pitching.
I'm just saying, you know what, to honestly, there he was out there, and ultimately, in the end, Basinonians, even though, again, Zach Gallen did well through 4 innings, Yamamoto definitely pitched better than Zach Gallen did. And the Dodgers lineup was better than the Arizona Diamondbacks lineup was. Their bullpen was better than the bullpen for the Arizona Diamondbacks as well. I guess in every phase, you could just see the difference. And it was just one game. Okay, so this is where I have a tendency to overreact because a game is a game. And a game is important. It counts. It's real.
We only have one game to look at right now.
We only have one game, and yet you've got 161 more for the Diamondbacks. And I think this is where you really got to be careful in regard to overreacting. And it's the only time of year you're ever going to hear me say that. Don't overreact.
Yeah. Well, I think there's a lot to it. I think it's certainly, for all of us watching, you don't need to be better than the Dodgers during the regular season to make the playoffs. Now you can't go 0-13 against them. Last year they went 6-7. The year before they went 6-7, and obviously the year before they swept the Dodgers out of the playoffs. You gotta be able to hang with them, but you don't need to be better than this team to make the playoffs, and that's the goal: make the playoffs and see what happens then. That said, you don't want to start the season 0-2 or 0-3, no matter who it is, and it's the Dodgers. Like, you want to beat the Dodgers. So I said this yesterday, Wolf. If Zach Gallen has an outing that he doesn't like, I just don't want it to carry over into the Detroit series. And we saw it play out yesterday. One hitter through 4 innings. But then, you get into a little trouble, and Andy Pages hits a 3-run home run, and all of a sudden it unravels. But it wouldn't have unraveled probably like that against most teams in the league. So you don't want to see them carry negativity over beyond the series.
Man, it wasn't like it was all negative either, too. It was a situation where, stop and think about it, they had a lead. they took the lead in this game. And I was like, wow, this is really cool, Geraldo Perdomo.
He looks like he's picking right up where he left off.
How about this, Perdomo and Predator once again? I like that combination.
Oh, there you go.
Predator and Perdomo.
Arizona Sports and Fulton Homes reminds you that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off your kids around water. Text SWIM to 620-620 for a chance to receive free swim lessons from the YMCA while supplies last. Got to be 18 or older. Full contest rules at KTAR.com. When we come back, well, U of A undeniably looked really good against Arkansas. What does that mean now for the rest of the tournament? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-1. Swung on and popped up. This should do it. Betts calls off Hernandez. He'll make the two-handed catch. And the Dodgers overcome a 2-run deficit, and they win at home on opening night by a final score of 8-2.
More reaction to last night's game coming your way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know how important the home court advantage can be in sports, and that's exactly what you'll get from my friends at Advanced Window Products. They are a local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to the public. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means you get faster turnaround times, no middleman markups, and windows that are custom built for your home, not generic sizes, retrofitted on site. Now, most window companies are just resellers, not Advanced Window Products. They'll build your windows, install your windows, then guarantee them for life, and that installation is done by vetted, trained, full-time crews, not subcontractors. Their windows also engineered for Arizona's extreme climate, which lowers your energy bills year-round, and during their spring special, you can get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110. Find them online at advancedwindows.com.
Ahoy, matey! Is that a new phone? Aye, Captain, that's my new Samsung Galaxy S25 FE. You must have paid a pretty doubloon for that. Nay, 'twas zero down from Cricket Wireless. So, you plundered it. Nay, again, 'tis a monthly payment plan with bread pay. You're shivering me timbers. I shiver you not. Me first payment is next month. Aye, that's not a plunder. That's a steal.
Get a new Samsung Galaxy S25 FE for $0 down when you pay over time with bread pay. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Subject to approval of credit application. Bread pay loans are made by Comenity Capital Bank, a Bread Financial Company.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, I got a great tax guy. He does a good job for me every year, but I'm always keeping 5 years of records from behind. He never looks forward and has a plan for me going forward. But when you work with you and Asset Preservation, you guys have a tax plan for the future.
Absolutely. Look, most people think that their tax plan is when they file taxes, but that really is just looking backwards. You must look forward. Tax planning is about how you can save taxes in years to come. If you don't have a financial plan that includes a tax plan, I think you're missing out.
And most financial advisors do not have a tax plan for you going forward, which is why I recommend you make the phone call right now and get a free portfolio review with the same guy I work with, Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Call 602-877-PLAN or go online at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Now the script's about to kick off. This party looks whack. Let's take it back to straight hip-hop and start it from scratch.
Hey, it's Bernsey, and Arizona basketball breaks through. They are now 1 win away from their first Final Four in 25 years, and we're talking about it on today's Bernsey and Gambo show. We start at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Shout out to Maricopa. What's going on, Maricopa?
Oh, my good friend Robert. What's up out there in Maricopa, Robert?
I feel like you have like a specific person you know in all these cities that throw out.
Yeah, I do from time to time, yeah. Not all of them.
Not all of them?
No,
we're going to find one
not
later
all
that
of
you don't have, but Maricopa right there.
Yes.
On the YouTube live chat, Gray Mantle. Gray Mantle is great on the YouTube live chat.
Gray Mantle. What's up, Gray?
Chimed in with Illinois is going all the way in March Madness. Illinois, great run here. And
Shocker,
and good. I mean, Illinois is that's they look really good. They got Houston to play their game last night, which Houston obviously is very good. But I said this earlier, and I'm going to stick to it. I hope Gray Mantle's right. I really do. But I don't think anybody's beating U of A at this point. And I said at the start of the tournament I wanted to see what they look like against Arkansas. Arkansas, the only team from that region, I think has a shot against them. Now I've seen it. and I don't need to see any more of it.
Yeah, that was it was amazing because I think Arkansas, for the most part, based on earnings, I thought they played, especially in the first half, I thought they played super, super hard. And I thought they were hanging around. They were hanging. You could see it. It was a situation where the U of A would build a 14-point lead, and then they'd fight back to 11. They'd get it down to 11, and then to 9 once. And, you were thinking, man, Arkansas is hanging around. They're fighting. They're battling. And then in that second half, it just got sideways on them in a big, big way. Think about it. Arizona beat Arkansas 109 to 88.
Yeah, and there was, first of all, you don't see 109 a
You
lot
don't see that.
in college basketball, especially in the tournament. Secondly, there was a lot of sports. There was a lot of good sports going on last night, or at least in interesting sports. I don't want to say good because I don't think any game went the way I wanted it to, but it was tough to stay tuned into that game when it was like, okay, Arkansas is doing everything they can, like you said, but they're doing everything they can to try to cut it to single digits. Like they're probably not going to come back and win. Meanwhile, you got like Illinois-Houston going on. You got the Diamondbacks game going on. Those two early games last night in basketball were great. They both came down to the final like maybe 2 minutes in the Iowa game, but the final second in the Purdue game.
Yeah.
By the way, Nebraska, 4 players on the court on that play.
Oh, my goodness. That is more on that as the show unfolds.
Yeah.
But, it was, again, the Wildcats, they were in control in this game from start to finish, were they not? It was a situation, again, where I thought Arkansas played as well as they possibly could, especially in that first half, and they were down by 11. They battled. You could see the effort. They went out there and they battled. And at one point in time, I think I actually saw in the second half, I saw John Calipari wave the white flag at one point. The look on his face.
Yeah.
Okay, not the fact that he quit based on earnings. I'm not saying that. I think the look on his face was like, oh my goodness, this team is so good.
I don't want to fall into the trap of like, okay, they finally broke through the Sweet 16 thing, so this means that means they're going to win the whole thing, because none of these players, and really Tommy Lloyd, I know he's got stopped at the Sweet 16 a couple times, but it's not like he's been there that long. I don't think that the 25 years waiting to get to the Final Four hangs over anybody associated with the team, really, because they haven't been there for those 25 years, and hangs over the fans. But that doesn't really affect how they play. But normally, you would think like, okay, they broke through, and now they're going. I guess maybe a better way to articulate what last night really just drove the point home for me, Wolf, is nobody's upsetting this team. It would have to be Michigan that beats them. Or Duke would have to somehow get to full strength, which I don't think they're not going to. They're not getting their guard back. They're not getting Foster back. So it would have to be Michigan. Like Purdue's not going to upset U of A. If U of A somehow played Iowa in the championship, Iowa's not going to upset them. It would have to be Michigan or Duke, I think, that would beat them at this point. Here's John Calipari, since you mentioned him after the game.
We're all in the same boat right now. There are a lot of people who have no idea. How about this? You have no recruits. You have no idea who's coming back. You don't have the money you had a year ago. You do not. And now all of a sudden you're trying to keep guys, figure out who else out there wants to come and who wants to put like a bidding war, which we wouldn't be involved in.
I mean, that's a different conversation. That really doesn't, I wouldn't say impacted last night's game, but he's right. It's ruining college sports, but it's not why U of A won, because it's going to impact U of A too.
I was just thinking about walking around the compound last night based on earnings around 9 o'clock and thinking to myself, man, this kind of sucks buttermilk. It really does, especially because the Warrior Queen and my daughter, they're out and they're down in the Big Easy. And you know what? I could have been down in the Big Easy maybe, and I'm not down there.
I might be going there in about a week and a half if U of A wins the whole thing.
And I'm watching this, and my D-backs are really getting pounded by the Dodgers here, and the U of A is doing very, very well. It's just it was really, really tough. I thought I had it bad. Listen to John Calipari right there. No wonder why he had the look of doom on his face. Man, you could see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
April 18th, for all of you that want to just join me for the Stanley Cup playoffs. Those are going to be great this year. It's pretty wide open. And, you won't have to deal with the Dodgers or the Seahawks or any team you maybe don't want to win the championship winning.
As I listen to John Calipari, though, I know you didn't mean to play that cut right
I did.
there?
I did.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I did.
Okay,
Because I just wanted to see where he went with it.
Okay, where he went with it. Does it sound like John Calipari's having a very good time? Do you think you could? Would you buy into John Calipari walking away and saying, "I'm done"?
Yeah, I would. I don't. Not that I think he's going to, but before you even said that, listening to that cut, he sounded like one of those coaches. Like I just think back to Nick Saban. Nick Saban had accomplished everything, and he's like, "I'm not doing this." Because there is a difference between. There's a difference between like, "Hey, I was having all the success this way, and I fear change." I don't think that's why Nick Saban left. I think Nick Saban left because he saw this and was like, "Oh, it's not really a sport anymore," And that's what Calipari sounds like right there. Again, kind of weird to say it last night because it has nothing to do with why U of A won that game. Right. I think that was more him just looking around and saying, "Okay, not only do we lose, I have to start from scratch now again."
Start from scratch. Can you imagine that? Yeah, that is a different conversation right now. The Wildcats are a better team than Arkansas. They went out there and they handled it. Even Darius Akoff Jr. We went out there just to see him. Boy, what a good basketball player he truly is. You stop and think about it, man. How many teams out there would love to have this guy on their team? He is explosive. There's no doubt about it. But it's not like he's dominant physically. He's not like he's this dominant. It's kind of Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan was not bigger, stronger, faster than everyone else. He was just more talented than everyone else, and he was more committed than everyone else as well. It wasn't like his frame was special. It wasn't like he was Wilt Chamberlain, okay? Yeah. It wasn't like he had that kind of special, unique build. Darius Akoff, the same way. He doesn't look like a guy that is going to go out there and dominate. And yet he does dominate. Interesting.
What is he, like 6'3", I think? But he doesn't even look like he's 6'3" when he's out there against like a team like U of A that's got the size. Here's Tommy Lloyd talking about his team's performance.
Really proud of our guys. I thought they came out and just played with tremendous focus. We're locked in. Felt like long stretch of that game we couldn't get a stop, but it's just one of those games where, sometimes you just got to keep scoring. You keep putting the pressure on them, and I thought our guys did a good job of that. I mean, I thought their talents were on full display, and their character and their teamwork, and I'm just really proud to be their coach.
If they had played the way they played against Utah State, against Arkansas, they'd be out, but they didn't. So now you look at that. And this isn't specific to U of A. This is just the good teams in the tournament every year. When they get tested kind of early by a team maybe they shouldn't get tested by, does it send them into this weird, like, okay, we're off balance, like spiral, or do they respond in a big way in the next game? They scored 109 points last night.
Yes.
They woke up.
Yeah, Braden Burries, once again, 23 points, 7 for 11 shooting. 6 Arizona players scored in double figures. This is a team that's just absolutely loaded, and they don't seem to have a weakness, and Tommy Lloyd does a great job coaching them. You have to give the U of A credit for what they did last night and what they've done all tournament and what they could possibly achieve.
Real quick before we go to the break, Alex in the chat wrote, young coaches are going to do better because they're way more adapted to this era, essentially. They don't miss the pre-NIL days as much. As you could hear it in Calipari's voice.
I totally agree with that.
And there's another cut. I'm not playing it now just because we're up against the break, but Calipari wasn't his next cut is how good U of A is. He wasn't taking away from that. It was that was more a coach who's had a lot of success. He's also had a lot of frustration in the tournament over the years, but a coach who's had a lot of success doing it the way it was always done, looking around and saying, my whole team might leave now.
Yeah. Listen, I got $35 million in the bank right now. Do I need this? I mean, seriously, stop and think about it.
Yeah. All right. When we come back, instead of looking ahead to the number 6 seed in the West, do we need to be focusing on the Suns just holding on to that number 7 seed? We'll get into that. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
67.
East Valley, West Valley, North Side, South Side, and Central. Arizona Sports covers high school sports all over the Valley. Saturday mornings 9 to 11 on The Kevin McCabe Show. If it involves competition on a court, field, pitch, rink, or track, the Dean is talking about it on the Arizona Sports app on your phone and 98.7 in your car. The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings 9 to 11.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. If you're looking for somewhere to watch all the sports that are going on right now, You just found your place. You can stop looking. You're not going to beat Twin Peaks. With all these one-and-done single elimination games going on in basketball specifically, you can't afford to miss any of the action or, you're going to miss everything. Twin Peaks has the answer. Wall-to-wall TVs, massive screens, perfect sightlines. That way, you will catch every single memorable moment right as it happens. It really is the ultimate man cave sports lodge, and you can make the round of 16 even more scenic by securing a huge W at the lodge. Just visit Twin Peaks, scan the QR code on the Shoot Your Shot signage inside to register. Got to enter by today, though, and you'll have a chance to take home $500. The winner is actually going to be drawn tomorrow, so that's why you have to enter today. And while you're at Twin Peaks, try some incredible food items. Their wings are great. Burgers, loaded fries. They got an entire menu made for MVPs. Plus, you'll get the great atmosphere, great scenery, and great energy that Twin Peaks is known for. Twin Peaks has you covered with 5 convenient Valley locations now. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views.
Hi, Flo here to say that Progressive knows that life can change quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, like when I have to take my ex off my policy.
Oh, sorry. But yes, we can do that.
And can you send them a message and tell them that they have trust issues that they need to work on?
We don't really get in the middle of these conflicts.
Also, can you let them know that I was faking interest in his band and it's probably time to grow up?
I'm not going to do it. Just know that with Progressive, you can easily make changes to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Also, I'm staying in touch with his mom because she's absolutely lovely.
Bad idea.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
What in the world is going on?
You didn't hear? You can get iPhone 16e at Cricket Wireless for $0 when you switch.
iPhone 16e for $0.
No way. Yeah, and it has Apple Intelligence so you can clean up your photos. Clean up your photos.
Okay, but what's the hurry?
The offer ends soon.
What they said.
Switch to Cricket and get iPhone 16e for $0 with no activation fee. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line and port in on the $60 Supreme Unlimited plan. First month service charge and tax to its sale. Terms and restrictions apply. See store for details.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta, and springtime means it's time to clean things up, starting with what's parked in your driveway. Ford Truck Month is still rolling at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler with huge savings all month long. Jump into a new 2025 Ford F-150 and save up to $5,000 off MSRP, plus $5,000 in Ford bonus cash. Or grab the zeros. 0% financing for 66 months with Ford Flex Buy, 0 money down, and 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 Truck Month cash on select F-150, Super Duty XL, and XLT trucks. Need more room to fit your family? Save up to $8,500 off MSRP on a new 2026 Ford Escape. As Tex Earnhardt said, if you don't try us, we both lose money. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford, no bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Less than responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 31st, 2026.
Dan Bickley here, and there are so many reasons to shop at Waltz TV and Appliance, where you'll find great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for, where they'll match any price you bring them, where their service and expertise is unparalleled. And here's another reason. Stop by Waltz. You can enter to win a free Samsung Freestyle projector with no purchase necessary. And remember, drop my name, you get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. Find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, online at waltz.com.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks made their 2026 regular season debut last night, and it did not exactly go according to plan. The D-backs lost to the Los Angeles Dodgers last night 8-2. Geraldo Perdomo had a 2-run home run, and Zach Gallen was rolling until the 5th inning, but then he got tagged for a little bit and for 4 runs in the 5th inning. But the Snakes are back at it tonight. It will be Ryan Nelson on the bump for the Snakes and Emmett Sheehan on the mound for the Dodgers. First pitch for that one is at 7:10, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Wildcats displayed their dominance last night against the Arkansas Razorbacks. Braden Burries led the way with 23 points, followed closely by Koa Pete's 21 points. Arizona will play in the Elite Eight for the first time in over a decade, and their opponent will be Purdue on Saturday. Tip-off for that one is tomorrow at 5:49 approximately. And after what feels like weeks since they've played a game, the Phoenix Suns will finally be back in action tomorrow night. They will be hosting the 21-52 Utah Jazz. Tip-off for that one will be tomorrow at 7 o'clock with pregame starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning, a busy Monday. We'll include D-backs, Dodgers, Suns, Jazz, and how the Arizona Wildcats fared in the Elite Eight. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Welcome back to the show, Wolf and Luke on a Friday morning. Wolf, somebody just chimed in on the chat. Sellers, CDA, the transfer portal and no limits on NIL is killing college sports, which is basically what you just heard in John Calipari's voice last segment, and something you've been saying for 4 years, that this was going to head this way. I don't even know if you thought it was going to get this bad this quickly, but here we are.
How did we get here? That's a conversation for another time based on Ian's, but man, it is dire.
Yeah, I mean, it makes you just want to focus on pro sports for a little bit, so we're going to right now, because imagine if when the Phoenix Suns, if they don't win the championship this year, if everybody was a free agent, could just leave.
Yeah.
That's but fortunately there's some rules in pro sports. Even though guys get paid, there's some actual rules to keep them in place. Looking at the NBA standings, Wolf, and I think that, I don't know, I think most of us are probably in the same boat that we expect the Suns to just finish 7th. Jamal just said in his update they haven't played in what feels like 2 weeks. It's only been a few days, but it feels like that, and they don't play tonight either. But they play Utah tomorrow, 3.5 behind Houston for 6th, but only 3 up on the Clippers for 7th. And so much of the focus has been on, well, if they can't get top 6, who cares then where they finish, because they're going to make the play-in. True, but you definitely want them in that 7-8 game.
Yes.
Because the 9-10 is single elimination. And you really want them in the 7 spot because they can host that 7-8 game. Like, don't we all
right.
we all want to go to a Suns postseason game, don't we?
Yes.
I mean, this year it was not supposed to happen, and we can all go to that game in 2 weeks or whatever.
Yeah, honestly, right now it's amazing because there was no way in the world I thought the Phoenix Suns were going to make the play-in. There was not. I thought they were done for the most part. 37 wins, that's what they would have on the season right now. Based on they could win 6 of their last 9. I mean, they could win 9 of the last 9, okay? They could also win only 3 of their last 9. Ron Wolfley speculating.
Doing some crazy math on the air.
My sources.
On a Friday.
Listen, you know what? Could the Clippers catch them? They've got 9 games left as well. And I would say the Clippers have an easier schedule than the Phoenix Suns have, as a matter of fact. They play 2 good teams in the last 9 games of the season. The Clippers play 2 good teams, San Antonio and Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
They play
2 pretty good teams.
They play Portland twice, who they are a 500 team, 37-37. And after that, man, it's brutal. It really is. Like they're not good. They play 5 teams that are really, really bad. So could the Clippers make a run over the last 9 games? I think they definitely could do that. Will the Suns fall apart over the last 9 games? I don't think they're going to do it. I don't think they are.
This is part of the problem, too, with the NBA right now is if you're going to play this game and kind of look, okay, well, who do the Clippers have? Okay, yeah, you look at the good teams. They got San Antonio and Oklahoma City. Those are the 2 best teams in the NBA. I don't think it's really close. But now, in 2026, you have to look and say, okay, how many teams do they have that kind of don't want to win? Like the Pacers probably don't want to win. The players do and the coach does, but you know what I mean. Sacramento, Dallas. They got 3 games on there against teams that wouldn't mind having the first pick in this draft.
Yes.
Now, the Suns have, their next game is against Utah. Utah, I think, across the front of their jersey says, we don't want to win. We just want the first pick in the draft. They're the worst with it. But the Suns don't really have any other teams on the, I guess, Chicago. I don't want to say that because Chicago beat the Suns.
Yeah.
It would take the Suns falling apart down the stretch for the Clippers to catch them, but you got to be aware of it.
So, Jamal, I want you to do this right now. Jamal or nothing.
Okay, here we go.
Jamal, I want you to do this right now. Okay, look, let's just say 9 games left for the Clippers. They lose to San Antonio. They lose to OKC. So they're 7-2. Ron Wolfley doing math live on the air. That's great. They're 7-2. What would the Suns have to finish? What would the Suns have to finish, Jamal? Get the word flower on this, too. By the way, Jamal. Yeah, I'm dumping this on Jamal.
I just gave you the answer.
For effect, too, by the way. You ought to see his face right now. If you're on YouTube, what up, YouTube? You can actually see Jamal and the look on his face, the panic on his face as I'm saying, what would the Suns have to finish in order to make sure they hold on to the 7th seed if, in fact, the Clippers went 7-2 over their last 9 games? That is okay. Look at Luke's over there.
Well,
I can see it on
it's
Luke's face.
5-4 would do it.
That out.
I'm just trying to figure out
5-4.
5-4 would do it, but I'm trying to. They have the tiebreaker, don't they? I think they have the tiebreaker over the Clippers. So in that case, even just no, I guess they split because they lost that last one.
Okay.
Yeah, Jamal, you can figure it out because now it's going to come into like tiebreakers based on where guys were born
just
and stuff.
Just walk over there to Zim too at the Webflower and say, Zim, what are you doing, man? Are you going to find this out? Like here it is. The Suns to hold on to the 7th seed. Would you say that's important?
Yes.
That the Phoenix Suns hold on to the 7th seed. I think we all would agree that it is important they hold on to the 7th seed. So what do they have to do if, in fact, the Clippers go 7-2 over their last 9 games? What do the Suns have to do to hold on to that spot?
Also, if you're walking over to talk to Zim, I have some parking questions for Monday. I need him to answer as well for out there.
Great.
And Wolf, you need these questions answered too. You just don't realize it yet.
Oh no, are you serious?
Monday, yeah.
Oh no.
Should also point out, Portland is only a half game back of the Clippers, so that's why answering your question's a little more complicated because Portland's 3.5 back of the Suns.
Okay, yeah, I dismissed them because of the half game. I just dismissed Portland. 37-37 right now. Are you kidding me? This 500 team, Portland. Okay, but you know what's interesting? The Clippers do play Portland.
They
twice.
do.
Yes.
They do.
Oh, okay.
So
it gets a little hairy. Is that what you're saying?
Well,
it could be a little hairy. If the Suns go out and lose to Utah, it could start. It could put that into your head that you know what, things could go badly here. That's not going to happen.
If the Suns lose to Utah, we got other problems that don't involve math.
I think you're right on that. I think Utah, you even said it. Utah's rooting to lose.
If the Suns lose to Utah, we're all going to be upset, and everybody in Utah is going to be upset.
And when I say that, Basinonians, I'm not talking about the players. There's no way. I'm not talking about the coaches. There is no way in the world that you're going to get a coach or a player that is going to go out there and try to lose the game.
No, but if they play well, they're all going to get benched for Utah's next game.
I see.
We've already seen that this year. Hey, you've been too good for the first 3 quarters. You're magically sitting the 4th. We're managing your minutes. Look, it's the play-in the Western Conference. Suns, Clippers, Blazers, Warriors, in whatever order it is. That's a pretty good play-in. Those are 4 teams that any of them could come out of the play-in for different reasons. Portland being the overlooked team, I do it too. I overlook them too. But it's easy to look at Golden State and say, oh yeah, they're not as good. They got Steph.
Yes.
And the Clippers have been much better after the first month or 2 of the season. And the Suns are better than any of those other 3 teams. But when you're getting down into 1 or 2 game scenarios, anything goes. All right, when we come back to baseball, how would you evaluate Zach Gallen's season debut last night in L.A.? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news,
and play-by-play. Booker, a lob down low. Williams will jam it home on the alley-oop. Devin Booker hits Mark Williams. That's the bookmark.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. Man, let's talk about that smile of yours. Go ahead and cheese it up right now. Go ahead and look at yourself. Well, not if you're driving, of course. If your teeth hurt and you're missing teeth or you're tired of messing with dentures, Man, it's time to get your life back, Basin Orleans. At Aria Dental Implant Center, my good friend Dr. Joe has helped over 2,500 full-mouth patients and placed 20,000 plus implants. Man, think about that. 20,000. That is not theory. Those are reps, brothers. And when it comes to the all-on-4 mouth implant, experience is everything. I've had the all-on-4, man, and I've told you about this. This is a game changer. Maybe you want to bite into a steak again. Maybe you want to bite into an apple. You want to smile real nice for the camera, whatever it might be. Dr. Joe and Aria Dental Implant Center is where I recommend you go. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
Running a home service business in Arizona is a grind. Long days, emergency calls, nonstop crews. The last thing you need is marketing becoming another job. That's where Blue Aspen Marketing comes in. They're a local team that learns your business and handles the SEO, PPC, and website work that brings in real customers, not just clicks. And right now, receive a free growth audit to see what's working and where you can grow. Visit blueaspenmarketing.com to schedule your free growth audit.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta with some great offers going on now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, spring into huge savings with a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab and save up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR financing on select models. Hop into a new 2025 Hummer EV or pickup SUV and sweep up to $20,000 off MSRP, or choose 0% financing there too. If luxury is your style, check out select 2026 Buick Enclave models with up to $6,000 off MSRP, 0.9% financing, plus no payments for 120 days. But don't wait, these savings aren't in season for long. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC's got it. Find them in Mesa or online at earnhardtbuickgmc.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from dated financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See deal for details. Offers in March 31st, 2026.
Baseball returns to Chase Field. Join your D-backs when they host the Tigers for opening day on March 30th. Secure your tickets at dbacks.com.
Arizona Sports.
And a swing, that's gone. Good Lord, high and deep, way back, heads up back there, upper deck, home run.
Wolf and Luke talk D-backs baseball now.
All right, well, it looked good for about 4 innings last night, Wolf, at Dodger Stadium. Geraldo Perdomo already looks like he's in mid-season form from last year.
Man.
Zach Gallen was dealing, what, a one-hitter through the first 4 innings?
Yeah. Yeah, he looked good.
Got into trouble, though, in the 5th, and that was that. I mean, you're rarely going to beat the Dodgers by scoring 2 runs. And I don't think you're ever going to beat the Dodgers on a night when Yamamoto's pitching if you give up 8 runs. Zach Gallen obviously did not give up 8 runs. He didn't get a ton of help from the bullpen either. But he gave up 4 runs in what was ultimately 4 innings of actual recorded work. So let's start with Gallen, I guess, before we get into the bullpen. What did you see from him?
Yeah, once again, I saw a guy that was making his first start of the season. I'm talking about the regular season. I'm not talking about spring training. Talking about a guy that went out there. He appeared to be confident. It wasn't like the Dodgers were just tapping the ball all over the place. It wasn't like they were soft contact. There were a lot of outs that were hard hit balls. There's no doubt about that. And you know what? That's what's going to happen when you face this team. Even the outs that you're going to get are going to be a little bit uglier than what they might be with some other team out there. You know, he gave up a single to Muncy in the 5th, and then Hernandez hit what appeared to be a swinging bunt, basically, back to the mound, and he beat the throw to first. And that was the play that seemed to break the Campbell's back. Suddenly, instead of having a guy on first and one out, now you had a guy on first and second with nobody out. And that opened up the floodgates.
Yeah, it's just I know we all hate the Dodgers. You got to acknowledge, though, what you're facing. First of all, it's almost the exact same stat line as Zach Gallen's opener last year against the Cubs. 4 innings, 4 earned runs.
Yeah.
The biggest thing to me, and I said this yesterday, and I'll reiterate it because this is going to define Zach Gallen's season. It's probably going to, in some ways, define a lot of the Diamondbacks' season. You're in a division with the Dodgers. And I maintain you can buy a division. You can buy a playoff spot. I don't think you can necessarily buy a World Series. Dodgers almost lost the World Series last year. They probably should have a couple different times, actually. Toronto should have been able to put them away. But over the course of 162 games, spending $80 billion or whatever they spend compared to everybody else, they're gonna make the playoffs. They're going to be the best team in the division. You just got to get in the playoffs if you're the Diamondbacks or the Padres or the Giants, whoever's approaching it that way. So when you lose a game to the Dodgers, you can't unravel. And I'm saying more specifically for an individual pitcher, because you know how Zach Gallen is. Zach Gallen's a perfectionist. He demands a lot from himself. The next team he faces, it's not an easy matchup. He's facing the Tigers. They have the AL Rookie of the Year favorite. They have some good hitters, and he'll probably be going up against Tarek Skubal. So it's not going to be an easy matchup, but he's not going to be facing this all-star lineup he faced last night. When you face the Dodgers, if it doesn't go the way you want it to go, that can't mess with you to the point where you then struggle in the next game. And this is a problem. And I'm not saying this is why, but Gallen had games last year where he would struggle, and then it would lead to 3 straight games where he would struggle in the first half.
Yeah.
That can't happen this year.
I agree with you on that one, and I think Zach would also agree with you. You know what was amazing about it was just looking at the Dodgers lineup as well. Can you imagine the wear and tear psychologically that takes on an opposing pitcher when he looks at the lineup that comes up?
Can't put anybody on base.
I'm just saying, are you kidding me? The stress that it creates. Shohei Ohtani, Kyle Tucker, Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman, Will Smith, and on it goes.
You just throw Kyle Tucker in there like, oh, yeah, they have him too.
Kyle Tucker. Yeah, just throw him in there. You know, we'll put him behind Shohei. And we'll see how that goes. You know, it's got to be really taxing on an opposing pitcher to look at that lineup and say, oh my goodness, where in the world do you get a bit of a break? Where do you get it? You really don't. And that was a thing that I was wondering about as well. What kind of mental fatigue it actually is to face that kind of lineup. But you know, again, through 4 innings, even though there were some loud outs, but through 4 innings, again, I thought Zach Gallen did his job. And then all of a sudden it just fell off. The wheels fell off in the 5th inning. And hopefully, to your point, this is not going to carry over to the next start.
Well, he faced the Dodgers twice last year. He went, this was early in the season, he went 5 2/3. It was in May. I mean, it wasn't that early, but 5 2/3, and gave up 4 runs, and the D-backs lost that game. He faced them again later in the year, though, and this was post-trade deadline when he was a different Zach Gallen. He threw 6 shutout innings against the Dodgers. And the reality is that's a team that as a pitcher, and really as a defense too, you almost have to be perfect against. That's or close to perfect. You really, because, like you're saying, as a pitcher, if you make a mistake and you put somebody on base, or as a fielder, even if it's not an error, but it's like, hey, you could have probably got that guy out with a good play. If you don't do it, it means Ohtani and Betts and Freeman, all these guys are going to be batting again, or at least getting an additional at bat probably. And there's guys on base, and there's other guys in that lineup like Will Smith that can hurt you. So I say that to say you don't have to be perfect most nights to win games in Major League Baseball. You obviously got to be really good, but the Diamondbacks, Zach Gallen, the defense doesn't have to be perfect to beat Detroit in the next series, and Detroit's a good team. So it can't carry over. Here's Zach Gallen after the game talking about his overall performance.
And the unfortunate part is that we lost, but I mean, it's tough. It's tough. You know, a lot of energy coming in here. Tough team to play. From a personal standpoint, I feel like it was pretty good. I feel like we had everything working for the most part. 4 singles and a homer, so kind of tough to make one of the few mistakes in at least ballpark. So yeah, I mean, not one I'm gonna necessarily beat myself up about. Really, I feel like we mixed pretty good, kind of executed everything in the strike zone for the most part. Just one curveball kind of backed up.
Do you think he's putting it in the positive category? Do you think he's going to put it in the positive category right there?
No,
it doesn't seem like he is beating himself.
No, and that's
which
good.
is good.
That's
right?
good. Yeah. I don't think he's going to put it in the positive category. I think it's just a kind of like, because again, from a player's perspective, you look at that Dodgers lineup. Okay, they're loaded. It's unnatural, but you're not playing to lose to them. Like you expect to go out there and beat them.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, exactly right. I'm going to put that in the positive category based on what I'm hearing from Zach Gallen. And one of the reasons why, Basinonians, he is one of these guys that is a really critical self-evaluator. That's what he is. We play the cut all the time of what he told us one day. A self-evaluator and how important it is.
Great players are even better self-evaluators.
That's right. Great players are even better self-evaluators. We play it as a joke, but it's the truth. It's who he is. And because of that, I'm happy to see he's not down to a point where he's looking at himself saying, oh, my goodness, that was a horrible outing. I think he's actually looking at himself and saying, yeah, it wasn't great. There's no doubt about that, but I'm pretty happy. Hopefully I'll be able to build on this and get better as the season unfolds.
That's a huge part. I mean, if you're talking about being a great self-evaluator, I think a lot of people hear that and they're like, okay, yeah, you can criticize yourself when you mess up. It's not that. It's not just that, right? I mean, it's just it's being honest with yourself.
Honest.
Okay, we lost to the Dodgers. This sucks. Okay, Pages took me deep. This sucks. But there's also good things I did in that game that I want to do next time out against Detroit. And again, after that against Atlanta or whoever he's going to pitch against after that. More from Zach Gallen.
Honestly, to me, it felt the opposite. I felt like they were, just how I recall it. I mean, that might not have been the case, but I felt like they were making me prove that I'm gonna be over the strike zone. So I felt like, we just tried to fill it up and mix and do a good job. I felt like, to me, they felt like they got a little bit more aggressive as the game had gone on. I think once I'd kind of shown that I was going to be in the strike zone and was executing some pitches. So just kind of one of those things.
Yeah. I'm going to continue to say that Zach Gallen is not going to be rebuffed by this. It's not going to be a situation where this is going to sting. This is going to be a one of those things, and I know exactly the way this feels too, Luke, because I know what it's like to go out there and suddenly not play well. And you thought you were going to play well, and suddenly you're not going to play well. Well, you know what, Ron, you didn't play well because you played against Lawrence Taylor. Okay, Lawrence Taylor
doesn't make you feel any better.
Was the guy you were trying to block, and Lawrence Taylor was really, really good at his job. And sometimes you won, and sometimes you lost, and you were going against Lawrence Taylor, by the way. And I think this is what we're hearing, I think, from Zach Gallen as well, just the reality of it all in regard to who the Dodgers are and the players they have.
It's so early in the season, and you are playing the outlier team in baseball. And so normally I wouldn't say this, and this doesn't apply to every start, but he pitched in 5 innings. He finished with 4 innings pitched, but he pitched in 5 innings. 4 of those 5 innings were great. They were. He was one-hitting the Dodgers through 4 innings. The 5th one was not great. And so, again, taking that and moving forward, because hopefully he's going to make 31 more starts this season or whatever, and the Diamondbacks have 161 more games. It's weird to start against a team that's an all-star team, but that doesn't have to bury you. But where you would get in a position where it could bury you is if it messes up your own perception of yourself. Man, we couldn't get the Dodgers out, so we're just not a good team.
Correct.
This is where the mental game comes into play early. When we come back, Which teams will fill out the rest of the Elite Eight? We'll get into that. Actually, no, we won't. We're going to get that in a little bit. I lost my tease. We come back, Wolf. How about this? The three biggest positional needs for the Arizona Cardinals. ESPN put a story out. Couple of them make sense. I don't know about the third one. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. I am Santan Ford. I like saying that every now and then. Listen, maybe you're in the market for a new or pre-owned Ford. Well, this is your green light, Basinonians. You need to head on over to Tim Hovick's Santan Ford. Maybe you're out there driving a Ram, Chevy, GMC, or a Toyota. Well, this is your moment right now. You can make the big switch to Ford, of course. Step up to America's best-selling truck, the Ford F-150. Downsizing, well, Santan Ford's loaded with Rangers and Mavericks. Yeah, they're smaller pickup trucks right there. The right size at the right price. Big selection, serious incentives, limited time. Green light definitely means go. So go test drive the toughest, smartest trucks on the road at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford. Located off the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
Hi, Flo here from Progressive. You know, life changes quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, you mean like adding another vehicle?
Yes, that's something we can do.
Great, because I was thinking about getting a van so we could just keep the kids' softball stuff in the car.
Oh, we don't need to get into specifics. Just saying it's easy to change.
Oh, and Hannah wants to try the tuba.
Again, we don't need the specifics.
Last year, she wanted to be a tap dancer, but that only lasted 2 lessons.
Okay.
But she kept the shoes because they are adorable.
Well, just know that with Progressive, you can easily add another car to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Freeway, Chevrolet, I-10, and Ray.
At Freeway Chevrolet, it's about more than just getting from point A to point B. It's about everything in between. And right now, we've got supplier pricing for everyone on new Silverado 1500s. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Supplier pricing for everyone on new Silverado 1500 model. See dealer for details. Must take new retail delivery by March 31st, 2026.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, there's all these different phases to save in your life, 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. But when you get close to retirement age, isn't it wiser to start to make sure that you're more conservative with your money instead of more aggressive?
First of all, it all depends on your comfort level with risk. You don't want to mess up your retirement. You see the finish line is close and you want to be done. Most people know this. People who want to be rich buy stocks. People who are already rich buy fixed income, which is why you've moved to a more conservative approach personally.
Yes, because it's important for me to make sure I protect the money I've been able to save so far.
That's why it's important to know exactly what your comfort level with risk is.
So if you want a financial advisor that can work with you and help you with the risk management, call Stuart Willis at Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax at 602-877-PLAN for a free portfolio review.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks made their 2026 regular season debut last night, and it did not exactly go according to plan. The D-backs lost to the Los Angeles Dodgers 8-2 last night. Geraldo Perdomo hit a 2-run home run, and Zach Gallen was rolling until he got tagged for 4 runs in the 5th inning. But the Snakes are back at it tonight. It will be Ryan Nelson on the bump for the Snakes and Emmett Sheehan on the mound for for the Dodgers. First pitch for that one is at 7:10, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Wildcats displayed their dominance last night against the Arkansas Razorbacks. Braden Burries led the way with 23 points, followed closely by Koa Pete's 21 points. Arizona will play in the Elite Eight for the first time in over a decade, and their opponent will be Purdue on Saturday. Tip-off for that one is tomorrow, approximately at 5:49. Then after what feels like weeks since they've played a game, the Phoenix Suns will finally be back in action tomorrow night. They will be hosting the 21-52 Utah Jazz. Tip-off for that one is at tomorrow night at 7 o'clock with pregame starting at 6 o'clock right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
It's hour number 2 of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort studio. Last night, and looked at the top 3 positional needs for each team in the NFL. So, I mean, we can sit here and talk about what the Atlanta Falcons need if you want, but I just went ahead and zoomed ahead to where the Cardinals are, okay?
Yeah.
So their top 3 needs, they have offensive line, quarterback, and safety as the top 3 needs.
Okay.
Let's just start there, okay? Offensive line, yes. You could make the case offensive line is all 3 of their top 3 needs.
Yes.
Quarterback, completely agree. I don't know that they can address it in this draft. I mean, I guess they could. I don't know that they can address it the way a lot of us want them to in this draft. And then safety, I'm not saying they're wrong. It's just not something I think of as one of their top 3 needs, although Jalen Thompson is in Dallas now. So it is more of a need than it typically is.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Once again, I thought for sure that Rabbit, Adrian Taylor Demerson, was ready to step up and play more this season. And I'm expecting him to be ready to step up and play more. Last season, he kind of treaded water, I think, based on needs for the most part, when you compared to what he did the year before. So to me, he's a work in progress. Can I say that?
That's fine.
I think he's a work in progress, but I haven't given up on Rabbit at all. And Keaton Crawford as well is another guy that I think could develop. It's a situation where, yeah, you know what, you went out and you got Andrew Wingard. You got him and brought him in as a free agent, but I think he's more of a special teams guy than he might actually be a starter. I don't put safety in my top 3 for the Arizona Cardinals. I don't. I put quarterback number 1.
Yeah.
I put offensive line, specifically an offensive tackle, at number 2, and I put edge at number 3.
So, again, yeah, quarterback is their biggest need. I don't know that they can address it unless they truly believe Ty Simpson is the guy. I don't know that they can address it right now. Those other 2 spots, and I agree with you, it's not that safety's not a need, but this team has other needs. You know what I mean? Edge and offensive line, those are positions you can address in round 1 and round 2 in this draft. And to be honest, Wolf, if you go into this draft and you address edge in the first round and offensive line in the second round, or flip it, offensive line in the first, edge, you should be able to address, based on where you're picking, you should be able to fill those needs. At least within reason of what one player can do.
Right.
Like, you should be able to get impact starters at each of those positions with your first 2 picks. And they kind of have to, honestly. Like, they got to start hitting on these picks again.
No, I would agree with that. Once again, the quarterback situation, ranking them as number 1, that position, number 1 in terms of positional need. It's a little misleading only from the standpoint, once again, that we all understand the dynamic. This is not a great quarterback class that is coming out. It's one of the reasons why we're having the Ty Simpson conversation about the Cardinals trading back up into the first round to get Ty Simpson. And where might he be? Are they going to take him at number 3 overall because they need a quarterback that badly? I put it number 1 because it's obvious. They need to find out who's going to be their next franchise quarterback. This is who we're going to build our team around. It is critical. It is critical to the development of any organization whatsoever, that they identify who that guy is. That's not going to shock anybody. Half the league has a guy they kind of feel they can do that with, they can build around, and half the league does not have a quarterback they can build around. So it's a tough proposition for an organization. Many times you're going to put that positional need at number one. We need a quarterback, yet at the same time, you're not going to fill it with just anybody. Isn't that right, Malik Willis?
It's a weird spot, right? Because if you fill it with just anybody and it doesn't work, then you're like kind of stuck with that. Like we were talking about Ty Simpson yesterday. We didn't even get into this, but I look at Ty Simpson in a lot of ways sort of like Malik Willis in that he is unproven. Now, Malik Willis is more proven than Ty Simpson because he had a bigger resume in college and he's at least played in the NFL. But he's not that much more proven. And in the sense of like, you better be right if you're kind of taking a flyer because you would be committed to either of these guys if you went out. You'd actually probably be more committed to Ty Simpson because at least with Malik Willis, yeah, you'd blow a lot of money on it this year. If it didn't work, you could maybe find a way out of it in year two, maybe, if you want to be paying two quarterbacks to not play for your team.
Yes.
But Ty Simpson, if you take him in the first round, like he's your guy, like you said yesterday, for at least a couple years.
Yeah, and here's the one thing about this. I don't think there's any way, based on earnings, they're going to take Ty Simpson at number 3.
I don't.
It's just me.
That would be.
I
would
could
feel
be dead
desperate.
wrong, and I will apologize profusely if, in fact, that's what happens. Okay, because I just don't see that being the case where we need a quarterback and we're going to take him at number 3. You know, I don't think that is going to be the case. But if, in fact, they trade up back into the first round to target him and get him, 20, who knows, 27, 23, I don't know. Somewhere in the 20s, they trade back up to actually get Ty Simpson. There's no way in the world they're going to be in the market for a quarterback next year. I'm talking about in 2027. There's no way that's going to happen.
That's a weird spot.
You cannot do that.
Yeah, and
you cannot.
And it's a weird spot because let's say you do that. Let's say you trade back into the first round and you take Ty Simpson at 24 or something, okay? He's not – it would be shocking if he was so amazing as an unproven rookie that all of a sudden he led your team to 9 wins next year. So he might not even start most of next year, or he might get in there and look way overmatched, which honestly I would expect as a rookie in this division. So then you're probably going with Jacoby Brissett for a good chunk of the season anyway, which, that's may or may not lead to wins. The reality is if you went with Ty Simpson in the first round this year, you're probably still going to be in position in 2027 to take a really good quarterback, and you won't be able to do it.
You won't be able to do it.
That's what I don't want to do.
I know, exactly. And that's the reason why I think, okay, but maybe you got Mike LaFleur. And Mike LaFleur has some inside information. The grapevine, once again, is vast and varied. This is how it happens. Some of these guys, they know a guy who knows a guy. And suddenly they start getting information. And they start saying, you know what, this guy, I'm telling you, Ty Simpson right now, Monty, I can work with this guy. I can change this guy. This guy's got everything he needs to be. He's Brock Purdy. That's what he is. He's Brock Purdy. Listen, if in fact you've got a guy that sees that, it could happen. If Mike LaFleur was that guy who sees that and says, this guy, Monty, is better than anyone else that's going to be coming out next. I mean, you've got to be ultra convicted on this, Basin audience. But this is what good scouting is all about.
Yeah.
It's about you seeing something that nobody else sees. It's about the 49ers seeing something in Brock Purdy that nobody else saw, or they would have drafted him higher. It's what scouting is. And because of that, it's the wild card as well.
The other part of this, though, when you look at the 2027 class, everybody's going to have a different opinion on who they like from that quarterback class, and it's obviously going to change over the next 12 months too. But it's like, okay, it's Julian Sayin, it's Dante Moore, it's Arch Manning, it's Sam Levitt, it's Jaden Mayava from USC, Darian Mensah, Trinidad Chambliss, Byron Brown, all these guys that Brendan Sorsby, Josh Hoover's at Indiana now, so he's probably going to put up numbers. Lenora Sellers. you're going to have a lot more information on these guys than anybody has on Ty Simpson, even the most brilliant quarterback evaluator of all time. Because these guys, you already kind of have a better idea of what most of these guys are than Ty Simpson anyway, and they're all going to play another college football season before next year. So it doesn't mean you're automatically going to be right, but you're going to have a lot more to work with, a lot more quarterbacks to choose from, and a lot more information on all of them than you currently have on Ty Simpson. It's nothing against Ty Simpson. I let the Jets take him or something. Let somebody else deal with that right now.
I'm with you.
You're going to build your team up around him. I know this is going to require patience from all of us, but build your team up around him in the offensive line so when you go out and you draft whoever next year, he's stepping into a situation where he can actually succeed, and you know what you're getting relatively. All right, when we come back now, we'll get to college basketball. We have 12 teams left. We're going to have 8 left after tonight. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hi, this is Jan from Toyota. You're currently listening to my new meditation guide called Meditating with Jan from Toyota. Take a moment to find a comfortable position. Now soften your focus and visualize yourself off-roading in a rugged new Tacoma. Now, take a deep breath in. Not too deep because that's patchouli you're smelling, and imagine taking a Corolla Cross to a music festival. Next, picture a bright light ahead. You're hitting the town in a sleek new Camry. Now engage your senses. What do you hear? A donkey. That's what you heard because you're in a farm sanctuary now in a spacious new Grand Highlander. When you're ready, take a final deep breath in and go from dreaming it to driving it today. That's Jan's meditation.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Event ends March 31st. Toyota, let's go places.
Are you planning a home renovation? Getting quotes on windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, or flooring? Before you commit, visit the Window Depot and make sure you're not overpaying. The Window Depot is your one-stop shop for top quality products at the lowest prices. We're locally owned and operated with no installers and no middlemen, so you save big. Perfect for DIYers, contractors, and homeowners. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Giving hope to children in foster care doesn't cost you a dime. When you redirect your 2025 Arizona tax liability to Child Crisis Arizona, the qualifying foster care tax credit allows you to contribute up to $618 individually or $1,234 jointly to Child Crisis Arizona and receive a dollar-for-dollar tax credit. Give now and change lives forever. Together, we can ensure all children are safe. Visit childcrisisaz.org.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, and a new year is a great time for something that's new and exciting. What do we have going on at Chapman BMW in 2026?
You're right, Big. There's never been a better time to buy a brand new BMW at Chapman BMW. Not only do we have a great selection, we have rates from 1.9% financing, the incredible trade values that we can give you right now, and let me help you put your dream into your driveway.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
It's Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. Why can people trust you to appraise and give them a fair value for their jewelry or watch?
You can't do this anymore and not be trustworthy. People will find out immediately. And sometimes you can hide behind your mother's doing all the reviews or your father or somebody, references from the family and stuff. But eventually they're going to find out you cannot really be trusted. And that's the greatest thing about our business. I'm a long-term planner. I love to work with people and make them feel good about their experience. I want them to leave with a spring in their step when they leave the store. I want them to be happy with the experience. I want them to be happy with us. I want them to be happy with me. And that's how I built my business, Bruce, over all these years, is that what's the right thing to do here for this customer?
You'll find them at the flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us Monday. We'll find out Jarrett's state of mind with Arizona basketball. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I'll tell you, Jarrett seemed pretty happy today. It's the most confident I've ever seen him in U of A basketball. He was dancing in an annoying way, which is not different from any other Friday, but it was yeah. Quick shout out to New River. What's going on, New River?
Yeah, what up, New River?
In New River. ASU Pro Day going on, by the way, today. Wolf.
Okay, cool.
I was, I don't get to go to Pro Day, obviously, because we're doing the show, but I did go one year. It must have been 2019, because it was the year that N'Keal Harry was kind of like the big name at Pro Day, right? Have I told you this story? So I'm there, and you know how there's media there, but there's also scouts or whatever. And I could hear somebody behind me talking, and I'm like, sometimes you just hear people that are just like, oh, yeah, this and that. And it's like, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about, right? So this individual was talking, and I just there was no way to not hear what he was saying because I was just where I was standing. It turns out he was right about everything, and it was John Elway.
Wow.
So apparently John Elway knows football.
Mr. Perfect.
That's
John Elway.
That's apparently that's what I took from that. We are down to 12 teams in the NCAA tournament. We're going to be down to 8 after tonight, and there are, again, some really good games tonight. The first 2 games last night were outstanding, and I'm guessing we're going to have a couple that come down to the wire tonight. We got St. John's Duke and Michigan State UConn over in the East Regional, and then in the Midwest, Alabama, Michigan, and Tennessee, Iowa State. Wolf. So I would say get ready for some more craziness. This tournament, as much as I'm not going to love it if U of A is winning the whole thing, the actual tournament has been, I would say, better than usual this year.
Yeah, in regard to some of the games that are out there, what game really caught your attention from last night other than the U of A, of course?
Well, the Iowa-Nebraska game was crazy. I know Iowa ended up winning by 6, but Nebraska was winning the whole game. And then all of a sudden, Nebraska had 4 players on the court, and Iowa ran like a football play down the middle. It was that one, and then obviously Purdue, Texas, because it literally came down to the last second.
Yeah, that was stunning right there. You think about it. What in the world was happening? It was 71-68 Iowa. Nebraska needed a stop, but they only had 4 guys on the floor.
Not great.
They needed a stop, and they had 4 guys on the floor. And not only did they not get the stop, but Iowa had a man wide open down the court, scored a layup, and got fouled as well, because the guy obviously running down the court was trying to make up for the fact they only had 4 defenders out on the floor. And, man, Coach Hoiberg, there was a situation where Fred got a little sideways after the game, but, he said it was a failure to communicate. And I was thinking to myself, oh, my goodness, they had a failure to communicate. How in the world do you only have 4 guys out on the floor?
I've never seen anything like that in a basketball game. I've seen it in hockey. I've seen it where you have too many guys out there in hockey, but you're also changing on the fly in hockey.
Yeah,
you're not changing on the fly in basketball.
Different.
And Fred Hoiberg's a really good coach. I mean, not just with Nebraska, but back earlier in his career with Iowa State. He did talk about it afterwards.
About 58 seconds left. They had that deep ball to Alvaro for the bucket. I think there were 4 players on the court. Can you say what happened?
I'll address that one, Myron. Put that one on me. It was a miscommunication, and I'm the head coach. Put that one on me.
I believe that question was actually being asked to one of his players, and he jumped in and answered it.
What's the way to go, Coach? That is good. Because honestly, that's where the buck stops, right? You got to know how many guys you have out on the floor. You have to know that. If you're Fred Hoiberg, you have to know that, and he took responsibility. That is full accountability. I love to see that.
Iowa's the Cinderella team at this point, right? I mean, they're the 9 seed, and they're in the Elite 8, and they've taken out Florida. I mean, Florida was the upset. I don't know if it was an upset beating Nebraska, but Nebraska had some crazy momentum going into that game, and I guess Iowa did too. But Nebraska led pretty much the whole game. So if you're looking for a Cinderella, the only one that could even remotely qualify would be Iowa as the 9 seed. Meanwhile, the Big Ten has taken over this tournament.
Yeah, can I just say on that note right there, what you said? Can you imagine if Texas would have beat Purdue though? It
Sean Miller against U of A.
Took a last second tip in, and I mean literally a last second tip in by Trey Kaufman-Renn, and suddenly Purdue wins the game 79-77, and Texas as an 11 seed. Man.
Texas had to play in the play-in, too. So that was their fourth game already.
Yeah, it just, Sean Miller, you were talking about this yesterday. Can you imagine if that would have happened?
Now I kind of wish it had.
Oh, come on.
Like in the moment, I was just like, whatever. U of A's game hadn't started yet. I was like, okay, this is a good game, Texas and Purdue. But now Purdue's, they've had a great season. I just don't think they can beat U of A. I don't think Texas could have either, but there would have been more drama, more intrigue to it if it was Sean Miller versus U of A. Sean Miller, after the game, was asked about the defensive strategy on that last possession for Purdue.
Well, the big fella, Clough, fouled out. So Renn would have played the 5. And he just a really difficult matchup for a game-winning play, especially for Modest. I think a strong drive, putting him in a position to do that, and Modest having 4 fouls on top of that, it had not worked out very well for us in the game. So by playing quicker or smaller, we could switch that and really defend the drive in a better fashion, because Modest can't really switch. Like, you can't put Modest on Braden Smith on a switch. So look, we did get the stop. They got us with their size on the offensive rebound, and many times a game is won and lost not on the first shot, but on the second. And we could have done a better job of blocking out or competing. But the number one thing for us to have a chance today was to rebound with Purdue. And if you look at the stat sheet, it became about even. But I just felt like we really, really struggled to rebound on defense. In the first half especially, they just got a bunch of second shots. And ironically, they ended up winning the game with their second shots.
Yeah, and that was it. I mean, if you saw it, have you ever seen something like that? A tip in right at the buzzer. I mean, that was truly unbelievable. How many? 0.7 was left?
I thought it was less than a second. It was like 0.9 or 0.7 or whatever.
Incredible, man.
How many? I mean, I'm going to count that for the purposes of this. I know Texas still had like kind of half of a possession after that, but how many games have we seen in this tournament come down to either a true buzzer beater or a game decided in the final 2 seconds, let's say? It feels like there's been like,
though, right?
It is, but I don't feel like we've had as many the last couple years. And this year we've got back to the craziness of like, okay, somebody's going to win at the last second. St. John's, that game, Nebraska had one of those against Vanderbilt. Obviously that one, Iowa against Florida. Kentucky with the buzzer beater to tie it in the first round and ultimately win it in overtime. So it like I said, it's been wildly entertaining the way a lot of these games have played out. And Wolf, if you look at the games tonight, I mean, I think we're probably going to see something similar tonight. That East region where you have Duke, St. John's, and UConn, Michigan State. That's 3 blue bloods and Rick Pitino.
That's what I love, man. Honestly, Rick Pitino. You got my attention with Rick Pitino. I've always appreciated his coaching style. I've always enjoyed Rick Pitino for the most part, and how he went about his business and the culture that he would bring. Having said that, St. John's hasn't been to the tournament since 1999, I believe.
It's wild.
1999, and he got them in, and here they are with an opportunity to go to the Elite Eight right now. Rick Pitino getting it done. This is his track record. This is who he is.
St. John's has lost 1 game since January 3rd.
Whoa.
So, and it was to UConn, and it was not close. They lost by 32. But they've lost 1 game since January 3rd. That includes their conference tournament. Obviously, that includes the first couple games of this tournament, and it includes a win over Kansas in the last round. It's not like they've just been playing super low seeds. So I think anybody in that region could win at this point. I mean, Tom Izzo against Dan Hurley is a pretty good coaching matchup on the other side. Like I said, I think if you're somebody who wants U of A to lose, you're a Michigan fan tonight and this weekend. And Michigan, I think, could have their hands full against Alabama because Alabama is such a weird team.
Some really, really good games, man. But to me, it's Pitino and Duke.
Yeah. Coming up next, what is the Phoenix Suns' biggest weakness they need to address before the postseason, and do they have time to address it? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-1. Swung on and popped up. This should do it. Betts calls off Hernandez. He'll make the two-handed catch. And the Dodgers overcome a 2-run deficit, and they win at home on opening night by a final score of 8-2.
More reaction to last night's game coming your way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Why should you choose Moving Team 6, Basinonians? You know what? The move isn't done until the job is done. They take a military-like approach to their moves, Basinonians. It's one of the reasons why they proudly support and hire veterans, to join their moving team. They're a top-rated moving company here in Phoenix. They're honest, they're trustworthy, and experienced. Why do I know that, Basinonians? Because I know the Lee family. That's right, Tim Lee. He is the owner-operator of Moving Team 6. He started the company all the way back in 2012. I can tell you this is a family-run business. It's the reason why I know Moving Team 6 is honest, trustworthy, and experienced. Full-time staff only. Hire and trained by Moving Team 6. They don't hire day laborers, ladies and gentlemen. Not at all. They're part of the company from the beginning. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Meet iPhone 17e. A whole lot for a lot less. With an almighty, all-powerful A19 chip. And Ceramic Shield 2, built to survive this. And this. And a 48-megapixel fusion camera with 2x optical quality zoom and next-gen portraits. And double the starting storage of iPhone 16e. And long-lasting battery life for hours of watching the studio.
That's the dream!
And it comes with Apple Intelligence. And you can charge it with USB-C. Or with MagSafe accessories. And a whole lot more. All for a lot less. Get the new iPhone 17e at Verizon today.
LifeLock, how can I help?
The IRS said I filed my return, but I haven't.
1 in 4 tax-paying Americans has paid the price of identity fraud.
What do I do? My refund, though. I'm freaking out.
Don't worry, I can fix this.
LifeLock fixes identity theft guaranteed and gets your money back with up to $3 million in coverage.
I'm so relieved.
No problem. I'll be with you every step of the way.
1 in 4 was a fraud-paying American. Not anymore. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Phoenix just had its hottest start to March on record, and summer hasn't even started yet. Before the real heat arrives, let Parker & Sons tune up your AC unit for just $89. Already a member? Your tune-up is already covered. Just one of the many perks that makes membership pay for itself. And here's our promise. If your unit breaks down this summer after we service it, we'll refund every penny. That's our no breakdown guarantee. Don't wait till it's 115 degrees and your AC gives out. Call or text 602-2-REPAIR to schedule.
Many of you know that my inspiration for becoming an accident attorney was my brother Tim, who was rendered a quadriplegic at age 18. I didn't know what a personal injury lawyer was or what they did, but I soon did. Tim was treated terribly by the insurance company, and I became enraged. It was a constant delay and deny. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Tim later worked with me for 27 years. Last year, my hero died at age 65. You can see my eulogy for him by visiting mybrothertim.com. He was one hell of a man. Because of Tim, together we built the largest injury firm in the world, and our clients are treated the way I would want my family to be treated. At Morgan & Morgan, nobody is a nobody and everybody is a somebody. If you need our help, visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer. See you soon, Tim. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you know what's better than buying a new television from my friends at Waltz TV and Appliance? Buying one and getting one free. And that's exactly what you'll get through the end of March. Purchase any 75-inch Samsung QLED or OLED television or larger, you will get a 43-inch Samsung television for free. Take advantage of this great offer by visiting Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can always shop online at waltz.com.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks made their 2026 regular season debut last night, and it did not exactly go according to plan. The D-backs lost to the Los Angeles Dodgers 8-2 last night. Geraldo Perdomo hit a 2-run home run, and Zach Gallen was rolling until he got tagged for 4 runs in the 5th inning. But the Snakes are back at it tonight. It will be Ryan Nelson on the bump for the Snakes and Emmett Sheehan on the mound for the Dodgers. First pitch for that one is at 7:10, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Wildcats displayed their dominance last night against the Arkansas Razorbacks. Braden Burries led the way with 23 points, followed closely by Copete's 21 points. Arizona will play in the Elite Eight for the first time in over a decade, and their opponent will be Purdue on Saturday. Tip-off for that one is tomorrow at approximately 5:49. And after what feels like weeks since they've played a game, the Phoenix Suns will finally be back in action tomorrow night. They will be hosting the 21-52 Utah Jazz. Tip-off for that one will be tomorrow at 7 o'clock with pregame starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Summer playcation is back at Talking Stick Resort. Locals get rates from $129 with no resort fee. Book now for stays May 15th through September 13th for an unforgettable staycation.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning. A busy Monday. We'll include D-backs, Dodgers, Suns, Jazz, and how the Arizona Wildcats fared in the Elite Eight. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
9 games left in the regular season for the Phoenix Suns. At the very least, a couple play-in games. Ideally, one play-in game and then some playoff games after that. So there's still quite a bit of basketball left. Wolf, you and I were talking about this yesterday. On some level, the season's already a success, but also the most important basketball is still to be played. And so you look at these 9 games left, and you look at maybe, I don't know how far back you want to go, the last couple weeks. I mean, the reality is the Suns are 1-6 in their last 7 games.
Yeah.
So there is stuff they need to get right here over the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. So how badly right now do you want them to finish with the number 7 seed? Honestly, it's amazing. I know there are people out there that still are holding out hope that somehow miraculously they get up and they actually get the 6th seed. Having said that, again, I've even waved the flag on that one, and you know how optimistic I typically am. And even though they're math-wise, it's still possible.
Houston seems to want to open the door.
I know. And even though from a math perspective, it's still possible, I just don't really think it's feasible. So having said that, it's more about the 7th seed. And yet, this is going to sound really, really bad, but I feel satiated if you tell me the Phoenix Suns are actually the 7th seed in the Western Conference. My satiety level is off the chart. When I think of where I was before this season, we've talked about it over and over and over again, ad nauseum. Yet you cannot say it enough. When you get to this point right now, with 9 games left, man, if they could just hold on to the 7th seed, that would be such a massive accomplishment.
It would. You know, if you're looking at what this team needs to fix, if they're going to go anywhere in the postseason, a lot of people look. You'll throw out injuries. Obviously, got to get healthy. That's an obvious one. A lot of people will throw out some defensive metrics. They have not been as good defensively. I'm going to go almost more simple. Not easy. It's not easy to fix, Wolf, but I'm just going to go more simplified than that. They got to start closing out some of these games late. They're losing a lot of close games or games where they had the lead. Devin Booker talked about it the other day.
We're just trying to get over the hump. The majority of our losses in this stretch have been like that, close game in the fourth quarter. So we just got to keep growing, keep building, and, I think we're competing hard. We just haven't got over that hump.
Jordan Ott, same thing.
I think tonight, the second quarter, I think that's a big piece. It's you got to do it for 48. These good teams have the ability just to do it longer. I think we'll look back in that second quarter and really wish the gap was a little bit less. But we're finding new solutions on the test as we go. That's a perfectly healthy roster. They have one guy out that's just coming off a soft tissue injury. They've been together. So I think our battle, whoever's out there, just go compete, led by our leader. We're in a good place. We're just going to keep pounding. We talked about pounding the rock. Keep pounding, it's going to crack.
Yeah, I think that's what you got to do. You just got to keep your head down. You got to be a dog. And that's what they have been. For me, it's not the defensive end of the floor that I'll look at and complain about. It really is the offensive end of the floor. When you look at the Phoenix Suns and their struggles, they're number 26 in the association in points per game. They're number 28 in field goal percentage per game, as a matter of fact. They have problems scoring points. And once again, a lot of the time it happens in the fourth quarter, does it not? It's a situation where you have Jalen Green, you have Devin Booker, and the more exposure these guys are getting to each other, I think that is the biggest issue they have right now, is just, once again, the relatively small sample size of Jalen Green and Devin Booker playing together. And because of that, especially when it matters the most, in the fourth quarter, their offense struggles.
Yeah, there is. I think a lot of us thought that was probably going to be an issue this year, was scoring for the Suns, right? I mean, because how much are you relying on at the start of the year, you're like, how much are you relying specifically on Booker and Green to score? And then Green didn't play 50-plus games. And so you're like, okay, you're really relying on Devin Booker to score. But to your point, there are teams that are already mathematically eliminated that score more points per game than the Suns. The Wizards score more, Dallas scores more, Memphis scores more, the Pelicans score more, and those are teams that aren't just like, oh, they're probably not. Utah scores more points per game. Those are teams that are not just like, okay, those teams aren't great. No, they're out. They are mathematically out, and they score more points per game than the Suns. So the question, I guess, is, can you find a way to score more, or at least score more efficiently, to your point on the field goal percentage, or is this lean into something that should be your strength on defense, and that's how you're going to win games?
Yeah, right now, honestly, I think the Phoenix Suns, how they're going to win games is on the defensive end of the floor, the try-hard end of the floor, once again, the be prepared on the defensive end of the floor. That kind of notion of going out and bringing that requisite intensity on the defensive end of the floor. It's interesting that we're having this conversation right now in regard to the tournament that is going on. And again, I challenge you, Basin audience, to watch these kids. Watch these kids. Are they as good a basketball player as what we're seeing in the NBA? No, they are not. Watch how hard they try on the defensive end of the floor.
Watch Illinois.
Specifically on the, it's not like they're not trying on the offensive end of the floor either. They are. But on the defensive end of the floor, you could just see it. It is a desperation. And it's something that the Phoenix Suns, hey, listen, earlier in the season when Dylan Brooks was out there as well, there was no denying what we were seeing. The Suns were one of the best defensive teams in the association, getting their hands on a lot of balls, turnovers, of course, right? Steals, coming up with steals. They were in the top 2 in the league, right there with OKC, as a matter of fact. So again, this is who they have to be. If they're going to do anything down the stretch, these 9 games, to get in and make a little noise, whatever noise that might be or what it might look like, it's going to be on the defensive end of the floor.
You'd like to see them they've made noise this year on a national level where people have had to take notice. Like, man, we all thought the Suns are going to be terrible, and here they are. They're going to win 40-plus games, and they're going to be in the play-in. You'd like to see them take out a team in the play-in or something, or at least, push the Clippers down into that elimination matchup. You'd like to see them give somebody a hard time in a playoff series, at least get on that national radar. And we talked about this yesterday. I think that does a lot towards not that like what you do at the end of this season carries over into next year, but it makes you feel a lot better about the direction of things, as opposed to, if the regular season was over right now and they had lost 6 of their last 7 and they went out and lost 2 play-in games, and it was like, yeah, they lost 8 of their last 9 and they were just done. They didn't make the playoffs. Like that, you would not feel as good. You'd feel good about the season as a whole, but you wouldn't feel as good about where this is going.
Yeah.
You would feel like, okay, maybe that's kind of their ceiling. And again, if that's their ceiling, that's an issue because they don't have a ton of picks coming up, high picks at all. So you want to feel like, despite the fact they're doing it in kind of an unconventional way, that they can finish this strong. And it really does set them up to like, okay, this isn't just a one-year thing. They're building something here. So, yeah, these next 9 games, and especially however many games are after that, are huge. And they're going to have to win some close games. This is the time of year when you play close games. Calling all Suns fans, join us Tuesday, March 31st from 4 to 6 at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers at Paradise Valley Mall for free Suns t-shirts. And then sign up for the Ultra Suns fan giveaway. Your chance to win 4 tickets to Suns Rockets Tuesday, April 7th. If they are going to get the 6th seed, they got to win that game on April 7th. Plus, an exclusive pregame on-court experience. Head on over to the contest page on ArizonaSports.com for more details. When we come back, it's just one game. How do you feel about the D-backs bullpen after spring training and what we saw last night? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
High school sports on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, and the Kevin McCabe Show. Every Saturday morning, 9 to 11. His nickname is The Dean, and it's earned because no one supports high school sports in Arizona like Kevin McCabe does. Catch the Kevin McCabe Show Saturday morning, 9 to 11 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Would you like to hit the buzzer beater with your retirement goals? Trajan Wealth's family office brings your retirement, tax, and estate planning under one roof, so your whole game plan is working together, brothers. Call Trajan Wealth today to learn more about their tailored wealth management solutions. That's the one thing I love about it. They are tailor-made, man. It's one thing to save for retirement, it's another to feel ready and prepared for it. Trajan Wealth, they helped me build a real plan with less guesswork and more peace of mind. They explained everything clearly. They gave me choices, Basinonians, and never pushed anything that I didn't need. And that's one of the reasons why I am a client and have been for years. What you need to do is go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
How can you grow your business from idea to industry leader? With smart business buying tools and technology from Amazon Business. From fast, free shipping to in-depth buying insights and automated purchase approvals, we deliver everything you need. Go to AmazonBusiness.com for support.
Ever notice how your floors still look dirty, even after you mop?
Yeah, what's up with that?
Swiffer Power Mop gives you a deeper clean you can actually see.
I'm listening.
Unlike string mops, Swiffer Power Mop absorbs more dirt and locks it away, even in those hard-to-reach spots.
Like behind the toilet?
Exactly. The new micro scrubbers deliver thousands of tiny deep cleaning actions, so your floors look, smell, and feel clean.
Bye-bye, dirty floors. Hello, Swiffer Power Mop.
Try the Swiffer Power Mop. Love it or your money back.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if ongoing pain makes you feel older than you are, I've got some good news for you. QC Kinetics patients are getting relief, feeling younger, turning back the clock, jumping back into life at full speed. The medical professionals at QC Kinetics use the latest regenerative treatments that are backed by real science, treatments that take the powerful healing tools inside your body and concentrate them right where you need relief. This is how Mike is training for a marathon instead of giving up running, how Patrick's golf game is on fire again, and how I am back in the gym lifting more than I have in a decade. We are all grateful clients of these cutting-edge treatments that pro athletes have leaned on for years, and the sooner you start treatment, the faster you heal. Find out if these cutting-edge options work for you. You can find QC Kinetics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, truck fans are going to like this one.
Absolutely, Dave. During our Slam Dunk Truck event, you can score up to $12,250 off the all-new 2026 Sierra 1500 or take advantage of 0% financing. Plus, get $5,750 off the 2026 Sierra HD or lease a 2026 Canyon for just $349 a month. Our inventory is stacked, and these deals are a game changer.
So visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or start your deal online all the time at LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Arizona Arizona sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Wolf and Luke talk D-backs baseball now.
All right, well, D-backs Dodgers back at it tonight. Ryan
That's
Nelson.
the great thing about it, isn't it, man?
Yeah.
Just stop and think about that for a minute.
You got 161 chances to make up for last night.
It's just baseball. This is the way that it happens. Well, you know what? You lost yesterday. You still got a chance today, don't you? Because you're going to play almost every day. You're going to play a game, man. Buck Showalter talking to me about the most difficult thing for a professional baseball player to do is to come prepared to play every day. I mean, you know, when you think of the competitors that are out there and you think, well, Wolf, they're getting paid so much money. Yes, they are, and they do make a lot of money. Yet at the same time, can you imagine that? Getting yourself ready to go. Some days life matters, doesn't it? Some days you're thinking of other things beside your job. You go to work some days, Basinonians, right? And you're not locked in maybe because you got something going on at home. Do you think these guys are any different? They're not.
Well, and the Diamondbacks are playing a team that will expose it quickly if they're not totally locked in. So the caveat, obviously, to any conversation that anybody's having about any baseball team anywhere in the country today is they've played one game. And it's one game for the Diamondbacks against the Dodgers, but it's not like the bullpen was necessarily lights out for the D-backs last night either. Now, I guess to be fair, it was really only Taylor Clark who gave up runs.
Yeah.
It was weird. It was, even when the Diamondbacks were up, though, did you not have the thought I had where it's like, okay, the D-backs are up in this game. Zach Gallen's not pitching a complete game. They don't have any lefties to go to. Now, when they fell behind, it didn't really come into play as much, obviously. But, like, let's say tonight, let's say Ryan Nelson goes out there and does what Ryan Nelson's done a lot, and it's 3-1 D-backs or something going into the sixth inning, and he's coming out of the game, and you're like, man, they cannot play the matchups with the Dodgers at all. Like, I found myself watching that game being like, well, Ryan Thompson at least throws differently.
Yeah.
So maybe that'll throw off the Dodgers a little bit. It's not just 7 or 8 of the same guy coming out and throwing right-handed the exact same way. But, you know, the bullpen is going to be an adventure here for a little bit. And especially that's going to be highlighted these first couple games.
Yeah, you know, I love the fact that you also mentioned Ryan Thompson because Ryan Thompson is a guy that I think has to have a bounce-back year for the Diamondbacks. A guy that I would say definitely struggled a little bit last year. And, you know, to me, again, I think he's one of the guys that they need to really count on going forward. Did not have the kind of year that he had in 2024 last year. Now, again, it wasn't horrific by any stretch of the imagination. And at the same time, I think Ryan Thompson has got to be a guy they can lean on. It was good to see him go out and perform as well as he did.
Yeah, I'd agree with that because I feel like where things really unraveled last year in the bullpen, you know, obviously losing A.J. Puck and Justin Martinez. Most teams can't lose two closers.
Right.
And those aren't just like, I mean, Puck's been lights out since he came to the Diamondbacks, and Martinez, we all know the kind of stuff he has. So, yeah, that was where it, I guess, really started. But Ryan Thompson and Kevin Ginkel in particular, just because those were two guys, I would think if I'm constructing a team or I'm the manager of the team, you're like, okay, I don't know about some of these other guys. Maybe they're unproven or they've been good elsewhere or whatever, but that doesn't guarantee they're going to be good here. But for Thompson to have, like you said, it wasn't a terrible year, but it just wasn't, you know, he's typically what he was last night. He'll come in, get you an inning, shutout. Doesn't matter who he's facing. And then Kevin Ginkel, who we know was hurt for a lot of last year too and was kind of pitching through it. But when those two guys were struggling, you were like, man, we're in trouble.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, you think of Ryan Thompson and you think of his whip last year too, at 1.33. That's a little high for him.
Yeah.
That is really, really high. But anyways, it was good to see him actually go out there and do his job as well. Juan Murillo as well. I thought that was encouraging to see Juan Murillo actually go out there and pitch an inning and not allow any runs. But once again, it wasn't like the bullpen was horrific. I think you're right. Taylor Clark is a guy that we all hope is going to have a solid year for the Diamondbacks. He's a guy that I think has that kind of ability.
Had a great year last year,
talent.
but not here.
Yes, but a guy that I think we know can get it done. It wasn't a great start for him either, but man, there's just, once again, baseball, the whole thing about baseball is you need context, don't you? You need context to truly start connecting dots, and we just don't have that context.
Yeah, there's Torey Lovello after the game.
I thought this game was going the way we wanted it to early on, and then in typical Zach fashion, he was controlling counts, had some quick, easy innings. Looked like he was going to be able to get us 5, maybe pitch into that 6th inning, but that pitch count climbed in his last inning of work. And Dodgers are a good baseball team. He makes some mistakes. And they had a couple of well-placed balls, and the Paz comes up with a 3-run home run. So, we got to pitch better in a couple situations. Beyond Zach, we can't all be Zach watching and put it completely on him. So at the end of the day, you give up 8 runs in the stadium, you're going to have a tough time winning a baseball game.
I sent you guys this though last night. When are we? I mean, I just asked you when I'm going to, but in general, like when are you going to feel comfortable with this bullpen? It's not going to be after one game.
I don't think it honestly is going to happen until they start getting arms back. I'm just saying. When am I going to feel comfortable? It doesn't mean they can't go out and do their job.
No, I know.
It just means that right now, what is your expectation for the bullpen? I think you have to ask yourself that right now. What is your expectation for the bullpen? I think the bullpen was a massive question mark coming into this season. We talked about it ad nauseum.
Yeah, no, it is. And it's certainly not going to get you're not going to feel great after these first couple games, even if they win. Even if they beat the Dodgers tonight and they beat them on Sunday, it's not going to be like, oh, the bullpen's fixed.
Well, I might say that. I'm just saying, and honestly, you just said, even if they win tomorrow,
you went from
they
3
win
months
today,
to like 48 hours.
Okay, well, if they beat the Dodgers in the series, I might say the bullpen.
Well, I know.
Who needs a bullpen?
I let my mind wander when it was 2-0 in the 4th inning last night. And I'm like, okay, but hold on. Am I ready to go to like Paul Sewald to close out the Dodgers if it comes down to this? Let's say it's 3-1 in the 9th inning or something, or 2-1.
You asked me, when am I going to be comfortable? I'm not going to be comfortable right now until they prove that they can go out and be as effective as they need to be in order to win games. And right now, again, the context, the sample size is ridiculously small. I feel ridiculous even commenting on it. But again, my expectation for the bullpen isn't very high, Basinonians. It isn't. And I'm not trying to attack any dude.
But that's not based on last night. That's based on a lot more than one game.
That's based on a lot more than that.
Yeah.
They're going to have to prove it.
There are certain players that come out of that pen where it's like, okay, Ryan Thompson can quickly get my confidence back.
Yes.
Kevin Ginkel can quickly get it back. When you're watching the game, like, okay, who are they going to? Okay, he's not a lefty because they don't have any. All right, so they're going to Ryan Thompson. Okay, I feel good about that. Okay, I feel good about Ginkel. But some of these guys, they're going to have to earn it. Like Jonathan Loáisiga, I'm interested in when they go to him. I don't know yet. He's going to – Sewald's probably going to have to earn it back a little bit. I'm going to need to see him close out a couple games in the 9th inning. I'm not saying he can't.
There's nothing against you, Paulie.
But
we love you.
It's just your gut feeling when Torey goes to the bullpen.
Right.
And you're like, okay, but for the most part, even those guys I mentioned, like Ryan Thompson and Kevin Ginkel, who I know can earn it, that trust back quickly, they got to do it. Because last year was an absolute roller coaster ride seemingly every single night in the bullpen. And a lot of those guys aren't here anymore. But some of them are. Like Murillo was here last year. Like he's going to have to earn it back too. And like I said, I don't know how quickly you can earn that back in Dodger Stadium. That's a tough ask of your bullpen. But I'd like to feel about the D-backs bullpen the way Padres fans feel about their bullpen when they go to like the 7th, 8th, and 9th innings.
Yes. Yeah, once again, it was a situation where the Diamondbacks got outperformed in every metric, basically, you could possibly think of, every phase I think you could think of. You think of Yamamoto. He pitched better than Zach Gallen did, ultimately. It was I'm not saying Zach Gallen was awful. I don't believe that he was awful. I think he's actually going to have a very good year when it's all said and done. But Yamamoto definitely pitched better. The Dodgers hitters hit the ball better than the Diamondbacks did. They played better defense. It went on and on and on for the most part. You're going to lose games when that happens, but It's not a shock to anybody that the Dodgers are playing as well as they are in Game 1. Is it?
All right, when we come back, top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
There is some romance in thinking about the old days, isn't there?
That might be no longer in existence in baseball. Has the romance died in baseball? And the romance is that. It's that deep, passionate feeling you have for a sport based on a lot of, traditions, things.
I still get romantic when I think about it. It's the only time I get romantic.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta with some great offers going on now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, spring into huge savings with a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab and save up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR financing on select models. Hop into a new 2025 Hummer EV or pickup SUV and sweep up to $20,000 off MSRP or choose 0% financing there too. If luxury is your style, check out select 2026 Buick Enclave models with up to $6,000 off MSRP, 0.9% financing, plus no payments for 120 days. But don't wait, these savings aren't in season for long. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC's got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from dated financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See deal for details. Offers in March 31st, 2026.
On top of home and auto, Progressive protects your boat, RV, and motorcycle so you can explore the unknown.
Actually, we just take the RV to the same campground every year.
Well, maybe you can catch your own dinner on your boat.
Oh, we can actually get pizza delivered there from this brick oven place we love.
Will you at least try a new topping?
Honestly, probably not. We kind of have a go-to order.
Fine. Just bundle home or auto insurance with your outdoor vehicles with Progressive and stay protected when you go, I guess, where you've gone before. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh, yeah.
And we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Free at every AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
I need a little ranch, step to the ranch.
There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh, yeah.
And we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Free at every AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Saving money is easy when it comes to shopping for a new outfit. But when it comes to quality chicken, you want to spend the bucks to get the best clucks. Redbird Farms chicken is juicy, tender, and always full of mouth-watering flavor, all without using any antibiotics. That's why the Valley's top restaurants use it. So treat yourself to a quality meal by cooking up some Redbird Farms chicken tonight. Find it at Safeway, Albertsons, and Bash's'. Redbird Farms chicken. You can't put a price on great taste.
250,000 people across Arizona rely on St. Mary's Food Bank every day. Your donations make feeding them possible, and you can benefit too. In Arizona, there's an incentive called the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit. You can make your donation today and get it back up to $987 on your taxes when you file. It's a great way to help your neighbors in need. For more info, visit stmarysfoodbank.org.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks made their 2026 regular season debut last night, and it did not exactly go according to plan. The D-backs lost to the Los Angeles Dodgers 8-2 last night. Geraldo Perdomo hit a 2-run home run, and Zach Gallen was absolutely rolling until he got tagged for 4 runs in the 5th inning. But the Snakes are back at it tonight. It will be Ryan Nelson on the bump for the Snakes and Emmett Sheehan on the mound for the Dodgers. First pitch for that one is at 7:10, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Wildcats displayed their dominance last night against the Arkansas Razorbacks. Braden Burries led the way with 23 points, followed closely by Koa Pete's 21 points. Arizona will play in the Elite Eight for the first time in over a decade, and their opponent will be Purdue on Saturday. Tip-off for that one is at approximately 5:49. And after what feels like weeks since they have played a game, the Phoenix Suns will finally be back in action tomorrow night. They will be hosting the 21-52 Utah Jazz. Tip-off for that one will be tomorrow at 7 o'clock with pregame starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Twin Peaks. College basketball is in full swing, and the best place to catch every game is Twin Peaks. Enjoy scratch-made favorites, legendary wings, and 29-degree draft beer with wall-to-wall TVs. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
Wolf, you know it's a Friday. This is one of the many ways you know it's a Friday.
Yeah.
We're halfway through the show. For the first time today, I just found a pen. Like, I haven't even had a pen. I was like, well, it's Friday. We'll just talk about stuff.
That's right, man.
And
Podcasting.
I finally wrote something down, and I can't even read it. So, you know what? It's Friday. Who cares?
Yeah, that's right.
It's
I think, Luke, unless it was really important, then.
If it was that important,
Can I talk to you for a minute?
I would have
over
remembered
here?
it.
Yeah.
It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Jamal is here with some actual important things. No pressure, Jamal.
Well, that's debatable.
Okay.
It is Friday, after all.
That's true. That's a good point.
The Arizona Wildcats have advanced to the Elite Eight for the first time since.
Doesn't feel important.
Depending on who you ask. Since 2015, after beating the Arkansas Razorbacks last night, should they be the favorites? Once again, maybe some important stuff.
Yeah, I think they should be the favorites. I mean, I'll maintain that Michigan, I do think could beat them, but I think it's about a coin flip. Just because Michigan's they're kind of an odd team. They're very talented, but they're kind of odd. Like their interior defense is just it's not like historic, but it's not normal. It's abnormally good. But U of A's got to be the favorite because they're already in the Elite Eight, and I think the only team that can beat them is Michigan, and there's no guarantee Michigan even gets by Alabama tonight.
For me, once again, the first indicator the Razorbacks were in trouble was the fact that U of A started 18 of 28 from the field. Think about that. That's what they started. They were shooting 64% from the field in the first half, scored 54 points in the first 20 minutes. They are just really, really talented, really, really good, and they play really, really well together.
I don't remember ever talking about U of A in the tournament like this, to be honest.
I agree.
Like usually there's a lot of talk of, hey, that could be, but they actually are really good in delivering this year.
Can I confess something?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm kind of rooting
for
you.
It's okay. It's all right.
I don't think
there's a lot
okay.
of people out there that, it's Arizona. Arizona.
Yeah, because I didn't go to either or, so I just anybody who has Arizona.
That's fair, but okay, you're in a different position. First of all, if I was a U of A fan, I wouldn't want an ASU fan jumping on the bandwagon.
Yeah.
Okay,
there you go.
When ASU was in the college football playoff, look, I'll take the support from U of A fan. I don't expect you to be rooting for ASU. I will say U of A having success in basketball bothers me a lot less than U of A having success in football because U of A is all in on basketball.
Right. But when you say success, you'd like to see a struggle, a little bit of a struggle out there, wouldn't you? The fact that they went out and shot 70% from the field, 70%. They were up 18 well into the second half when suddenly they were also shooting 70% from the floor. When is the last time you heard of any basketball team at any level shooting 70% from the floor?
I would like to see them have to play Michigan and Duke to win it all. If they win it all, that's fine, but I'd like to see them have to play some of the better teams now. You know what I mean? Darius Acuff's one of the best players, but your path right now through Long Island University and Utah State and Arkansas, I want to see you have to go through Michigan and Duke. And if you do it, that's great. But I want to see them beat the best now.
I just can't believe you disrespected John Calipari the way that you just did.
Now, Arkansas is the best team they've played. But I want to see them have to play the best teams now.
Okay.
The Arizona Diamondbacks opening day did not go the way that they thought it would.
We're just going to go ahead and kick a legend right in the cradle.
We played the cut from him earlier. He's already got other problems he's dealing with. All his players are leaving.
He sounded defeated.
He did.
He did, and he looked it too.
He sounded like he looked around. He's like, and now I can't even process this. I have to go convince all my players to come back.
This. I don't like my job anymore.
Arkansas is a good team, but they were not a title contender. Nobody thought they were a title contender. I looked at Darius Acuff Jr.'s most outstanding player for the tournament odds before the tournament. What do you think they were, Jamal?
Oh, man. Maybe fourth or fifth in terms of...
They were 50-1 because everybody knew Arkansas wasn't going to win the title. I mean, you basically have to be in the championship game to win. So as great as he is, Vegas was like, he's got no chance of winning most outstanding player because Arkansas is not getting past the third round.
I'm curious who's favored. Who's the top?
Boozer, I think, was favored.
Oh, that makes sense.
Because DeBonce, I don't think anybody thought BYU was going to win the whole thing. Peterson, no. I'll look now, updated during the break. Okay. But I'm pretty sure Boozer was the favorite.
The D-backs did lose on opening day last night to the Los Angeles Dodgers 8-2, which brings us to our Arizona Sports Poll question presented by Sanderson Ford, which asks, what was the biggest storyline from D-backs opening day loss to the Dodgers? Zach Gallen's rough fifth inning, Geraldo Perdomo's hot start at the plate, the bullpen struggles, or base running mistakes?
I tell you, Torrey was not happy with the base running mistakes.
Yeah, because when you play the Dodgers, for the most part, you cannot beat yourself in any way, shape, or form. You cannot do it.
Yeah. I'm guessing that's going to be fourth. I'm actually going to vote for that. Because the bullpen, it's one game, and I don't expect them to be great. Gallen, it's one inning against an all-star team. And I just assume Perdomo's going to be amazing. So the biggest storyline for me coming out of the first game is the base running struggles mistakes because Torrey wasn't happy about it, and that's the sort of stuff that can't happen if you're the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, for me, it's going to be the bullpen. I'm going to have to go there because coming into this season, that is my biggest question mark. But I feel so uncomfortable talking about this because, once again, it's one game out of 161. But I'm going to connect the dots because I must produce.
What is the equivalent for football? Each NFL game is like 10 baseball games.
Yes.
So each baseball game is like one drive in an NFL game.
Yes. You got two. Honestly, though, you got two games. Two games in the NFL. The first week of the season is a wild card.
Okay.
You don't know what you're going to get. Second week, you hope to have it figured out by then. And you're going to be more consistent. Anything could happen in that first game. By 2 weeks, you got issues if you're struggling with the same stuff in the second week of the season.
But that's about the equivalent to 20 baseball games.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
The first 2 weeks of the NFL season last year are my favorite. and then it went downhill after that.
It's too bad that they didn't just call it that.
What's your point?
Leading the way with 53% of the vote is the bullpen struggles. Zach Gallen's rough fifth inning is second with 33% of the vote. Then Jerry's hot start at the plate with 9%, and then base running mistakes in last with 6% of the vote.
That's just me and Tori voting for that.
Yes, strictly you and Tori. That was 6%. One more for you guys. The Phoenix Suns finally return to the court tomorrow after 4 days off. They are hosting the Utah Jazz tomorrow at Mortgage Matchup Arena. They have 9 games remaining in the regular season. How many games do they need to win for you to regain confidence in them going into the postseason?
I think it's just more how they win these, and it depends on the games. Like, if you go out and lose to Utah, that's going to shake my confidence a little bit. With 9 games left, 5. I'll be fine with 5. 5 would almost guarantee you the 7th seed.
Yeah.
Get healthy, win a couple close games, maybe win a game against a team that you're not expected to beat. Take care of business against the bad teams, and let's do this in a couple weeks.
I would love to see them win 6 out of the last night. I would love that.
Price is right.
I realize I kind of did, but I also love the fact that you can go, if you win 6, what does that put them at, Babe Snorties? 46 wins on the season. And I love the sound of 46 and 36.
It's the exact opposite of last year. Is that why?
46 and 36.
It's a lot better than 36 and
Ladies
46,
and gentlemen,
I
I
can tell you that.
love that. So I'm going to say I'd love to see them win 6.
All right, that was Wolf and Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Jamal. There's a lot of orange in the control room right now. Do you see what's...
I know. Well, it's Pix.
It is.
Yes.
That is...
Pixie's back there.
By
the way,
jersey
Pixie's
specifically?
running the station, by the way.
Yeah, running the station
Yes.
and running Illinois now into the Elite 8. So probably feeling pretty good. Arizona Sports and
Don't
Fulton
let
Holmes.
it go to your head, Pix.
Running the station probably won't. Illinois in the Elite 8 might. Arizona Sports and Fulton Homes
Or
want
the
to keep
combination thereof.
your family safe this swim season. For essential water safety tips and free swim lessons from the YMCA while supplies last, text swim to 620-620. Got to be 18 or older. Full contest rules at ktar.com. All right, when we come back, Wolf, I think I have a pretty good idea of who you would take at number 3 if you're the Cardinals.
Yeah.
But we're each going to give our top 3 choices. Let's say the Cardinals stay at number 3. Look, if you're an NFL team, you got to have 3 players in mind, right? Because 2 of them could go with the first 2 picks. And we're going to make Jamal do this, too. I don't think we told him we're going to, but it's a Friday, Jamal. So get in here and make these answers.
And by the way, order barbecue, please.
Yeah. And ask Rick to help you. Oh, Rick's not here. Okay.
Yeah, we can get Pixie some, too. Because
she's not going to want to get barbecue on that jersey, though.
I know.
You got to be careful with that.
Guys.
All right. All right, when we come back, all of that stuff that I just teased for 45 minutes. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's late.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-1. Swung on and popped up. This should do it. Betts calls off Hernandez. He'll make the two-handed catch. And the Dodgers overcome a 2-run deficit, and they win at home on opening night by a final score of 8-2.
More reaction to last night's game coming your way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know how important the home court advantage can be in sports, and that's exactly what you'll get from my friends at Advanced Window Products. They are a local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to the public. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means you get faster turnaround times, no middleman markups, and windows that are custom built for your home, not generic sizes, retrofitted on site. Now, most window companies are just resellers, not Advanced Window Products. They'll build your windows, install your windows, then guarantee them for life, and that installation is done by vetted, trained, full-time crews, not subcontractors. Their windows also engineered for Arizona's extreme climate, which lowers your energy bills year-round, and during their spring special, you can get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110. Find them online at advancedwindows.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center, and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Home Service Pros in Phoenix, you work hard, but if your leads come in waves or you're relying on referrals to stay busy, it's not your service, it's your visibility. Blue Aspen understands how homeowners search, and they can help you get the response you need. They specialize in strong SEO, high-intent PPC, and websites built to turn clicks into booked jobs. No long contracts, no fluff, just real growth. Start with a free growth audit at blueaspenmarketing.com.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Giving hope to children in foster care doesn't cost you a dime when you redirect your 2025 Arizona tax liability to Child Crisis Arizona. The qualifying foster care tax credit allows you to contribute up to $618 individually or $1,234 jointly to Child Crisis Arizona and receive a dollar for dollar tax credit. Give now and change lives forever. Together, we can ensure all children are safe. Visit childcrisisaz.org.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
Quick shout out to Whitman. What's going on, Whitman?
Wow.
Know
Not
anybody?
Walt, but Whitman.
Oh, any Whitman. Anybody driving around whose last name is Whitman? Or first name, I guess.
My young crunks, go Google Walt Whitman.
Do you
hear me, Whitman?
When you say stuff like that like the people at Google are like, man, there's this sudden spike in like Walt Whitman searches. All of a sudden.
How weird.
And they're like, why is this happening? All right,
He was weird too.
Was he really?
I might add.
The draft, the NFL draft, is less than 4 weeks away. Walt Whitman probably won't be taking the draft.
Agreed.
But we've talked about all these different scenarios. What do you do? Are they going to trade up and down and take Ty Simpson? What are you going to do in the second round? This, that. Is there a way they could trade down from third to like seventh or eighth if they want this player or that player? I was telling you before, I'd almost if they're not going to take Jeremiah Love, I'd be out there talking about how you are going to take Jeremiah Love, just if you're going to try and trade down to get some team like Dallas to be like, hey, this guy's generational. We'll trade up for him.
Here's the one thing about that, though. Give it a couple more weeks.
Yeah?
we got to get a little bit closer. We got to get closer before that starts happening.
Cardinals play things really close to the vest, though.
Yeah, sure.
More so than
You're
most
right.
NFL teams, don't you think?
They do. There's no doubt. But still, I think we're just a little early for that type of game. But when you're within that 14-day window of the draft,
anything goes.
Now all of a sudden, you know what? That Jeremiah Love kid, man, I never seen anything like,
Yeah.
You start, that's where the disinformation comes into play, my brothers.
All right, so what we're going to do here, and I know one of your answers, or I know one of Wolf's answers, but let's just say the scenario plays out. Cardinals are staying at 3. Okay, so we're all doing the show on draft night. Okay, the Cardinals are on the clock, and there's not a trade. And Monty's walking up to the podium. Who do you want the pick to be?
I love this. Okay, Luke said it a little bit differently, Basinonians, in the prehab meeting.
Oh.
Of course, a little bit differently. He said, what are your top 3 choices?
Yeah, well, we're going to top 3 choices.
Okay, top 3 choices, Basinonians. Well, my first choice is that the Arizona Cardinals are able to trade out of the 3 spot and still get Francis Maui-Noa. All right? That is my top choice.
Is this going to be 3 different ways they get Maui-Noa? Are these your answers?
I'm just saying, they trade out of number 3, Basinonians, and who knows? They go back to number 7, Commanders. And all of a sudden, they still get Francis Maui-Noa with some draft capital. Ooh, that'd be real nice right there.
All right, that was Wolf's first answer, and probably the one we all saw coming. Jamal, what's your answer?
Jeremiah Love.
Jeremiah Love.
Still number 1 for me.
All right. I tell you.
Still number 1.
Still number 1. He's so generational. I really truly believe. I think he's generational.
Wow. Oh,
I think he will be one of the best running backs in football.
That is so strong.
Yeah.
Write that down, Basinonians. You've got Jamal or nothing, saying, you know what, Jeremiah Love? Generational player.
It's, there's a lot of people that feel that way. I'll tell you, my first choice, man, Jeremiah Love is. That would be my first choice if they hadn't gone out and gotten Algier and James Conner. But again, if you're really kind of building this for 2027, go get the best player because you're going to build an offensive line. You're going to have time to do that and a quarterback anyway. But I'm going to go different from you guys. I'm going to actually say David Bailey, the edge from Texas Tech. I want an edge rusher.
Okay.
And I think he's just – I feel like you get him, you plug him in, and you have a really good pass rusher. You may look back in 5 years at this draft and say, oh, you know what, David Bailey isn't the 3rd best player, but I feel like he'll be the 5th or 6th. You know what I mean? Like, I think you'll definitely get an impact with the potential at being a Pro Bowl. So give me David Bailey.
Okay,
all right.
That's good.
Who's your second choice?
My second choice, and remember, these are choices. What I'd love to see, the Cardinals trade back and get Maui-Noa. That's what I would love to see them do, okay? That's my first choice. My second choice is the Cardinals pick Francis Maui at number 3.
The reason I did – okay, that's good.
I'm 100%
This
serious.
is amazing.
If you're telling me that I can't trade out, if I can't trade out and actually still get Francis Maui, I'm telling you right now, I'm going to sit right there and take the best offensive lineman in this draft who, oh, by the way, has got a heart that is a dog. A lot of these guys, they're big Basinonians, and some of them, they're just kind of goofy. Okay? I want a guy who's big and strong and a dog. Do you understand that? A dog. Not this big, oh, you like dog. No. I want a dog.
We need to get an actual band in here to play Danger Zone, live in the studio, because you were not anywhere near this far in the Danger Zone for Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah.
And I have to applaud this because originally it was who do you want the Cardinals to take, and then Jamal and I were like, well, we already know Wolf's answer, so let's go top 3 options. And so far you've turned 2 of them into Francis Maui-Noa.
You said top 3 choices.
I did.
So once again, choice is a little bit more vague.
I'm now anticipating what your third answer could be. Go ahead with your second option.
Well, no, I was trying to think of how a third way we can draft Francis Maui.
Trade up to get him. Trade up to 2 to make sure you get him.
That would be bad. The Cardinals traded up to number 1 and drafted Francis Maui-Noa. Okay.
The Raiders were so confused they had to say yes.
I'm going to go with his teammate. I'm going to go Ruben Bain.
Bain.
That's my second choice.
Bain. His arms are so short, though. Knock it off. Can he play football?
I'm going to go Jeremiah Love as my second choice. The only reason it's not my first choice is, again, because they brought back Connor and they signed Tyler Algier. So it doesn't make a ton of sense for this year, but I do think there's still some validity to it of, okay, you're going to tell me I have a guy who, by all accounts, is the best or second best football player in this draft. He's going to learn from James Conner for a year. And when you get your quarterback in 2027, he can turn around and hand the ball to or throw to Jeremiah Love. So, yeah, he's my second. He'd be the most exciting pick for sure.
Okay.
All right, your third
Okay, my
choice.
third Basinonians, man, I struggled over this one. I really did. But My third is that the Arizona Cardinals sit there at number 3 and they draft Jeremiah Love.
Oh, you did it.
They draft Jeremiah Love.
We all have him on our
at number
list.
3. And once again, it's a situation where, you really? I'd rather get somebody who's going to block for a running back, because I think right now Tyler Algier, James Conner coming back, a healthy James Conner, we're going to be good. We're going to be good, especially when it comes to running the ball in between the tackles. We're going to be good. We need somebody who can actually get in front of these boys and blow somebody off the ball. But if you told me that Jeremiah Love was going to be there at number 3, I would have to agree with Jamal that he might be a generational freak. And I'd be okay if they drafted him at 3.
Jamal, your third choice?
Well, I was originally just going to say stay there and take Francis Maui-Noa, but I really like Wolf's first option in trading back and drafting Francis Maui-Noa, so that's what I'm going to say for my third choice.
I'm going to say Maui-Noa just because I know I'm doing the draft show with Wolf, and when they don't take him and somebody else does, I'm going to hear a lot of "Daw!" And then I also know we're doing a show the next day too. So
look, what are you talking about? Okay.
I also, though joking aside, I would not hate it if they addressed the offensive line. They do need to do that.
I know. I just want to say this quickly, Basin Orleans. Okay, I don't expect the Arizona Cardinals to win a lot of games next year. I don't expect. You know what I want them to win? The line of scrimmage. That's what I want. How about you beat us, so what? You know what? You're on the ground, aren't you? And I'm not.
See, when you say you don't expect them to win a lot of games next year, that's when I start to think, okay, then just take Jeremiah Love. Because I don't think there's going to be a running back like that in the draft next year. And then I can address offensive line in the second round this year, and I can address it again in the second round next year, and quarterback in the first round next year.
Yeah. And then you can watch Francis Maui-Noa being all pro for the next decade.
I can tell you what, I sincerely hope that doesn't happen if he's not on the Cardinals. That would be brutal. All right, when we come back, the Phoenix Suns are playing one of the worst teams in the NBA tomorrow. So is it a must-win game? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The big brains who make the big moves for the Arizona Diamondbacks talk with Arizona Sports every week on D-Backs Front Office Focus. Wednesday mornings at 11:45 on the Wolf and Luke Show. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Dan Bickley here, and there are so many reasons to shop at Waltz TV and Appliance, where you'll find great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for, where they'll match any price you bring them, where their service and expertise is unparalleled. And here's another reason. Stop by Waltz, you can enter to win a free Samsung Freestyle projector with no purchase necessary. And remember, drop my name, you get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. Find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, online at waltz.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Howdy, everybody. This is rodeo announcer Doug Mathis for Sanderson Ford Cave Creek Pro Rodeo, March 26th through the 29th. You know what goes great with rodeo? Ford Truck Month at Sanderson Ford.
Save on Ford F-150, now available with 0% financing for 60 months, plus $1,000 bonus cash and 0 payments for 90 days on all remaining 2025 models.
Don't miss the Cave Creek Rodeo, and don't miss Truck Month at Sanderson Ford.
Requires financing with Ford Motor Credit OAC. Offers expire 3/31. F126.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, it's Vince Morata with some great offers going on now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, spring into huge savings with a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab and save up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR financing on select models. Hop into a new 2025 Hummer EV or pickup SUV and sweep up to $20,000 off MSRP, or choose 0% financing there too. If luxury is your style, check out select 2026 Buick Enclave models with up to $6,000 off MSRP, 0.9% financing, plus no payments for 120 days. But don't wait, these savings aren't in season for long. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC's got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from dated financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See deal for details. Offers in March 31st, 2026.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks made their 2026 regular season debut last night, and it did not exactly go according to plan. The D-backs lost to the Los Angeles Dodgers 8-2 last night. Geraldo Perdomo hit a 2-run home run, and Zach Gallen was rolling until he got tagged for 4 runs in the 5th inning. But the Snakes are back at it tonight. It will be Ryan Nelson on the bump for the Snakes and Emmett Sheehan on the mound for the Dodgers. First pitch for that one is at 7:10, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Wildcats displayed their dominance in last night's victory against the Arkansas Razorbacks. Braden Burries led the way with 23 points, followed closely by Koa Pete's 21 points. Arizona will be playing in the Elite Eight for the first time in over a decade, and their opponent will be Purdue on Saturday. Tip-off for that one is tomorrow at approximately 5:49. And after what feels like weeks since they've played a game, the Phoenix Suns will finally be back in action tomorrow night. They will be hosting the 21-52 Utah Jazz. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock tomorrow, with pregame starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Bernsey, and Arizona basketball breaks through. They are now 1 win away from their first Final Four in 25 years, and we're talking about it on today's Bernsey and Gambo show. We start at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
By the way, just to belabor the point from earlier in the week, Wolf, why isn't there any baseball on today?
Yeah, why not?
Like, again, I'm sure the question I asked earlier in the week was, why can't you just have, like, every Wednesday or every Thursday, there's games being played all day? Not one, not just, hey, the Cubs are playing, but, like, give me a game that starts at 10, give me a game that starts at noon, give me a game that starts at 2, whatever. Just make it like March Madness.
Yeah.
Even you could do it every week. I'm sure there's some weird reason, like, well, baseball would fold if they did that. They'd lose all their money, which is a lie. But at least do it on day 2 of the season.
Yeah.
Like,
well, you know what, honestly, Luke, don't you think baseball has always been a lot more traditional and slow to make changes as opposed to some of the other sports? Would you, Jamal is
until
definitely
recently,
shaking his head. Yeah, you know what? I think they've always been a little bit drag your feet.
I mean, it took them a while just to put lights in the stadiums. And now look, now every game's got to be at night.
Yes.
I just feel like you, at least today, Yankees-Giants is starting in like an hour. But here we are. I mean, you could have You could have had A's Blue Jays starting at 10 a.m. here. That's 1 o'clock in Toronto. That's 1 o'clock in Canada, right?
Yeah.
You could have had a lot of these games playing out all day. Just kind of feed into the momentum from yesterday. But anyway, they're not doing that. So
Luke is bent out of shape.
It just feels like such a simple solution. The Phoenix Suns are off tonight, and then they play Utah tomorrow. Wolf, this is a game. It's not a must-win. This is a better win. Like, you better beat Utah at home.
Yeah, I would agree with that. You better win. It's not a must-win, ladies and gentlemen. No, it is not a must-win. Technically, you would expect them to win, of course, but it's not a must-win. A must-win is a must-win. It's people throw around must-win, and I think, Luke, you're with me on this. At least you have been in the past.
I thought you were going to say you're one of them.
No, people who throw it around, it just, you lessen the value of it. You cheapen its impact when you say, oh, it's a must-win, when it isn't really technically a must-win. A must-win means you must win the game or you are done. It's some form of an elimination game. So I am going to dig my heels in on that one and say, no, it is not a must-win. But a better win? You better win. I like that. That's even better than should win, could win. You better win.
I don't know that they have a must-win left on their schedule, honestly, until the play-in. Like, I think all of these games are just kind of hang out in seventh. If you can make a run, that's great. If you do start to make a run at 6 and Houston continues to lose, then that game on April 7th would be pretty close to a must-win because you're going to have to beat Houston to catch Houston. And you're going to have some other stuff go your way. But, yeah, a better win, like, if you lose to Utah, all the questions right now are kind of like hypothetical. Hey, we're digging a little bit. Okay, yeah, I'd like him to get healthy. Yeah, what's going on at the end of these games? Okay, the defense is trailing off. If you lose to Utah, we're going to have real questions on Monday.
Yes, I would agree with that. But once again, they need to play well and win games, Basinonians. That's what I want to see from the Phoenix Suns. Play well and win games down the stretch. These last 9 games. Losing to one of the worst teams in the association is not playing well and winning games.
It would be the opposite, actually.
It would be the opposite. Ding, 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 ding. Exactly. I mean, I look at their schedule. They should beat. Should wins.
Should wins. There are a few should wins on here.
They should beat 6 teams that are on the schedule. They should. Utah, Memphis, Orlando, Charlotte, Chicago, Dallas. Now,
should win.
Yes, they should win those games. Now, listen, I know Orlando is over 500 in a play-in team. I know Charlotte is still playing really well.
Just beat the Knicks, didn't they, I think? I think they just beat the Knicks last night.
Yeah, and is in the exact same category as Orlando. Both of them are 39 and 34 and headed for the play-in. But in my humble opinion, the Suns should win those games if they are playing well themselves. I could see the Suns winning 46 games.
The one tomorrow is the easiest on paper because as much as we joke about it, Utah is focused on the first pick or the second pick. They're focused on the lottery more than anything as an organization, not the players, not the coach. You get that if you mess around, and we've seen this actually, unfortunately, with the Suns recently, where you kind of let the Bulls hang around. Well, the players want to win, so if you get in the fourth quarter and you let the Bulls hang around, then the Bulls beat you by 2 in Phoenix.
Yes.
So yeah, you can't. A team like Utah, a team like the Bulls, who they play next Sunday. Those teams, you need to put them away. Those shouldn't be close games, and especially because they're having a hard time in close games right now.
So, Luke, did you say earlier in this beautiful broadcast on a Friday that you said that 45 wins is what you expected for the Phoenix Suns?
I think Jamal asked like what you're going to feel comfortable with them doing, and I said if they go 5-4 the rest of the way, that's fine.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
So 45 for Luke, Basinonians, 46 for me. Okay, that's not a prediction. That is not a prediction. That is just me speculating as to how many games the Phoenix Suns could actually win. They have Houston. Do you think they're going to win? Do Do you think they're going to beat Houston at home? Do you think that's going to happen?
That's the game that stands out, isn't it?
That is the game. Oh, my goodness. It stands out in a big, big way. And once again, wouldn't it have been awesome if the Phoenix Suns could have put themselves in position to actually leap past the Houston Rockets? As I get all goofball.
They've got like a week and a half to put themselves in that position.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Is that going to happen, though? I don't know, Basinorians. I really don't. Could it happen? Yes. But then they finish with the Lakers, at the Lakers, of course, and OKC. I mean,
thanks.
Once again.
Thanks for making it easy.
Imagine, OKC, who knows what they're going to be trying to do at that point.
Is
the
that
last game of the year?
Oh, at least that's not back-to-back. Every other Oklahoma City game seemingly has been the second half of a back-to-back for the Suns.
Yes, I could see them losing 3 games, at least on paper right now, maybe 4.
How close would they have to be to Houston on April 7th? They're 3.5 back of Houston right now. How close would they have to be for you to be like, okay, here we go? This like a game and a half?
Yeah, I mean, it would have to be somewhere in that vicinity.
Okay, well,
especially like a game.
So the Suns, this is who they play before Houston. Remember, they're 3.5 back right now. They play Utah, Memphis, Orlando, Charlotte, and Chicago. All very winnable games.
I was just going to say very winnable games. And then Dallas. No, actually,
that's after.
That's after.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then for Houston, prior to the Suns game, they play Memphis, New Orleans, the Knicks, the Bucks, Utah, and Golden State. So a lot of winnable games there, too.
Yeah, it is. Once again, what do I want to see from the Phoenix Suns? I want to see them play well and win enough games where they are the 7th seed going forward. Hold their position. I'm fine with that. No, they don't need to catch the Rockets for me to be happy. If they just hold the 7th seed, I'll be fine with that. But more than that, I want to see them play well. Play well. And so much of them playing well is going to be Devin Booker and Jalen Green. Playing well together. Have we seen bits and pieces of that? Absolutely. We have. Have we also seen those 2 guys run out there and not actually produce? Yeah. From time to time, we've seen that. It's a matter of them being more consistent with Jalen Green and Devin Booker and how they're playing with Jalen Green and Devin Booker. Does that make sense? That's what I want to see. And I don't think we're there yet.
If they can close that gap to 2 games going into the Houston game, going into it, because then if you win, you're just a game back, right? If they could do that, that game takes on a lot of extra added meaning, and of course it is here as well. All right, when we come back, yes, the Diamondbacks lost their opener, but how much can you really read into them losing to the Dodgers of all teams? We'll debate that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morada morning. President and CEO of the Diamondbacks, Derek Hall, who joins us. How are you feeling about this ball club as currently constructed going into the season, Derek?
I think like I always am, and I think like every fan, I've got questions, I've got concerns, and that's what happens when you build a roster. We have guys that can get left-handers out. I mean, if we knew that we were going to face a team without a left-hander in the bullpen, we would be saying, hey, this is great. Let's make sure we stack our guys. They're all going to say that, and at some point, we're going to have lefties in the bullpen. We have to.
Are you going to have dancing girls and trolley cars and taxi cabs on the field on the home opener Monday night?
I don't know about that, but we're not going to have Barry Bonds, I'll tell you that.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
Bickley and Morada, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DIS. Listen, brothers and sisters, gather around the transistor. If you need somebody to look at your back or your neck, you need DISC, ladies and gentlemen. As a former professional football player, I have suffered an awful lot of damage, of course. The good doctor, Chris, over at DISC, he has helped me in the past, and I give him my highest recommendation for you right now. DISC is the preferred orthopedic spine surgeon for professional sports teams and athletes because of their least invasive procedures and their reputation for results. What's amazing about this, people from all over the world come right here to the Basin because of DISC. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. They come right here. Enjoy life again. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 for DISC.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's best eggs. They're just so delicious, with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
Need life insurance but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance, call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225 or visit biglou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. 800-777-1225.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Arizona sports.
And a swing, that's gone. Good Lord, high and deep, way back, heads up back there, upper deck, home run.
Wolf and Luke talk D-backs baseball now.
I like how the sport where a Valley team gets an owner who's willing to just spend through the roof, immediately decides, okay, you're not allowed to do that anymore. Yeah. Matt Ishbia comes in, he wants to spend millions and millions and millions of dollars. No, actually, we're going to put aprons and all these different things on, so you can't do that. Okay. But then the sport where the Dodgers exist, baseball's totally cool with you. Just go ahead and spend as much money as you want.
Yeah.
That's nice.
That's really cool.
Yeah, it's awesome.
You know, I just sneezed, Basinonians, and there are two types of people in the world: those who sneeze and let it go, of course, and those who hold it in when they sneeze. I may hold it in her, where I sneeze and I don't let it go, where it almost just blows your head up. It feels so right.
That feels, I would think that would feel worse.
No, it feels so good.
So if you ever just like, as we're coming back from break like that, because I didn't hear it, like if I ever just see your chair flip over backwards, it's because you sneezed and tried to hold it in.
Yes, no, Jamal saw it though. He did it. Oh, it's just so cool. Hold it in, brothers. Hold it in and look what it does.
Jamal, could you tell what was happening through the soundproof glass?
Absolutely. Yeah, I actually went in his ear and told him, "Bless you."
Look at that. There's some support.
You were over there talking or something like that.
I was. I don't even remember.
Not even paying attention.
I was complaining about not having a salary cap in baseball, but suddenly basically having one in basketball. However you can screw the Phoenix teams, make sure you do that. That said, the Dodgers, and we've had this conversation last year during the World Series, as much as I don't want them to win, they're a tough team to take your eyes off of when they're playing because it's unnatural. It's not, a team shouldn't have all-star after all-star after all-star in their lineup. I imagine this is what it's like watching baseball in the 90s where you're like, hey, these guys all just suddenly put on 50 pounds and every pitch is going out of the park. And the Dodgers aren't cheating. I'm not saying that, but it's you're like, wait a minute. You watch the Dodgers play baseball, and then I'd love to put a game on right now, but Major League Baseball refuses to have a day game for the second game of the season, so I guess we can't do that.
Okay.
But compare the Dodgers to any other team you're watching, and you're like, oh, that's an all-star team. It's like a traveling all-star team right there.
You know why it's an all-star team based on earnings? Because they bought all-stars.
Well,
that's what they did. Think about this. Their payroll is $414 million. That's what the Dodgers payroll is, $414 million. The next closest, the New York Mets, at $375 million. Would you say that's a significant difference right there? When you think about it, 25 and 14, that's $39 million.
Yeah, and also it doesn't even really tell the whole story.
It does not
when you consider how much the Dodgers are deferring and how much they're spending on Shohei, but also how much you're making by having Shohei. Like, you have Shohei, you tap into a completely different market of fans, so it's smart business. I'm not really criticizing the Dodgers here at all, but it's just they when you see that lineup, you're like, I got to kind of watch this because any pitch could leave the park. But also in the back of your mind, you're like, this really shouldn't be the way it is. Now, you and I were talking about this before the show, and I want to make sure we are able to get to it during the show. It's not fun because he plays for the Dodgers specifically.
Yeah.
But I don't think I can fully wrap my head around what Shohei Ohtani is.
Honestly, right now, and we were talking about this in prehab based on earnings, and we've touched on it in the past, but it's so true. What are we looking at when we watch Shohei Ohtani based on earnings? Ask yourself that question. What are we looking at? If in 50 years, maybe it's not even 50. What about 25 years down the road based on earnings? Are there going to be people talking about Shohei Ohtani? Were you alive when Shohei Ohtani was wrecking baseball? You just think about this animal, this dude, this beast that we are looking at right now. What is Shohei Ohtani? We were talking about Babe Ruth. Babe Ruth was one of these guys. Would you say he was a still point player in Major League Baseball when it was in its infantile stages for the most part? Yes, he was. Babe Ruth is legendary. And I look at Shohei Ohtani, and I think it's fascinating. Look at all the talent, all the skills, all the things he's accomplished already. And think of how much more he has in front of him, Luke. He is a walking, talking, living legend right now.
It would be, like I said, a lot more enjoyable if he were just on a different team. And it's not even an anti-Dodger thing. They don't need him. If you took Shohei, if Shohei Ohtani left and went and played for whoever next year, the Dodgers would still be the World Series favorites. And so it's just it takes the enjoyment out of it for me, where like I would like to see what he could do. And I know he was on the Angels with Mike Trout and they couldn't do anything. But if he was just on a decent team, but whatever. It's like the game last year in the NLCS where he struck out 10 Brewers and hit 3 home runs.
Knock it off.
I don't even know what the equivalent. We were trying to figure this out before the show, and it's not like Shohei had a big game last night, but it's just like we were trying to figure this out before the show. What would that be? That would be like if Josh Allen went out there and had a monster game and then also played linebacker for the Bills and led them in tackles in the game.
That's an excellent. That is it. That's it.
That's about as close as you can get.
Yes, it's Josh Allen suddenly becoming a Mike linebacker and being able to hold up at the point of attack. Not only play quarterback and throw touchdowns, but also line up as the Mike backer and just wax people's back. I mean, that's exactly what it's like, and yet it makes me think, do we really appreciate it, Basin audience? Do we appreciate what we're looking at? I think so much of us don't because it's with the Dodgers, and it drives us crazy that he's with the Dodgers. Of all teams, it's got to be the Dodgers. This is going to be hard. This is going to be really hard for me to say. But it's possible you're looking at the best baseball player that has ever played the game. I'm just saying, this is the best baseball player that has ever lived.
Because he's two players. That's why.
Because he's two players. Not only that, too, it's because he's 6'4".
Well,
he's
yeah.
6'4", and he's the fastest guy on the team.
Yeah.
By the way, he is an absolute unicorn. He is a total freak, and yet he goes out and plays that way as well, to a point where he's a pitcher and he's a hitter.
You can hear in my voice, I'm sure, the tone that I want to argue with you, but I really can't. I mean, because he is a great hitter and a really good pitcher.
I mean, you just stop and think about it. Shohei Ohtani, once again, there is nobody like him. Nobody like him.
I hope he strikes out 5 times.
And just look at, I know exactly, and look at him. The stuff that he's doing right now. This guy is a unicorn, and I don't know if we truly appreciate it.
Back to your point on the salary real quick, just to sort of drive the point home. So you were talking about teams' payrolls for this year.
Yeah.
If you look at commitments for 2027, like what money's already committed, and none of us believe the Dodgers aren't going to spend money this offseason, but money that's already committed to their roster for 2027.
Yeah.
The Yankees are number 3, $216 million. The Mets are number 2, also at $216 million, actually, so I guess they're tied. The Dodgers have $422 million committed to next year's roster already.
Oh, my goodness.
The Marlins have $5 million committed for next year. The Nationals have 9.
What do the D-backs have?
I think 121. 131 committed to next year. So that's like a normal number. The D-backs are in like the normal range with like normal teams like the Red Sox and San Francisco are all kind of in that range of, hey, we're trying to win. The Dodgers' commitment for money next year is 84 times what the Marlins have committed for next year.
But you don't need a salary cap.
84 times.
You don't need one. Knock it off.
And they're going to spend more.
Knock it off.
All right. When we come back, who poses the biggest threat to U of A in the NCAA tournament? Is there anybody? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Right now, I wouldn't even want to guess who the last 5 guys would be to close out a game in a must-win play-in game if everyone's back. Like who?
Without knowing who the opponent is?
If you know it's Devin, and would you agree we know it's Devin and Dylan?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So if we start there, who's the next most likely player that you know would be on the floor in a closing moment like that? I think it's either Grayson or Colin. It's not Jalen.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know how important the home court advantage can be in sports, and that's exactly what you'll get from my friends at Advanced Window Products. They are a local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to the public. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means you get faster turnaround times, no middleman markups, and windows that are custom built for your home, not generic sizes, retrofitted on site. Now, most window companies are just resellers, not Advanced Window Products. They'll build your windows, install your windows, then guarantee them for life, and that installation is done by vetted, trained, full-time crews, not subcontractors. Their windows also engineered for Arizona's extreme climate, which lowers your energy bills year-round, and during their spring special, you can get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110. Find them online at advancedwindows.com.
College football, law school, marriage, kids. Life got busy. I wanted to stay in shape, but didn't have the time or interest in the big box gyms. Hi, I'm Aaron. I was referred to Bill Ross Fitness Solutions. Bill created a program tailored to me. 30-minute workouts, 3 times a week, training, cardio, nutrition, everything. A couple years later, I've never felt better. I'm lighter, stronger, more flexible, and even my golf game's better. This is results-driven fitness you won't find anywhere else. Get your free consultation at BillRossFitnessSolutions.com today.
Maybe you've had your eye on a Fulton home. the premium craftsmanship, thoughtfully designed floor plans, resort-style amenities, and award-winning communities across the valley. A place where every detail feels intentional. For many buyers, homeownership can feel out of reach. But now, owning a Fulton home is more attainable than ever. With special pricing, limited time incentives, and interest rate buydowns on select homes, now is the right moment to make your move. From beautifully designed interiors to the legendary quality Fulton Homes is known for, every detail is built to stand the test of time. Visit any Fulton Homes community today or go to fultonhomes.com. Fulton Homes. You're proud to own. We're proud to build.
If you're sitting there thinking, I'm drowning in private student loan debt and nobody's going to help me, let me stop you right there. Why Refi will help you. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and helping people escape distressed or defaulted private student loan debt is exactly what they do. Why Refi works with you to build a low, fixed-rate payment plan that actually fits your life. Not a Band-Aid, a real path forward. And here's the thing, they're not going to make you feel bad about it. There's no judgment, no endless questions about how you got here. They know life happens. They just want to help you move forward. If other lenders have told you no, don't assume that's the end. Why Refi was built for people who've been told no. Your student loans don't have to control your future. Take back control today. Call Why Refi at 888-WHY-REFI-85 or visit whyrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. If you've got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Mortgage rates have dropped, and now could be a great time to refinance and put money back in your pocket. My friends at Lund Mortgage track rates daily to help you act fast and save. Just email RateWatch at lundmortgage.com, and they'll alert you when it's the right time. Skip the mailers and robocalls. Lund Mortgage gives you the full picture so you can make a smart decision. Email RateWatch at lundmortgage.com and start saving.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks made their 2026 regular season debut last night, and it did not exactly go according to plan. The D-backs lost to the Los Angeles Dodgers 8-2 last night. Geraldo Perdomo hit a 2-run home run, and Zach Gallen was rolling until he got tagged for 4 runs in the 5th inning. But the Snakes are back at it tonight. It will be Ryan Nelson on the bump for the Snakes and Emmett Sheehan on the mound for the Dodgers. First pitch for that one is at 7:10, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Wildcats displayed their dominance last night in a victory against the Arkansas Razorbacks. Braden Burries led the way with 23 points, followed closely by Koa Pete's 21 points. Arizona will play in the Elite Eight for the first time in over a decade, and their opponent will be Purdue on Saturday. Tip-off for that one is tomorrow at approximately 5:49. And after what feels like weeks since they've played a game, the Phoenix Suns will finally be back in action tomorrow night. They will host the 21-52 Utah Jazz. Tip-off for that one will be tomorrow night at 7 o'clock with pregame starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by V's Barbershop. Get a fresh cut at V's Barbershop with real barbers, real tools, and real tradition. Clean, classic style that never goes out of fashion. Book your next cut at V's Barbershop.
You've got this new head filled up with smoke. I got my veins all tangled close.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us Monday. We'll find out Jarrett's state of mind with Arizona basketball. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, final hour of the show live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Okay, so I have the national championship odds here. Okay.
Yeah.
That for some reason they could not put in order. That's nice. I got to sit here and do the math on the air. All right, 12 teams remaining. Wow, Iowa still 50-1. Iowa's the long shot, and they're already in the Elite Eight. Okay, going in reverse order. Tennessee, then Iowa. Okay, because they didn't put these in order. Alabama is down there. St. John's. Okay, you start to get into Michigan State. Those ones are all extremely long odds. UConn, actually, very long. UConn's 22-1 to win the national championship.
Okay.
Iowa State is 18-1. Purdue is 14-1. Okay, so then you start to get into the ones that Vegas actually thinks can win. Illinois is 7-1. Looks like Michigan is plus 340, Duke's plus 370, and U of A is the overwhelming favorite to win the national championship right now.
Okay, the overwhelming
basically 2-1.
Who do you think can rival them, if anybody, Luke?
Michigan. I mean, I think that's what most people believed at the start of the tournament, and I think, you could go back halfway through the season. It sort of felt like those two teams were maybe on the crash course for each other. Now they're going to play, if they do play, they're going to play obviously before the national championship game. Duke at full strength, I think, would beat them, but Duke is not at full strength. I still think they could rival them. Like if U of A, and I hope this happens, if U of A has to go through Michigan in the Final Four and Duke in the national championship, that's quite the test. And if they win, so be it. Then they beat Michigan and Duke. They should win at that point.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Arizona is a freak of nature. Individually, of course, they've got some freaks, and collectively, they've got freaks as well. And you know me, I'm big on the intensity index.
Oh, yeah, what is this? You teased this earlier.
Yeah, the intensity index meter based on audience. It's where there are three stats that I think are so related to effort stats, if you will.
Okay.
One is offensive rebounds, okay? One is steals, coming up with steals. I think a lot of that is effort. And blocks. Those three things specifically right there. I think it shows activity, does it not? It shows somebody who's trying to do something, trying to stop you or trying to get a rebound. On the offensive end of it, you've got to work yourself into position so much of the time to do it consistently. Now, sometimes it's going to come off the rim and bounce your way, and it's going to be, an offensive rebound. So it really isn't that tough. But when it happens over and over and over again, more times than not, it's because you're working yourself in position to get an offensive rebound.
Yeah.
Having said that, something happened that, you know me, I'm big on this. I like taking the intensity index and applying it to basketball games and seeing who wins. And so much of the time, based on it, when you're in the plus and you're anywhere close to double digits, when you're +8, +9, it's almost a guarantee that you are going to win the game easily. What's so odd about what we watched last night, Arkansas actually was +8.
Really?
Against the U of A.
That's not what I thought you were going to say at all.
+8
Okay.
against the U of A and lost by how many points?
21, I think.
Got hammered. Stop and think about this is what we are seeing. You want to talk about a unicorn? Forget about Shohei Ohtani. Look at the U of A and what they're doing and how they're winning games. They went out and they were halfway through the second half. Based on audience, they had an 18-point lead, and they were shooting 70% from the floor. Again, when's the last time you've seen that, Jamal? Tell me. When is the last time in a basketball game at this level, as high up as this level is, you saw 70% from the floor by a team? I'm sorry, man. I haven't seen that in decades.
Really enjoying the show where we have to talk about how great the Dodgers and U of A are.
I know.
Let's see, who else could we? Well, the Seahawks have already won the Super Bowl this year. I don't know. What would be the worst for basketball? I mean, the Spurs might win the title. I don't know if that's the worst, but they seem to be on their way.
Yes. I'm just saying the U of A was -8 on the intensity index. Once again, big metrics like offensive rebounds, steals, blocks. They were very active. They were out there doing it. -8, the U of A. And they won by 21, says Luke.
Here's Tommy Lloyd after that game.
I'm playing a brand of basketball that I think is effective for how our team's built. And what's cool about coaching and cool about the game of basketball is there's so many different ways to play. I have no disrespect, or I don't look down on any style of play. We just play a style of basketball that's really effective for how we're built. And you know what? I didn't, honestly, I don't tell our guys not to shoot threes. I didn't come out and say today, hey, let's go single-digit threes, and we'll feel good about that. And no, I mean, we want to take the best shot available, and it's a possession-by-possession deal. The beautiful thing about basketball, it's a game of random events that you have to constantly are making decisions. And that to me is like the most important thing you're teaching is decision-making, and obviously some techniques that help make better decisions. So, I would just say it was just a possession by a possession deal. I didn't one time today tell our guys, don't shoot threes. Now when I look up there and I see the bonus, I'm like, okay, hey, we can drive the basketball. You know what I mean? We can go inside and put that foul pressure on people. And listen, Arkansas is playing, with a thin bench tonight. So, obviously in a one-game scenario, they have a thin bench. We wanted to test that, and one of the ways you can test that is constant foul pressure.
I remember when U of A hired Tommy Lloyd, and not all fans, obviously, but there were a lot of U of A fans that I know that were like, I don't want this guy. Like, he's not, no, he's like an assistant. He's not even, and, well, sometimes you fall up, I guess, because you got maybe the best coach in college basketball, certainly one of the best coaches in college
Tommy
basketball.
Lloyd has won more games than any other coach that has taken over a team over a 5-year period in the first 5 years. 146 wins, now 147 wins. Okay?
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Yesterday, that's what it was. Tommy Lloyd had more wins than any other coach in the first 5 years of taking over a program. I mean, that's how well it's gone for him, and he's got the accolades to prove it.
I'm seeing a lot of Go Cats in our YouTube live chat from Javi and Eddie and a few others. Okay, I see it. I also
It's
see
Arizona.
I don't know what his name is, but they say Jeremiah Love at number 3.
Jeremiah Love at number 3. Oh, my goodness.
That would be
exciting.
exciting.
I know this is not what we're talking about, but Luke already said it earlier in the broadcast. Get ready for the Arizona Cardinals and the rumor of the Arizona Cardinals. They love them some Jeremiah Love.
I would just think if you're not gonna draft him and you want to trade down at some point, shouldn't you be talking up how much he's not getting past number 3?
Just saying.
You can really just call Jerry Jones and say he's not getting past 3, and then Jerry would trade up with you. All right, be a part of the Legacy in Every Stride. Enter to win a family 4-pack for Pat's Run, April 11th in Tempe, of course. Celebrate with us, honoring Pat Tillman's life as an Arizona State Sun Devil, an Arizona Cardinal, and an Army Ranger. Head to the contest page at arizonasports.com to enter to win race entry passes. When we come back, how can the Phoenix Suns build some momentum going into the postseason? We're going to ask the voice of the Phoenix Suns. John Bloom joins us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lavello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo this afternoon at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
When my wife and I got married after both graduating law school, we didn't have 2 nickels to rub together. Ultima had to give me her gas card just to drive home. We never could have imagined that one day we would have the largest injury firm in the world and $25 billion in money collected and counting. As good Catholics, we had 4 children fast. They all work in the firm today. Our family protecting yours. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, but our greatest gift was years away, grandchildren. Today we have 6 and counting. It's the greatest joy that we have ever experienced. I think about them all day long. Our family promises to protect your family should you need us. Call us. It's easy. Visit forthepeople.com and make sure you hug your grandchildren. God's final gift to us. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
For windows and doors that combine style, performance, and efficiency, come to the Window Depot. We carry a large selection of Milgard windows and patio doors, with many options in stock and available today. Choose from a variety of colors, styles, and energy-efficient designs that can help improve comfort while adding value to your home. From new builds to window replacements, our team can help you find the right Milgard products for your unique project. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you.
The Target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta with some great offers going on now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, spring into huge savings with a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab and save up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR financing on select models. Hop into a new 2025 Hummer EV or pickup SUV and sweep up to $20,000 off MSRP or choose 0% financing there too. If luxury is your style, check out select 2026 Buick Enclave models with up to $6,000 off MSRP, 0.9% financing, plus no payments for 120 days. But don't wait, these savings aren't in season for long. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC's got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from date of financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See deal for details. Offers in March 31st, 2026.
Gold demand is skyrocketing to record highs. As more Americans rush to preserve their savings, will there be enough gold? I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe physical gold is the only way to truly protect your 401k or IRA savings. Gold offers tangible security that can't be tracked, stolen, or inflated. That's why I strongly advocate for gold IRAs. To learn more, text the word SECURE to 989898 now. Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust, and their thousands of great reviews prove I'm not alone. So don't wait another second. Protect your retirement savings today and see how easy it is to move your IRA or 401k into physical precious metals. Text SECURE to the number 989898 for your free gold IRA info kit. Again, SECURE to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Pull-up jumper at the buzzer. He got it! How about 52 for Devin Booker?
This is a dream job. I now have my dream job.
He's going to fade from three and knock it down.
My!
If he can make it there, he can make it anywhere.
Voice of the Suns, John Bloom, joins Wolf and Luke to talk Phoenix Suns. Now.
Johnny.
Some would suggest and have that it's the greatest rejoin in radio history.
Well, it is. It is, but I'll shout over now.
It fits too perfectly. I quickly want to shout out Waddell. It's time to shout out Waddell.
Waddell.
On a Friday afternoon.
Sorry, Waddell. It got a little macaroni and cheesy there for a minute.
Barbecue Friday. John Bloom is joining us, and of course, with In Bloom as the rejoin. What's going on, Bloomer?
I am happy to be with you guys here on this Friday. We only have one day left before the Suns will play some basketball again. Some of us needed this break just to take you inside a little bit, but we're ready to go, ready to get back out there and see how these last 9 games go.
What are these final 9 regular season games about to you, Bloomer? I mean, obviously, there's still standings implications for better or for worse. They could still get 6 or drop to 8 or I guess even 9. But just in general, watching this team every night, what are you looking for?
Yeah, I mean, I think I've kind of settled into just accepting the 7th spot. If we don't, I think we are as stubborn as humans on the planet, because if you just look at the numbers, they've been there virtually all season. So why would they, move anywhere at this point? And it would take something pretty special, whether it's special in a good way to run the table, like a la the bubble back in 2020, and win 8 in a row or something like that. And maybe you catch the Rockets, who seem to be a bit of a mess right now. But that's what it would take. I mean, it virtually take going 8-1 or 9-0 or something crazy. And then the Rockets need to really continue to slide, or whoever else that you would catch. So for that reason, I've kind of settled into, they just need to play well and they need to get healthy. And I don't think there's any other team out there that's poised to add the firepower that the Suns are poised to add here in the final couple weeks of the season. And it's just based on guys getting healthy and getting back to being able to play basketball. And I'm talking about Dylan Brooks and Mark Williams, two huge factors for this team. The reason why they're sitting where they are right now with 40 wins, those are two big reasons for that.
So, Johnny, if you don't mind, define playing well. What do you think that looks like for this team?
Well, I think you know it, Wolf. I think you've watched enough of this team all season long that when they play, when they come out and they show that intensity, that they're not going to back down from whoever is across from them and that they're going to give everything they got. That's been, I would say, probably more than 80% of the games we've seen this season, which is why we're so satisfied with this team. I mean, I think virtually across the board, Suns fans are satisfied with what they've seen from this team. Does it mean that we're just sitting back and saying, no, everything's house money now? No, because if you're a fan, you're still totally locked in and you want to see what this group can do, especially if they can get healthy. We have seen it for a grand total of 7 minutes all season where they've had the roster at its entirety. That was the second game Jalen Green was playing this season. That's it. 7 minutes of an entire roster. That's asinine when you're looking at the 74th game about to be played tomorrow night. So for that reason, I'm still tantalized by what this team could do. And I'm sitting here and I'm watching, NBA Today, and I'm hearing the talking heads give me all the stuff they want to give me about how the Lakers are playing their best basketball when it matters most. Guess what? No, they're not. This isn't when it matters most. When it matters most is a couple weeks from now, when the playoffs start. That's when it matters most. And if the Lakers are still playing at this level, then hats off to them. I will take a literal hat off to them. But right now, it doesn't matter most. Maybe it does if they want to get out of the play-in. And that's an important thing. But like I just talked to you about, I think, it's okay to settle in and be okay with being that 7th seed. If that's what they can do, they got to take care of business, obviously, in that one-game play-in to lock up the 7th seed. And I like their chances to do that on their home floor.
Man, I can tell you've had a couple days off, Johnny. You're jacked up,
rejuvenated. We're talking.
I needed it. I needed for the whole stretch run. This last month has just been, I know you guys have been hit with it too at the station. I know so many people across the valley and across the planet, for that matter, have been hit by flu and all the other stuff. Yeah. I got hit by flu. It followed up with pneumonia. I'm finally getting it all out of the system, and I'm ready to rock for these last, like I said, 9 games of the regular season, and then whatever they can do in the postseason. And hopefully, as we sit here and you say, okay, if they're the 7th seed, what are their chances against a number 2? And that number 2 right now is San Antonio. Tim Kempton and I have talked a lot about this all season long. Matchups make a big deal with success rates. And with matchups with regards to the top teams in the West, that's probably the best matchup for the Phoenix Suns. So that's kind of what we're focused on. If they can get that done, then maybe, just maybe they can do a little shocking of the world.
See, that's more firepower the Suns add, a fully rejuvenated John Bloom for the stretch run here.
Yes.
It's scary thoughts. Bloomer, Jordan Ott talked about this the other night. Devin Booker has talked about it a little bit. The Suns have lost, especially their last 3 games. So they've been by a total of 6 points. They've had these games against some good teams like San Antonio and Denver where they're playing well, but can't quite finish the game off. Or like the Milwaukee game, I mean, they should have won that game, couldn't finish it off. The Bulls game a few weeks ago, that's a game you need to win, couldn't quite finish it off. Are you seeing anything specific towards the end of these games, or is it more of a coincidence?
Well, yeah, I think there's both. I would say some of it's coincidence, but some of it is also just having guys that have all kind of moved up in position based on the fact that you've had these injuries to your roster. So you have guys who are playing more minutes than they have in their lives. They're playing bigger roles than they have in their careers. Let's just look at a couple of youngsters who were put in the spotlight late in games, in Rasheer Fleming and Oso Ighodaro. I love the fact that they were put in those situations now at the ages that they are, 21 for Fleming and 23 for Oso. They're still growing so dramatically in their roles, and they've done so much growth so far this year. That's a hard one. You don't want to see failure. You don't want to see a guy go to the line with a chance to maybe lock up a win and fail at that stage. But at this part of his career, I think that gives him such an opportunity for growth. Both of those guys, if they put the work in, which knowing those 2 guys as I've gotten to know them over the year, yes, I do believe both of them are hard workers, and they're going to put that work in. And if they get that opportunity, the next time, I doubt they'll fail in that same response. So, these are the important moments for a team like this that could potentially rely on those guys in the postseason, but maybe it isn't going to be something that pays off until a year or two down the road when they're asked to do even more for this basketball team. But the reason I like all of this happening now, and it's just like I made the joke about the Lakers and playing your best basketball right now, is this is the time to go through this so that when it is crunch time in general in the playoffs where everything is magnified and everything matters more, then guys are going to be ready for that task. And at least Jordan Knott's going to have identified what he's going to want and what he's going to expect from this group during tight games in the playoffs. And I think that's an important stretch. You don't want to go through 5-game losing streaks. Nobody does. But if you are going to go through it, you want to be able to learn from it, and I think this group will.
You know, for me, Johnny, I think Devin Booker and Jalen Green and how they play out on the court together when they're both on the floor together, I think that is what I want to see over the next 9 games, of course, and just how much better the Phoenix Suns can be. What are your thoughts on Devin Booker and Jalen Green when they're both on the floor together?
I think that there is a chemistry there, Wolf. I don't know that it's the same that you see with other connections where you see kind of just a total player connectivity where they kind of know exactly what they're doing on the floor. They haven't gotten to that point, but they have made more of a connection, and they do have now, I think, a realistic expectation for where each other is on the floor. What I'm most interested about, though, is now folding Dylan Brooks into this.
Right.
Because, again, that hasn't been something we've seen an awful lot of, is those three together and what that means for the dynamic of the offense. You know, does it mean that Jalen's going to be asked to do less late clock manipulation? You know what I mean? Like creating when there's down to 3-4 seconds in the shot clock. Does it mean that instead of that, they like the opportunity to go to Dylan at the elbow with that little shimmy, shake, turnaround jumper that was so impactful all season long when he was healthy? So these are all elements that I think I'd like to see in these next couple of weeks. It's going to take a healthy Dylan Brooks, and I don't have any news on that front yet, but hopefully that happens over the course of the next week. During this road trip that they're going to be on, which includes a back-to-back, Monday and Tuesday, Memphis, Orlando. Then you got a break before Charlotte and a break after Charlotte before Chicago. I kind of like that for a return for guys like Dylan Brooks and Mark Williams, because there are days off before and after the games. So let's just see how it plays out, because, again, if you can get them back and you can play 5 games with a full group, boy, I think you can learn a lot. I think you can really feel like you're a lot more prepared for what's to come in the postseason.
It's about to get really intense over the next couple of weeks. Bloomer, great to talk to you, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you, brother.
Hey, and enjoy the madness. I mean, I know you don't have your Mountaineers, and I don't have my Syracuse Orange. You don't have your Sun Devils out there, but hey, I think it's been a better tournament this year than last year, and so it just gets everybody's juices flowing with hoops, and that's what I love.
Yeah. How's your bracket, Johnny?
It's garbage. Thank you for asking. I had Houston in the final. I'm just calling it over. I picked Michigan to win it so that my wife, if she has to celebrate her alma mater, it would be more tolerable for me if I win some cash. But now both of those things are out. So I still hope happy wife, happy life. So go Blue, I guess.
Awesome, Johnny.
Thanks,
you,
Bloomer.
Brother. Appreciate you, man.
Take it easy, guys.
That's John Bloom joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. When we come back, let's go around the NFL. How about I think this quarterback qualifies as a legend. Apparently wanted to come back and play football again recently. We'll get back into that and a lot more next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The local sports leader is all about the NFL Draft. We know you've got your home team sensibilities, so we're looking at the entire NFL Draft, not just the Cardinals in the 3rd overall pick.
With the 3rd pick,
though we are definitely taking strong interest in that one. What's Monty gonna do? Trade it? Pick O-line or edge? Decisions, man. Cardinal decisions. NFL draft coverage on Arizona Sports, brought to you by Bud Light, official beer sponsor of the Arizona Cardinals.
the Arizona Cardinals select.
Hey Arizona, it's Vince Marotta, and springtime means it's time to clean things up, starting with what's parked in your driveway. Ford Truck Month is still rolling at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler with huge savings all month long. Jump into a new 2025 Ford F-150 and save up to $5,000 off MSRP, plus $5,000 in Ford bonus cash. Or grab the zeros. 0% financing for 66 months with Ford Flex Buy, 0 money down, and 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 truck month cash on select F-150, Super Duty XL, and XLT trucks. Need more room to fit your family? Save up to $8,500 off MSRP on a new 2026 Ford Escape. As Tex Earnhardt said, if you don't try us, we both lose money. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford, no bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1,598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 31st, 2026.
Meet iPhone 17e. A whole lot for a lot less. With an almighty, all-powerful A19 chip. And Ceramic Shield 2, built to survive this. And this. And a 48-megapixel fusion camera with 2x optical quality zoom and next-gen portraits. And double the starting storage of iPhone 16e. And long-lasting battery life for hours of watching the studio.
That's the dream!
And it comes with Apple Intelligence. And you can charge it with USB-C or with MagSafe accessories. And a whole lot more, all for a lot less. Get the new iPhone 17e at Verizon today.
LifeLock, how can I help?
The IRS said I filed my return, but I haven't.
1 in 4 tax-paying Americans has paid the price of identity fraud.
What do I do?
My refund, though.
I'm freaking out.
Don't worry, I can fix this.
LifeLock fixes identity theft guaranteed and gets your money back with up to $3 million in coverage.
I'm so relieved.
No problem. I'll be with you every step of the way.
1 in 4 was a fraud-paying American. Not anymore. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with 0 down, 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with 0 down, 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks made their 2026 regular season debut last night, and it did not go exactly according to plan. The D-backs lost to the Los Angeles Dodgers 8-2 last night. Geraldo Perdomo hit a 2-run home run, and Zach Gallen was rolling until he got tagged for 4 runs in the 5th inning. But the Snakes are back at it tonight. It will be Ryan Nelson on the bump for the Snakes and Emmett Sheehan on the mound for the Dodgers. First pitch for that one is at 7:10, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Wildcats displayed their dominance last night in victory against the Arkansas Razorbacks. Braden Burries led the way with 23 points, followed closely by Koa Pete's 21 points. Arizona will play in the Elite Eight for the first time in over a decade, and their opponent will be Purdue on Saturday. Tip-off for that game is tomorrow at approximately 5:49. And after what feels like weeks since they've played in a game, the Phoenix Suns will finally be back in action tomorrow night. They will be hosting the 21-52 Utah Jazz. Tip-off for that one will be tomorrow at 7 o'clock with pregame starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Retirement comes with stealth taxes, Medicare surcharges, Social Security taxation, and forced distributions. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. A rough opening night for the Diamondbacks against the Dodgers. We're talking to Tori Lavello about it at 2:30 on the Burns and Gambo Show here on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
You know how I like it when you loving on me. I don't wanna die for them to miss me.
All right, it's Wolf and Luke on a Friday afternoon. Let's go around the NFL.
Okay.
And we're going to have to talk about the Dodgers.
Okay.
Or U of A.
Do we have to? I mean, I didn't look at the show sheet, but we talking about the Dodgers? Is that what you're saying?
No, we're going to go around the NFL instead.
Good. I like that. Yes. Okay.
All right, let's start with Tom Brady.
Oh, Tommy.
So he apparently wanted to actually come back.
Okay. Yes.
Wanted. He's not still trying to come back, but there was a stretch there. He's been retired since 2022. Although didn't he already retire and then come back once? And he retired for 38 days or something and then came back and played.
Yeah. This was really weird because I remember thinking to myself that I don't think Tom Brady is done. And I said as much. Mm-hmm. I said it would not shock me if somehow, some way, he took a couple of months off and said, you know what, I was just joking. And sure enough, it appears as though he had that thought and was prepared to do that, but no longer is going to do it.
No, and apparently the NFL's like, well, you're a part owner of the Raiders, so you can't. They weren't real keen on that idea because he does. I think he owns 5% of the Raiders.
Yeah.
I guess if he came back and played for the Raiders, maybe.
Yeah, it's just a situation once again where when you play the game at a high level, the way that Tom Brady has played the game at a high level, when you still are one of the best 32 human beings on the face of the planet in order to play quarterback in the National Football League, it's hard to walk away when you could still do that, especially for quarterbacks, Luke.
Yeah.
Quarterbacks are a little bit different, man.
Especially Brady because you're not allowed to hit him. So he's probably like, my body be fine. They made all these rules to make sure you can't hit me. What's the problem?
That's right.
But none of us can even begin to comprehend what it must. And Brady's going to be 49 in a couple months. He'll be 49 before next season. But how he must watch. Think how many times you watch Red Zone or just football or whatever on a Sunday or a Thursday, and you're like, man, some of these quarterbacks are not, this team's never winning a Super Bowl with this quarterback. Now imagine if you're Tom Brady and you're like, I definitely am better than that guy right now.
You know what I love about Tom Brady, too, Basinonians, is the fact that he played quarterback back when you could still hit a quarterback. The vast majority of his years that he played, you could still waylay.
But you couldn't hit him. That was the problem.
Well, yeah, they gave him the benefit of the doubt on many things, but there's no doubt about it. He still played when you could hit the quarterback. The vast majority of his years were when you could still hit I would say they've only really cracked down on that over the last decade.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. It feels like a lot of it started with him, but it's you're right. The game, even 15 years ago, very different. Go back and look at some of the hits Cam Newton took, where that you could do anything to Cam Newton and they would allow it. How about this as a potential? This isn't a comeback, but RG3 getting invited to play for Team USA's flag football team. Have you seen? Are you surprised at all, as somebody who played in the NFL, how many current NFL players want to play for Team USA's flag football? And I get it. It's the Olympics. There's no way an owner's going to let this happen.
I am surprised. I am shocked. How about Darrell Green? You see Darrell Green? He's in his 60s.
Yeah.
The cornerback.
He's still faster than everybody.
I went to Pro Bowls with Darrell Green. I know this guy. And here he is. He believes he could still compete in the flag.
What do you think he can run? What do you think 40 times Darrell Green has right now?
Oh, my gosh. I would just, I don't know. To answer your question, I don't know. I just know this right here. If you could tell me he could break a 4.5, I would believe you. And I'm talking about a dude who is 63 years old.
And savage.
And yet you tell he could break a 4.5. Could you? That would be.
Tell you what, if
I would pay to actually see that happen.
If you're fast, you're fast. As long as you take care of yourself. If you're naturally fast and you take care of yourself, I mean, I don't know, sub 4.5 in your 60s is asking a lot, but I'm guessing he's still faster than most human beings on this planet right now.
Yes, I know. There's no doubt about that. But I am surprised.
Joe Burrow wants to play too.
Yes. There are these quarterbacks and there are these receivers who want to play for Team USA in the Olympics. Will that happen? Yes, I think it will.
You think it will?
Oh, I think it will.
Man, I think owners are going to get real nervous.
Man. No, I get it. Yet at the same time, think of the benefit that is to your football team as well. And maybe you could make some money off of that and monetize the fact that your quarterback is actually playing for Team USA, especially if you win gold.
You know who would be good in that format? Would be Kyler Murray.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's perfect for Kyler. Doesn't have to worry about getting hit behind the line of scrimmage, and he's faster than everybody.
Yep.
Joe Burrow probably just wants to play because he wouldn't have to play behind the Bengals' offensive line. He's probably like, finally I can play through a game, and I wouldn't get sacked and just driven into the ground 8 times. All right, when we come back, what do you want to see from Ryan Nelson tonight in his first start of the season against Emmett Sheehan and the LA Dodgers? We'll preview D-backs Dodgers next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-1. Swung on and popped up. This should do it. Betts calls off Hernandez. He'll make the two-handed catch. And the Dodgers overcome a 2-run deficit, and they win at home on opening night by a final score of 8-2.
More reaction to last night's game coming your way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know how important the home court advantage can be in sports, and that's exactly what you'll get from my friends at Advanced Window Products. They are a local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to the public. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means you get faster turnaround times, no middleman markups, and windows that are custom built for your home, not generic sizes, retrofitted on site. Now, most window companies are just resellers, not Advanced Window Products. They'll build your windows, install your windows, then guarantee them for life, and that installation is done by vetted, trained, full-time crews, not subcontractors. Their windows also engineered for Arizona's extreme climate, which lowers your energy bills year-round, and during their spring special, you can get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110. Find them online at advancedwindows.com.
Jackson Hewitt will do your taxes for $149 or less, no matter how complicated. So if you're a delivery driver / handyman / wedding DJ, you pay only $149 or less. We're talking to you, waitress.
Check, please.
/ pet sitter / influencer. Just $149 or less. Want your refund to work as hard as you? Hurry. Don't wait. File with Jackson Hewitt today. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
At quarterback, calling the right play could change the whole game. And when your car breaks down, same idea. Make the right call before the big repair bill hits. CarShield helps protect you from expensive auto repairs. Plans include 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, and rental car options, all to keep your drive alive. Look, breakdowns happen, but choosing CarShield, that's the easiest call you'll make all day.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, I know so many people that retired, they work so hard, they built up that nest egg, and then they don't realize that they're going to get hit on taxes, even on Social Security. How do you help people like that?
Well, here's the thing. I think you're absolutely right. Number one, Social Security tax comes by surprise. People almost always owe money their first year in retirement because they never thought Social Security is taxable. That's why it's important to have a financial plan that includes a tax plan. And how do you do that? You have tax-efficient or tax-free retirement in retirement, not just all those 401ks and IRAs. And there's tons of solutions there.
As long as I've worked with you, you've always said it's not about how much money you make, it's about how much money you're able to keep. If you want a great plan going forward, call Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Phoenix just had its hottest start to March on record, and summer hasn't even started yet. Before the real heat arrives, let Parker & Sons tune up your AC unit for just $89. Already a member? Your tune-up is already covered. Just one of the many perks that makes membership pay for itself. And here's our promise. If your unit breaks down this summer after we service it, we'll refund every penny. That's our no breakdown guarantee. Don't wait till it's 115 degrees and your AC gives out. Call or text 602-2-REPAIR to schedule.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on that is hit high and deep.
Wolf and Luke talk D-backs baseball. Now.
Mentioned this earlier. ASU Pro Day going on today for football.
Yeah.
Obviously, Cam Scadaboo is there. Why wouldn't he be?
Cam Scadaboo. I kind of geek out a little bit when I watch Cam play, based on it. I do. What a fierce football player he is. Yes, and brings the intensity and the ferocity to the football field, does he not?
It looks like, I mean, I'm just kind of going based on stuff I'm seeing online, obviously, because we're not there. We're in the studio doing the show. Scadaboo's there. He doesn't need to be, but Cam Scadaboo's at every ASU function, which is part of what the culture that Kenny Dillingham has built. Obviously, Cam Scadaboo's already in the NFL. Maxi Honachor is obviously. It seems like I'm seeing a lot of the Patriots people may be focused on him. Mike Vrabel's there. It sounds like John Harbaugh's there. It sounds like Kevin Stefanski's there.
Wow.
It's NFL coaches at ASU's Pro Day, which, look, it's not
Sounds
like
fantastic.
It's not like ASU doesn't put guys in the NFL, but this is kind of a different level. Jordan Tyson's going to be a definite first-round pick, maybe probably top half of the first round. Honachor seems like he could be a first-rounder or early second. Keith Abney's going to go, but there's other guys like Jordan Crook and Keyshawn Elliott that could end up in the NFL. Like, we could see a good amount of ASU players in the NFL from this year's team now.
Yeah, and you said Cam Scadaboo is there.
Scadaboo's there, yeah.
You know what? I just want to say this quickly because I do geek out a little bit when we talk about Cam and how he plays the game. I absolutely love it and respect it greatly. I would want that dude around my team as often as he possibly could.
Yeah.
Cam, anytime you just want to walk around in the locker room and, like, talk to a dude or say something or encourage him, go ahead and do it. I would want Cam Scadaboo and his mentality around my team as much and as often as I could get.
He's one of those guys that's going to be coming back to ASU football games for the next 40 years. And Jordan Tyson, too. Like, it's just, I mean, look, they're going to be in the NFL, so it's not like they can do it every week. But when their team's on bye week or their team is playing the Cardinals or something on Sunday, pretty good chance you're going to see Cam Scadaboo for a game each year going forward. In fact, I'm looking at videos of Cam and Jordan Tyson talking to John Harbaugh right now.
Oh, really?
Out there, yeah. So.
Oh, I thought maybe you saw Cam tell somebody to pick something up from the ground.
It is funny watching like everybody else in workout stuff. Tyson's not in workout stuff because he's still dealing with the injuries. Cam's walking around in like a polo and dress pants.
Yeah,
like, who's this guy? Is he a GM now?
Right.
Like, what's going on?
Telling people to pick it up. Hey, don't leave it. Pick that up.
Hey, remember when we went to the playoff and I almost single-handedly beat Texas? Pick that up. All right. Baseball, there's 161 more games. Last night did not end the season, Wolf. So the Diamondbacks are back at it tonight in L.A. I think they have to endure the Dodgers getting their World Series rings. But after that, it's Ryan Nelson against Emmett Sheehan. Emmett Sheehan was pretty good last year. He didn't pitch a ton, but he was pretty good for the Dodgers. So he's their number 2 starter for now. Ryan Nelson, obviously the D-backs number 2 starter. And look, he's going to have his hands full. You know, it's. We talked earlier about how, okay, Zach Gallen's done this before. He's been in the league for a while. He knows maybe your first start of the season is not going to be your best. Now, maybe Ryan Nelson just goes out there and shuts down the Dodgers. That'd be nice. But his first start of the season is going to be against that lineup, so this is a challenge.
Here's what I think Ryan Nelson's superpower is. He's competitive. He's a absolute freak when it comes to competition. This is what I think is his superpower. He's a guy that technically doesn't have great stuff. He doesn't. In fact, challenges you often up in the zone with a straight fastball, a four-seam fastball that, is going to hit 96, 97. There's no doubt about it. But over and over and over again, he challenges hitters. He's so competitive is what he is. I think that, honestly, is his superpower. And yet he's a guy whose confidence does not get shaken very easily. It doesn't. I would expect to see Ryan Nelson challenge the Dodgers tonight. That's why I can't wait to see it.
He is absolutely somebody who does not pitch scared, for lack of a better term. It's like, I got good stuff. You see if you can hit it. You generally don't see Ryan Nelson like nibbling around the corners and be like, oh, he walked him. He's always trying to get too fancy, always trying to be. He's just like, you hit it. You can't. Go ahead. So, and we've seen him get better each year, really, of his career, and to the point where, Emmett Sheehan's pitching second for the Dodgers. He might end up being their second best pitcher, but they're kind of moving things around. They got like 6 starters and all the stuff with Shohei too in their schedule. Ryan Nelson is the number 2 starter on the Diamondbacks, and he's earned that. And so,
yeah. And like I said, because I believe he's so competitive as well, I want to see what the Dodger blue does to Ryan Nelson. How much more? Because he has a tendency of pitching his best when it matters the most, especially against better teams. So for me, I'm interested.
Now the flip side is probably no matter who's starting, you're going to need to score some runs against the Dodgers. I mean, we talked earlier, okay, Gallen was good, and then he had that bad 5th inning. And then the bullpen was okay, but Taylor Clark gave up 4 runs. But the other side of that is the Diamondbacks scored 2 runs. You're probably not going to beat the Dodgers very often scoring 2 runs. Here's Torey Lovello after last night's game.
Well, I think Yamamoto in his last couple innings of work got super stingy after the home run, and they just were attacking the zone. And part of our identity is to see pitches get on base via the walk, and they had no walk. So I feel like that was a big contributor to their success today.
He also talked about the base running. I know this was part of the poll question earlier, but this is the cut I was talking about. Torrey wasn't real happy with how the D-backs did run the bases when they were actually on the base.
I was pleased with a lot of things that we did today, but you can't give out, you get 27 of them and they're all precious. So if you give up 2 outs on the bases, we got to be better. So we got to get on lockdown about that. We feel like there were some trigger points and some things that we were trying to take advantage of, and we just went too early at first base, so we got to be better there. And then you got to read a line drive. So it's not freeze on a line drive, it's get back on a line drive at the big league level. So we got to be better. So we're going to address those things for sure.
Yeah, got to be better. What do you expect to see tonight from the Arizona Diamondbacks with Ryan Nelson taking the ball once again against a team that has the kind of lineup that the Los Angeles Dodgers have? A guy that is going to challenge the hitters for the Dodgers. Going to challenge them up in the zone. I mean, for me, it's fascinating. I cannot wait to see this. Who's going to crumble? Who's going to change? Will it be Ryan Nelson or will it be the Dodgers? Will they change their approach? Man, we shall see.
I'm at the point where I expect a good performance out of Ryan Nelson most nights.
Yeah.
So he faced the Dodgers last year. I believe it was 3 times, twice as a starter. Yeah, that's right. So he faced them 3 times. 13 innings, a 2.77 ERA against the Dodgers last year, and their batting average against him was 2.13. I mean, he can pitch against this team. Now, it's always dicey, right? You're going to sit here and say, oh, Ryan Nelson's going to have a great game. But look at the Dodgers lineup. I mean, he could throw 3 bad pitches and give up 7 runs. There's a lot of people, a lot of Diamondbacks fans who believe he's actually their best pitcher right now.
Yes.
And until shown otherwise, I'm not saying he's their best pitcher, but I believe in this dude. Like I said, I mean, it's obvious improvement each year from Ryan Nelson to the point where he has earned the right to be the number 1 or number 2 starter.
And once again, because of that Dodger blue, I think the competitiveness is going to help Ryan Nelson be who he is.
Are you leaving? We still have time.
No.
Okay. You pushed the chair back away. It's all right. We're leaving. Thanks to Jamal behind the glass. Thanks to whoever brought this barbecue in here for sure. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run, presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run, presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate, presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Are you planning a home renovation? Getting quotes on windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, or flooring? Before you commit, visit the Window Depot and make sure you're not overpaying. The Window Depot is your one-stop shop for top quality products at the lowest prices. We're locally owned and operated with no installers and no middlemen, so you save big. Perfect for DIYers, contractors, and homeowners. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Howdy, everybody. This is rodeo announcer Doug Mathis for Sanderson Ford Cave Creek Pro Rodeo, March 26th through the 29th. You know what goes great with rodeo? Ford Truck Month at Sanderson Ford.
Save on a Ford F-150, now available with 0% financing for 60 months, plus $1,000 bonus cash and 0 payments for 90 days on all remaining 2025 models.
Don't miss the Cave Creek Rodeo and don't miss Truck Month at Sanderson Ford.
Requires financing with Ford Motor Credit OAC. Offers expire 3/31/26.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Maybe you've had your eye on a Fulton home. The premium craftsmanship, thoughtfully designed floor plans, resort-style amenities, and award-winning communities across the valley. A place where every detail feels intentional. For many buyers, homeownership can feel out of reach. But now, owning a Fulton home is more attainable than ever. With special pricing, limited time incentives, and interest rate buydowns on select homes, now is the right moment to make your move. From beautifully designed interiors to the legendary quality Fulton Homes is known for, every detail is built to stand the test of time. Visit any Fulton Homes community today or go to fultonhomes.com. Fulton Homes. You're proud to own. We're proud to build.
Running a home service business in Arizona is a grind. Long days, emergency calls, nonstop crews. The last thing you need is marketing becoming another job. That's where Blue Aspen Marketing comes in. They're a local team that learns your business and handles the SEO, PPC, and website work that brings in real customers, not just clicks. And right now, receive a free growth audit to see what's working and where you can grow. Visit blueaspenmarketing.com to schedule your free growth audit.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks made their 2026 regular season debut last night, but it did not exactly go according to plan. The D-backs lost to the Los Angeles Dodgers 8-2 last night. Geraldo Perdomo hit a 2-run home run, and Zach Gallen was rolling until he got tagged for 4 runs in the 5th inning. But the Snakes are back at it tonight. It will be Ryan Nelson on the bump for the Snakes and Emmett Sheehan on the mound for the Dodgers. First pitch for that one will be at 7:10, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Wildcats displayed their dominance in their victory last night against the Arkansas Razorbacks. Braden Burries led the way with 23 points, followed closely by Koa Pete's 21 points. Arizona will play in the Elite Eight for the first time in over a decade, and their opponent will be Purdue on Saturday. Tip-off for that one is tomorrow at approximately 5:49. And after what feels like weeks since they have played a game, the Phoenix Suns will finally be back in action tomorrow night. They will be hosting the 21-52 Utah Jazz. Tip-off for that one will be tomorrow at 7 o'clock with pregame starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Streets up 2 o'clock on this Friday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns alongside the one, the only John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
Not much, my friend. Congratulations. Your U of A Wildcats looked dominant last night against Arkansas. That was a whooping of epic proportions last night.
That was an ass whooping.
We need to get you.
That was a bludgeoning. What we
need to do here is we need to get you a U of A basketball jersey.
I don't have one. Yeah,
we need to get you one so that Lauren, turn on your microphone, so that you can match Lauren in there, who's wearing her Fighting Illini. Why do you not have a U of A basketball jersey? Some U of A gear, something, anything. I mean, you know.
I think I have some U of A shirts. My daughter went to school there. She played lacrosse there. Basketball jerseys are just not my thing.
Not even with like a T-shirt on underneath them?
Yeah, I have a St. John's one that I had put on the other day, but it's very old. It was Felipe Lopez. I've just never been a basketball jersey. I don't wear basketball jerseys.
That's fine. You wore the St. John's one the other day.
Yeah, but you never
talked about them on the show.
Baseball jersey, a football jersey, but I just don't wear basketball jerseys.
I think you look good in a Cats jersey. When I pay off this bet to you next week, I'm going to wear one of my son's jerseys to the rah-rah room. That was kind of my. Is that below the dress standard? Will that get me kicked out of the rah-rah room, and therefore I don't have to?
Kicked out, then you don't have to pay.
That's exactly what I'm going for. kick me out. Oh, what? I don't meet your dress code? Well, la-di-da. I'll just show myself to the door.
A lot of restaurants are now kind of trying to enforce dress codes, like fancy restaurants. Like, please,
it's Arizona.
Stop coming in with a hat on.
It's Arizona. I mean, come on. You know, like
some steakhouses and stuff. They're like, yeah, you listen. We're gonna enforce a little bit of a dress code.
We live on the
surface.
surface.
Come in flip flops and a baseball hat.
We live on the surface of the sun. Let me wear flip flops and shorts. All right, your restaurant can't be that nice. We live on the literal surface of the sun. Let me dress down a little bit.
I actually agree with the dress code. I think you should have to.
Oh, you think so? Huh?
I think a little bit. Yeah.
Okay.
I think you should have.
Gamble, all prim and proper over here.
Hey, you going out to a nice dinner?
You don't want to. You know what?
I agree.
Okay. The feet thing, I would agree.
I agree. I don't want to see your feet.
When I'm on an airplane, I don't want to see your feet. Socks and shoes on an airplane. I don't want to see your feet on an airplane. I just don't. You're
okay if you've got socks on and you take your sneakers off?
No. Oh, God, that's
like that
might be worse. I think I'd almost rather see your feet at that point. Because your stinky socks have been sitting inside your shoes for all day, and that's just going to smell the whole joint up. Yeah, no, leave your socks on, shoes on, no flip-flops on the plane.
Adequate. Nothing wrong with just dressing halfway decent to go out to a nice meal. Nothing wrong with that.
That's fair. Okay, so the rules of living better on the Burns and Gambo Show. Let's weigh in on our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
1-1. Swung on and popped up. This should do it. Betts calls off Hernandez. He'll make the two-handed catch. And the Dodgers overcome a 2-run deficit, and they win at home on opening night by a final score of 8-2.
And so it goes for the Diamondbacks. Troy Lavello set to join us in about 25 minutes from right now from Chavez Ravine. They lose the opener 8-2 to L.A. Thoughts?
My thoughts was Zach Gallen pitched really well for 4 innings, and then they got blown out in that 5th inning. Everything went to hell in a handbasket, and that kind of ruined him. It was tough to see. I did like the 4 innings. I thought he was really good, and then everything just exploded. And you walk out of there, and you got and I saw him in the dugout just hoping one of the inherited runners scored when Juan Murillo came in. But you're sitting there and you're like, you walk out of it, you got an ERA of 9. Like, it is what it is. Like, it matters. Like, you pitched really good for 4 innings. Yeah, but you didn't in the 5th.
Yeah.
You didn't. And all of a sudden, you get bombed. They had a 2-0 lead. They stopped hitting. But my first thought is really kind of focuses on Zach Gallen. They need him to pitch good. They need him to win big games. First inning, second inning, third inning, fourth inning, I'm starting to feel good about Zach Gallen. Can they win a close game against the Dodgers, beat Yamamoto 2-0 or 3-1 or 3-2, and then he just could not get anybody out in the 5th inning. They got to pull him from the game, and he ends up giving up 4 runs on 5 hits and has an ERA of 9 right now.
Yeah, I kind of had a similar thought. My wife and I kind of have a saying, like when we go on vacation, it was a good trip until it wasn't. And then something like at the end of the vacation makes you wish you'd gone home a day earlier or something like that. I kind of felt that way watching Zach Gallen last night. It was a really good start for him until it wasn't. And when it wasn't, and it wasn't even like, the first base runner gets on, Cattell makes the sliding play, can't get it. It's a tough play. Maybe he could have, he didn't. The next one, Teoscar swinging bunt, right? Like, I mean, he hit the ball 30 miles per hour, and Gallen made a hell of a play on it. Right?
Yep.
And so and then he just leaves that breaking ball a little too into Pajes, and that's it, right?
A 3-run homer, and all of a sudden,
the whole tone of the game changes. I guess, I feel like we do this every year. Yeah, Zach Gallen last year wasn't great against the Cubs. There was even a start, and he even brought this up after the game. There was a start he had the year they went to the World Series. He opened the season in Dodger Stadium with a pitching line very similar to the one he had last night. And they ended up going to the World Series. Just try not to jump to too many conclusions about it. And I'm not saying to you, I'm just saying in general. I know you know better than this. Don't jump to too many conclusions about one guy or one team, A, because it's opening day, and B, because Andy Pajes is in the 7th or 8th hole, and he had 27 home runs last year. This team is just built differently, man. They really are.
I was talking to Gonzo when he was at the airport today on the way back, because I really liked that broadcast last night, too, with Kershaw and Hershiser and Gonzo. I really enjoyed the broadcast.
I enjoyed the concept of it. It was way too much Dodgers. It was like it felt like there were 2 innings that went by before I heard Gonzo's voice. Like, it was a lot of...
He told some great stories.
It was a lot of Dodger, D-backs, Dodger. You know, that was my impression. I felt like there were too many stretches where Gonzo, I didn't even know he was there.
Gonzo was a Dodger at one point.
That's true, he was.
He was a Dodger.
It was very, I like the concept of it. I thought it was good. Torey Lovello after the game on Zach Gallen.
I thought this game was going the way we wanted it to early on, and then in typical Zach fashion, he was controlling counts, had some quick, easy innings. Looked like he was going to be able to get us 5, maybe pitch into that 6th inning, but that pitch count climbed in his last inning work. And Dodgers are a good baseball team. He makes some mistakes, and they had a couple of well-placed balls, and the Paz comes up with a 3-run home run. So, we got to pitch better in a couple situations. Beyond Zach. We can't all be Zach watching and put it completely on him. So at the end of the day, you give up 8 runs in the stadium, you're going to have a tough time winning a baseball game.
I would have liked to have seen him after the 3-run homer come, settle in and get a couple of outs. But he gave up the single to Rojas. He walked Ohtani. And then Murillo comes in, and you could just see him in the dugout, like, I'll just keep it here. Let's keep it 3-2. But then, Smith scored, had that infield single, and Rojas scored. I was at the one that Santana tried to make the play on. I think I might have been the one. And then all of a sudden, so it's 4 runs. So you walk out of there, and you didn't get an out in the 5th, so you only went 4 innings, and you gave up 4 runs. It's tough because he did pitch extremely well for the first 4 innings. I think we're all looking for signs that Zach Gallen can get back to being, a legitimate, top of the rotation guy.
Yeah.
Whether it's a 1 or a 2, that's a difficult lineup. You can't get too high or too low. Listen, they know this. They can't put too much emphasis on this Dodger series. This team is just built different than everybody else. Like you mentioned, the bottom of that lineup is just freaking ridiculous. It's hard for anybody to get outs against them. They're just that good. So you don't want to get too down if you have a bad series. But we are looking for signs that Gallen is right and that he can help this team throughout the course of the season.
I mean, and to that regard, he had the 2 walks, which wasn't egregious, it felt like. He gave up the 1 home run, which wasn't egregious, right? Like if we're looking at the things that were problematic for him last year, the long ball and the free base runners were problems. He allowed just too many of both. I didn't feel like either one were excessive last night. We'll see. We'll talk about the bullpen later. Lawler, the good and the bad. There was a little bit of both from Jordan Lawler last night. The bullpen, the good and the bad, there was a little bit of both.
The good, the bad, and the ugly.
Yeah, and there probably was good, bad, and ugly from last night's bullpen. Looking at you, Taylor Clark. Oh, my goodness. We'll talk about all of that over the course of the day.
That's the Taylor Clark I remember from when he was here.
Like, what happened to the Taylor Clark you were when you left, Because that was the guy you were when you were here. We didn't want that guy back. We wanted the other guy back.
Right.
We'll have Troy Lovello coming up at 2:30 today. But when we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, U of A headed to the Elite 8 for the first time under Tommy Lloyd and for the first time in 11 years. And for the first time in 25 years, they're 1 win away from going to the Final Four. That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-1. Swung on and popped up. This should do it. Betts calls off Hernandez. He'll make the 2-handed catch. And the Dodgers overcome a 2-run deficit, and they win at home on opening night by a final score of 8-2.
More reaction to last night's game coming your way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
All right, back here to tell you about V's Barbershop. They've got locations, all over the valley. Wherever you live in the Phoenix metro area, you've got a V's Barbershop close to you. It wasn't always that way. They started off as one store about 26 years ago. It was in Arcadia, and it was a big deal. People would come from far and wide to go get their hair cut at V's Barbershop. You never knew who you were going to run into there. But there was just something that was very, very special about V's. The barbers were the best. The environment was the best. It was really unlike anything anybody had ever seen. And what I've noticed is that when I go to a V's, whether it's the one by my house or the one in Quinn Creek or the one in Chandler, I've been to a bunch of them, they all kind of have that same mindset. Best barbers, cool old-fashioned vibe. You walk in and you just smell the tonic, and it just smells like you're at a V's Barbershop. They're absolutely the best. You're going to love your time there. You're going to love your haircut there. You're going to feel better walking out than you do walking in. That's V's Barbershop. Next time you need a haircut, go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Hey, Phoenix, let's huddle up and talk about your smile. If your teeth hurt, you're missing teeth, or you're tired of fumbling with dentures, it's time to get your life back. I did, and it was a game changer. My good friend, Dr. Joe at Aria Dental Implant Center, is the real deal. He's helped more than 2,500 full-mouth patients and placed over 20,000 implants. That's not theory, those are reps. And with all-on-4 full-mouth implants, experience is everything. You want to choose steak again, crunch apples, smile in photos? Dr. Joe and Aria Dental Implant Center, that's where I'm going to send you. Aria isn't some big corporate chain calling plays from out of state. They're locally owned, and they treat you like a person, not a number on a depth chart. Go to Aria Dental Implant Center now, or go online at ariadentalimplant.com. That's ARIA Dental Implant Center.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know how important the home court advantage can be in sports, and that's exactly what you'll get from my friends at Advanced Window Products. They are a local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to the public. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means you get faster turnaround times, no middleman markups, and windows that are custom built for your home, not generic sizes, retrofitted on site. Now, most window companies are just resellers, not Advanced Window Products. They'll build your windows, install your windows, then guarantee them for life, and that installation is done by vetted, trained, full-time crews, not subcontractors. Their windows also engineered for Arizona's extreme climate, which lowers your energy bills year-round, and during their spring special, you can get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110. Find them online at advancedwindows.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Diamondbacks were crushed by the Dodgers on opening day, and Alex Weiner has more on what went wrong from L.A. Arizona's balance matches Purdue's with a Final Four berth on the line, and Dan Bickley has the Diamondbacks' roadmap to a successful 2026. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Really proud of our guys. You know, I thought they came out and just played with tremendous focus. You know, we're locked in. Felt like a long stretch of that game we couldn't get a stop, but it's just one of those games where sometimes you just got to keep scoring, keep putting the pressure on them, and I thought our guys did a good job of that. I mean, I thought their talents were on full display, and their character and their teamwork, and I'm just really proud to be their coach.
That was a bludgeoning last night.
It was.
Just before, real quick. Hello to Avondale. Hi, Avondale. Thank you for listening. That was a bludgeoning last night, Gambo. I mean, it was okay. That team, if they're playing like that, nobody's beating that team if they're playing like that. They were off the charts, fantastic last night. If they play like that, the rest of the
that is the A++ game for Arizona. Arkansas was never in the game. They were never in the game. I mean, once Arizona broke out that first half and they got up on them, it was like, okay, this game is freaking over. Like it was, Arkansas couldn't hit a shot from 3-point range in the first half. I mean, they just couldn't, and they were really good against High Point, right? They shot 9 out of 16 from 3-point range against High Point. They couldn't make a shot against Arizona. They were 2 of 13. In that first half. Arizona was up 11. I thought Karchenkov was the key to them in that first half, driving the lane, hitting free throws, Fedawaka for a baseline dunk. He was fantastic. Hit a mid-range shot. Krivas was good at the end with those hook shots. It was a really, really impressive performance. 6 players scored in double figures. Mm-hmm. And that's what I was telling you the other day. I was talking with an NBA executive, and I was just talking about Peterson and how I'm not high on Peterson. And he's trying to explain to me, like, Peterson doesn't have, like, you love all the Arizona guys. You got to guard everybody on their team. Everybody's so good. Peterson doesn't have that. No, Arizona's one of the rare teams that has that. all 6 guys that scored in double figures had 14 or more points.
Yep.
That's the first time that's happened in tournament history. It's never happened before. I mean, this Acuff was, I mean, he had 28 points, but my God, was there ever a more quiet 28 points?
It was a very quiet 28
Very
from
quiet.
Darius Acuff. It was a very quiet. And yet, I mean, there were a lot of first times that had ever happened kind of thing last night. You mentioned the 6 players with at least 14 points. That's never happened before in an NCAA tournament. This one's a little statty, but Arizona had 90 combined paint points and made free throws. That's the most in an NCAA tournament game in the last 20 years. People who have only sampled U of A basketball this year were amazed that they scored over 100 points and they only took 8 3-pointers last night. I mean, they were like, and I think those of us who have watched this team, not as much as you, but even as much as me, I know they don't take a lot of 3-pointers. I know they don't make a lot of 3-pointers. That's not their thing. They shoot a great percentage, but they just don't take a whole lot. To see them put up that many points
without threes
and have so few attempts from behind the arc, I mean, it was in some ways the quintessential U of A game. Now, I got to say this, and to any U of A fan out there listening, I'm not trying to take a thing away from your team in the game they played last night. Oh, my God, Arkansas's defense was awful.
Terrible.
I mean, just non-existent. Just give me the ball back so I can go score. I don't care. All right, whatever. Fine. Offensive rebound, dunk fight. I want to go get some points. I want to go score. It was a disgusting defensive display of basketball that was never going to beat U of A if they were going to play to that level defensively. Never.
There was a point in this when the second half started. You're like, okay, Arizona's up by 11. Let's see what happens here. Pete scores on a lay-in off a loose ball. Bradley drives for a layup. Pete to Krivas to Pete for the dunk. Krivas inside from Pete. Buries and the foul on a fast break after an Acuff miss. Pete drive. I was like, have they missed a shot? There was literally 8 minutes went by, and I'm like, have they missed a shot?
Yeah.
Because I don't remember them missing a shot. I really don't remember them. And then all of a sudden, that 11-point lead is 21. Awaka scored on a basket from Karchenkov. They're up 78-57. They're up 21. And I really don't know if they've actually missed a shot this half. And that game is you're done. You can't get stops against them. Arkansas had no. It was incredible performance by Arizona. They had a chance. They had said it at one point on the broadcast that 114 is the record. And you're like, my God, if they wanted to, they could probably do it. But they kind of started slowing the game down to just
trying to wrap it up, right?
Yeah. Some things that were impressive. Their season average for points was 86. They scored 109. Their season average for field goal percentage is 50. They shot 63.8. Their season average for 3-pointers is 36.4. They shot 62.5. They didn't take that many. It's to your point, they couldn't miss. You look at the rebounds. Oh, Arkansas did a good job rebounding. No, there was no rebounds for Arizona to have.
Yeah.
Every time they took a shot, the ball went in a basket. There were no offensive rebounds to be had.
After the game, I mentioned, and you just mentioned it a second ago, the 3-point shooting and just the brand and the style that U of A plays this year. Tommy Lloyd says, this is how we are, and I'm not changing a thing.
I'm playing a brand of basketball that I think is effective for how our team's built. And what's cool about coaching and cool about the game of basketball is there's so many different ways to play. I have no disrespect, or I don't look down on any style of play. We just play a style of basketball that's really effective for how we're built. And you know what? I didn't, honestly, I don't tell our guys not to shoot threes. I didn't come out and say today, hey, let's go single-digit threes and, we'll feel good about that. No, I mean, we want to take the best shot available, and it's a possession-by-possession deal. The beautiful thing about basketball, it's a game of random events that you have to constantly are making decisions. And that to me is the most important thing you're teaching is decision-making and obviously some techniques that help make better decisions. So, I would just say it was just a possession-by-possession deal. I didn't one time today tell our guys, don't shoot threes. Now, when I look up there and I see the bonus, I'm like, okay, hey, we can drive the basketball. You know what I mean? We can go inside and put that foul pressure on people. And, listen, Arkansas is playing, with a thin bench tonight. So, obviously in a one-game scenario, they have a thin bench. We wanted to test that, and one of the ways you can test that is constant foul pressure.
And it worked. And it worked to a T.
Before the game, Barkley, who loves his U of A team, said this game's not going to be close. He goes, I could be wrong, but this game is not going to be close. After the game was over, I think Kenny Smith made a good point. He said, Arizona is so good at passing up a good shot for a great shot. And nobody else does that. They're really good. There's a good shot there. No, there's a great shot if I just go inside to Krivas or I go to baseline to Karchenkov. Like, they are so good at, there's a good shot right there, but there's an even better shot if I just pass it to this guy. And they're so good at turning a good shot into a great shot.
Yeah, and that, again, was on display last night. Now, everybody trying to figure out, is Purdue better suited to give U of A better game? They obviously hadn't played all that well kind of going into the Big Ten tournament, but they got that number 2 seed largely based off of the work they had done in the first 2 or 3 months of the season. We'll see. I don't think U of A can play a better basketball game than the one they just played, but I think if they do, or even just a notch below, I don't think they'll be challenged until they do get to the Final Four, when perhaps they play a Michigan, or who knows, maybe even an Iowa State, depending on what happens down there. They took that Sweet 16, that 0-for-4 record that they had in it, and they just busted right through it. And so now they're in the Elite Eight for the first time since 2015. With a win, they'll go to the Final Four for the first time since 2001. They seem like they are very, very poised and very, very ready to kind of reclaim that like blue blood status that maybe they lost a little bit with all those 25 years. Well, they've had some very good regular season teams. They've been kind of wandering in the wilderness for the last couple of decades when it comes to that March success. It looks like this team is very, very poised to be able to break through all of that.
It's a special team. This is a really special team. So anything less than a Final Four would be a huge disappointment, because you just watch the team play and you're like, this team's great. This team is better than all the other Arizona teams that got beat. They're just better. And you knew it early when they had a 21-game winning streak and they were ranked number 1 in the country for like 8 or 9 weeks. Like, this team is just built differently than those other teams. They're bigger, they're stronger, they're more athletic. There's just like so many things to like it. Their sheer size of that basketball team makes it really hard for opponents to go inside against them. They block shots, they rebound the basketball, they score inside the paint. They're just a really dominant team with no real weakness. You can say the three-point shooting is a weakness, but it's, they don't need it. How can it be a weakness if you don't need it?
U of A will play Purdue at 5:49 on Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening. It's the second of 2 games that day. The first, Lauren's Fighting Illini versus Iowa for a berth to the Final Four.
Congratulations.
All Big Ten region there. And of course,
I always play. Is Illinois going to play 4 or 5 guys in that game? I'm just curious. Like, you're playing Iowa, so you think they'll play 4 or 5?
The best part of that whole deal was Van Gundy, who was like, upon like the 3rd or 4th replay of that play, he's like,
finally realized,
wait a minute, there's only 4 guys out there, and it's like, well, 1, 2. Oh my God, there's only 4 guys out there.
Yeah,
what is Nebraska doing?
Iowa was on the power play.
There was a Nebraska defender who was in the penalty box. 2 minutes for high sticking. Get out of here. Torey Lovello joins us next for his weekly visit. We'll talk with the Diamondbacks manager on the heels of opening day next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
I'm not discouraged by that loss for the Suns.
There should not be anger. There should not be deep disappointment. It's just not appropriate for how the team competes and what the team's accomplished to date. I get when a team is successful, you want more. Your expectations change. You want to see them continue and maybe even, threaten for a championship. Don't lose yourself in your desire to want more. Don't lose what this team has given you in your desire to want more.
You greedy pig.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Do love telling you about Dr. Jay Schwartz from the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, who did my LASIK surgery about 15 years ago. Probably one of the best things I've ever done for myself, because here I am, and no glasses, no contacts. I see great daytime, nighttime, up close, far away. I love to travel and see the world, and to be able to view it through my lenses, through my eyes, is incredible, thanks to Dr. Jay Schwartz. Now, what you'll notice is at about the age of 40, your eyesight starts to change, and not for the better, for the worse. And it happens to most people, men and women. From 40 to 50, your eyesight changes, and it gradually declines and declines and declines. And, eventually you need to do something. Glasses, contact lenses, LASIK surgery, a vision correction procedure, nearsighted, farsighted, astigmatism. That's why I tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Suns and the Diamondbacks. Now, he's got a special offer for our listeners. listeners. Just text I to 620-620. I'll get you all the details. That's text I to 620-620.
The target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you know what's better than buying a new television from my friends at Waltz TV and Appliance? Buying one and getting one free. And that's exactly what you'll get through the end of March. Purchase any 75-inch Samsung QLED or OLED television or larger, you will get a 43-inch Samsung television for free. Take advantage of this great offer by visiting Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can always shop online at waltz.com.
Hey, it's Vince Morata with some great offers going on now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, spring into huge savings with a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab and save up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR financing on select models. Hop into a new 2025 Hummer EV or pickup SUV and sweep up to $20,000 off MSRP or choose 0% financing there too. If luxury is your style, check out select 2026 Buick Enclave models with up to $6,000 off MSRP, 0.9% financing, plus no payments for 120 days. But don't wait, these savings aren't in season for long. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC's got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models, must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from date of financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See deal for details. Offers in March 31st, 2026.
For 150 years, Budweiser has been at backyard cookouts, your favorite concerts, and at ballparks where America fell in love with the game. And here in the Valley, that story continues. Budweiser is proud to partner with Major League Baseball and your hometown Arizona Diamondbacks, because baseball isn't just a sport. It's tradition. It's time spent with friends. It's where we cheer together. Cheers to 150 years of Budweiser and baseball, and the fans who make it all unforgettable. This Bud's for you.
21 and over only. Enjoy responsibly.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks made their 2026 regular season debut last night, and it did not exactly go according to plan. The D-backs lost to the Los Angeles Dodgers 8-2 last night. Geraldo Perdomo hit a 2-run home run, and Zach Gallen was rolling until he got tagged for 4 runs in the 5th inning. But the Snakes are back at it tonight. It will be Ryan Nelson on the bump for the Snakes and Emmett Sheehan on the mound for the Dodgers. First pitch for that one is at 7:10, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports and Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Wildcats displayed their dominance last night against the Arkansas Razorbacks. Braden Burries led the way with 23 points, followed closely by Koa Pete's 21 points. Arizona will play in the Elite Eight for the first time in over a decade, and their opponent will be Purdue on Saturday. And that is what's trending now.
Your exclusive home of the D-backs.
Diamondbacks.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs manager Torey Lovello joins Burns and Gambo to talk D-backs baseball. Brought to you by Budweiser. For 150 years, this Bud's for you.
Coming on the heels of the opening day loss to the Dodgers and in advance of Game 2 of the 3-game series, the first of his weekly Friday visits with us here on the Burns and Gambo Show, we welcome back the manager of the Diamondbacks, Torey Lovello, who joins us here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Always good to have you in, Skip. How are we doing today?
I'm doing good, guys, and always good to be with you and good to be back.
You ready to have a catch next week?
Let's go. Let's go. We got to get that done for sure.
All right.
Absolutely.
I'll bring my glove to the ballpark. You bring yours.
Right.
We'll have a catch.
Let's go. Let's go. I can't wait.
All right, before we break down that game last night, I just we knew Pavin Smith was in the lineup. Then we heard he was getting an MRI on the elbow. What update can you give us on Pavin Smith and why he was pulled from that game yesterday?
Yeah, minimal update. What I know right now is it's left elbow inflammation. That's what we found in there. So there was no tears, nothing wrong. That's going to indicate a long-term shutdown. We're just trying to figure out if what the next steps are. If he can grind through it for the next couple of days, take a little Advil, or if it's going to be a 10-day shutdown and put him on the IL. That's what we're getting to right now. So he's in there getting some treatment. He's going to try and test it today, and then we'll make that decision moving forward. Yeah, really unlucky break for him. He had the same thing towards the end of spring training. We pulled him off the field for about 4 or 5 days. We thought it recuperated, and I watched him go off on his BP. We had worked out on the off day here in L.A., and he went crazy during his BP, but it did a little too much and re-aggravated it, so that's where we're at right now.
All right, let's talk about Zach Gallen, because for 4 innings, he was throwing a masterpiece. He looked really, really dominant going through that Dodger lineup, and then everything went to hell in a handbasket in that 5th inning. He gives up the 3-run homer. I would have liked to have seen him bounce back after that, but instead he gives up a hit and a walk, and you've got to take him from the game. How do you evaluate Gallen's performance yesterday?
Yeah, it was really, really good until that inning. He's got a little slider cutter combination that he's throwing off his fastball, and he just threw a down breaking ball to a down ball hitter, and that's where Pie has got him. So, it was a hard hit line drive ground ball that got by Marte for a base hit, and then a swinging bunt, and just made one mistake, and that's what happens when at this level you can be cruising, especially in this venue against this team. We know what type of player they have, and they jumped on him and unable to recover. Yeah, that's part of it. But I would say for the first 4 innings, really, really good. A lot of swing and miss, like almost dominant against a very, very good offensive team. So we'll continue to build on that. He had a pitch count. He had a hard pitch count. 80 was max, between 75 and 80. So I had the option of letting him go out there for one more batter, but I just felt like we had somebody ready to go out. But overall, he did a good enough job. Just want that to continue for the rest of the outing without slumping towards the end of it.
Before that happened, was there anything different about Zach Gallen and his approach during those first 4 innings of the game?
Yeah, I think so. I think first of all, Zach has a little edginess to him. And I can probably say that because I know him so well. He's got a little different look to him when he's talking to you, when he's going out there and getting the work done in between starts. And then for the first time yesterday, I watched him take the mound with that edginess. So I will say that the prep and the belief that he's going to go out there and dominate is back to where we've seen it in years past. Now, as far as the stuff, I think that slider-cutter combination created a lot of swing and miss, and that's the little confusing part about the Pages at bat. Pages showed a lot of swing and miss on the slider, and I think we did him a favor by throwing down breaking ball. So that's where we got to be better. We just got to throw a better pitch, quality pitch, in the right situation to get the big out.
What did you like? What did you not like out of the effort from your bullpen last night, Torey?
Yeah, you can't give up 4 runs when you're coming out of the bullpen. So. We put the ball on the plate and we paid for it. We just didn't execute. So there were some good moments. I thought Murillo came in, did a really nice job. He walked off the mound and we were still within striking distance. I think the big killer for us was the 4-run 7th. So we got to be better there by landing pitches. But I thought Thompson did a really nice job for the 3-batter mix that he had. Hoffman did a really nice job to finish the game. So, we eliminated a couple things. There's things that are sitting right in front of us, and we know we got to do. If we do that, totally different ballgame.
You guys had 558 innings, I think, out of your bullpen, which was a lot last year. And then you come out of the gates right here, with the 4 innings. When you look at your bullpen, and we know all the new additions, and Paul Sewald's back. After spring training was over, did you have an idea of how you want to use guys, or is that still a work in progress?
Yeah, I still got to learn the guys. I still want to get a feel for how they function as a unit, as an 8-man unit. Paul, no mystery, didn't pitch yesterday in a down game, so he's probably going to be a positive role guy. Loaizaga in the same boat, Ginkel in the same boat. So you can almost figure by how I'm using guys as to what type of role they're going to fill. Ryan Thompson will be a little bit of a swing person, so will Taylor Clark. But for the most part, I like our bullpen. There's a lot of power coming out of it. Yesterday we had that power. We just didn't execute. Taylor Clark has had a lot of success against some of the hitters that he faced yesterday. Just couldn't get it done.
I loved the approach with Yamamoto early. I mean, Marte had a great at-bat. even though it ended in a strikeout. I mean, he worked him and he worked him and he worked him. I think he threw 11 pitches. I think he threw 23 or 24 in the first inning. Second inning, pop out, strikeout. I didn't like the approach in the second. You guys were able to get some hits off of him. You know, Lawler had the double. Tawa had the infield single. Obviously, you had the big blast by Geraldo to put you up 2-0. But then after that, you guys stopped hitting. And you did face their bullpen for a few innings and weren't able to really do anything against their bullpen. What did you see out of the offense?
Yeah, I thought early on we had a really nice approach, and we made 2 outs on the bases. That's not D-back baseball. We got doubled off on a line drive, and Marte soft-liner to Freddie Freeman. After that double by Lawler, that ended the inning. We had what we thought was a really nice key to steal some bases, but we got an early jump on it, so we didn't necessarily follow the standard and the rule that led to us getting picked off at first base. So we got to eliminate outs on the bases, and therefore what I think Yamamoto throws 10, 12 more pitches for those 2 outs, and he's out of the game 1 inning earlier. So those are the ways that I look at the game, and it sounds like that's the exact question you're asking. We just got to be a little bit more patient, foul off some of those nasty pitches that let the count linger, and we stay in the at-bat and keep driving up that pitch count. And in the meantime, he's going to make mistakes, and that's what started to happen. The double, the base hits, and then the home run by Perdomo. We were in a really good spot. But I think we stopped using some of our good hit ability by being selective, which resulted in some easy outs late in the game. We got to be better at that as well.
Troy Lovello, the manager of the Diamondbacks, our guest as he is every Friday during the baseball season here on the Burns and Gambo show. You mentioned the base running. It leads me to a question about Jordan Lawler and the debut he had yesterday out in left field. There was a lot of good. There was a little bit of bad with the base running error. How did you evaluate Lawler's performance out of Dodger Stadium?
Very good. Tough venue, right? Opening day here. This place was loud. It was rocking, and I thought he did a really nice job. He made a great catch right at their bullpen entrance on the Freddie Freeman fly ball. He navigated his space, did a really, really good job of drop steps, closing in on the ball with the most direct angle to the baseball. So for me, looked really good out there. Offensively, I thought he had some good at-bats. That base running thing, we know that happens, so we're going to tighten that down. You know, we've already had conversations with the group about how important it is to not give up those outs. We'll be better at it.
You don't have the left-handed reliever. We have not had the chance to kind of talk to you about this, but you know, Clark comes into the game. You've got Ohtani and Tucker, so it's you got to have a left-handed reliever at some point, don't you?
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you, Gambo. You know, one of our pillars was that you got to fill up the strike zone, be able to get lefties and righties out. And that, you know, that doesn't matter if you're left-handed or right-handed. Now, specifically, if you are a left-handed pitcher and you're not filling up the strike zone, we feel like teams today are really smart. They have information if you're not filling up the zone. So we don't want that solo home run to be a 2-run or 3-run home run because we're giving free passes. We talk about limiting that, creating swing and miss, creating weak contact. And Brandon Garcia is going to be here. He's going to be here in no time. I promise you. He's just got to figure out how to land pitches in the zone. He was getting really close. He was getting a little bit better. But rather than, you know, fight inside of this arena like this for the next couple of weeks, we felt like AAA would give him the best experience to go out there and execute and find his way back here to be able to dominate any type of hitter at any time.
All right, leave me with this. We were all kind of considering, you know, what you were going to do in the cleanup spot. I think one of the Cleveland games before the season started, you had Nolan in the cleanup spot. I thought Gabby would be good there. You ended up going with Gabby in the cleanup spot. Tell me why.
Yeah, I like Gabby complimenting the 3 hitters in front of him. You know, those guys are going to be on base, and I feel like Gabby is a really complimentary type of hitter. If somebody were at the plate with a run with the game on the line and runners on base, he's one of the very few that I feel like could put the barrel on the baseball and follow a game plan. I feel like with those 3 guys hitting ahead of him, he's going to be in a run scoring opportunity. So I just like it. It's not maybe a little bit it's untraditional. It's going against some of the data and all that stuff, but I really don't care. I just want the best hitters hitting the top, and I find Gabby in that position and doing very, very well.
Torrey, as always, we appreciate the conversation. Best of luck today against the Dodgers. We will see you Monday on the field at Chase Field for the home opener against the Detroit Tigers. We'll see you then, okay?
Okay, boys. Look forward to it.
Thanks, Ken.
Sounds good. Torrey Lovello, manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks, for his weekly visit. Yes, the tradition of us doing the show on the field for opening day, Gambo and Torrey will have a catch. I'll play catch, have a catch.
Yes. Maybe I'll throw left-handed. If I do well, they could add me to the bullpen.
Perhaps. Although, based off of that Brandon Garcia, I don't think it'll be too long before he's back. He just needs to, as long as he doesn't go down there and is an absolute abject failure, I got a feeling Brandon Garcia is going to be back real
He
quick.
walks more guys than innings. That's what they. But then Clark comes into the game, and the first bat he faces, he walks.
Exactly. So if you're gonna have a right-hander do that, I'd rather have a left-hander do that. So you have somebody you can bring in to face Ohtani, in that moment.
Right.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, Ty Simpson. Boy, there's been a lot of conversation about the Alabama quarterback this week, and including maybe a little bit of back and forth within the worldwide leader at sports. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
D-backs manager Torey Lovello, brought to you by Budweiser. For 150 years, this Bud's for you. Arizona Sports is the home of Diamondbacks baseball.
The Cardinals have some big Cardinal decisions coming due before the NFL Draft.
With the third pick.
And Arizona Sports is all over breaking Cardinals and NFL news on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, and 98.7 NFL Draft coverage. Brought to you by Bud Light, official beer sponsor of the Arizona Cardinals.
For windows and doors that combine style, performance, and efficiency, come to the Window Depot. We carry a large selection of Milgard windows and patio doors, with many options in stock and available today. Choose from a variety of colors, styles, and energy-efficient designs that can help improve comfort while adding value to your home. From new builds to window replacements, our team can help you find the right Milgard products for your unique project. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you.
The best in women's college basketball, the brightest stars in the game. And for the very first time, it's happening in the desert. The NCAA Women's Final Four is coming to Phoenix. 4 days of free family fun with tailgates, a concert, viewing parties, and more. April 2nd through 5th in downtown Phoenix. Free events, all ages, all weekend. NCAA.com/Women's Final Four.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
Progressive knows it ain't easy navigating the open plains of home insurance, but there is one man who can help tame that wild herd of options. The Home Quote Explorer.
Note, Progressive's Home Quote Explorer is not a real person, but an online tool that lets you compare home insurance.
He's the type of feller who helps you decide on the right insurance, even if it ain't with him.
Again, not a person, just an online tool that helps you find great home coverage.
A real pioneer.
Okay, fine. Just do the thing. Yeah! Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
Hey, it's Vince Morata with some great offers going on now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, spring into huge savings with a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab and save up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR financing on select models. Hop into a new 2025 Hummer EV or pickup SUV and sweep up to $20,000 off MSRP, or choose 0% financing there too. If luxury is your style, check out select 2026 Buick Enclave models with up to $6,000 off MSRP, 0.9% financing, plus no payments for 120 days. But don't wait, these savings aren't in season for long. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC's got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from dated financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See deal for details. Offers in March 31st, 2026.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Autumn Nation.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll.
Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Proudly wearing her Fighting Illini jersey, Lauren Koval.
What was the, everybody come last night? All the family came in, watched the game?
Yes, they did.
What was the food of choice? You ordered pizza? What'd you guys do?
We ordered tacos.
Tacos.
Tacos. Okay.
Well, you guys are in Arizona. We're having tacos.
Yeah, literally.
For all the uncles from Chicago, why not, right?
And LA.
And LA.
So, like, no need for tacos for them. But, yeah, that was the agreed-upon food.
Boy, I bet you guys had a lot of fun watching that game last night. And I'm sure there were a couple of moments, because Gambo and I were just talking during the break. Like, at some point, the U of A game became such a laugher. I'm just going to focus just on the Illinois game. There were a couple of moments, it felt like, in the last 4.5 minutes or so, where, like, there's a branch of a timeline where Houston makes a game of that. You know, like, hit one or two more shots or get one or two more stops, and Houston makes a game of that. They didn't. And congratulations. You must be very excited. And now you get to play a division rival, a conference rival, for the right to go to the Final Four. You versus Iowa, to see who goes.
Just how everybody had it in their bracket,
Just
right?
make sure you have 5 guys on the court at all times, please.
I think that we will. I'm
five guys
fairly
on the
confident
court, yes.
in that.
That's
Yeah.
good. That's good. What's our poll question today, Lauren? And congratulations.
Thank you. I do have to shout out, by the way, Alex in the YouTube chat.
Yes.
I do see him commenting. Ask her about Kylan Boswell's free throw shooting. I know. I was having a heart attack at the end of the game, okay? If they missed one more free throw, I was about to freaking drive to Houston and shoot him myself.
I know.
Unlike Bernsey, I was so thoroughly enjoying the U of A game. I watched every second of it because it's just pure enjoyment to me. But I was also way behind because I watched the Diamondback game from start to finish before I started watching the U of A game.
Oh, I had the laptop on the U of A game. I had the TV1 on the D-backs game,
I can't do it.
TV2 on the Illinois game, and then it just comes to a certain point like where there's nothing to be gained from watching U of A. It's like watching a monster truck spin its wheels in the mud. It's like, okay, I know how this is going to end, all right? Like, U of A is going to kill them by 25. I can, but I'd rather watch a game where there's, like, something more on the line than something that's over. But that's just me. Anyway.
I shockingly had one screen.
Shockingly, yeah.
Shocking, I
I'm
know.
not shocked
I
at
didn't
all.
get finished with I put my phone on silent so I wouldn't see any messages, and I turned it upside down. I didn't get done watching the U of A game till 10:15, probably about 2 hours after, because I watched the Diamondbacks game from start to finish. Then I started the U of A game and watched it from start to finish. I can't watch 2 games at one time.
I'm impressed.
I wish I could. I can't do it.
I'm impressed you didn't get it spoiled last night. That's impressive.
I had to shut my phone off, basically.
that'll
Put
do
on
it.
silent so I wouldn't see.
Yeah.
All right, well, our poll question sadly does not have to do with college basketball today. It instead has to do with the Arizona Diamondbacks. And we're asking, what was a bigger concern for you after the D-backs loss on opening day to the Dodgers? Was it their offense or the bullpen?
The bullpen. Still the bullpen. Still the bullpen. I mean, the offense was... There wasn't a lot there last night. The bullpen, yeah.
84% of our audience is going with the bullpen on this one.
Yeah. That's the poll question. Thank you, Lauren. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo Twitter page, at Burns and Gambo. One word is where it's at. So in between all the Diamondbacks talk and all the U of A talk and March Madness and et cetera, there has been a lot of Ty Simpson talk this week. He had his pro day in Alabama. Dan Orlovsky has stood on the table at ESPN.
He's pounded
stomping.
that table.
He is pounding that table. He is screaming to the heavens from that table for Ty Simpson. Mel Kiper on First Draft yesterday said, hey, Dan, keep it down. Shedeur Sanders is better than Ty Simpson, for goodness sakes.
The Jets have to be figuring out Ty Simpson. The Steelers have to figure out Ty Simpson. And now certainly Arizona does. They want to try to trade back in and get him.
Yeah, the Browns, by the way, need to figure out Ty Simpson as well.
The Browns don't have to worry about Ty Simpson. They got a better quarterback than Ty Simpson and Shedeur Sanders. Don't go there.
I believe the Browns need to figure out Ty Simpson.
Oh, that was gold right there. That was fantastic.
And then
they better figure out, wow.
You had Daniel Jeremiah on the Pat McAfee show today. He works for the NFL Network and NFL.com. Also talking about Ty Simpson. And if this cut doesn't have what I'm looking for, I'm going to tell you something else Daniel Jeremiah said about Ty Simpson and Dan Orlovsky in just a second here. But here's what he said today.
Arizona makes all the sense in the world to me. Like that if I could pinpoint one team, it's Arizona. Now that that coffee's too rich. I cannot see that happening. But then they're picking at the top of the second round. So if they wanted to come back into the bottom of the first round, I mean, I think he's, it'd be a pick I could totally get behind. So I like him. I think he's got a chance to be a good player. I just, that there's worrisome trends, and we can go all the way through them. Cam Newton being kind of the only guy since 2011 with under 17 starts, and Cam Newton's a cyborg. Like that's not, it's not a normal human being.
So he's like, at 3, no. You want to trade back into the first round? Maybe. Let's talk. But here's the cut he said, and I think this was actually on. He was with Nick Costos on the You Better You Bet show on Westwood One Sports. And he was asked about Orlovsky's claim that multiple teams ranked Ty Simpson ahead of Fernando Mendoza. Jeremiah, quote, obviously you can talk to different people, but I have not talked to anyone that has said that. That's not saying he's saying anything untrue. He's just talking to different folks, apparently, than the folks I've been talking to. And that goes from the Raiders and a bunch of other teams, and it wasn't particularly close. So it seems like Orlovsky
is on an island by himself.
Suddenly is on Dan Island when it comes to Ty Simpson and his belief. Right, like he's stranded out there.
Yeah.
And then something I didn't realize until I read one of these stories too. Orlovsky and Ty Simpson have the same agent.
No.
And there was a little bit of, I think it was when Orlovsky was on McAfee's show earlier in the week, and I didn't know this until I just read it today. Like McAfee is like, is there anything to the fact that you guys are repped by the same person? By the same agents? No. I've come to this opinion.
That's a good find.
And I don't know exactly how we denied it. But apparently there's been like this real pushback on Dan Orlovsky and even Daniel Jeremiah.
Rightfully so.
Yeah, Daniel Jeremiah even said, look, Dan and I are friends. And he and I texted each other before I went on with you to let him know this is not personal. I'm not attacking him. I'm not trying to go after him. I'm just telling you, I've not heard anybody who has put Fernando Mendoza behind Ty Simpson on their draft board. Not one person.
That is an excellent point. And if I was Dan Orlovsky, I would have made sure to get that in there. By the way, we're represented by the same guy, and my comments have nothing to do. I would have said that. I would have said, listen, people, in case people put 2 and 2 together, we have the same agents. I am not saying this to help my agent out because he's asking me to do it. Nobody has asked me to say these things about him. This is what I believe. But if I was Orlovsky, I would have tried to nip that in the bud before somebody else brings it up. I think he made a big mistake there because my first reaction when you said that was, yeah, I bet you his agent told him, hey, whatever you could do to promote our guy, this is my guy. Like, whatever you could do. So if I was Orlovsky, I would have tried to get it out there like, hey, I want everybody to know we're represented by the same guy, but in no way is my comments have anything. Nobody's asked me to say anything nice about him. This is just what I see on tape.
The Kuiper thing about Shedeur Sanders was incredible. Interesting, too, because he has been an apologist for Shedeur Sanders dating all the way back to last year's draft.
Yeah.
An unapologetically apologist for Shedeur Sanders dating all the way back to last year.
You know, you just, certain guys that are in these, these draft experts, you see something you like about a guy, you see something else you like about a guy, and then all of a sudden, you feel differently about him than other people do. But this is why these teams have extensive scouting services. There should be no comparison between Mendoza and Simpson. Orlovsky's got to be wrong. He has to be wrong. Because are all these other teams wrong? Like, maybe, but like the odds of that are really unlikely.
Yeah.
If he was that much better than Mendoza, don't you think these other teams would know that?
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the bullpen issues for the Diamondbacks, though not as heart attack inducing as they were a year ago, they're still there, and they were on display last night. We're going to talk about it next on the Burns and Gambo show.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Love telling you about Christian Brothers, and I want to get you your air conditioning unit tuned up right now. It's hot. It's hot. I even got my electrical bill this afternoon, and it was like higher than normal. Because why? Because we're running the air conditioning. We are running the AC right now. Christian Brothers does an incredible inspection and tune-up, and they do it for just $50. Just $50 for you to get that from Christian Brothers. Now, it's very important to have these done to go through your entire unit. And what they're going to do is they're going to give you an accurate reading on every major electrical component. Capacitors, motors, start gear, everything. They're going to go through your refrigerant levels, the airflow coils, the temperature splits, the stuff that actually keep your house cool in the summer. Every tune-up includes a full health report on your system so you know what's good, what's borderline, and what may need attention. 3-generation family-owned company celebrating 50 years in the Valley. They have seen every kind of Arizona summer. Their techs, certified, background checked, trained to the highest standards. Call them at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
What if you had to skip breakfast and lunch and dinner? At St. Mary's Food Bank, that's a reality for many of our neighbors in need. 250,000 people rely on the food bank every day. Your donations are what makes feeding them possible. Donate and get a dollar-for-dollar Arizona charitable tax credit, up to $495 for individuals and $987 for couples filing jointly. Learn more at stmarysfoodbank.org.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi, and I'm here with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, most people enter retirement without a real roadmap.
They do, and it's really risky. You need to know how your income works, how taxes affect it, and how long your savings will last.
And you help people understand the whole picture.
Yes, we build complete retirement plans that are simple to follow and designed to protect your future.
And listeners can get a complimentary consultation?
They can. Call 844-726-9116.
Investment Advisory Services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hi, this is Jan from Toyota. You're currently listening to my new meditation guide called Meditating with Jan from Toyota. Take a moment to find a comfortable position. Now soften your focus and visualize yourself off-roading in a rugged new Tacoma. Now, take a deep breath in. Not too deep, because that's patchouli you're smelling, and imagine taking a Corolla Cross to a music festival. Next, picture a bright light ahead. You're hitting the town in a sleek new Camry. Now engage your senses. What do you hear? A donkey. That's what you heard, because you're in a farm sanctuary now in a spacious new Grand Highlander. When you're ready, take a final deep breath in and go from dreaming it to driving it today. That's Jan's meditation.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Event ends March 31st. Toyota, let's go places.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here with a faster way to pay off your mortgage from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator loan helps you pay off your home decades faster using the income you already make without changing your lifestyle. Many Galaxy clients pay off their homes in 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message pay rates may apply.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks made their 2026 regular season debut last night, and it did not exactly go according to plan. The D-backs lost to the Los Angeles Dodgers 8-2 last night. Geraldo Perdomo hit a 2-run home run, and Zach Gallen was rolling until he got tagged for 4 runs in the 5th inning. But the Snakes are back at it tonight. It will be Ryan Nelson on the bump for the Snakes and Emmett Sheehan on the mound for the Dodgers. First pitch for that one will be at 7:10, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Wildcats displayed their dominance last night in a victory against the Arkansas Razorbacks. Braden Burries led the way with 23 points, followed closely by Koa Pete's 21 points. Arizona will play in the Elite Eight for the first time in over a decade, and their opponent will be Purdue on Saturday. Tip-off for that one is tomorrow at approximately 5:49. And after what feels like weeks since they've played a game, the Phoenix Suns will finally be back in action tomorrow night. They will be hosting the 21-52 Utah Jazz. Tip-off for that one will be tomorrow at 7 o'clock with pregame starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. When something breaks at home, every moment counts. Parker & Sons delivers home services in minutes, not days. Voted number 1 15 years running. Call or text 602-2REPAIR.
And a swing, that's gone. Good Lord, high and deep, way back, heads up back there, upper deck, home run.
Burns and Gambo talk D-backs baseball now.
All right, 3 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Welcome back in. Hope you're having a good Friday, getting ready to have a good weekend. Diamondbacks back at it tonight. Game 2 of their 3-game series against the Dodgers tonight, Gambo. Ryan Nelson on the bump. Emmett Sheehan going for the Dodgers. So there was a moment last night watching the D-backs game, probably right around the start of the 5th inning or so or the bottom of the 5th, when things started to get sideways on Zach Gallen, where I started thinking to myself, okay, we're an inning or 2 away from watching Torrey deploy a bullpen when he's got a lead. What does it look like?
Yes.
And I started just for a second.
Can't wait to see it.
I allowed myself to think about what that might look like. And then Pages happened, and then everything just kind of got sideways and it got away from us. So there is, before we start talking about the bullpen, and we're going to here, I do want to make clear to everybody out there listening, and I think we all know this, there's a difference between the conversation we're about to have about how things went last night versus the, oh my God, we blew another save, it's a 5-alarm fire kind of conversation about the bullpen, right? That induces a different level of stress and anxiety than what we saw last night out of the bullpen. Still,
totally agree with you.
Right? Like it's
difference between being up 4-2 and being down 4-2.
Totally. Totally.
Okay.
Like if you're up 4-2 and your bullpen has a bad night, that's a horrible moment for your team.
You have to win the game.
You're down 4-2 and your bullpen has a bad night. You kind of, well, okay,
we down.
You know,
we weren't scoring anyway.
Exactly. So with that in mind, let's have a conversation about the bullpen because there was some good, and then there was Taylor Clark.
Listen, Taylor Clark to me was. There was a little bit of a risk to bring him in. You didn't pay a whole lot of money for him. He was here before. When they signed Taylor Clark, it's like, Taylor Clark, the guy who used to be here? Because he pitched for the Diamondbacks in 2019 and 20. Didn't pitch well. 5.31 ERA, 4.36, and then 4.98. That was his 3 years in Arizona. He had an ERA over 5. Goes to Kansas City, first year ERA over 4, second year ERA 6, third year ERA of 3.25. Something changed. Something changed in 2025. Though he was out of baseball in 24, but something changed and he pitched really well. He 51 games, 3.25 ERA. And so the Diamondbacks sign him, cheap option, try to catch lightning in a bottle, see what you could do. And he goes out there last night, and he's got to face Ohtani, and he's got to face Betts, and he's got to face Freeman, he's got to face these guys, and he fared very well. And overall, you could say 3 guys left that game with an ERA of 0. You could say Murillo didn't give up a run, and Thompson didn't give up a run, and who was the other guy that was in the game?
Hoffman.
Hoffman didn't give up a run. Hoffman looked good. None of those guys gave up runs, but the bullpen ERA is still not good. You gave up 4 runs. So, that is going to, overall, what you're hoping for is a bullpen that is better than 28th in Major League Baseball in ERA. That does that as a better whip and strikeouts per 9 innings and all of these things. The Dodgers bullpen came in, and it's not a very good bullpen. They didn't even use Diaz. 3 innings, 1 hit allowed, no runs. Diamondbacks bullpen is going to be charged with 4 runs. Now, it's all on one guy, I know. So the good news is, hey, 3 guys were able to get through the Dodgers lineup pretty much unscathed. The bad news is you gave up 4 runs, and, the bullpen gave up 4 runs, and they turned what was a game that was close into a game that was easily won by the Dodgers.
And what we're going to have, and last night was just one example of it. There will be others probably starting tonight. What we're going to start to have is get a feel for these guys a little bit. I think back to last year, when Shelby Miller and Jalen Beeks, I'll throw him into the conversation too, very quickly established early on, oh yeah, those are guys you can use. Those are guys you can trust. Those are guys I want to see more of in higher leverage situations because they're getting the job done. It's way too early to make any conclusions about Taylor Clark or Andrew Hoffman or even Juan Murillo after a night last night. But after a week or so, we'll know, we'll have an idea. Not that it's going to be set in stone, but I think we'll all have a pretty good idea of which guys are the ones that feel good about when they're out there and which ones are the ones you don't feel so good about out there. It won't last. Like I say, it'll, guys will have good months, good weeks, bad weeks. But I think at least early on, we're all looking to see who are the guys that we feel good about when they're out there. And in the very early scorecard, obviously, Taylor Clark is not one of those guys.
Well, you know what you're going to have, and I think I'll take that. I'll take it a step further.
Okay.
Feel good, who you feel good about and who you don't feel good about. Who's going to pitch in games that you're ahead and who's going to pitch in games that you're out of it.
Yeah.
Because the guy, when you've got to have a guy that's going to pitch in a game that you're down 6 runs and you're not going to win. Somebody's got to pitch in that game. That's the guy you don't trust.
Right.
There's going to be guys that you don't trust in high-leverage situations. 1-run lead in the 7th, 8th, or 9th inning. Is Taylor Clark one of those guys? I don't know. But somebody's going to have to – you're not going to take your high-leverage guy, and any of your high-leverage guys. If your 3 best high-leverage guys, you're not going to pitch them in a game you're down 6-2 to the Dodgers in the 6th inning. They're not going to pitch. Mm-hmm. You're going to save them for the next game. You don't want them pitching. So we will know, to your point, we will know within – I'll say 10 to 15 games. Mm-hmm. Which guys are high leverage guys that you're going to save for games that you're ahead or close, right? You could pitch a high leverage guy in a 3-2 game, 4-2 game. But the high leverage guys are not going to pitch when you're down 5 runs.
Right.
Who is going to pitch in those games? Who are the guys that you say, okay, you are just here to get me to the end of the game so I don't have to burn an arm that I like? I want to see how that plays out.
And then, of course, you can switch roles, too. A guy who's a low-leverage guy can become a high-leverage guy if he does good things with his low-leverage situations, and vice versa is true as well, obviously. So I would assume, I would hope at one point this weekend in this opening series against the Dodgers, we'll get a look at Torrey's sort of preferred rollout if they have the lead, because that will be a different level of stress for us as fans. If they had gone, let's say Zach Gallen doesn't give up the home run to Pajes, he goes into he gets like an out in the 6th inning. He hits his hard pitch count of 80 or whatever Torrey says it was. Now you're covering the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th to try to win that baseball game. Probably some combination of Thompson, Loaisiga, Ginkel, Sewald, depending on when the lefties are due up and things like that. But one thing that was, I think, really clear last night, and you mentioned it in our interview with Torrey, and you mentioned it just a second ago, to start that 7th inning and to not have a left-handed pitcher.
It's going to kill him.
It felt like it felt backwards. It felt like I put the wrong shoe on the wrong foot. It just felt like, God, you've got to have a lefty here for this.
It felt like putting 4 guys on the court instead of 5
to defend
in that game.
To defend in the Nebraska-Iowa game.
It felt like having 4 guys out there.
We are not going to go an hour on this show without making a joke about Nebraska having 4 dudes on the floor. I mean, we are not going to go a single hour on this show without bringing it up.
If Tyler Bassett is listening, I would like to apologize.
He's a Nebraska guy.
He's Tyler, I am not going to apologize for you. What the hell was your team doing not having 5 guys out there on the floor? We're bringing it up every hour for a reason, Tyler. Come on. The hell? Anyway, sorry. Yes, that's exactly what it's like.
This can't happen. You got to have a lefty because again, what happens? You face 2 lefties and you got 2 guys on base. Like you got to have a lefty. And I know we could talk about okay, if your lefty can't throw strike, I get it. But Taylor Clark comes in and he walks the first batter. So if you're gonna, I'd rather have the lefty and take the chance if they're both gonna walk batters.
Yeah, no doubt. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports. Arkansas did not take getting their teeth kicked in very well, did they?
Those dirty, dirty hogs. Those dirty hogs. Pigs.
We'll talk about those dirty hogs
Dirty
next.
hogs.
On the Burns and Gambo
Rolling
show.
in the mud.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-1. Swung on and popped up. This should do it. Betts calls off Hernandez. He'll make the two-handed catch. And the Dodgers overcome a 2-run deficit, and they win at home on opening night by a final score of 8-2.
More reaction to last night's game coming your way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
Today was box jump day, and I always get a little nervous. I'm getting older, and the box is kind of high. Front box jumps, and then I even went side box jumps. Yeah, crazy. I'm like, all right, I'm going to do it. My goal is to be able to do those box jumps when I'm 60. Side box jumps. So not just standing in front of it and jumping on the box, but sideways going up. And I was able to land every single one of them perfectly. One of the things is, and I say is, I eat right. I sleep right. I take good care of myself. I exercise. I stretch really well before my workouts. I always make sure I'm spending 10 to 12 minutes stretching before I do something. And I take one daily supplement, just one, all natural. It's called M-Drive. Been using it for decades to help me with my endurance, my stamina, my recovery. I always say my goal is to be in my 60s and be able to do the same box jumps that I've been doing for all these years. It's important to me to be able to continue to do these things at a high level. So for me, M-Drive is a great product that I take every single day. It's the #1 men's selling health brand at Sprouts. So you can pick it up at Sprouts, but you can also go online at mdriveformen.com and put Gambo in the promo code for 20% off. That's Gambo in the promo code at mdriveformen.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Dan Bickley here, and there are so many reasons to shop at Waltz TV and Appliance, where you'll find great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for, where they'll match any price you bring them, where their service and expertise is unparalleled. And here's another reason. Stop by Waltz, you can enter to win a free Samsung Freestyle projector with no purchase necessary. And remember, drop my name, you get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. Find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, online at waltz.com.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
Hey Arizona, it's Vince Marotta, and springtime means it's time to clean things up, starting with what's parked in your driveway. Ford Truck Month is still rolling at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler with huge savings all month long. Jump into a new 2025 Ford F-150 and save up to $5,000 off MSRP, plus $5,000 in Ford bonus cash. Or grab the zeros. 0% financing for 66 months with Ford Flex Buy, 0 money down, and 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 Truck Month cash on select F-150, Super Duty XL, and XLT trucks. Need more room to fit your family? Save up to $8,500 off MSRP on a new 2026 Ford Escape. As Tex Earnhardt said, if you don't try us, we both lose money. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1,598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 dock fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 31st, 2026.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Welcome
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning, a busy Monday. We'll include D-backs, Dodgers, Suns, Jazz, and how the Arizona Wildcats fared in the Elite Eight. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Happy Friday to the good people of Surprise. Joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. We hope you're having a good Friday. Surprise. Surprise. John Calipari wasn't happy with his team's performance last night. Shocker. Surprise. That ended really poorly for them. That was a really bad look for them, how that went down. And
Terrible. Lucky the Arizona players didn't get hurt the way they were playing. They were just so frustrated. The Arkansas players were just so frustrated with how they played that it ended up where a lot of technical fouls and flagrant fouls and ejections. And, yeah, it was just when I'm watching the game, I'm almost like, I got to hope nobody gets hurt.
Yeah.
Because of the way Arkansas was playing so dirty at the end of that game.
Yeah, it was not a good look. And I know in you turned your phone off so you could watch the game and not get, told what had happened and no spoilers or anything like that. In my friend group, when I was texting along, the thing that I took away from it was, look, everybody in the group who's a U of A fan was thrilled that they won, thrilled that they got into the Elite Eight and they advanced out of the Sweet 16.
Right.
The fact that they hung the worst loss in John Calipari's tournament coaching history
85
on
games.
him, God, they loved that.
85 games.
My U of A friends loved the fact that the worst ever tournament loss that John Calipari has ever suffered came against the U. Because there is something very satisfying and rewarding about watching that smug dude lose, right? Like there just is. And when your team does it, it is a nice little back scratch when something like that happens.
I'm sitting there and I'm watching it, and as these things are happening, right? Brazil gets the flagrant for hitting a walk in the head, just a wound up and just whacked him in the head. Pringle gets the technical for the blatant shove in the back of Krivas. That looked bad. And then Richmond gets ejected, the flagrant 2, the body check on Karchenkov. He thought he was playing in a hockey game. Pringle fouls out when he knocks Karchenkov in the chin with his knee, knees him in the chin, and then comes down on his head. And I'm like, man, how do you not retaliate? Like, how do Tommy Lloyd, like you have to find a way to make sure they don't retaliate. Don't get anybody in trouble.
Yep.
Don't get anybody suspended. Don't do anything. Like you've just beat their ass. That's how you just beat them bad. Beat them by 20 plus. And I kept hoping that they would win by over 20. Keep your guys level-headed because they look like a bunch of goons out there, Arkansas. They look like a bunch of goons. Hey, we can't play with you, so we're going to throw elbows and knock you to the ground and hit you in the back. And we can't play with you, so we're gonna goon it up. That's how bad it was. Arizona was really kicking their ass, and it got to the point like 3 or 4 different players on Arkansas were just so frustrated that they resorted to that goonery.
Koa Pete, after the game, talked about not falling to that level.
Yeah, I mean, just playing basketball at the end of the day, it's basketball. You can't really get into the other stuff that's not related to basketball. So, we just try to keep our composure. And, we're big on keeping our composure and, keeping our poise in those, tough moments like that, when games get chippy.
Here's Calipari after the game.
Arizona is really good. And if they shoot the ball that way and do the things they did today, wow. I told my team after, proud of them, what they did this year. And I don't want them to look at one game and take away from what they've all accomplished. But that was a hard one, and they got us from right the beginning. We kind of kept it a little close, but they're good. Really good team.
I didn't really keep it that close.
Yeah. It was never a game.
It was never a game.
It was 11 at half. It got to 21, and then honestly, it hung around 16, 18, 20. There was no real runs.
Felt like every now and then it dropped to 13, but it wouldn't stay there very long, and then it got back up real quick. Yeah,
it was a really dominant performance by Arizona, and you could just tell that. Arkansas was just so frustrated by their inability to play and be in that game, and that's why you saw that level of what they did. And I was dumbfounded, man. Like if you're Calipari, I think you almost got to pull some of those guys out of the game. Like if you're gonna look, we're not gonna lose like this. Like we're not gonna, because that's humiliating. We're not gonna lose like that. If you're gonna be knocking guys in the back and kneeing them in the head and swinging full circle and that.
just get out of the game. I'll put somebody else in that will try hard and maybe not as good as you. But you don't want to lose like that.
No.
Like Calipari said all the right things, but anybody that watched that game and you saw the thuggery of Arkansas, you don't want to lose. I would have taken those guys out of the game if I was him.
I heard our midday show, Wolf and Luke talking about this. I haven't heard this soundbite, but I heard the conversation that they had coming off the back end of the soundbite. So I want to play it because this is Calipari again, and he's talking about the transfer portal and he's talking about roster building. And I got the impression from the conversation that he kind of sounded like a man who maybe has had enough of modern college basketball, just based off of the conversation they had on Wolf and Luke. So I'm going to play this and let's just react to it.
We're all in the same boat right now. There are a lot of people have no idea. How about this? You have no recruits. You have no idea who's coming back. You don't have the money you had a year ago. You do not. And now all of a sudden you're trying to keep guys, figure out who else out there wants to come and who wants to put like a bidding war, which we wouldn't be involved in.
Yeah, that's an old-time coach. You got to remember, Calipari came up with UMass, and I totally remember that because I was a sports writer in Newsday when Calipari was coaching UMass, and I would get home from a late shift and, not going to be able to sleep. There'd always be a game on, like a midnight game on, and it was always UMass. UMass was on at 11 o'clock at night. So he took those TV games, and he could sell that to kids. Come play with me, we'll get you on ESPN. Come play with me, you'll be on TV. Your family will be able to watch you play on television because I'm going to take these games. I'm going to take these after-dark games, and you're going to be on. And so you went from that to then you try to go to a bigger conference, and you could sell that. You used to sell that to a kid. We're going to play in the best arenas. We're going to play on TV. You're going to get to play at Madison Square Garden. You're going to get to play at Cameron Indoor. Like, that's what you would sell. You don't sell that anymore. It's money, right? It's money. Money trumps. You're going to get to play on TV. You're going to get to play in front of your family. Oh, we're going to play games here, and you've got family there. That stuff doesn't matter now. It's how much can you pay me? Kentucky paid over $20 million for a roster that did nothing.
Yes.
Nothing.
Yes. In fact, the top 5 highest payrolls, and I don't know what other word to use, it's the only one that applies, the top 5 payrolls in college basketball this year. You tell me how far they went in the NCAA tournament. Kentucky, $20 million.
Out early.
BYU, $13 million.
First round.
Out early. Duke, $12 million. Okay, Duke is Duke.
Yep.
Whatever.
They're still in.
Arkansas, $11.5 million. Made it to the Sweet 16.
What's he complaining about then? He's got $11.5 million.
But he had $11.5 million.
It's gone now.
The question is, it's gone. And how many more times can you go back to the well for $11.5 million?
It's a great question.
If all you're doing is getting your teeth kicked in the Sweet 16 to a team that, quite frankly, didn't spend as much money as some of the, and I think that's the point maybe he's trying to make is that if you're spending all this money on your roster and you're not getting anywhere with it, at some point that money's going to be gone, and you don't know how you're going to build a roster. You don't really have recruits. You don't really have guys coming up. You don't have a traditional college basketball foundation upon which to build your basketball team. You're just going to the well every single year and asking for money to build a roster. At some point, people are going to stop giving you money.
Was it Troy Aikman that complained about giving money to a UCLA kid and then he transferred? Was it Troy Aikman?
It was Aikman's like, they're not getting my money.
Not getting my money?
They're not getting my money.
The kid didn't stay.
Yeah, because the kids don't stay.
Right, but your mindset shouldn't be like, I'm going to give this money and the kid's going to be there for 4 years. It's a one-year deal.
It's a one-year deal.
The kid can leave after 1 year and go get money somewhere else.
And that's great if you're having success. If you're Duke, fine. You can go back to those same people who gave you money and you can ask for money again. Can you keep going back if you're getting bounced in the first round?
No,
can you
sometimes you stop throwing good money at bad.
Yeah, and to Wolf and Luke's point, at some point you just say to yourself, if you're Calipari, man, I've made all the money in this sport I'm ever going to make. I'm in my late 60s, early 70s. How much longer do I want to do this? When we come back
go coach Division 2 then.
Yeah, when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, Suns 9 games to go. We're looking forward to this conversation. Come on, Malawach. He's going to join us next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-1. Swung on and popped up. This should do it. Betts calls off Hernandez. He'll make the two-handed catch. And the Dodgers overcome a 2-run deficit, and they win at home on opening night by a final score of 8-2.
More reaction to last night's game coming your way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
Jackson Hewitt has a great tax prep deal, $149 or less. Missing out is like ignoring the check engine light in your car. You'll regret it. Seriously, the price is only $149 or less, no matter how complicated, so don't wait. Like when you get a password expires today alert or you're shopping online and there's only one item left. It's like your taxes are in the cart, just complete the purchase. Hurry! This deal for $149 or less is like your phone at 1%. It's about to power down. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
You bought an RV, and you got an automatic discount from Progressive by bundling it with your home or auto insurance. That's great, but a serious word of warning every RVer should heed. You don't need to talk about things like dry weight or dump stations. And you don't need one of those expensive water filter straws either. Because the most extreme thing most RVers encounter is a campsite without hookups. So just enjoy yourself. And Progressive's automatic discount when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Ever notice how your floors still look dirty, even after you mop?
Yeah, what's up with that?
Swiffer Power Mop gives you a deeper clean you can actually see.
I'm listening.
Unlike string mops, Swiffer Power Mop absorbs more dirt and locks it away, even in those hard-to-reach spots.
Like behind the toilet?
Exactly. The new micro scrubbers deliver thousands of tiny deep cleaning actions, so your floors look, smell, and feel clean.
Bye-bye, dirty floors. Hello, Swiffer Power Mop.
Try the Swiffer Power Mop. Love it or your money back.
Jackson Hewitt has a great tax prep deal, $149 or less. Missing out is like ignoring the check engine light in your car. You'll regret it. Seriously, the price is only $149 or less, no matter how complicated, so don't wait. Like when you get a password expires today alert or you're shopping online and there's only one item left. It's like your taxes are in the cart, just complete the purchase. Hurry! This deal for $149 or less is like your phone at 1%. It's about to power down. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know how important the home court advantage can be in sports, and that's exactly what you'll get from my friends at Advanced Window Products. They are a local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to the public. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means you get faster turnaround times, no middleman markups, and windows that are custom built for your home, not generic sizes, retrofitted on site. Now, most window companies are just resellers, not Advanced Window Products. They'll build your windows, install your windows, then guarantee them for life, and that installation is done by vetted, trained, full-time crews, not subcontractors. Their windows also engineered for Arizona's extreme climate, which lowers your energy bills year-round, and during their spring special, you can get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110. Find them online at advancedwindows.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children and water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and get free swim lessons from the YMCA while supplies last.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Howdy, everybody. This is rodeo announcer Doug Mathis for Sanderson Ford Cave Creek Pro Rodeo, March 26th through the 29th. You know what goes great with rodeo? Ford Truck Month at Sanderson Ford.
Save on Ford F-150, now available with 0% financing for 60 months, plus $1,000 bonus cash and 0 payments for 90 days on all remaining 2025 models.
Don't miss the Cave Creek Rodeo, and don't miss Truck Month at Sanderson Ford.
Requires financing with Ford Motor Credit OAC. Offers expire 3/31/26.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks made their 2026 regular season debut last night, but it did not go exactly according to plan. The D-backs lost to the Los Angeles Dodgers 8-2 last night. Geraldo Perdomo hit a 2-run home run, and Zach Gallen was rolling until he got tagged for 4 runs in the 5th inning. But the Snakes are back at it tonight. It will be Ryan Nelson on the bump for the Snakes and Emmett Sheehan on the mound for the Dodgers. First pitch for that one is at 7:10, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Wildcats displayed their dominance last night against the Arkansas Razorbacks in a victory. Braden Burries led the way with 23 points, followed closely by Koa Pete's 21 points. Arizona will play in the Elite Eight for the first time in over a decade, and their opponent will be Purdue on Saturday. Tip-off for that one is tomorrow, approximately around 5:49. And after what feels like weeks since they have played a game, the Phoenix Suns will finally be back in action tomorrow night. They will be hosting the 21-52 Utah Jazz. Tip-off for that one will be tomorrow night at 7, with pregame starting at 6 right here on the Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And that is what's trending now.
Home of the Suns. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Coming off the court, you hear it straight from a Suns player with Burns and Gambo.
Our weekly visits with a member of the Phoenix Suns, and I believe this is the first time this season we've had the pleasure of our next guest gracing us with his presence. Joining us now here on the Burns and Gambo shows, the Suns getting ready to take on the Utah Jazz tomorrow. Suns rookie center Kaman Malawach, who joins us here on Burns and Gambo. Come on, I'm Dave. This is Gambo. Welcome to the show. We appreciate your time. Happy Friday, man. How we doing today?
Thank you. I'm doing great, man. Thank you for having me.
Yes. Are you in a good mood right now?
I'm always in a good mood.
Okay, because you're not going to be in a few hours when St. John's beats Duke.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Just saying. You know, when St. John's takes down Duke in a couple hours, you might not be happy.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right, you believe in Duke's ability to win that game, huh?
For sure. We about to win that game and make it to the Elite Eight.
Are you Dukies on the team getting together here in what? That game starts in about 45 minutes from right now. Are you guys getting together to watch it? Do you have a text thread? What's the plan for the Dukies on the team?
I mean, the plan is really just for us to do everybody's going to their own spot and just get the win.
What was it like? You had so many opportunities, you know, to go play. You had everybody wanted you to come play. You decided to play at Duke. What was your 1 year at Duke like? What do you remember most about being a part of that program?
I mean, it was great. It was really fun. I really enjoyed my time, the time I spent with my teammates. Spent a lot of time just being students and just doing the thing we love. Wake up in the morning, go play basketball. Playing in Cameron was really great. It's something I really enjoyed, like playing home games. We had such a great crowd, and we had a great fan base.
Do you enjoy it every chance you get? And they're few and far between. I mean, there have been a few times this year when you get to see Cooper in an NBA arena, or when you get to see Knipple in an NBA arena, and you kind of get that chance to share that bond and share that brotherhood again. I got to imagine you enjoy that very much.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that. I really enjoyed seeing all my teammates in different jerseys. I mean, everybody's in the NBA. We're all in different teams, and every time we play them, it's really competition, but it's just like it's really fun, and I'm always so proud of them because all of us made it through.
You had an incredible run last year with Duke. You beat Mount St. Mary's, you beat Baylor, you beat Arizona, you beat Alabama, and then you guys made it to the Final Four where you lost to a really good Houston team. What are your fondest memories of that run and getting to the Final Four?
I mean, it's just the whole thing was really fun. I mean, we went into every game with a different mentality, the way we attacked the games, the way we approached every game, the way we played. I really loved the way we played. We really played together and enjoyed basketball together and really shared the ball well. So it's just like we had that bond. We had a great bond, and we had good teammates. Like we were there for each other in every moment, and that's what I really remember a lot about it.
How different of a player are you now than you were last year at this time? With the coaching you're getting, the developing you're getting, what is different about you as a player today compared to last year at this time when you were playing in college basketball?
I mean, it's really a year ago. I mean, I grew, I gained more weight. I'm stronger. I see the game in a different way from how I saw it last year. I really just keep on getting better day by day, and I just see the game really differently compared to last year, whether it's with IQ or with plays I wasn't able to really notice last. Like, it's easily noticeable for me this year.
Come on, Model Watch is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Suns getting ready to take on the Utah Jazz coming up tomorrow. Then it's on the road for 4 straight games before you get to the end of the season. For you and your rookie year, what is your confidence in your game right now when you're out there, and your level of comfort when you're out there? Kind of piggybacking off of Gambo's question a second ago, when you're on the floor now, how do you feel, and how ready are you to be able to contribute to the Suns when you're out there? Come on.
I'm always confident because I know how much work I put in. I know how many hours I did. So I'm always confident when I step on the floor, and it's just a matter of learning and not doing the same mistake twice, and just learning through all my mistakes and just keep on getting better game by game.
How do you feel like you've done in the weeks since Mark Williams left with that injury in terms of filling at least some of those minutes and filling some of that void? Come on.
I think I've got better from game to game. I think every time I play, I go back, watch the game, and better from it, and come back the next day and not make the same mistake again.
You're 19 years old. You're still just 19 years old. How are there any difficulties with adapting to the NBA and playing with all these, older veteran guys? Some guys 10 years, 12 years older than you. What's it like as a teenager in the NBA?
I mean, it's really different from college. I mean, in college, if somebody was really older than you, would be older than you by like 4 or 3 years. But NBA is really different. You find guys who are 10 years older than you, as you said, and have more experience and have been around the game for a long time. But it's just learning from them, whether it's on the other teams, knowing people's tendencies, and just getting to know more about the game and just keep on getting better all the time. Then suddenly you get used to it and adapt to the game.
I was I have a boxing background, and I actually represented a boxer out of Uganda, where you played. You played in Uganda, correct? In high school?
I grew up in Uganda.
You grew up in Uganda, yeah. I represented a fighter named Godfrey Nyakana. Godfrey Nyakana. He was a terrific boxer, and I represented him for a number of years, in my day. And I always remember the stories about Uganda, and he always used to tell me, he goes, hey, sometimes he'd be very, very late for things. And I'd be like, why are you so late? Because the baboons were in the road. I go, what do you mean? He goes, well, you can't go around them. And you can't go through them because they'll. I go, why can't you beep your car horn? He goes, no, they'll kill you. And so I always remember those stories from my boxer friend who I represented that grew up in Uganda. He always told me those stories. What was it like playing basketball? I know you were discovered on the side of a road, just walking down the road. How did you get into basketball from a kid growing up in Uganda?
I mean, I guess his times were different from my time. In my time, we didn't have we didn't have baboons on the road, so my time was really different from his time. I mean, somebody really just told me to stop playing basketball. He got off the bike and I was like, if you stop playing basketball, you'll probably grow taller in a couple of years. And I just didn't really think about it. And it's just like a couple of days later, I got invited to a basketball camp. And I'm like, all right, I'll go to this basketball camp and watch the camp and see what's happening and what is basketball like, because I've never seen basketball in my life. And I just went to the camp. I saw a lot of tall kids. You don't really see a lot of tall people in Uganda, so I saw a lot of tall kids, guys taller than me, guys my height. And I barely see a lot of them at the same time. And I'm like, wow, this is really the sport for me, because I felt comfortable. I felt home, and I just came back the next day and picked up a basketball.
Wow. We need to find that guy from the motorcycle that encouraged you to play basketball and invite him to a game. That would be awesome.
For sure.
Definitely. Well, come on. We appreciate the conversation. Best of luck the rest of the season. Thanks for spending a few minutes on this Friday with us. And you versus Gambo, St. John's versus Duke.
Yeah, you'll be crying in a couple hours. Come on.
We'll find out in about a half hour who's got bragging rights, because both of you.
Get the tissues ready.
Both of you are very, very. Yeah, we'll find out. Both of you are very confident. Thank you. Come on. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Come on.
Come on, Malawatch, our guest here on.
Yeah,
the Burns
representing a
and
fighter
Gambo
out of
show.
Uganda, Godfrey Nyakana.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, and he used to be late for everything. And he used to tell me about the baboons on the side of the road, and you have to just have to wait. Sometimes you wait an hour or 2 hours for them to move before you can go.
I don't think our next guest went to Duke, but just in case he did, Lauren might want to prep him for the exact sort of stuff we just had there with Come On Malawatch. Chris Garagiola is going to join us next to talk a little D-backs baseball here on Burns and Gambo.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
When you don't compromise on the court, you shouldn't compromise off of it either. Lose the calories, not the taste. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Copyright 2024.
Freeway, Chevrolet, I-10, and Ray.
At Freeway Chevrolet, it's about more than just getting from point A to point B. It's about everything in between. And right now, we've got supplier pricing for everyone on new Silverado 1500s. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Supplier pricing for everyone on new Silverado 1500 models. See dealer for details. Must take new retail delivery by March 31st, 2026.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Every business starts with an idea. With smart business buying from Amazon Business, get everything you need to grow in one familiar place. From office supplies to IT essentials and maintenance tools. Ready to bring your visions to life? Learn how at AmazonBusiness.com.
The home of the D-backs. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. It's D-backs on the road with Burns and Gambo. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
In your headphones. Next time you complain we don't play your music.
Oh, my favorite. Little Ventura Highway. One of the great songs of the 70s by the group America.
It's also our theme song
Ventura
for
Highway.
every time we have a D-backs broadcaster on.
On a piece of grass.
It's always the second game of a road trip. And joining us right now from Los Angeles, Chris Gargiola.
Gator lizards in the air.
Chris Gargiola joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Chris, you didn't go to Duke, did you?
I did not get into Duke, that's for sure.
Okay.
Where'd you probably go to Syracuse? Where'd you go?
No, I went to a school called Trinity. I wanted to go to Emory, and they said, we don't want you to go here. So that's how that worked out.
I had the same experience with Northwestern. I really wanted to go to Northwestern, and they're like, yeah, no, you're not quite our type. I'm like, damn. The only reason I ask is because we had Come On Malawatch on in the last segment, and Gambo was basically picking a fight with him over the St. John's Duke game coming up in about 40 minutes. So I just wanted to give you a heads up in case you did go to Duke. Gambo's going to pick a fight with you, too, about it.
Well, what was his position?
I said, are you in a good mood? And he said, yeah, he's always in a good mood. I said, you're not going to be in 4 hours after St. John's takes down Duke.
That's okay. Now that sounds like Gambo. Yeah,
that does.
I feel like I've listened to the show. I'm back in now.
Chris, the
get
tone,
your tissues ready. You'll be crying.
The tone was set for the rest of the interview. It really went well after that, I think.
Who do you root for? What college basketball team do you root for?
Growing up, I actually preferred UVA over ASU, but I'm one of those softies that just, since I didn't go to an Arizona school, I always like it when Arizona does well nationally, collegiately.
Me too.
But yeah, that's a pretty divisive position to take since the person behind me is a big ASU supporter.
Yeah,
so.
Careful. Leo might throw a stapler at your head if you're not careful. He might. If he had a stapler in his reach, he might.
Leo's got to be happy. They made a great hire on Randy Bennett. That's a terrific hire for ASU.
I think it's going to be big. I mean, we can punch in Leo here in a second if we want to, but I think it's going to be great for the program. We'll see.
No, Leo's fine. He's good. Let's talk a little Diamondbacks baseball after the opener last night. And probably the main talking point is Zach. And you obviously are closely watching every single one of these games with the call that you're providing on the radio. Did the way Zach was attacking hitters last night look any different to you this year compared to previous years based on the first 4 innings that he delivered against the Dodgers last night, Chris?
Yeah, it's such a weird start in the sense that I thought that the first 4 innings, and I'm not just playing the results here, but I thought the first 4 innings were much more of like 2022 and 2023. It wasn't just that he was using all of his pitches, but the location of those, outside of the first pitch, he kind of struggled with first pitch strikes. They were in good locations, and you could tell for as stacked of a lineup that this is that they were off balanced. And then in the 5th inning, it looked a lot like last year, where it was like he was trying to throw things, and he wasn't quite landing them. And then maybe after some hard contact, we became a little squeamish about being in the strike zone. And that led to some walks, and that led to hitter counts. And, as hard as this game is, there are some elements that are pretty simple, where it's like if you fall behind 1-0, it becomes a lot easier to hit. When you're ahead 0-1, 0-2, it becomes a lot easier to pitch. And I just think with Gallen, if you look back at that 5th inning, once he started falling behind and once he got, that first Pages home run, it just seemed like he was vacating the strike zone perhaps a touch too often.
Is there anybody in baseball that you've been covering these games and calling these games? Is there anybody that has a bottom of the lineup better than the Los Angeles Dodgers?
Good Lord. I mean, we were talking about that before the game yesterday. Of course not. I mean, when do you think you've seen a 1-8 as good as the Dodgers? I mean, some people would say the dynasty of the Yankees, 98, 99, and 2000. Honestly, this group reminds me more of the name basis of the Red Machine. If you go through that 1-8, the Great 8 that they were called.
Oh, wow.
I would say that these two teams are probably the most closely matched when you look at the depth and top heaviness of talent.
I heard you mention that on my drive home last night, making that comp, and I thought the exact same thing that I'm thinking right now. You bringing up the Big Red Machine to Gambo is catnip, man. That's just...
You could get Dave Concepcion out.
I think you can get...
that lineup with Perez and Morgan and George Foster and Johnny Bench. I mean, it was a freaking... That's the best team I've ever seen in my life. The
Cesar
Big Red
Geronimo's
Machine.
in that
Cesar
group as
Geronimo,
well.
Ken Griffey.
Yeah.
I mean, it was unbelievable. I mean, I think the only guy that didn't hit that well was Concepcion, the shortstop.
Yeah. And I mean, look, there's certain days where teams are going to, really attack Teoscar Hernandez. He'll get his, but there's a lot of swing and miss there. Like Muncy, he does a great job of drawing walks, but he'll strike out a decent amount. Pajes is still 25, but for the most part, it's like the moment that there is some trouble, it can really snowball into a big inning, and we saw that twice. And I said this on the air. I mean, it's kind of a prediction. Like, I think a lot of the games for the Dodgers are going to look kind of like this, where it's like, nothing really happens. Here comes a 3-run inning. Here comes a 5-run inning. Usually capped off with a home run from somebody, because at a certain point you got to pitch to somebody. And again, that 1 through 8, it's just nails, dude. It is so good.
Let's talk about tonight's game a little bit from a Ryan Nelson perspective, because we're both big fans here on the Burns and Gambo show. I have this sneaking suspicion that we're on the verge of maybe something potentially like a next step, a leap for Ryan Nelson this year. His numbers last year and for his career have been pretty good against the LA Dodgers, all things taken into account. What is your belief, not only for him tonight, but for him in this season, Chris?
Well, look, just for tonight, right? You do want to just treat it as one start, and for this Diamondback group, it would be obviously really important to start the year going 1-1 now with a chance to win a series, right? I think if anyone took a series win against the Dodgers to begin the year, that would be an overwhelming positive. So that's what Ryan's job is today. Put this team in a position to hopefully win. In terms of an outlook for him, I think the thing that's going to be really interesting for fans to pay attention to is that in today's game of starting pitching, you only throw your fastball about 50% of the time. Why that is the case, talk to a pitching coach, right? It's a bit above my pay grade. But Nelson's that rare breed, that old school guy. It's going to be over 70%. And when you look at this lineup for the Dodgers, Ohtani, Tucker, Freeman, Smith, Muncy, they all mash fastballs. So something's got to give here. If he can throw his fastball, obviously in the changeup and the curveball to get him off that heater a little bit of a cutter as well that he's got, and he's able to have success, I think it's a huge sign that points to him having a really strong year. Because if it plays against this lineup, it can play against any lineup in any city, in any place in the world.
We were excited when they had the lead, thinking, okay, if they can, I'd love to see what happens if they could have the lead getting into that 6, because we don't know how Torrey's going to use 7, 8, and 9. We could all speculate going backwards. Seawald in the 9th. Do you go Ginkel in the 8th? Do you go Thompson in the 7th? We're not sure how he's going to play it. Loizaga's got to figure in there somewhere. What's your gut feeling? How do you think he'll play 7, 8, 9 when he's got a lead?
Well, first off, thank God our fans don't overreact based off of one game, because could you imagine if they had an overreaction off of one bad bullpen game last night? But to answer your question, I think it's going to be Seawald in the 9th inning. I think we heard in his pregame scrum with reporters that he was leaning a little bit on experience. He liked the way that Seawald was throwing the ball in spring, not only results-wise, but what the velocity was doing. And so I do think you might see, if I had to guess, I think it's going to be Ginkel in the 7th or a get-you-out-of-a-jam situation. I think Loizaga really pencils in nicely as an 8th inning guy, give him a clean inning, and then Seawald, if it's a save situation, he would like to bring him in there. And it'll be his job until the performances say otherwise.
So you got Loizaga as the main setup guy in the 8th. And I would imagine some of that, too, would be lefty-dependent, because it sounds like Ginkel might be the closest thing they've got to somebody that they would bring in an inning late in a game where it's a bunch of lefties. Is that a variable in this, too?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. I think that we saw yesterday in a lower leverage situation that Murillo is one of those reverse splits guys. And I thought he actually did okay, kind of coming into a pretty tough spot. Ginkel was the other one that we heard quite a bit about going into spring. So you're right. If we get into a spot where it's you've got 9, 1, and 2 coming up, so you're going to have to deal with Ohtani and Tucker, then we might see Ginkel in the 8th inning. But, the way Loizaga looked, right? If someone had told me that he's going to be the guy to start off as the closer, I'd have been like, yeah, that works for me, right? 97, 98, good swing and miss.
I
sure.
loved him with the Yankees. I think he's got incredible stuff. If he can throw strikes, he's going to be so good for this team.
Absolutely. And again, you had asked about Seawald, right? I think if Paul struggles, which obviously nobody is rooting for that to happen, Loizaga seems like an ideal guy to go ahead and say, all right, well, why don't we give you the keys to the 9th inning, as opposed to maybe going to someone down in Reno or going to a guy like Ginkel right now who, look, he had a tough season last year. It wasn't the cleanest of spring trainings. I don't typically invest a ton of stock into spring training results, but it is the only thing we get to look at in early March. So I think Loaisiga, look, hopefully, like you said, throwing strikes, not just for him, so important for everybody because this team, this bullpen, at least last year, had a miserable time getting swing and miss and getting strikeouts. So it's a ton of contact, and when you add contact late game with guys on base, you're just asking for trouble.
Good stuff. Chris, safe travels. We'll be both on the field Monday doing our show from 2 until 6. Stop by and say hi, okay? We'll see you then.
Would love to. Can't wait to see you guys.
All right, Chris, thanks. Chris Garagiola, the Diamondbacks play-by-play voice on the radio side, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. When we come back, if you're watching on YouTube, get ready for a lot of Lauren and that Illini jersey because the 4 o'clock reset is next.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Devin Booker from downtown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax. Stuart Willis, a fiduciary right here in Arizona, will do an absolutely great job for you. When it comes to your retirement plan, when it comes to your financial plan, nobody does it better than Stuart Willis. He is he did a terrific job for me in helping me, because you have different phases of your life. When you're younger and you're putting kids through high school and elementary school, and you got dance, and you've got soccer, and you've got band practice, you got all of this stuff. Like, that's one phase of your life. But as you get older and the kids start to graduate, and you become more of an empty nester, you have a different phase of your life. You want to prepare for every phase, and that's why it's good to have a financial plan, and it's good to have a retirement plan, because someday you're going to want to retire. And when you do, you want to make sure you have enough money and you're able to live a good retirement and not struggle. Having a plan to execute is the key to that. That's why I want you to call right now this number and set up a free portfolio review at 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, it's Vince Morata with some great offers going on now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, spring into huge savings with a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab and save up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR financing on select models. Hop into a new 2025 Hummer EV or pickup SUV and sweep up to $20,000 off MSRP, or choose 0% financing there too. If luxury is your style, check out select 2026 Buick Enclave models with up to $6,000 off MSRP, 0.9% financing, plus no payments for 120 days. But don't wait, these savings aren't in season for long. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC's got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from date of financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See deal for details. Offers in March 31st, 2026.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else. The power of fighting back. The power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
The target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
Downtown Phoenix is turning up the volume with the NCAA Women's Final Four Super Saturday. It starts at the Super Saturday practice presented by Samsung Galaxy at Mortgage Matchup Center. One last practice for the final two teams. Plus, the Super Saturday concert presented by AT&T, a free live performance at Hance Park. Super Saturday, April 4th in downtown Phoenix. Free events, all ages, all weekend. NCAA.com/Women's Final Four.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks made their 2026 regular season debut last night, but it did not go exactly according to plan. The D-backs lost to the Los Angeles Dodgers 8-2 last night. Geraldo Perdomo hit a 2-run home run, and Zach Gallen was rolling until he got tagged for 4 runs in the 5th inning. But the Snakes are back at it tonight. It will be Ryan Nelson on the bump for the Snakes and Emmett Sheehan on the mound for the Dodgers. First pitch for that one is at 7:10, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Wildcats displayed their dominance last night against the Arkansas Razorbacks in a victory. Braden Burries led the way with 23 points, followed closely by Koa Pete's 21 points. Arizona will play in the Elite Eight for the first time in over a decade, and their opponent will be Purdue on Saturday. Tip-off for that one is tomorrow, approximately around 5:49. And after what feels like weeks since they have played a game, the Phoenix Suns will finally be back in action tomorrow night. They will be hosting the 21-52 Utah Jazz. Tip-off for that one will be tomorrow night at 7, with pregame starting at 6 right here on the Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
And in our top story of the day, the Fighting Illini advance to the Elite Eight, where they'll play conference rival Iowa for a chance to go to the Final Four, right?
Done. That's your reset.
Good night,
Nothing
everybody.
else is going on in sports.
Good night, everybody.
Listen, I didn't watch the Illinois game. I watched the end of the Purdue game. I saw the basket. I know Illinois played great defense against Houston, but I was too busy watching D-backs and in Arizona, so take it away. How did Illinois end up beating Houston last night?
So this was heralded as the top offense in the league going up against one of the top defenses in the league in Houston. Illinois has played little to no defense up until the tournament. They decided that you needed to out-physical Houston. That's exactly what they did. They didn't allow Houston to get into their little mid-range jumpers they love to hit. They forced them outside. The thing that Illinois does is they have great floor spacing. So they make your bigs outside hang around the three-point line where they're uncomfortable and where you can't rebound.
It seemed like when I saw the score at halftime, I was going back to the last time they didn't have a shot clock. I thought I was watching Villanova against Georgetown with Rolly Massimino against John Thompson in the championship game when they did not have a shot clock. What was it, like 24-22 at halftime?
Yeah. There
was no scoring.
There was no scoring. None
at all.
What? How?
And if you told me that there was no scoring, I would have gone, oh, Houston's killing us because they shut down our offense. Instead, Illinois just played Houston basketball for the first half.
And beat Houston at Houston basketball. Yeah, it was impressive. It was crazy.
And Stojakovic?
His dad was there.
Fantastic. Peja was there. His mom was there in the stands.
Kid played well.
There was a really funny moment after the game where Lauren Shahadi was doing the post-game interview, and Mirkovic was... It was so funny. Mirkovic is standing there, and she's interviewing David Mirkovic, right? And one of the other...
Tommy.
Foreign players. It was Tommy... Ivasic. Whispered something into Mirkovic's ear, like...
Yeah.
And Lauren Shahadi says, what was the secret? What did he just tell you? And all Mirkovic said was, secret. Can't tell you. Secret. No tell you. Secret. I love Lord Johnny's like, come on, I won't tell anybody. Secret. I not tell you.
They then asked him post game, one of the Illinois
I hope it wasn't about Lauren Jotty.
What did? Oh no! Knowing this team, it was something completely unrelated.
Dude, she's very
MLB.
good looking. Tell her she's very good looking.
That's the MLB girl.
Some people call her Shahadi.
Call her Shahati.
Not even sure that between those two foreign players that either of them know anything about baseball or have seen her ever before.
Sorry. All right. So Illinois had its moment. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What else is going on in
We'll
sports?
end the Illinois one with this because this stat is really what stands out about the game. Illinois went on a 17-0 run in the second half. It is the first time in 8 seasons Houston has given up any run of 15 or more points.
Impressive. Very, very impressive.
It's an impressive win.
Congratulations. Good luck against Iowa. Good luck against Iowa on Saturday afternoon. Yep.
I don't like
Now
that.
you got to stop Vulgaris.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True. We stopped him in Iowa City, so let's see.
Put 5 dudes on the floor, you got a much better shot at it than Nebraska
Play
does.
5 guys.
Yeah.
You'll be fine.
We can move on to that one because Iowa beat Nebraska 77-71, and during a crucial possession in the final minutes of the game, Nebraska only had 4 guys out on the court. Here is head coach Fred Hoiberg post-game.
About 58 seconds left. They had that deep ball to Alvaro for the bucket. I think there were 4 players on the court. Can you say what happened?
I'll address that one, Myron. Put that one on me. It was a miscommunication, and I'm the head coach. Put that one on me.
It was a 3-point game with 58 seconds left, and Nebraska gets a stop there. They've got a chance to either cut it to 1 or get a 3 and tie it, and instead it ends up being a 3 the other way because Vulgaris got fouled. I've never seen anything like it. But you can even see in the highlight that there's some guy on the Nebraska team
is running
oh my God, I gotta get in the game. He starts running, he's sprinting, and it was too late.
All I could think about was the line from the movie Hoosiers where the dude fouls out and Hackman doesn't replace him with one of the guys on his team. Coach, we need a 5th. My team's on the floor.
Yep.
My team's on the floor.
Hoiberg should have said that. My team's on the floor.
My team's on the floor. I knew what we were doing. We wanted 4 guys. That's the whole thing.
No, that did not work out for them on that one. Also, Purdue beat Texas 79-77
Yeah,
on
a cheap shot in the back.
Last second put back from Trey Kaufman-Renn. He's been doing that all season
shot
long,
in the
Gambo.
back.
All season long.
Yeah, that's a cheat. How could that not be called? Those cheaters at Purdue.
Well, those
are about to get spanked by Arizona.
Those cheaters at Purdue are off to play U of A because
Yeah.
U of A beat Arkansas 109-88.
Boiler down.
That game is on Saturday afternoon at about 6 o'clock, give or take. Yeah.
Yes. And then in just a few minutes from now, St. John's versus Duke starts up here.
Duke's never won a championship without beating St. John's, ever. They've never won. They've won a bunch of them. They've never won one without beating St. John's.
That game is a TV executive's dream. Duke versus St. John for a trip to the Elite Eight. A TV exec couldn't have drawn it up any better.
No. And then 30 minutes after that one, Alabama and Michigan. Then at 6:45 tonight, Michigan State will play UConn. And the night rounds out with Iowa State versus Tennessee at 7:10.
Sounds good.
And the Diamondbacks, they lost their opening night matchup against the Dodgers. But here's Torey Lovello post-game discussing what the Dodgers pitchers did to their offense.
Well, I think Yamamoto in his last couple innings of work got super stingy after the home run, and they just were attacking the zone. And part of our identity is to see pitches get on base via the walk, and they had no walk. So I feel like that was a big contributor to their success today.
I mean, this team's. The Dodgers are so good. You're up 2-0. You're feeling good about the way Gallen pitches, but then he implodes in the 5th inning. Now you're behind, and Taylor Clark comes in. You can't keep it close. He gives up 4 runs, and you're not, and they weren't able. They had 3 innings against the Dodgers bullpen, and they didn't do it. And the Dodgers don't have a good bullpen, and they didn't do anything against the bullpen.
I think this series against the Dodgers is going to be a lot like the first month of this season. Just hang in there. Win one of these 3 games. Come back 1 and 2. Don't get swept. And it's kind of the parable that I think you can say for the rest of the season, for at least the beginning of the season. You just got to hang in there. You can't dig yourself such a hole that you can't get out of it. And I kind of feel the same. Was the season over if they get swept by the Dodgers? No. But it's going to be a bad taste in everybody's mouth for opening day on Monday. Just win one of these final 2 games and you'll be fine. Everything will be fine if you can just do that.
Tonight's the day. Tonight with Ryan Nelson on the mound, you feel better. Yeah,
you would think. Yeah.
And some NCAA news that came down earlier today. The NCAA's appeal to the Mississippi Supreme Court in the Trinidad Chambliss eligibility case has been denied, which means he's eligible to play for Ole Miss in 2026.
For the next 5 years, he can play.
Well, he's already gotten at least 7 at Ole Miss, so he gets another one next season.
All right. Nice.
And we'll wrap this one up with some golf news.
What?
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah, no.
I know.
Yeah.
Tiger Woods was arrested on suspicion of DUI. He was not injured in a rollover crash that occurred just after 2 p.m. Florida time. Woods was driving at a high speed when he attempted to pass a truck hauling a pressure cleaner on the back of it. He clipped the trailer, flipped the car over. He had to climb out of the passenger side window to escape the car. He took the breathalyzer test, but refused the urine test. So he will now be locked up, according to Florida state law, for the next 8 hours in jail.
Tiger's had some rough incidents involving cars.
He's a great and bad driver, if you will.
I know he had just come back this past week and participated in a TGL event. There was some speculation that maybe he'd be right for the Masters, or maybe he'd be able to get his body back to be able to play a little golf this year. The Tiger Woods story, that there does not appear to be any happy ending to the Tiger Woods story or any redemption for the Tiger Woods story coming our way anytime soon.
A lot of people are speculating Percocet and some kind of painkillers and stuff like that. I don't know, but it wasn't alcohol. But same like Dylan Brooks got arrested. It wasn't alcohol. It was marijuana. So I don't know. But hate to say it because, I mean, we're all on the road. We all have, some of us have kids on the road. I hate to see that.
Mm-hmm. And with that, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
Right. Thank you, Lauren. We do appreciate that. Calling all Suns fans, join us on Tuesday, March 31st from 4 until 6 at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers at Paradise Valley Mall. Our promo team will be out there giving away free Suns t-shirts. Sign up for the Ultra Suns Fans giveaway. Your chance to win 4 tickets to Suns Rockets on Tuesday, April 7th, plus an exclusive pregame on-court experience. Head on over to the contest page at arizonasports.com for more details. The D-backs offense, screeching halt last night against the Dodgers. We'll talk about that part of it next on Burns and Gambo.
East Valley, West Valley, North Side, South Side, and Central. Arizona Sports covers high school sports all over the Valley. Saturday mornings 9 to 11 on The Kevin McCabe Show. If it involves competition on a court, field, pitch, rink, or track, the Dean is talking about it on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7. The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings 9 to 11.
Are you ready for that smile makeover? Have you dreamed about a beautiful new smile that you could be proud of? If the answer is yes, then let's get you in for a free consultation with Pro Smile Dental, where they specialize in no prep or minimal prep cosmetic veneers. Have Arizona's top cosmetic dentist customize your smile with the Valley's only on-site cosmetic dental lab, where they custom create your designer smile with the exact color, shape, and size that you want. Now, they've got locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale. They'll do an absolutely great job for you. If you're not happy with your smile and you want to get it fixed, let's get you into one of their locations so that way you can get your teeth fixed. Pro Smile Dental, with those 2 locations, all you have to do is go online at prosmileaz.com and check them out. That's prosmileaz.com, or call 1-888-GO-SMILE.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to CarShield.com. That's CarShield.com today.
What is it, boy? Someone need help? Someone in trouble? Oh, okay. So you just want me to get Progressive Auto Insurance because their collision coverage covers up to $1,000 in vet bills if you're injured in an accident? That's it? Okay. Calm down. Let's not resort to name calling.
Progressive's collision coverage helps pay for care for your pet when they're in the car during an accident.
No, you're right. Sorry. I shouldn't have said calm down.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage included with purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Burns and Gambo talk D-backs baseball now.
We will in just a second. First, a hello to the audience in Tempe on this Friday. Hi, Tempe. Have yourself a good, fun, safe weekend. Appreciate you listening to the Burns and Gambo show. Last night, D-backs dropped the opener of the season to the LA Dodgers after getting off to a good offensive start. You had a nice double from Jordan Lawler. You had a 2-run shot from Geraldo Perdomo. You had Ketel Marte working a heck of an at-bat against Yamamoto at the beginning of the game, right?
Corbin Carroll
single, had the first successful EBS challenge in the history of the Diamondbacks organization.
Yeah.
Now that's a part of it, right?
And then they stopped hitting.
And then after that, I really couldn't tell you anything positive that happened offensively because not a whole lot positively happened offensively after that.
It was frustrating because it's not like Yamamoto pitched it. Like, Yamamoto's fantastic. We know that. But it's not like he pitched a complete game. You know, you're looking at an offense that had plenty of opportunities there, you know, with 3 innings against that bullpen to kind of get something done. They had 5 hits through the first 4 innings. Then they go 1, 2, 3 in the 5th. They go 1, 2, 3 in the 6th. They get 1 hit in the 7th. They go 1, 2, 3 in the 8th. They go 1, 2, 3 in the 9th. They had 3 innings of the Dodgers bullpen. They got 1 inning. They didn't even face the closer, Diaz. So, you know, that to me is, you know, that's a failure. Like, you've got to put some pressure on the Dodgers. You got to get some guys on base. You know, if anything, you know, you want to just at least have them work to put Diaz in the game and use him so maybe he's not available tonight. But they didn't make the Dodgers pitchers work at all. 3 relief pitchers combined for no runs and 1 hit.
Yeah.
And that was the frustrating part to me because early on against Yamamoto, it's like, okay, you know, you've got 5 hits. You got a couple runs. You know, you're not going to score 8 runs against Yamamoto, but they were able to scratch out a couple of runs. You want to keep it close there, but the Diamondbacks bullpen didn't do the job. The Dodgers did, but the Diamondbacks bats went quiet after that 4th to 5th inning.
Yeah, they did, and it was something to feel, I think, pretty good about the first 3-4 innings of that game because it looked like they were, you know, it was nice to see Lawler. Last year he had to wait 31 at-bats before he got that hit, right? He didn't have to wait very long at all. He got the double. That was good. Ketel, Corbin, Perdomo with the homer, as we were talking about. There were good things happening. And Torey Lovullo after the game.
Well, I think Yamamoto in his last couple innings of work got super stingy after the home run, and they just were attacking the zone. And part of our identity is to see pitches get on base via the walk, and they had no walk. So I feel like that was a big contributor to their success today.
And then there was the base running, which, you know, we had Torey on earlier, as we do every Friday. It was a mess. Here's Torey after the game last night.
I was pleased with a lot of things that we did today, but you can't give out. You know, you get 27 of them, and they're all precious. So if you give up 2 outs on the bases, we got to be better. So we got to get on lockdown about that. You know, we feel like there were some trigger points and some things that we were trying to take advantage of, and we just went too early at first base, so we got to be better there. and then you got to read a line drive. So it's not freeze on a line drive; it's get back on a line drive at the big league level. So we got to be better. So we're going to address those things for sure.
Lawler on the line drive who got caught too far off the bag, and then it was Perdomo who
got a great jump, but he got picked off.
Yeah.
Looks like you got a great jump, but nope, they recognized it and they picked you off, and that just can't happen because that was a struggle for the Diamondbacks last year, was on the base paths. We were complaining about it a lot. Now, we put a lot of that pressure on the third base coach, who was terrible, and he ended up, they ended up changing the third base coach. But here, I mean, I could almost forgive a line drive. Like, sometimes that happens. Geraldo got a good jump, but the pitch wasn't delivered, so they were able to get him picked off. And your opportunities, I appreciate being aggressive on the base paths and trying to manufacture some runs. I do. But you don't get many opportunities with runners on base against the Dodgers, so you can't blow those opportunities. You got to take advantage of it because that team is good, and you've got to take advantage of the few opportunities you get. And you also, you want to make those like you worked Yamamoto very early. It was 23 pitches in the first inning. And then they stopped working him so much so he was able to, pitch a little bit deeper into the game.
It's a good point, especially when you consider that most people think this team is going to have to go back to its create chaos ways on the bases in order to score a bunch of runs. You don't have the game's premier slugging third baseman over at the hot corner anymore. You don't have Josh Naylor over at first. You don't have proven run producers on the corners of your infield anymore. And so in the absence of that, I think it's reasonable to think that this team, that style that was so endearing back in 2023 when they were just running all over teams and taking the extra base and they had a bunch of athletes, a bunch of just deer out there that could just fly all over the base passes. You got to get back to that, but when you do it, there's this fine line between being too aggressive and not being smart enough and not, doing things like Perdomo and Lawler did last night. And I'm kind of with you on Lawler. Like that one didn't bother me as much. I don't know who didn't think that ball was going to get over Freeman's head, right? Like it seemed like it was destined for right field. So I'll give him a little bit of leeway.
Sure,
but
me too.
If they're gonna lean back into their identity of creating chaos, it means they've got to be air freaking tight when it comes to their base running, so they don't start giving outs away. That's the fine line they're going to have to walk all year long, I think.
I don't know if they'll ever get back to the team that was creating all that chaos a few years ago. I just don't, different personnel and things like that. So you do have a bunch of guys that don't run that well. But Ohtani's at first base. He's running on the pitch. Base hit. He scores all the way from first base. That's okay, that's, a little bit of whether it was a hit and run or he was just taken off. I think it was, I can't remember who hit it, but that's you look at that, he scores easy, right, from first base, because by the time that ball landed, he's standing at second, and he's just waiting for it to drop, and then he scores all the way. So, that's good base running. That's good aggressiveness right there. You want to be aggressive on the base paths. I'm going to keep my eye on that all year long because this team they're better defensively. But again, their margin for error is slim, right? They don't have the best rotation. They don't have the best a better offense than they did last year. The only thing that's really improved is the defense. So they've got to make sure they don't make mistakes and run themselves out of innings.
Did I see that you tweeted about Pavin Smith earlier in the show? I thought you did.
I did tweet about Pavin.
What did you hear about Pavin Smith?
It's likely that he'll end up on the IL. They were evaluating today. I said I would not be surprised if he ends up on the injured list.
With the elbow. There was the late scratch for him last night.
Yeah, that's what I was told. Most likely to the injured list. He's getting evaluated now. It wasn't final. That's why I said I would not be surprised if he ends up on the IL. But they were evaluating him, and so that could happen.
Yeah. So if he does, that'll be a really curious roster move to see who comes up in his place, right?
Yeah.
Just in terms of how the roster is built, who's on the 40-man, who are some of the options. I know a couple people on Twitter are already
Jose Fernandez
talking about, Jesse Friedman is pointing out that the only other healthy position player currently on the D-backs 40-man roster is 22-year-old Jose Fernandez.
Who had a great spring.
And maybe that gives him a leg up to be the guy who replaces him potentially. So that's something to kind of keep an eye on.
He's a shortstop.
Yeah.
But he had a really good spring. Yes. He's a 22-year-old Venezuelan kid. He hits very well, but he's definitely a player to keep your eye on. I think he was ranked the number 27 ranked Diamondback prospect last year. I don't know where he is this year. So we'll see. In last year in 2025, he spent almost the whole year at AA Amarillo with the Sod Poodles. But that's somebody, again, he played well, so we'll see. I think somebody even mentioned to me, and I don't know for sure.
Not in the lineup for the
Aces.
Aces.
He was not in the lineup for the Aces.
Yeah, that's also the thing that's going around about Jose Fernandez is that he's not in the lineup for the Aces tonight. Same lineup for the D-backs today against the Dodgers. Marte, Carroll, Perdomo, Moreno, Arenado, Santana, Lawler in left, Thomas in center, Tawa as the designated hitter. There's some athleticism at the bottom of that lineup, though. Between Lawler, Thomas, and Tawa. They got some guys who can scoot. Between them and then when you flip it back to the top with Marte, Carroll, and Perdomo.
Yeah.
They got some athletes who can run them bases.
Yeah,
I understand what you're saying about the middle. Moreno, Arenado, and Santana. Those guys aren't great. The best athletes or the best runners out there. Those other six, those guys can scoot a little bit if they want, right? I think they can get back to some of their chaos ways.
Blaze Alexander played yesterday for the Orioles. He got a hit. He was 1 for 3. I'm just going to keep my eye on that just to see how he does.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, U of A headed to the Elite Eight. How can they advance to the Final Four against Purdue? We'll talk about it next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The local sports leader is all about the NFL Draft. We know you've got your home team sensibilities, so we're looking at the entire NFL Draft, not just the Cardinals in the 3rd overall pick.
With the 3rd pick.
Though we are definitely taking strong interest in that one. What's Monty going to do? Trade it? Pick O-line or edge? Decisions, man. Cardinal decisions. NFL Draft coverage on Arizona Sports, brought to you by Bud Light, official beer sponsor of the Arizona Cardinals.
The Arizona Cardinals select.
If you don't have gas in your home, but something doesn't smell good. Ew, what's that smell? If it smells like rotten eggs, there could be a leak in your neighborhood. Now what do I do? If you suspect a leak, move fast, call 911 and Southwest Gas. From a safe location. But I don't have natural gas in my home. Gas lines are buried all around, so even if you don't have gas. I know, call 911 and Southwest Gas.
Hey basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Are you planning a home renovation? Getting quotes on windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, or flooring? Before you commit, visit the Window Depot and make sure you're not overpaying. The Window Depot is your one-stop shop for top quality products at the lowest prices. We're locally owned and operated with no installers and no middlemen, so you save big. Perfect for DIYers, contractors, and homeowners. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Hey Arizona, it's Vince Marotta, and springtime means it's time to clean things up, starting with what's parked in your driveway. Ford Truck Month is still rolling at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler with huge savings all month long. Jump into a new 2025 Ford F-150 and save up to $5,000 off MSRP, plus $5,000 in Ford bonus cash. Or grab the zeros. 0% financing for 66 months with Ford Flex Buy, 0 money down, and 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 Truck Month cash on select F-150, Super Duty XL, and XLT trucks. Need more room to fit your family? Save up to $8,500 off MSRP on a new 2026 Ford Escape. As Tex Earnhardt said, if you don't try us, we both lose money. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford, no bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 31st, 2026.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks made their 2026 regular season debut last night and it did not go exactly according to plan. The D-backs lost to the Los Angeles Dodgers 8-2 last night. Geraldo Perdomo hit a 2-run home run, and Zach Gallen was rolling until he got tagged for 4 runs in the 5th inning. But the Snakes are back at it tonight. It will be Ryan Nelson on the bump for the Snakes and Emmett Sheehan on the mound for the Dodgers. First pitch for that one is at 7:10, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Wildcats displayed their dominance last night in victory against the Arkansas Razorbacks. Braden Burries led the way with 23 points, followed closely by Koa Pete's 21 points. Arizona will play in the Elite Eight for the first time in over a decade, and their opponent will be Purdue on Saturday. Tip-off for that game is tomorrow at approximately 5:49. And after what feels like weeks since they've played in a game, the Phoenix Suns will finally be back in action tomorrow night. They will be hosting the 21-52 Utah Jazz. Tip-off for that one will be tomorrow at 7 o'clock with pregame starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Retirement comes with stealth taxes, Medicare surcharges, Social Security taxation, and forced distributions. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. What did we learn from the Arizona Diamondbacks series against the Los Angeles Dodgers? We'll discuss Monday at 10 a.m. from Chase Field. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Really proud of our guys. You know, I thought they came out and just played with tremendous focus. You know, we're locked in. Felt like a long stretch of that game we couldn't get a stop, but you know, it's just one of those games where, you know, sometimes you just got to keep scoring, keep putting the pressure on them, and I thought our guys did a good job of that. I mean, I thought their talents were on full display, and their character and their teamwork, and I'm just really proud to be their coach.
That was Tommy Lloyd last night after U of A's clobbering of Arkansas, which we'll get to in a minute. I'll tell you right now, the Sweet 16 has resumed. There are 11 minutes to go in the first half between St. John's and Duke. The Johnnies have an early 20-15 lead.
Damn right they
over
do.
the Dukies somewhere.
Take that, come on, Malawach.
Somewhere, come on, Malawach, who's shedding
Crying.
real man tears right now over this, I'm sure, after Gambo goaded him into it. And then getting ready to begin, it's, Michigan, Alabama? Alabama's getting ready to start. We'll bring you updates on that one throughout the course of the game. And then, of course, later tonight, you've got UConn versus Michigan State and Tennessee versus Iowa State are the two games coming up this evening to determine the Elite Eight and who will ultimately be playing for the Final Four. As far as U of A goes last night, I mean, you've watched probably just about every game they've played this year. I know I haven't. I've probably watched about a dozen of their games this year.
I might have missed one or two, but I've watched most of them.
I mean, now, again, without taking anything away from U of A, I think some of what we saw last night was a function of just how bad Arkansas's defense was. It was awful, and yet U of A, I turned it off. I turned it to the Illinois game with about 10 minutes to go.
You're like, okay, we're
it's just done. I mean, it's just, there's no way Arkansas is coming back to win this basketball game. And thankfully, they keep putting the score up in the corner. So if they do, I can go back and check it out. But I know I'm not going to need to. I'm just going to watch the other game right now.
It is. It was an incredible win by Arizona. They scored at will. Whenever they wanted to, they were able to score. There was no defense by Arkansas at all. It was an impressive win. And listen, we know how important it is for Tommy Lloyd to get past the Sweet 16. That's one hurdle. The first hurdle was don't get upset in the first two rounds.
Yeah.
Don't have a Princeton. Don't have a Buffalo, right? That was hurdle number one. Hurdle number two is you got to get past the Sweet 16. Like, you've been there a bunch of times. Now you've got to get past it. That was hurdle number two, which, okay, mission accomplished. And then hurdle number three is the two Wisconsin losses were in the Elite Eight. It's been a long time since you've been out of the Elite Eight and you consider yourself a blue blood. You've got to get further than the Elite Eight. So now you got the Purdue game and you've got to win that game. That's the next hurdle. That gets you to the Final Four. There's a lot of great things going on with Arizona basketball. First time since 2015 making the Elite Eight. They haven't trailed in any of these games. They've now won 12 straight. They tied a school record for the most wins with 35 wins. So
do you know which team they tied, by the way? was the Steve
Kerr
Kerr
team.
Sean Elliott team back in 87, 88, and Steve Kerr was there last night to watch U of A tie that record. He was in the stands for the game. So, yeah, that's an old school U of A basketball team, kind of at the beginning of the run. Yeah, there were a lot of accomplishments, and you're absolutely right. I think, listening to you talk, I mean, even for U of A, even beyond the history of the program and how long it's been since the Final Four and kind of that sense of accomplishment they need to get back there, I think there's something even more short-term than that for U of A. They have been one of the 2 best college basketball teams all year. Nothing against Purdue. They're good, okay, but nothing against Purdue. I think the disappointment for U of A not to finish this at this point would be profound, not just because it's been 25 years since they've been there.
Yeah.
Can you imagine a Final Four that doesn't have U of A in it when they've played the basketball they've played all year long?
No.
Like, it would really be, like, I understand all the angst for all the U of A fans out there about wanting to see this 25-year streak come to an end. But I think there's even another level of angst that you're dealing with if you're a U of A fan, is that you would have wasted one of the truly great seasons in the history of your program on a team that couldn't get out of the Elite Eight. Yeah. And I think that's almost as bad as going 25 years without being in a Final Four.
Look, 25 years from now, you're not going to celebrate a team that lost in the Elite Eight to Purdue.
No.
But you will if they make it to the Final Four.
Yes.
You will. You'll remember that team as a fight. Yeah, it would be. And look, there have been really great teams that got eliminated before the Final Four. There have been some really good U of A teams that got eliminated by the Final Four. This team cannot be. They just cannot be. Now, Purdue's got some seniors on their team, and they're battle-tested, and they were preseason, ranked really high preseason, and then they went
I think they were preseason one,
No, I think they were preseason one, yeah.
I think they were preseason one.
I think they were preseason one. It's just Arizona's playing such great basketball right now. It's almost like Yeah, and I always say be careful what you wish for. But when Purdue won the Big Ten, I was kind of hopeful that Purdue would be on that 2 line in Arizona's bracket.
Yeah.
Because if you look at the other 2s, right? Look at the other 2s. I got my bracket right here.
So Iowa State.
It was UConn. Okay, didn't want UConn. It was Houston. And it was Iowa State. I'll take Purdue.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, maybe UConn. UConn was struggling down the stretch. They lost to St. John's in the final. The Big East is not great this year. I mean, maybe you could have said UConn, but I just, when I looked at it, it was almost like Purdue going into the Big Ten tournament was not a 2 seed. I think some people question whether they were a 3 seed. They got hot. They won the tournament. They got into the 2 seed line. And I think when I looked at it, I'm like, oh, that's a good spot. Mm-hmm. That's a good spot for Arizona to get, to have Purdue as the 2 seed in your bracket.
The one thing that has flipped a little bit since the tournament started, though, and this was confirmed last night when we saw Illinois beat Houston, and now it's an all Big Ten Elite Eight to get a spot in the Final Four. You could potentially have another Big Ten team in Michigan State get that far. This Michigan, obviously, the Big Ten has shown up and shown out so far in this tournament. They really have. And so I'm not saying that means Purdue is better than we thought, but it does make you wonder if that conference has some real grit to it. We talk about how battle-tested U of A is for the schedule that they played. I'm starting to think you can make the same argument for just about any team to come out of the Big Ten and do well because it's really showing itself in the tournament
That's a good
so far.
point.
It's really showing it. So like as Purdue, and I get what you're saying, I really do. I think it's clearly advantage U of A, obviously. I do think the seniors help, and I think the things that Purdue does well, I don't know if they do them well enough to beat U of A when they're at their very best, but this is another one of those. You're more worried about yourself than anything else if you're U of A. If you have one of those games where you kind of played like you did against Utah State, you are going to be vulnerable against Purdue. It's really such a cliche, but it really is much more about you if you're U of A than it is about them. And I feel like if U of A has one of those games, the door is open for Purdue to come and take it from them. And you just careful because the Big Ten is, man, they're punching a lot of I mean, Illinois beat Houston last night. They're like 22% of people filling out a bracket thought Illinois was going to beat Houston last night, right? It was Houston. Big 12, dominance, national runner-up last year, Kelvin Sampson, blah, 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 right? And Illinois punched him right in the mouth.
Can happen.
The Big Ten's been punching a lot of people right in the mouth so far this year.
My one Purdue friend who's not very smart, he goes, Bernsey is right. Smart guy. Senior late in Purdue squad. We'll manage the game well. We'll need to, yeah.
So by default, you're calling me not smart.
No. I'm
so
just
you
saying.
say, no. You are. You are. You are. You're saying your Purdue friend, who's not smart,
not very smart,
is calling me smart, which makes me not. The transitive property is very much at work here.
The
fact that I know about the transitive property means I'm smart.
Okay, I've never claimed to be smart, so like you can say, well, you're not smart. I'm like, I know. I don't pretend to be.
Well, you're saying, oh no, I'm saying you're smart.
Yeah.
You're calling me not smart.
Yeah.
Your Purdue buddy is giving me my props?
He's just sending me all these boiler up things right now. And do you guys want someone on the show that actually knows something about Big Ten basketball? I'm like, let's not and say we did. We got Lauren.
We've got Lauren.
Yeah.
But nobody knows more about...
Lauren, come on. Purdue have any chance against Arizona?
Well, I was talking to Kellen Olson last night because he wrote his teaser piece.
Why is it never a yes or no? Okay, go ahead.
All right, fine.
Okay.
Fine. Does Purdue have a shot? No.
No. There you go. Take that, boiler down, Nick.
Now I want to know why.
Tell me what Kellen Olson said.
Okay, well, Kellen came to me and he goes, hey, I'm writing this piece. Can you just give me a little bit of information on Purdue? And I said, sure, absolutely. This is the thing. Bernsey's kind of got it. It's like Purdue's really good at two things, and that is running everything from the point guard position out of Braden Smith and setting guys up for success. The problem is that success comes from outside shooting the three-point line, which they haven't been able to do so far this tournament and towards the end of the season, and then getting it inside to either Clough or Trey Kaufman-Renn. But it's bully ball in there with U of A.
With U of A, I mean, with those monsters they have down there.
It's the same guys that Purdue's faced off against in the Big Ten in, like, Michigan playing against Yaxel and Merez and Adai Mara.
And they don't do well against them.
And they don't do well against them. They don't beat them.
I feel like the team that's going to really threaten U of A is the physical, down low. We see your bully.
Michigan.
We see your bully ball, and we raise you your bully ball. Watch this, and I just. You know, I'm not going to sit here and pretend I've watched nearly as much college basketball as you, but I think I've watched enough to know Purdue, that's not really their jam, right? That's not really...
Braden Smith's a terrific player.
He is a really good player.
But they're going to... But he's not a very good defensive player, right?
No, he's not a great defensive player.
And they're going to put so much pressure on him on defense.
But he doesn't turn it over.
He doesn't turn... But, okay, now talk about it. You got to guard Bradley. They got to put pressure on Braden Smith.
And I think that's when they're going to start to rotate their play. Your four is going to come out a little bit, trying to leave the inside not as open and hope that Oscar Clough can hold it down there.
You can't double and trap Arizona. They'll kill you.
Yeah, and that's what Purdue is hoping will work.
You think they're going to give Braden Smith help?
In guarding Jaden Bradley driving down the lane? Yeah.
Oh, it's a cakewalk for Arizona. It's a cakewalk if they do that.
Why she said no.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You can't. You have to try to play Arizona straight up. If you can't, they're gonna bury you.
I can't believe you don't think I'm smart. That really breaks my heart that you think I'm not smart.
I would rather take a shot at my friend than
by calling him not smart, but by him calling me smart, I kind of feel like
you were making this.
I'm not smart.
You really killed two birds with one.
You really
stone.
did.
He said we just beat Michigan handily. He goes, she's pretty much right, but we did beat Michigan handily.
Yeah. But you see them twice a year. You know what to expect. You see Michigan. You see the Big Ten. You know what you're playing against.
There will have been bigger upsets in the history of March Madness if Purdue beats U of A, right? Like it wouldn't be.
Also, Matt Painter is a great halftime adjustments coach. He's a guy who will see what happens in the first, and they will adjust in the second.
They'll be down by 27 in the first, so.
Yeah, but we'll see. Like, your argument about Calipari yesterday, about how is he a great coach,
he's not
or
a great
is he just a good recruiter?
He's a great recruiter. He's not a great coach.
Matt Painter is the exact reverse of that.
Yeah. Okay. Calipari he's a great recruiter. He can get guys, but he's not what did he do yesterday? Nothing? Did nothing. He did nothing in game to help their team. It got worse. It didn't get better. They were down by 11. They were down by 20. He didn't do anything at halftime to make them better.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the Phoenix Suns have another mush game at home on Saturday before a big road trip. And we'll tell you the latest on what Jordan Ott had to say about his injured Phoenix Suns coming up on the Burns and Gambo show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-1. Swung on and popped up. This should do it. Betts calls off Hernandez. He'll make the two-handed catch. And the Dodgers overcome a 2-run deficit, and they win at home on opening night by a final score of 8-2.
More reaction to last night's game coming your way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children and water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and get free swim lessons from the YMCA while supplies last.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you know what's better than buying a new television from my friends at Waltz TV and Appliance? Buying one and getting one free. And that's exactly what you'll get through the end of March. Purchase any 75-inch Samsung QLED or OLED television or larger, you will get a 43-inch Samsung television for free. Take advantage of this great offer by visiting Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can always shop online at waltz.com.
Freeway, Chevrolet, I-10, and Ray.
At Freeway Chevrolet, it's about more than just getting from point A to point B. It's about everything in between. And right now, we've got supplier pricing for everyone on new Silverado 1500s. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Supplier pricing for everyone on new Silverado 1500 model. See dealer for details. Must take new retail delivery by March 31st, 2026.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Update. Gambo and his dumb Purdue friend now have a lunch bet on the game.
Yeah. His name's Nick Middleton. Our kids played baseball together for a number of years.
Wow.
Blake's a good pitcher at Perry High School.
Nick got the first and last name call out on the show.
Yeah. He lives in Queen Creek. So now there's an olive mill bet on the table, on the line here.
Wow, olive mill's wonderful.
Olive mill's great.
Almost wonderful.
I'm gonna get a free lunch here. This is almost as easy as taking the lunch from Bernsey at the Rah-Rah Room.
Here we go.
Oh, and Purdue beating Arizona. Purdue ain't beating Arizona.
Are you contractually obligated to mention that once a day?
What's that?
The lunch that I owe you next week.
No, you're paying for the lunch.
What's going to happen when the lunch is over?
I know he's going to revel in the glory for at least another year. Boy, remember that great lunch I had yesterday? Remember that great lunch I had 6 months ago?
No, you know what I'll do? Yeah, I'll come in every day with my boring lunch, and I'll be like, oh, man, I wish I was going back to the Rah-Rah Room. Remember when you paid for that lunch for $400? Yeah.
I can picture that exact conversation.
I can't do the
What'd you have for lunch today? I don't know, peanut butter and jelly?
The Rah-Rah Room lunch is coming up on Wednesday, by the way.
It is, yeah.
Yes. So my credit card is ready. Ready to pay off that. Ready to pay off that bet.
Make sure it's got an extra little. You may want to call and get the limit increased a little bit
for all the free publicity we've given the Rah-Rah Room and the Phoenix Suns on this. I kind of feel like they should throw in a free appetizer. You know, like a free dessert, something. Okay. You know, they've gotten a lot of promotion out of this. Big free commercial.
How many media members are attending this,
I'm
given
that you
opened it up to everybody?
I think Cam Cox from Channel 12 is going to come cover it. I think John Voida from Bright Side of the Sun. And I think I'll try to get some appetizers for them. I'll try to get some appetizers taken care of for them. Burnsy's got to pay out of pocket for this.
No, for you, not for
me, not for them.
This.
Yeah,
for you.
I'll try
for
to
the
take
rest of it. I'm not paying.
I'll try to take care of appetizers and stuff for the people that come cover it.
What a generous soul you are.
I know.
It's the poll question today. What do we got?
The poll question today has nothing to do with the Phoenix Suns lunch or the Rah-Rah Room, and everything to do with the Arizona Diamondbacks, because we're asking, what was a bigger concern for you after the Diamondbacks lost on opening day? Was it the offense or the bullpen?
Bullpen. But, I mean, understand that it's not like they had a 4-2 lead and they blew it in the 8th, right? Like, let's not frame the bullpen conversation like that. You know, one guy had a really bad night, and it was a guy that we were hoping was going to be a semi-important part to the bullpen.
Yeah.
So let's not go totally crazy about how bad the bullpen was last night, because one, it wasn't all that bad, and number two, it was a game they were probably going to lose anyway.
What's the over-under on how many guys they'll send down from the bullpen in the first 30 days of the season?
Oh, how many mixing and matching they'll do? The first 30 days?
Yeah.
I think there'll be at least 3 bullpen transactions in the first 30 days of the season.
I think that's a pretty good number.
What's the audience say?
89% of the audience is going with the bullpen.
That's fine. I mean, because it's not like the offense was great last night either. That's the poll question. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo X page. Jordan Ott today, in advance of tomorrow's game against the Utah Jazz, gave the injury updates.
Dylan, still no 5-on-5, still making progress. Ryan's more day-to-day. He's in a good place, probably a little more ahead than Amir and Haywood. But the next step for Mark and Dylan is both to play 5-on-5.
And they haven't done that yet. So until they play 5-on-5,
right,
that's the next step, which got me trying to figure out, okay, when exactly would they be able to play 5-on-5?
Well, you got a 4-game road trip coming up. The hope was that Dylan would be back one of the first 2 games, and Mark would be back in either the 3rd or 4th game. But that's the hope, right? I can only tell you what their hope is.
Yeah.
But it all depends. Like, you know, the hope is sometimes can be different from what the reality is. Their hope was that Dylan would be back on one of the first 2 games, and then Mark would be back in the 3rd or 4th game. I still think that's possible. You know, I still think that's possible. Today's Friday. You got Saturday, Sunday. When do they play again? Is it Monday?
But that's what I was trying to think is that if Dylan has to play a 5-on-5 before they get back, tomorrow's a game day, Sunday's a travel day, Monday's a game day, Tuesday's a game day. So there's not going to be a ton of practice time available to the team when they're playing 3 games in 4 days. And if he does have to do a 5-on-5 to clear that, now you could still do a practice, you could still do a shoot around, and 5-on-5 I don't even think means like you're doing 5-on-5 with Suns guys. It could be like coaches. It could be, you know, like all sorts of different people can play in that game. So maybe they can get it done on Sunday. It's just when you're playing 3 games in 4 days and that requirement's been set forth, I just wonder if they're going to have enough time to be able to do it, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you got to figure it in somewhere. I mean, if that's the case, then you've got to practice with other guys,
Yeah.
you know? I mean, if Matt Ishbia and Brian Gregory and Josh Bartelstein got to go out there to practice 5-on-5, then you got to do it.
Hey, you know what? Maybe that's the price for lunch. We'll go out there and we'll be part of the 5-on-5. You know, hey, we open up the rah-rah room just for you two coming out and play 5-on-5 against Dylan so you can be ready to go.
I'll do whatever it takes to help them win.
I would too, but playing basketball with Dylan Brooks is not one of them. No.
I was at the game. Yeah, I talked to him for a few minutes the other day at the game. He's such a nice guy.
He is until you put him on a basketball court,
guy,
and then he's a devil. It's like, no, thank you. Here's one more from Ott on Dylan Brooks' hand.
Yeah, it's all healing right. Still making that progress, but you got to test it a little bit. So that's kind of the steps. Offensively, then defensively, getting it hit, and then progressing onto the court. Good thing with Dylan is he's been able to do cardio the whole time, so it's not a lower body, soft tissue type of injury to where he's been able to kind of keep up with his cardio, and we all know him, so he's on top of that part.
The only other thing to consider here is that with 9 games to go, and they've got this game against the awful Jazz tomorrow, if you feel like you're locked in the 7, you can slow play it a little with Dylan just to make sure you're doing it right. You want to rush him back to get him back and get him back in the rhythm and the routine. I get all that. But at the same time, you're certainly not rushing him back because of the standings, right? You're not rushing him back because you're trying to get out of 7 and get into 6.
Yeah, but to the point that you've made all along, there is a certain amount of games where you want to get everybody in sync playing together. They just haven't played together. What did we say? Between Dylan, Jalen, and Book, they've played 5 games together?
5 games and 41 minutes total where they've all been on the floor at the same time.
Yeah, you're not going to risk, to your point, you're not going to risk an injury if he's not, just to get him back. I mean, it's not these aren't must-win games. So if you're locked into 7, there isn't a must-win game, but there is something to be said about we got to get you on the court and playing with these guys.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, 1 game in, and we're already wondering if bad signs are brewing for the Diamondbacks after the first game of the season. All right, maybe a little early for big, bold statements like that, but we'll have a conversation about the D-backs next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. There is some romance in thinking about the old days, isn't there?
That might be no longer in existence in baseball. Has the romance died in baseball? And the romance is that. It's that deep, passionate feeling you have for a sport based on a lot of, traditions, things.
I still get romantic when I think about it. It's the only time I get romantic.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Belt Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Slam Dunk Savings Event going on right now through the end of the month at Liberty GMC, which means you got to get in there this weekend. You got to take advantage of the fact that you can get a deal on just about every SUV that GMC sells right now. They've got deals on all of them at Liberty GMC. That includes the brand new 2026 GMC Terrain. You can lease one right now for $239 a month. You can buy one for $6,000 off. You want to go 2026 Acadia? You can do it. $4,750 off of that, or 3.9% financing if you go with Liberty GMC. And if you're looking for the big one, the 2026 Yukon, they're arriving daily, and leases on the Yukons are as low as $799 a month. It's all at Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Jackson Hewitt has a great tax prep deal, $149 or less. Missing out is like ignoring the check engine light in your car. You'll regret it. Seriously, the price is only $149 or less, no matter how complicated, so don't wait. Like when you get a password expires today alert, or you're shopping online and there's only one item left. It's like your taxes are in the cart, just complete the purchase. Hurry, this deal for $149 or less is like your phone at 1%. It's about to power down. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
At quarterback, calling the right play could change the whole game. And when your car breaks down, same idea. Make the right call before the big repair bill hits. CarShield helps protect you from expensive auto repairs. Plans include 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, and rental car options, all to keep your drive alive. Look, breakdowns happen, but choosing CarShield, that's the easiest call you'll make all day.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
When it comes to custom closets, there's only one name experienced homeowners trust: Space Solutions. For more than 2 decades, this Arizona family has designed and installed custom closets, garage systems, pantries, and laundry spaces built to fit your home and your lifestyle. Get more storage, more space, more organization, and do it with a company that's grown right alongside Arizona families. Custom spaces for the life you live. Call now or go online to schedule your free design consultation at spacesolutionsaz.com.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
When you struggle with private student loan debt, it feels awful. You feel stuck. You feel embarrassed. You feel like you've run out of moves. I hear from people all the time who are in that exact spot. But just know there is a way forward, and it's called Y-Refi. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and Y-Refi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That's all they do. And they won't judge you. They won't ask you why you didn't fix it sooner. They just help you get back on track with a low, fixed rate payment that you can actually afford. And if you've been turned down by other lenders, honestly, that's when Y-Refi shines. They build a plan around your real life, not some perfect version of it. Your student loans don't define you. They don't get the final say. Y-Refi helps you take back control and breathe again. Give them a call to find out more. 888-Y-REFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Giving hope to children in foster care doesn't cost you a dime. When you redirect your 2025 Arizona tax liability to Child Crisis Arizona, the qualifying foster care tax credit allows you to contribute up to $618 individually or $1,234 jointly to Child Crisis Arizona and receive a dollar-for-dollar tax credit. Give now and change lives forever. Together, we can ensure all children are safe. Visit childcrisisaz.org.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks made their 2026 regular season debut last night, but it did not go exactly according to plan. The D-backs lost to the Los Angeles Dodgers 8-2 last night. Geraldo Perdomo hit a 2-run home run, and Zach Gallen was rolling until he got tagged for 4 runs in the 5th inning. But the Snakes are back at it tonight. It will be Ryan Nelson on the bump for the Snakes and Emmett Sheehan on the mound for the Dodgers. First pitch for that one is at 7:10, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Wildcats displayed their dominance last night against the Arkansas Razorbacks in a victory. Braden Burries led the way with 23 points, followed closely by Koa Pete's 21 points. Arizona will play in the Elite Eight for the first time in over a decade, and their opponent will be Purdue on Saturday. Tip-off for that one is tomorrow, approximately around 5:49. And after what feels like weeks since they have played a game, the Phoenix Suns will finally be back in action tomorrow night. They will be hosting the 21-52 Utah Jazz. Tip-off for that one will be tomorrow night at 7, with pregame starting at 6 right here on the Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, and even flooring. Proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, thewindowdepot.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us Monday. We'll find out Jarrett's state of mind with Arizona basketball. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I love it how Jarrett's state of mind has become a daily talking point for the morning show. That's a dangerous place to be. Although I'm proud to say that picture he tweets out of himself every time U of A wins. We were there that day when he took that picture. That was at pickleball.
Yeah.
When we played, right? Wasn't that at the pickleball tournament that we had? He took that picture of him in all that U of A gear. So I'm worried about your state of mind if we're in here on Monday. First of all, you're going to owe that Purdue fan lunch, and then secondly, I'm a little worried you're going to be in a bad way of things.
I like all the teams that I cover, but I don't cover U of A. U of A is like the one like side piece. Because the side piece is terrible, and it's like the one thing on the side that I have that I enjoy.
With this terrible analogy.
There are other words than side.
I know.
There's.
I said I can't go back.
There's absolutely no way for you to fix this now. So
I can't put that. I just can't put that. Arizona's like the side piece. I get enjoyment out of U of A basketball, but it's not one of the normal things that we cover. It's the only listen. Let's
you
be
do
honest.
it more for pleasure than you do for work.
Right. I love the Diamondbacks, but it is work, and the Cardinals are work, and the Suns are. There's a lot of work that goes involved with that.
U of A, you just sit back and enjoy it.
Well, because, you know what? Because if they lose, we don't talk about them at all, and we only talk about them if I want to. It's the truth. We only talk about U of A basketball during the regular season. Tournament's different, but regular season, we only talk about them if I want to.
Yeah.
I'll pencil in a segment here or there to talk about the game, and because that is, it's a little bit of, I get a little enjoyment out of watching Arizona basketball.
And that's why we're worried about you on Monday in case they lose.
Yeah, I didn't go there, and I don't have any kid. I paid for college there for my kid, but that's my only connection to U of A is my kid went to college there and played sports there and got her doctorate there, but that's it.
Opening night for the Diamondbacks last night. I'll change the topic.
Okay, let's do
not
it.
talking about side pieces or side hustles or this on the side or that on the side or a side of fries or whatever. Last night's D-backs game, it was going great until it wasn't, and it was Zach Gallen was going great until he wasn't. The offense was going great until it wasn't. The bullpen had its moments, certainly, but Taylor Clark kind of spoiled all that. Is there anything about last night, though, given that it was just one game and there's still 161 to play, that really raised a genuine concern for the upcoming season? Or is it just too early to apply any like Zach Gallen? Are we really worried about Zach Gallen after one start? You'd be kind of irresponsible to do that.
Pulling my hair out if we start to go crazy after one game. No, it's 162 games. I'm not going to worry about that. I'm not worried about Zach Gallen. I'm not worried about Taylor Clark. I'm not worried. Gabby Moreno went 0 for 4. Alec Thomas keeps hitting the ball in the air. I'd like to see him hit it on the ground and try to beat some things out with his speed. But are there concerns? No, there are concerns from previous years that carry over. But are there concerns on one game? No. Taylor Clark may end up being fine. He had a bad game. Okay, you're allowed to have a bad game. You start to put 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 together, then we got a different story. Zach Gallen, he pitched really well for 4 innings. Just fell apart in the 5th. It's a great lineup. It's a tough lineup to get through. If we start doing that, we got some trouble. We got a lot of trouble if we start panicking after. I won't even panic after this Dodger series. Now, again, what do I always say? I think you have a true indication of what a team is.
40 games?
I usually say around the 40-game mark because I think you're right around 25% of the season. By 40 games, your starting pitcher will have had 8 starts. I think 8 starts is a good barometer to know if that guy is going to be any good or not. Your everyday players will have 140 at-bats. After that, I think 40 is a good barometer. I always feel that that's fair. I think 10 is too small of a sample size. I think 25 is too small of a sample size. I think 40 is legitimate. So this is just 1 of 40 to me.
The only opening day I can ever remember thinking, oh, God, what is this season going to be like, was the one where Brandon Webb started opening day.
Oh, yeah.
Remember? And it was just clearly not right. Right. And we found out later he was definitely not right. And that was basically the end of his career. And that was the only opening day where I thought, okay, this whole thing is in deep trouble. Nothing about yesterday. It's the Dodgers. And I know we keep saying that as if that's some sort of a blank check that covers up everything you do wrong, and you can't just say, well, it's the Dodgers, so it's okay that they didn't hit. It's the Dodgers, it's okay that they didn't pitch well. But there is a little bit of this to that. The Dodgers are just on this entirely different plateau than just about everybody else you're going to play on a regular basis. And so I do think there has to be a little bit of grace. You asked Chris Gragiola the question earlier, and it was a really good one. Can you ever remember a lineup that had as good of a 7, 8, 9 hitter as the LA Dodgers do? Andy Pages is hitting ninth. He had 27 home runs last year. It's nuts.
It's just crazy.
It's nuts. The Diamondbacks' ninth hitter is Tim Tawa. And nothing against him, but they're rolling out Andy Pages, who had 27 dingers last year. It's a different animal. I just hope they don't get swept. And even if they do, it's not the end of the world. No. I just hope they come home and they've won one of these last 2 games against them, because I need to know this team can hang in there during this tough early part of the season where the schedule is a little nasty on them. And getting swept by the Dodgers would be a sign that maybe that plan is a little vulnerable. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm fearful of the beginning of the season and the schedule and how difficult it is. I think Ryan Nelson is such a big piece for them. I really do. I think he's got the chance to be an all-star pitcher. So I can't wait to see the game tonight and see what he does. But with that being said, you don't want to start out 10-20 in your first 30 games and dig yourself such a hole. Okay, the Giants, they've lost their first 2 games. They can't hit. They can't hit.
Haven't so far.
I'm like, you can't even then just panic about just the 2 games. The Diamondbacks, they have weaknesses. Their rotation's not as good as it used to be. Their offense is not as good as it used to be. Their bullpen is a question mark. I mean, this could all crumble on them. I mean, I'll admit it. This could all fall apart on them. You're hoping that Erod steps up. You're hoping that Fott steps up. You're hoping that Seawold gets the job done, and Ginkel and Thompson. If all those things happen, they could be good. And if they don't, they won't. It's pretty simple.
Yeah. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the number 1 and the number 2 seed going to square off tomorrow in the West with a trip to the Final Four on the line. We'll talk about it next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-1. Swung on and popped up. This should do it. Betts calls off Hernandez. He'll make the two-handed catch. And the Dodgers overcome a 2-run deficit, and they win at home on opening night by a final score of 8-2.
More reaction to last night's game coming your way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
Rates have come down. That's right. Interest rates on mortgages have come down. So what does that mean for you? Well, that means that you can get that house refinance that you've always wanted to do. Maybe if you are someone who is renting and you want to own a home, this is a good time because we've seen mortgage rates go down a little bit. So that's important to take a look at the mortgage rates today. You could also go online and email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com, where they can monitor rates for you, and that way if a certain rate hits, you could be aware of it, so you don't have to do it yourself every day. Just email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com, and they'll be glad to help you find the right rate for you. This is a good time to buy a home. House prices have come down too. Like, if you feel like, hey, the house prices have come down quite a bit, I want to take advantage of that before they go back up, then obviously call the Lund Mortgage team, get pre-approved for a mortgage absolutely free. The number is 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130.
Enjoy post-game fireworks at Chase Field throughout the season. For dates and tickets, visit dbacks.com/fireworks.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, it's Bodie, owner of NewACUnit.com. Look, I know, buying an AC unit online sounds like it's probably going to turn into a mess. People always ask me who's installing it, who's coming to my house, what's the price really going to be. So here it is, as straight as I can shoot it to you. The NewACUnit.com price, that's the price. No upsells, no surprises. People honestly save 50% or more on their brand new air conditioning unit. It works, it's real, it's legit. That's NewACUnit.com.
Hey Arizona, it's Vince Marotta, and springtime means it's time to clean things up, starting with what's parked in your driveway. Ford Truck Month is still rolling at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler with huge savings all month long. Jump into a new 2025 Ford F-150 and save up to $5,000 off MSRP, plus $5,000 in Ford bonus cash. Or grab the zeros. 0% financing for 66 months with Ford Flex Buy, 0 money down, and 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 Truck Month cash on select F-150, Super Duty XL, and XLT trucks. Need more room to fit your family? Save up to $8,500 off MSRP on a new 2026 Ford Escape. As Tex Earnhardt said, if you don't try us, we both lose money. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford, no bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 31st, 2026.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Will the Arizona Wildcats be playing in the Final Four for the first time in 25 years? We'll be discussing the madness live from Chase Field at 10 a.m. on Monday. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Shouting out the audience in Cave Creek for joining us on this Friday afternoon. Hello, Cave Creek.
By the way, I'm rooting for Alabama here. That coach is awesome.
Nate Oates?
Yeah.
What makes him awesome?
He doesn't care about money.
What?
He doesn't care about money.
He doesn't care about money? Is Lord? Although there was a soundbite. What was? I don't. Okay, this is all brand new to me. I saw that you had some screenshot in your email.
Never heard.
This is Nate Oates, the coach of Alabama, and what was he? Give me context. What was he asked here? Set this up for me, Lauren.
North Carolina job.
So he was basically asked, what does it feel like to get a contract extension, given that he got one before the tournament last year in an attempt to lock him down at Alabama?
Okay. And you're going to play what he said for me?
Yes,
I
I
know
will.
what Gambo's talking about. Thank you.
No, I don't have an offer in hand, but we've had some discussions, and it's probably getting close, and we'll see where it takes us. But I feel like I'm probably too honest with everybody, including you guys in the media. And sometimes you use it against me, which is fine. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to tell you what I'm thinking. I'm probably too honest with the administration. I'm not looking to leave. So they don't need to be in a huge rush to fix a really good contract that I got right now. On March 15th, my salary went up $500,000. I still can't believe I'm getting paid this much. I'm coaching basketball. Guys, I did this thing for free at Maranatha for 3 years. I got paid $500 out of the Warhawk Fund at Whitewater a year for the next 2 years. I made $4,700 a year for 11 years. So added up, for the first 16 years I coached basketball, it was less than $50,000 total. My salary goes up $500,000 every year. It's glorified PE teacher making too much money right now, so I'm not going to complain.
That's freaking awesome. That is so. I loved that.
That's funny.
Beyond loved that.
That's funny.
I'm a glorified PE teacher making too much money. We're good. Like, I don't want to go anywhere.
Boy, you talk about.
They know I don't want to go anywhere.
About having the hammer and putting the hammer away and not swinging it, right? Like, what happened to using your leverage and getting better deals?
Not him.
Not that guy.
No, they know I don't want to leave. They don't have to give me a raise.
Jeez.
They know I'm happy here.
That's funny.
That's great.
That's funny stuff. Alabama's beating Michigan
Damn
right
right
now.
they are.
28-24 with about 8 minutes to go. And
let's knock this Big Ten off their little perch right here.
The Big Ten's perch is mighty.
It is pretty good.
It's pretty mighty. I mean, you got Big Ten here. Big Ten coming up later tonight.
Michigan State.
Big Ten already tomorrow. Big Ten again tomorrow. Times three. 3 Big Ten out of 4 teams tomorrow. The Big Ten has been the big winner so far in this tournament.
And the Big 12 is not. We got
really
2
haven't.
left. We got Iowa State and Arizona.
They really haven't.
Texas Tech is out. BYU is out. Houston's out.
Is there any SEC left?
Alabama.
Besides Alabama. Beyond them, they're out too, right?
Florida's out.
Tennessee tonight.
Tennessee still in,
Tennessee tonight. Okay, so there's still SEC available tonight. Speaking of which, because we're talking about U of A here, I did want to bring this up. I didn't mention this earlier.
Oh, okay.
Billy Donovan did not deny interest in the North Carolina job.
Oh, he should get out of the NBA.
I think
he should get out of the NBA.
I think that's important to bring up when talking about U of A, because we kind of midweek we had that conversation. Oh God, what if they come after Tommy Lloyd? Oh God, what if North Carolina wants him? Billy Donovan, there are people who think that Billy Donovan is the front runner for that job based off of the program building he did with Florida all those years ago. And this might be a good time for him to exit stage left out of the Chicago Bulls and realize the pro thing ain't working out for him so well.
I agree. And they would love to have Billy Donovan get him back in college. So that makes sense. Tommy Lloyd's going to use this advantage to get more money out of Arizona. Nate Oates will they could say, listen, we need to reduce your salary. He'll probably take it and stay at Alabama. I don't think Lloyd's going to go anywhere, but it's when you have the success that Tommy Lloyd has had in the short term.
Yeah.
Of a blue blood, you're not gonna take a job that's equal. It would have to be a true blue blood, and there's only if you want to say 5 or 6 or 7, you could do that, but you can't say 10. There's not 10 jobs better than Arizona.
No, I mean
there's 5.
North Carolina,
Duke,
Kentucky, Kansas, UConn, maybe.
The Big East is terrible.
I know it is, but
the Big East is terrible.
Dan Hurley's won 2 titles in the last 3 years. I mean, that's still a hotbed. You know, they're good every single year. Okay. Beyond that, I'll even agree with you that UConn might be debated in terms of clear-cut better than where you are right now. I think after that, I don't know, clear-cut better than Arizona right now.
Michigan State, if Tom Izzo retired.
Okay.
Michigan State.
Okay.
But there's not 10. My point is,
10, right.
There's not 10 jobs better.
Yeah.
There's 5 or 6 jobs that are better than Arizona.
It's just
if one of them open up and you want to consider, you can consider it. But if you're Arizona, you don't have to worry about all these other. You could pay a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
You've got NIL money. They're paying a good amount of money. It's a great job in college basketball.
It is. It's just what sucks for the U of A fan is that you might survive this first round with North Carolina if they do go with Billy Donovan.
And what happens when Kansas
and
opens?
then Bill Self might retire in a week, and then you go through it all over again.
Unless you just love living here. I mean, I don't know. What's special about living in Kansas?
Oh, it's pretty.
Is it tornadoes and hurricanes and?
I mean, yeah.
Tornadoes, not hurricanes.
Okay, tornadoes. I'm trying to think.
No, they're tornadoes. It's
pretty.
I remember the Wizard of Oz, man. It takes houses
also,
right off the ground.
You got NIL.
Yeah.
Because
money out the wazoo.
Who really cares about their football team? Everything's going to their basketball team.
I was surprised at how when my son went to college in Iowa, I mean, yeah, it's cornfields as far as the eye can see.
And you can see 50 miles because it's so flat.
Yeah, you can see 50, but there are parts of it where it's really pretty. I mean, it's very different, but it's not awful. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what interest there ends up being, and if there's going to be any more interest if he has a Final Four team. They've got Purdue tomorrow. We've talked a lot about this game. and whether Purdue is, I mean, they're certainly capable of beating Arizona. No one's going to sit here and say that they're not. That they beat Michigan. Michigan's a very good basketball team. They've got some bad losses on their schedule. They've got some good wins on their schedule. It just feels like a lot would have to go right for Purdue, or a lot would have to go wrong for Arizona for something like that to happen. Arizona would have to have a really poor shooting day. Purdue would have to get crazy hot from deep. Purdue's going to have to work like hell to keep up with Arizona on the boards. That's going to be really, really hard. You know, like
foul trouble, maybe
foul trouble
to Krivas or Awaka. You take away some of the size.
Potentially, I mean, they've got a great point guard, and if they have one of those hot shooting days, then maybe. Or if U of A has one of those cold shooting days, then maybe. But as it stands right now, and maybe it's recency bias. It is a little bit of recency bias.
Yeah.
Look, U of A didn't play that great against Utah State, and you spent all week trying to convince yourself why Arizona was going to beat Arkansas, and Arizona crushed Arkansas, right? But you had that last game in your mind. I think we're suffering from a little bit of recency bias right now when it comes to U of A, too. We're coming off a game in which they absolutely dominated Arkansas. Did you see what Krzyzewski said today on Pat McAfee's show?
No, I did not. Tell me.
Krzyzewski was on Pat McAfee's show, and he said, quote, "The most impressive team was Arizona. They have 8 dudes that can score.
Right.
They had 6 guys score 14 or more. Tommy coaches his way, and they have that mix of international and young and then old. They're really deep. They have the most international players. I really enjoyed that game," close quote. Then there was what Calipari said after the game. Like, Arizona's definitely getting their
Smith
due.
and
right?
Barkley and all of those guys. You know, what they were saying. You know, Barkley really thought that Arizona was going to crush them, and Kenny Smith had some really good things to say about Arizona as well. It's just... Yeah, they're just like every single player on their team is a good player that you have to account for.
Yeah.
And not every team is like that.
That game starts tomorrow at about 5:45 or so. The Iowa-Illinois game will be played before that tomorrow, the winners of each. And here's an interesting note about that.
Okay.
Rooting for Illinois, but if Iowa wins, it will be their first Final Four since Lute Olson was their coach. If Arizona wins, it'll be their first Final Four since Lute Olson was their coach. So there's a heavy Lute Olson presence tomorrow in both of those games.
How about that?
Yeah, I saw that.
At this point, now that my bracket is a little busted because of Houston, I will root for Illinois. I'll root for Illinois.
Aww.
Yeah, I'd like to see your team win.
I almost preferred when you were rooting against us because we won last night.
Yeah, well, I just, my bracket, I had Houston in the championship game. I loved that Houston team. I loved Houston.
I keep telling you this. I don't think your bracket's as dead as you think.
Yeah.
You need to find somebody else in the bracket.
Final Four is U of A, Iowa State, Duke, Houston.
Okay, yeah, you might be doomed, actually. I'm thinking about
and
this.
then it's crazy.
No,
I did this second bracket. Listen to my second bracket. Duke over Michigan in the finals. Duke, Michigan, U of A, Houston in the Final Four. So I still have 3 left in that one.
I was holding out hope for you, thinking that maybe somebody else picked U of A to win it all, but they had Duke getting out.
Right.
But Duke getting out hurts you too. So yeah, I think you might be doomed.
I have. Because if Duke goes out, I have nobody on that side of the bracket.
I was thinking you should be rooting for Duke to get out.
I put a lot of my marbles in that Houston basket.
Yep. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show,
Kevin Durant ruins everything.
Troy Lavello put a lot of marbles into the no left-handed reliever basket. How's that working?
That's not working out so good.
That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
All right, back here to tell you about Global Credit Union. There are so many benefits when it comes to banking with Global Credit Union. It's the reason why my wife and I are starting to move over some of our accounts into Global Credit Union for that exact thing. We had a car loan through them, And we're just realizing there's so many more benefits we could get out of doing our banking with Global Credit Union. So we're in the process of moving some things over right now because there's a real commitment to their members when it comes to lower fees and better rates and saving you your money. There's also something they offer that I think is really, really important, especially when it comes to your money, and that is 24/7, 365 U.S.-based customer service. You got a question about your money at 2 o'clock in the morning and you can't sleep because of it, you can call Global Credit Union and you'll talk to somebody based in the United States who can help answer your questions about it right there on the spot. That is the kind of customer service you just don't find with a lot of banks these days. The list of reasons to switch to Global Credit Union go on and on. Sign up online at globalcu.org. Stop by any of their 9 branches to experiencing yourself. Global Credit Union, better rates, fewer fees, real savings, and the kind of service that makes your money work smarter for you.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, it's Vince Morata with some great offers going on now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, spring into huge savings with a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab and save up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR financing on select models. Hop into a new 2025 Hummer EV or pickup SUV and sweep up to $20,000 off MSRP or choose 0% financing there too. If luxury is your style, check out select 2026 Buick Enclave models with up to $6,000 off MSRP, 0.9% financing, plus no payments for 120 days. But don't wait, these savings aren't in season for long. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC's got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models, must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from dated financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See deal for details. Offers in March 31st, 2026.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks made their 2026 regular season debut last night, but it did not go exactly according to plan. The D-backs lost to the Los Angeles Dodgers 8-2 last night. Geraldo Perdomo hit a 2-run home run, and Zach Gallen was rolling until he got tagged for 4 runs in the 5th inning. But the Snakes are back at it tonight. It will be Ryan Nelson on the bump for the Snakes and Emmett Sheehan on the mound for the Dodgers. First pitch for that one is at 7:10, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Wildcats displayed their dominance last night against the Arkansas Razorbacks in a victory. Braden Burries led the way with 23 points, followed closely by Koa Pete's 21 points. Arizona will play in the Elite Eight for the first time in over a decade, and their opponent will be Purdue on Saturday. Tip-off for that one is tomorrow, approximately around 5:49. And after what feels like weeks since they have played a game, the Phoenix Suns will finally be back in action tomorrow night. They will be hosting the 21-52 Utah Jazz. Tip-off for that one will be tomorrow night at 7, with pregame starting at 6 right here on the Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org. Your world of financial benefits. You've got D-backs baseball on tonight. 7:10 first pitch. They're taking on the Dodgers. Do a little D-backs on deck coming up in the next segment to get you ready for that game. And then pregame coverage begins here on Arizona Sports at 6:30. So Diamondbacks baseball, Ryan Nelson versus Emmett Sheehan. Like I say, we'll preview that in a couple of minutes. Got a bunch of NBA basketball on tonight that, depending on if you're scoreboard watching or not, Clippers right now are losing to the Indiana Pacers 65-61 in the middle of the third quarter.
I'll take that.
Maybe you get some help there. Yeah, Portland's playing later tonight. They're taking on Dallas. So a couple of teams might want to keep an eye on in the scoreboard. Suns don't play again until tomorrow when they take on Utah. Then, of course, March Madness. Currently 16 minutes left in the game. St. John's is beating Duke 50-44.
Down goes the Dukies.
With 16 and a half minutes to go in that game.
Let's go.
With a minute and a half to go in the first half.
What channel is that game on? I don't know if I'm recording that.
St. John's Duke is on Channel 5. It's on CBS.
Okay.
And then we're sitting here watching Alabama
They're down by
versus
3,
Michigan. And Michigan is up by 3 or 4. They took the score bug off. There it is. 47-41. Michigan is beating Alabama with a minute and a half to go in the first half. Then later tonight, it's Iowa State versus Tennessee, UConn versus Michigan State to finish out the Elite Eight.
Yeah, can you imagine if St. John's wins this game? Then you would have Florida and Duke, both number 1 seeds, out before the Elite Eight.
It happens.
On the other side of the bracket.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
Like I always thought your typical Final Four usually were 2 1s, a 3, and like a 5. You know, when I think of a Final Four, I think,
what was last year? A bunch of 1s.
It was all 1s.
Right?
It was the first
Bunch of
time in
1s.
forever, it was maybe ever, that it was all 1s. I think it was the first time ever it was all 1s. Typical Final Four to me is a couple of 1s, a 2 or a 3, and then a 4 or a 5. And so if Duke were to lose, then yeah, you'd have something that would look more like that. Maybe potentially.
Yeah,
which
New York basketball is going to lose their mind if Rick Pitino takes this team past Duke.
Yes, they are.
Again, Duke has never won a championship without beating St. John's.
Yeah.
Every year they've won a championship, there was a win over St. John's in the tournament at some point.
So that's what's on tonight, the games that we're going to watch this evening. We had Troy Lavello on the show earlier, and you asked him about that moment in the 7th when it was Ohtani and Kyle Tucker, and the Diamondbacks did not have a lefty to start the inning. And you basically said to him, like, this can't go on much longer, can it?
Yeah.
And here's what he said.
So one of our pillars was that you got to fill up the strike zone, be able to get lefties and righties out. And that, that doesn't matter if you're left-handed or right-handed. Now, specifically, if you are a left-handed pitcher and you're not filling up the strike zone, we feel like teams today are really smart. They have information if you're not filling up the zone. So we don't want that solo home run to be a 2-run or 3-run home run because we're giving free passes. We talk about limiting that, creating swing and miss, creating weak contact. And Brandon Garcia is going to be here. He's going to be here in no time. I promise you. He's just got to figure out how to land pitches in the zone. He was getting really close. He was getting a little bit better. But rather than, fight inside of this arena like this for the next couple of weeks, we felt like AAA would give him the best experience to go out there and execute and find his way back here to be able to dominate any type of hitter at any time.
Yeah, so no pressure, Brandon. Can you speed it along and start throwing strikes as quickly as you possibly can? We'll get you back here. You just got to throw. We'll make a deal. You throw strikes, we'll bring you back, okay?
On a private jet that'll get here in about 20 minutes.
Yes. As soon as we possibly. They have to wait 15 days before they bring him back,
Yes.
the minor league rules and all that stuff. But, yes, no more player is as important to the Diamondbacks as Brandon Garcia is down in the minors right now because they clearly want to bring him back. He just needs to throw enough strikes to warrant bringing him back.
Yeah, it's, you lost Backus, and he had a great spring. I don't know if he pitched yesterday. I would have to check. And, you've got some guys. You had Abner and you had Garcia, and the thought was that one of those two would, be able to make the roster.
Yeah, it's funny.
Oh, Backus did pitch yesterday.
How did he pitch?
He's got an ERA of 81 right now.
Okay.
His ERA is 81.00. He gave up 3 runs. He only got 1 out.
It's funny. I meant to mention this to you because I forgot about this. I was having a conversation with Alex Weiner, my Ain't No Fang podcast co-host on ArizonaSports.com, and the thing he pointed out about Backus, and I'd forgotten all about this. Yes, he had a good spring. Yes, he's a lefty reliever for the Diamondbacks. He was terrible against right-handed pitching last year. You know what I mean?
Right-handed hitting?
Yeah, right-handed hitting.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, right-handed hitting is what I meant to say. He was terrible against right-handed hitting last year. And so if you're talking about that guy who can, who needs to be in there, and guys are, you're gonna put Kyle Backus in, watch this. We're gonna put in a bunch of right-handed hitters. Watch what's gonna happen next. And I had forgotten about that because in my mind I'm thinking, man, you had a perfectly good left-handed reliever in Kyle Backus. What did you do? That's part of the reason why.
He came into a 5-0 game last night in the 9th. Seager reached on an infield single. Berger homered to make it 5-2. Higashaka, I can't pronounce those names. He singled to center. Then it was an error, and then he got taken out. Duran came in, gave up a single, and one of the other inherited runners scored. So he gave up 3 runs.
All right, we have something to bring up here.
All right, what do you got?
Pavin Smith is back in the lineup tonight after taking batting practice.
Wow, that's great news.
Pavin Smith, so he took batting practice. Everything feels good. He'll take Tim Tawa's place and bat 5th. So the new order tonight is Cattell, Corbin, Geraldo, Gabby, Pavin Smith, Nolan Arenado, Carlos Santana, Alec Thomas, Jordan Lawler.
Yeah, about an hour ago, I tweeted out Pavin will take batting practice shortly, so hopefully they'll get an update. Hopefully they'll get an update after that. The initial thought was that he might have to go on the injured list. That's what they were thinking. But they were going to give him batting practice. So we tweeted out an hour ago that he was going to take BP, and if he felt good, they would get an update after that. So that's good news that he didn't have to go on the injured list. Let's hope he gets through the night.
He feels good. Yeah, that's fantastic to see. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, Game 2 of the season, D-backs Dodgers. We'll preview it. D-backs on deck is next here on Arizona Sports.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
There seems to be at least one, maybe 2 teams every year that just puts it together, and they do it with defense, and they play small ball if they have to, or they get a bounce-back season from a guy like Nolan Arenado. Somebody like Jordan Lawler breaks through or whatever. There are paths for the Diamondbacks to make the playoffs that aren't crazy.
Yes.
But the biggest thing for me is I think they're just going to hang around in it until some of these big pieces come back, like Corbin Burns and A.J. Puck. Baseball now is set up for most teams, unless you're bad, to still be hanging around in June or July, and that's when a lot of those guys should come back.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sanderson Ford, right now they have got truck month going on, and you can get a Ford F-150, 0% financing for 60 months on the Ford F-150. That's right, Ford F-150, 0% for 60 months, plus $1,000 retail bonus cash on all the remaining 2025s. And they've got a great deal on the Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben, just $289 a month for 36 months if you want to take advantage of that deal at Sanderson Ford. That's on a lease payment, $289 a month lease for 36 months for the 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben. And then, of course, the Ford F-150 truck, 0% financing for 60 months at Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale. You can also go online for more information at sandersonford.com.
Phoenix just had its hottest start to March on record, and summer hasn't even started yet. Before the real heat arrives, let Parker & Sons tune up your AC unit for just $89. Already a member? Your tune-up is already covered. Just one of the many perks that makes membership pay for itself. And here's our promise. If your unit breaks down this summer after we service it, we'll refund every penny. That's our no breakdown guarantee. Don't wait till it's 115 degrees and your AC gives out. Call or text 602-2-REPAIR to schedule.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
When you've thrown over 4,000 innings like I have, you know joint pain isn't a maybe, it's a guarantee. For you, was it climbing ladders or too much heavy lifting? Hey, we're all in the same boat. But surgery, that was never my answer.
Baseball legend Roger Clemens knows there's a better way. That's QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No scalpels, no fake fixes, just real relief.
What I love about QC Kinetics, these are the most respected medical pros in the country that specialize in non-surgical therapies to get you moving again.
Don't mask the pain, fix it. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation.
I trusted QC Kinetics. You should too.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Diamondbacks baseball coming up here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. 7:10 first pitch, the D-backs and the Dodgers. Pre-game coverage begins at 6:30, but this is D-backs on deck for you as we get you ready for tonight's game 2 of this 3-game series live from Chavez Ravine. Last night it was the banner. Tonight it's the rings for the LA Dodgers.
What's tomorrow?
Tomorrow is everybody gets their car detailed, and I don't know. I don't know what tomorrow is going to be, but I'm sure they'll find something else, some excuse to celebrate. Today's pitching matchup brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors and skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. Proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, thewindow.depot.com. Pitching matchup for tonight. Ryan Nelson makes his season debut for the D-backs. The right-hander last year was very, very good. 7-3 in 154 innings pitched, 132 strikeouts in those 154 innings. And he goes up against Emmett Sheehan, who last year was 6-3 with a 2.82 ERA.
Yeah, it's interesting. This is Ryan Nelson's 5th start against the Dodgers. This will be his 2nd one at Dodger Stadium. In his last start, which was September 24th, he had a career-high 9 strikeouts and had a great start. It was a quality start. 6 innings, 7 hits, 3 runs. He struck out 9. In 4 career starts, he's gone 1-0 with a 2.74 ERA and done a really good job. In the 3 appearances appearances at Dodger Stadium because he's had some relief appearances there as well. 1-0 with a 1.20 ERA, just 2 earned runs in 15 innings at Dodger Stadium. Very impressive.
Yeah, Chris Gargiulo, when he was on with us earlier, made a really good point about how the Dodgers just love teeing off on fastballs. And Ryan Nelson loves throwing fastballs. And he has a lot of success throwing fastballs. So it's very much a what's going to give kind of moment tonight. Either Ryan Nelson's going to change his approach or he's going to try to challenge those big guys with his fastball to see how that works out. Sheehan, on the other hand, missed all of 2024 and the first half of 2025 with Tommy John surgery. When he came back, he was really good. In 9 of his 12 starts, he allowed 2 runs or fewer. He wasn't great in the postseason for them, but he was really good in the regular season. He gets the Game 2 assignment for the Dodgers
eventually
tonight.
Blake Snell is going to come back to the lineup. So, these are important starts for him. He's going to try to want to stay in the rotation. He's a guy that they really, really like. They'll eventually get Blake Snell back, and then I'll have to, adjust a little bit at that point to kind of figure out how it's going to go. But this is a guy that's got great stuff. They love him. He's a big part of their future going forward.
Well, you're not lying about the Ryan Nelson numbers. I'm looking at this tweet here from our buddies over at Arizona Diamondback Stats and Info. In 3 appearances against the Dodgers last year, 2.77 ERA, .084 WHIP. He was great against them last year.
That's impressive. That's impressive because that's, this is he's got a great fastball. He struck out 9 the last time he faced them. Against that lineup, you want to be able to challenge those guys. You want to be able to beat them. He's been able to do it.
Yeah, he has. Diamondbacks lost last night in the opener. We've talked a lot about that game today. Zach Gallen was good until he wasn't. The offense was good until it wasn't. The bullpen certainly had its moments. I mean, Juan Murillo allowed an inherited run to score, but he didn't give up a run on his own in his 1 inning. Ryan Thompson, I think, threw 11 pitches and had a 1-2-3 inning. Even Andrew Hoffman, he kind of had some shaky moments, but he looked all right. The big one was Taylor Clark, and his performance, it was not great. He gave up the 4-run 7th inning. We'll see how they deploy everybody tonight. When they were winning that game and kind of trending towards, okay, they might go into the latter third of the game with a lead, I was kind of playing along, trying to figure out what's Torrey going to do with the bullpen. Maybe we'll get an answer to that tonight if they've got a lead going into the 6th or 7th inning to see how Torrey starts to use some of these guys.
Because you've got options, right? We expect Seawald's going to close. Where does Loizaga get used? Where does Ginkel get used? It may depend on the matchups. Because, again, when you're facing this team, you saw Clark come into the game last night, and right away you got to face Ohtani, and you got to face Tucker, and you got to face these lefties, and it didn't work out very well for him. That's the damage of not having that lefty out there. So if you got that situation later in the game with the lead, do you go to Ginkel because you feel like Ginkel's able to get the lefties out?
Today's injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. Got some good news out of the Diamondbacks today. Yesterday, Pavin Smith was a last-minute scratch because of soreness in his elbow. Went for an MRI on it. He took some batting practice today. Everything worked out well, and he is back in the lineup tonight, batting 5th and playing a designated hitter.
Yeah, they let him swing the bat at batting practice. They didn't know they were. There was a thought that he could go on the injured list if he wasn't feeling well. They were going to give him the batting practice, and he got through the batting practice, said he felt okay, so he'll be in the lineup tonight.
So lineup change tonight then. Initially, it was going to be Tim Tawa as the designated hitter batting 9th. Now that Pavin Smith is back, it's going to go Ketel Marte, Corbin Carroll, Geraldo Perdomo, Gabby Moreno, Pavin Smith is the DH, Nolan Arenado at 3rd, Carlos Santana at 1st, Alec Thomas in center, Jordan Lawler in left. If they had not made this last-minute change, they were going to go with exactly the same lineup as the night before. They ended up not doing it, but our friends over at D-Back Stats and Info pointed out that last year it took Torrey until game 38 and 39 before he had the back-to-back same lineups for the D-backs. They were all set to do it, and then Pavin Smith came back. So he's healthy. That's good news there. The MLB standings brought to you by Liberty GMC, where the deals are a home run, and nowhere can you buy a new GMC for less. Obviously, it's very early, but the LA Dodgers are the only team in the division with a win. Colorado Rockies haven't played. They're playing tonight, their first game. Diamondbacks are 0-1. The Padres are 0-1. The Giants are already
0-2. Yankees have beaten
New
them.
York Yankees.
Aaron Judge hit a home run today, and they got great starting pitching, and they ended up shutting out the Giants. Beat Robbie Ray, former Diamondback, in that game today.
Yeah, so those are your standings going into Game 2 of the season. Gambo has a key for you for tonight.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
D-backs keys to the game. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
You know, one of the keys to the game is for Ryan Nelson. The success he's had against the Dodgers, believe it or not, is the ability to keep the ball in the ballpark. What hurt the Diamondbacks last night? A 3-run homer hurt Zach Gallen. But Ryan Nelson, in all of the outings, if you go look, Mookie Betts, no home runs against him. Freddie Freeman, no home runs against him. Teoscar Hernandez, no home runs. Muncy, Ohtani is not homered. He's had 13 at-bats. He hasn't homered against them. Will Smith, no home runs against him. The only guy that's homered against him is Pagas, the guy who hit the big shot last night. How do you pronounce his last name? Pages. The ability to keep the ball in the ballpark has really helped Ryan Nelson have success against the Dodgers. So that's the key today. In all of his starts, he's only given up that one home run against them.
62-58, St. John's is beating
go.
Duke
Let's go.
now with about 10 minutes to go in the game. And at the half, Alabama has a 49-47 lead over top seed Michigan. So again, St. John's beating Duke by 4 with 9.5 minutes to go. And at the half, Alabama, the 4, is beating Michigan, the 1. That is your March Madness update as we are saying goodnight on this Friday evening. Diamondbacks baseball will be up starting at 6:30. We'll see you Monday live from Chase Field for the home opener here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Have a great night, everyone.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
You've been listening to D-Backs on Deck. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Booker on the penetration. Dump to Williams. He'll throw it down. What a look from Devin Booker.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
At Desert Wholesale Diamond, we believe buying a diamond should feel exciting, not overwhelming or overpriced. I'm Diamond Dave, a fourth-generation jeweler, and I've dedicated my career to helping people celebrate life's biggest moments the right way. I hand-select every diamond that comes through our office, making sure it has the right balance of cut, color, clarity, and carat weight to really sparkle. We specialize in custom jewelry from engagement rings to earrings and bracelets designed to reflect your style and your story. And because we keep our operation lean and personal, there's no high-pressure sales and no retail markup. For me, it's not just a transaction. It's about trust. That's why our clients return again and again. At Desert Wholesale Diamond, my promise is simple. Honest guidance, exceptional value, and a stress-free experience from start to finish.
Head to DiamondDaveCantor.com. That's DiamondDaveCantor.com. Or follow Dave on Instagram at DiamondDaveCantor. That's DiamondDave, Kantor.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, and a new year is a great time for something that's new and exciting. What do we have going on at Chapman BMW in 2026?
You're right, Bick. There's never been a better time to buy a brand new BMW at Chapman BMW. Not only do we have a great selection, we have rates from 1.9% financing, the incredible trade values that we can give you right now, and let me help you put your dream into your driveway.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Summer is calling, and Playcation is back at Talking Stick Resort with rates from just $129 and no resort fees for locals. Book now for stays May 15th through September 13th for one unforgettable staycation. Enjoy $25 in free play, $25 towards your favorite spa treatment, and more. Make Talking Stick Resort your summer destination. Book your stay today at TalkingStickResort.com. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to